Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As Sakura Airi approached Wuye, she slowly removed her flat lens glasses and tugged off the ribbons tying her hair into twin tails. Her fiery red hair tumbled freely behind her shoulders, soft and radiant in the gentle lighting. Gone was the shy girl from the day. In this private space, where the world outside faded away, there was no awkwardness, no wall between them. Wearing nothing but her soft black thigh-highs, her slender legs bare, she climbed onto the bed and leaned back beside Wuye, comfortably, naturally, and without hesitation. A sweet, familiar fragrance drifted from her as she settled close. Wuye turned his head slightly, drawn to the warmth beside him. He reached out and gently brushed aside the strands of red hair cascading over her cheek. Sakura Airi smiled, part shy, part pleased, and edged closer until her head rested lightly against his shoulder. In that quiet moment, they said nothing. There was no need to. Lying side by side, their closeness spoke volumes neither had to voice. Airi clung to his arm gently, fingers wrapped around him, her voice soft as a whisper. Wuye, you said you had a gift for me. What is it? With a slight chuckle, Wuye patted her hand. Something good. I think you'll love it. Airi reluctantly released his arm. Wuye sat up and walked to the desk, where a simple shopping bag waited. Here, he said, handing it over. Airi sat up straight, brushing her hair back from her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she peeked inside. A camera. She blinked stunned. It's a digital camera? Wuye grinned. You've always loved photography. I saw it and thought of you. I love it. Airi beamed, hugging the camera box tightly to her chest. It wasn't the camera itself that thrilled her, it was the thoughtfulness behind it. The fact that Wuye had noticed her passion and acted on it. That was what made her heart flutter. Still, a hint of regret crossed her mind. Now I don't have a reason to drag him out shopping tomorrow. Wuye, come sit, she said sweetly, patting the space beside her. He obliged with a smile, settling down where she indicated. Airi leaned against him, practically glowing as she examined the gift again. Huh? Wait, this model's really expensive. Wuye waved it off. It's not that bad. Liar. I saw this exact model at the mall today, it was almost 400,000 points. She looked at him, both amazed and concerned. Wuye, how could you afford something like this? In response, Wuye casually pulled out his student ID card and held it out to her. Airi's eyes widened. 8 million points. You earned this today. He laughed softly. I just happened to run into a few generous people. In his view, even the troublemakers, like the chess-obsessed Honda Bin, the arrogant upperclassmen who challenged him, and the pompous Nan, were all generous in their own way. After seeing the number, Airi finally stopped protesting. She clutched the camera more tightly, her heart full. Quietly, she resolved to save up and return the favor one day, to buy Wuye a gift just as meaningful. She opened the box with care and held the camera like it was the most precious thing in the world. She quickly skimmed the manual, familiarizing herself with the model. Then, lifting her gaze with a playful smile, she tilted her head. Wuye. He looked at her, recognizing that tone. You want to take a picture? M. Her eyes sparkled. Here? In the dorm. I'm too shy to go outside, she admitted, slightly lowering her gaze. Airi's outgoing side only appeared when she was alone with him. Around others, she clammed up completely. Her shyness wasn't natural, it was born of fear, memories of bad encounters in the past. Now, though, she was in her safe space. With that in mind, Airi began snapping photos of Wuye, candid ones, smiling ones, and several sweet selfies where their faces were close, cheek to cheek. By the time the sun had set and the room was cast in the soft glow of evening, Sakura Airi sat cross-legged on the bed, her posture girlish and relaxed, reviewing the pictures on the camera screen. Her face lit up every time one of their photos appeared. When she reached one where their cheeks touched and both were smiling, she hugged the camera to her chest. Just looking at this, I know I'll have sweet dreams. Wuye watched her, bemused and content. Then, without a word, he lay his head in her lap. The moment his cheek touched her soft thighs, Airi's heart skipped, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she raised the camera and clicked, capturing a photo of him resting peacefully on her lap. Wuye, she murmured. He looked up at her, grinning lazily. I love the gift. Thank you. I'm glad, he replied softly. Then, after a short silence, his voice took on a quieter, more serious tone. Airi, there's something I want to tell you. She asked, brushing a lock of his hair aside. What is it? Lying there, gazing up at her figure from below, Wuye couldn't help but think how much she'd grown, proud, beautiful, warm. But behind that, she was still fragile in some ways. There are a lot of bad people in this school, he said, gently but seriously. Airi's smile faltered for a heartbeat, but she forced it to stay. Really, she said, doing her best to sound unfazed. Wuye didn't press it. He had a feeling she understood exactly what he meant. But for now, he let it be. They had this one peaceful moment, and neither of them wanted to let go of it just yet. Airi, Wuye began as they waited near the dormitory elevators, I taught a lesson to a delinquent from Class C this morning. His name's Ryuan Sho. The guy's a lowlife who doesn't mind dragging innocent people into his mess. I'm worried, you might get caught up in something because of me. He wasn't afraid of Ryuan Sho, not in the slightest. But knowing the kind of person that delinquent was, Wuye couldn't rule out retaliation against the people around him. And if Ryuan ever found out about his connection to Sakura Airi, Airi's expression turned serious. Don't worry. I'll keep my distance from you in public. No one will know we're close. Her words were firm, filled with quiet determination. She didn't want to become Wuye's weakness, his liability. If keeping their relationship a secret meant protecting him, then she was willing. Wuye gave her a helpless smile. You don't have to go that far. This school's crawling with surveillance. Ryuan's not reckless enough to act openly. If he knows, he knows. It doesn't change anything. Airi gave a small nod. Still. I'll be careful. Good. But if anything happens, Airi, let me know right away. I will. Wuye wasn't planning to wait around if Ryuan made a move. Whether it meant forcing him to drop out or sending him straight to the hospital, he'd make sure Ryuan never tried it again. That kind of guy can't stand being challenged, Wuye mused. All I have to do is push the right buttons, provoke him into attacking me first. Then I'll have every reason to put him down. Meanwhile, far from their conversation, Ryuan Sho sat slumped on his dorm bed, wrapped in medical bandages. A sudden shiver ran down his spine. Sikong Wuye, he muttered darkly, rubbing his arm as if to chase away the chill. Beside him, Ishizaki Daichi nearly jumped out of his skin. He's not here, right? Where is he? Ryuan shot him a look. Relax. He's not crawling out of the floorboards. I'm serious, boss. Ishizaki said, wide-eyed. That guy's not human. He's a demon. Just hearing his name makes me sweat. Ryuan couldn't help but sigh. He's the one who got beat up. So why is Ishizaki more traumatized than me? Go get my dinner, he grumbled. Right away. Ryuan watched his lackey scurry off and leaned back with a groan. After today's loss, not only had he been humiliated, but his 100,000 points were gone, and worse, he now owed Wuye 650,000 more. With no points left, his only option at lunch had been a free wild vegetable set meal, bland boiled greens and not much else. If not for Ishizaki bringing him decent food, he'd still be gagging. I've got to find a way to earn points, he muttered. I can't live like this. He clenched his fists. If I had just avoided going to the chairman's office, I could have stalled forever on repaying Wuye. But now the debt was official. Still, not all was lost. If I can bring Class C under my control, I'll just take their points. That'll cover Wuye's debt, and line my pockets too. Back at the dorm elevators, Wuye and Sakura Airi stood waiting. Airi had received 5,000 points from her earlier merits, but she was planning to treat Wuye to a dinner worth twice that, 10,000 points. Unlike most students, Airi had no interest in makeup, fancy clothes, or accessories. Her only indulgence was photography, and even that had been taken care of, thanks to Wuye's recent gift of a digital camera. She had only one plan now: spend all her points on Wuye. Dinner, clothes, shoes, anything he might need or want. If Wuye were the type to rely on others, he'd be spoiled by Airi's care in a heartbeat. But despite his calm, unassuming appearance, Wuye wasn't the kind to accept soft rice. He was fiercely independent. As the elevator descended, Airi glanced at the floor display. When it reached the 4th floor, she quietly stepped away from Wuye, widening the space between them. She still wasn't comfortable showing affection around others. If there are people inside, she thought, I can't let them see me close to Wuye. The elevator doors slid open, full of students heading to dinner. Without a word, Airi turned and headed for the stairs. Wuye understood her unspoken feelings and followed suit. Too crowded, he said casually to the others in the elevator. We'll take the stairs. Just as the doors began to close again, a girl stepped out with a cheerful smile. Kushida-san? What are you doing? Asked her friend Hasabi, puzzled. We haven't reached the first floor. Sorry Hasabi, Kushida Kikyo said sweetly. I just remembered, I need to ask Sikong-san something. You go ahead without me. Hasabi raised an eyebrow but nodded, allowing the doors to close. Kushida turned, her expression unreadable as she watched Wuye and Airi descend the stairs. Interesting, she thought, a small smile playing on her lips.
And proactive Sakura Airi is now. That's because now she and Wuye are alone in the room without a third party. As long as there is a third person here, Sakura Airi will never show her true charm, and she will not dare to approach Wuye enthusiastically, hold his arm, and cling to him intimately. Sakura Airi's shyness is not congenital, it is acquired, and it is all caused by being frightened by bad gangsters. Holding a digital camera, Sakura Airi enthusiastically took many photos of Wuye, and also took many intimate photos with him. Time passed in this way, the sun went down, and it was already night. Sakura Airi sat on Wuye's bed in an extremely girly duck sitting position, and she checked the photos in the digital camera with a happy smile on her face. Looking at the intimate photo of herself and Wuye's cheeks sticking together, Sakura Airi felt that as long as she looked at such a photo, she would have sweet dreams every night. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi whose face was full of joy. He lay his pillow on her round and soft legs, breathing in the faint fragrance of Sakura Airi's body. Instead of shyly resisting Wuye's intimate gesture of knee pillow, Sakura Airi even took a photo of Wuye on her lap with a digital camera. Airi, let me tell you something. Well Wuye, what do you want to tell me? Wuye looked at Sakura Airi's mature and proud admiration. Oops, it was really too big, and he couldn't see Sakura Airi's face because of his knee pillow. Appreciating the encouraging Wuye, he said, this school seems to have a lot of bad guys. Wuye's words made Sakura Airi's smile stop slightly, and she barely kept her smile and said, really? Airi, I taught a lesson to the delinquent in class A this morning. That guy's name is Long Yuan Xiang. He seems to be a despicable delinquent who will attack people around me, so I'm a little worried that you will be involved by me. Wuye said. Although Wuye is not afraid of Long Yuan Xiang at all, he is worried that after Long Yuan Xiang finds out about his relationship with Sakura Airi, she will be involved. So Wuye has to remind Sakura Airi to pay attention. Wuye, don't worry, in front of others, I will keep a distance from you, and will not let others know about our relationship. Sakura Airi said very seriously. Sakura Airi doesn't want herself to be Wuye's trouble, and she doesn't want to hold him back, so Sakura Airi will hide her relationship with him, so as not to cause Wuye trouble. Her words made Wuye show a helpless expression. Aili, you don't have to be so careful, because this school is full of surveillance cameras, and Long Yuan Xiang doesn't dare to mess around, so it doesn't matter if he knows about our relationship. Yeah. Sakura Airi nodded her head lightly. Anyway, if you run into trouble, Airi, remember to notify me in time. I will, Wuye, don't worry. If Long Yuan Xiang really dared to do something to Sakura Airi, Wuye would have to find a way to get him to drop out of school, or find a chance to beat Long Yuan Xiang to the hospital. It seems that a bad BD like Long Yuan Xiang can't stand being provoked by others the most, so he only needs to provoke a few words, and he will probably sign a contract and fight Wuye. Then, Wuye could justifiably break his hands. At this moment, Long Yuan Xiang, who was wrapped in a lot of medical bandages, shuddered fiercely, and a chill surged in his heart inexplicably. Ryuan Shou was familiar with this chill. He had this chill when he was beaten up by that guy named Sikong Wuye. Sikong Wuye. Ryuan Xiang said Wuye's name bitterly, and Ishizaki Daichi who was staying beside him looked around in a panic as if he had heard something terrifying. Where is that demon? Ryuan Shou glanced at Ishizaki Daichi who panicked when he heard Wuye's name. This guy is too timid. He was the one who was beaten up by Sikong Wuye before. So, why is this guy more afraid of Sikong Wuye than he is? The speechless Long Yuan Xiang said, don't look, that guy is not here. Boss Ryuan, don't scare me, I'm cowardly, I don't want to hear that demon's name. Ishizaki Daichi said with lingering fear. What are you afraid of? That guy may not be the devil you mentioned. Ishizaki Daichi did not refute Ryuan Shou, because in his heart, he had already determined that Sikong Wuye was the devil who drove away the bad guys in the whole city. Therefore, it is Ishizaki Daichi who must never be provoked or offended. Ishizaki, go and pack a dinner for me. Long Yuan Xiang ordered. Yes, yes. Ishizaki Daichi replied helplessly. Today, after Long Yuan Xiang was beaten up by Wuye, his 100,000 points are gone, and he still owes Wuye 650,000 points. Long Yuan Xiang, who has no points, went to the student cafeteria at noon today, and ordered a wild vegetable set meal that does not require points. The dish is simply boiled wild vegetables, which is extremely unpalatable. Fortunately, Ryuan Shou has already taken the bad guy Ishizaki Daichi as his younger brother and asked him to buy a lunch, otherwise Ryuan Shou would have to hold his nose and eat those very unpalatable mountain vegetable set meals. Long Yuanxiang looked at the figure of Ishizaki Daichi walking towards the student cafeteria. He muttered to himself, I have to find a way to get points, otherwise how can I survive this kind of life? When Long Yuanxiang thought that he would pay back the 650,000 owed to Sikong Wuye so that he could spend the points freely, his anger began to soar. If he didn't go to the chairman's office today, he can pay back the points whenever he wants. It's okay to owe Wuye all the time? But it's okay, as long as I tame the entire Class C students, then I can ask them to turn in their points. At that time, whether it is the points owed to that BD or the points used to spend, there will be everything. At this time, Wuye and Sakura Airi had already left the student dormitory, waiting for the elevator, and were going to the student cafeteria for dinner. Although Sakura Airi got 5,000 points from the abdication assessment, she is now going to treat Wuye to a dinner worth 10,000 points. Sakura Airi doesn't like to dress herself up, because she is used to hiding her face and figure. She doesn't need beautiful clothes, nor does she need to buy cosmetics. So the only place Sakura Airi spends points is the digital camera. But Wuye had already bought her a digital camera, so Sakura Airi had nothing to buy with points. Sakura Airi planned to use all her points on Wuye, invite him to dinner, buy him clothes, shoes, and all kinds of things for him. If Wuye is a little boy who likes to eat soft food, he will be happy to accept Sakura Airi's care. It's a pity that although Wuye has the appearance of eating soft rice, he has no idea of eating soft rice. Sakura Airi raised her head to watch the falling speed of the elevator, and when the elevator reached the 4th floor, she quietly distanced herself from Wuye. Sakura Airi was worried that there was someone in the elevator. She was still not used to being intimate with Wuye where there was a third person. There was a ding. The elevator door opened on the 4th floor, and since it was time for dinner, the students in the dormitory building were planning to go to the student cafeteria for dinner, so there were quite a lot of people in the elevator. Sakura Airi glanced at the almost full elevator. She blinked at Wuye, then turned and walked towards the stairs. There are so many people in the elevator, she still doesn't go in. Taking the stairs will make her more comfortable and relaxed. Sakura Airi didn't even plan to take the elevator, so Wuye naturally left the dormitory building by taking the stairs with her. There are surprisingly many people in the elevator, so I won't take the elevator, sorry. Wuye said to the students in the elevator, and then followed Sakura Airi. After a certain girl in the elevator saw Wuye's figure, she also walked out of the elevator with a sweet smile on her face. Kushida-san, what are you doing out there? You haven't reached the 1st floor yet. Her companion said quickly. Sorry, Hospi-san, I have something to ask Sikong-san. You go to the student cafeteria first. The girl named Kushida responded sweetly to her companion. Student Sikong. Kushida Kikyo called out to Wuye, and then she walked towards Wuye quickly. Surprised, Wuye stopped and turned to look at the girl who was walking quickly. This slender girl is wearing a school uniform. Although her figure is slender, her heart is too well developed, causing the school uniform she wears to be bulging with her heart. Feel. The girl with a plump heart is showing a very energetic and enthusiastic smile to Wuye. If Wuye remembers correctly, she should be a student of Class D, and her name seems to be Kushida Kikyo. And if Wuye remembers correctly, his relationship with her should be a stranger, so why is she smiling so enthusiastically at him? Student Sikong, my name is Kushida Kikyo, I'm in the same class as you, please give me your advice. The girl named Kushida Kikyo extended her palm to Wuye generously. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo with a natural and enthusiastic smile, and he gently squeezed her outstretched palm, which was quite soft. Hi, I'm Sikong Wuye, please give me your advice. After speaking, Wuye let go of Kushida Kikyo's hand. The self-introduction is over. If Sikong doesn't mind, can you exchange contact information with me? Kushida Kikyo took out the school phone from his pocket. Wuye looked at Kikyo Kushida, who was too extroverted and enthusiastic, in surprise. He really doesn't know her well, and he wants to exchange contact information when they meet? Student Sikong, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. I just want to get better with my classmates as soon as possible, so I want the contact information of every classmate. Kushida Kikyo seemed to have explained it to others many times, so when she explained to Wuye, her tone was very natural. At the same time, Kushida Kikyo also showed Wuye her mobile phone on campus. There are indeed many people's contact information in her mobile phone. Wuye looked at this girl with a bright smile and enthusiasm in surprise. She must be too extroverted to ask for the contact information of so many people. I really hope that the shy Sakura Airi can learn from her. Wuye also doesn't want Sakura Airi to become as extroverted and lively as Kushida Kikyo. At least, she just needs to be less shy. This morning, after Mr. Chabashita left, you and Sakura-san left the class. I didn't have time to ask for your contact information. I happened to see Sikong-san now, so I came here. Kushida Kikyo raised her head and looked up at Wuye. She blinked her bright eyes. So Sikong, would you like to exchange contact information with me? A beautiful girl raises her head in front of you and looks up at you. This kind of behavior will make ordinary boys feel at a loss. However, Wuye is not an ordinary boy. He nodded with his expression unchanged. Of course. Great. Kushida Kikyo exclaimed happily. Wuye then exchanged contact information and line friends with Kushida Kikyo. Student Sikong is going to the student cafeteria. Let's go together. Kikyo Kushida warmly invited. Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo. He shook his head. I'm going to the bathroom now. Then I'll go first. Kushida Kikyo, who was full of energy, walked towards the stairs when Wuye's mobile phone rang. Wuye, did that girl ask you to confess her love just now? Wuye looked at the line message sent by Sakura Airi dumbfounded. No, she is a classmate in our class, and she seems to have the idea of getting along with all the classmates, so she was looking for my contact information just now. That's it. She stopped me? Sakura Airi, who was called by Kushida Kikyo, hurriedly put away her mobile phone on campus. She timidly looked at Kushida Kikyo with a warm smile on her face. Hello. Hi Sakura-san, let's exchange contact information. Okay. Since Kushida Kikyo is a warm and cheerful woman, Sakura Airi exchanged contact information and line friends with her. Afterwards, the two of them walked down the stairs together, and Wuye at the top of the stairs silently watched Sakura Airi and Kushida Kikyo below. Although Kushida Kikyo is a woman, and she is very cheerful and outgoing, but the person she is talking to is the shy Sakura Airi, so no matter what Kushida Kikyo said, Sakura Airi would say such an awkward response to her. Facing a boring person like Sakura Airi, ordinary people would have disliked him long ago. But Kushida Kikyo doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Even though Sakura Airi's response was extremely perfunctory, she still chatted with her enthusiastically. After reaching the first floor, Kushida Kikyo said goodbye to Sakura Airi, and she joined her companions. After Kushida Kikyo left, Sakura Airi let out a veiled breath. She was very stressed when facing such an extremely enthusiastic person. Wuye came to Sakura Airi's side, and he happened to hear her breath of relief. Wuye said with a smile, Airi, what do you think of this girl named Kushida Kikyo? I think it's very good. She is warm and cheerful, and she is easy to get along with. Sakura Airi whispered her evaluation of Kushida Kikyo. Airi, Kushida Kikyo is not as simple as you imagined. She wears a mask called passion. Wuye said. Sakura Airi looked at her childhood sweetheart standing beside her in surprise, and said without thinking, then I'll stay away from her in the future. Sakura Airi didn't doubt Wuye's opinion of Kushida Kikyo, and she even decided to stay away from Kushida Kikyo in the future. You don't have to stay away from her, just be careful when you get along with her. Wuye said dumbfounded. All the students who talked with Kushida Kikyo think that Kushida Kikyo is a beautiful and cheerful little angel, except for Wuye. Because Wuye, who has a keen sense, felt a slight sense of disobedience from Kushida Kikyo, so he felt that this classmate named Kushida Kikyo was not really a warm and cheerful character. Although Wuye vaguely felt that Kushida Kikyo was wearing a mask called enthusiasm, but so what? When most people get along with others, they will hide their true personality and make others feel that they are easy to get along with. In society, this kind of behavior is called social etiquette. Even though Kushida Kikyo's enthusiasm and cheerfulness are faking, Wuye let Sakura Airi get along with her generously and don't have to avoid her. Wuye and Sakura Airi walked towards the student cafeteria one after the other. Both of them were playing with their mobile phones on campus with their heads down. On the surface, both of them are playing with their mobile phones, but in fact, they are chatting through the line. This is the way Wuye and Sakura Airi get along with each other. Before entering this school, they have been getting along in this way for several years, and they have already formed a living habit. Wuye, leave the change of clothes you changed to me to clean. This is not good. What's wrong? I've always been responsible for cleaning your clothes. Sakura Airi typed quickly. Before entering this school, Sakura Airi was like Wuye's wife, helping him with laundry, cleaning, and housework. And these jobs are one of the few opportunities for her to be alone with him. But now that we are all in school, if you come to my room often, you will be seen by others one day, so it doesn't matter to you. Wuye typed in response to Sakura Airi. Sakura Airi's face showed a little bit of distress. Yes, if she was seen entering Wuye's room by others, it would definitely cause trouble. Wuye doesn't care, but Sakura Airi is shy. After everyone discovered her relationship with him, Sakura Airi felt that she must not be able to withstand everyone's curiosity and inquiries. Wuye, how about this? Didn't you tell teacher Chezo that points can be used to buy anything in the school? So I plan to use points to change a dormitory room. How about changing to the room next to yours? This will reduce the number of records discovered by everyone. Although it is a good way, but speaking of changing dormitory rooms, I asked teacher Chezo to find me a bigger living room this afternoon, so I guess I will move out of the student dormitory, or we can live together. Sakura Airi's eyes lit up immediately, and she responded to Wuye with flushed cheeks without hesitation. Okay, then when Mr. Chezo sends the housing information, I will send you a copy, and you can choose which room you like. If Wuye moves out of the student dormitory, Sakura Airi will move in with him? In this way, Sakura Airi can avoid the eyes of the students. First, you can avoid everyone's eyes, and second, you can live with Wuye, which kills two birds with one stone. Wuye, who was talking with Sakura Airi on the mobile phone, suddenly raised his head, and he looked coldly at the two sitting not far in front. Both of them were carrying dinner plates from the student cafeteria, and one of them was an acquaintance of Wuye, Long Yuan Xiang, who had known him before. Long Yuan Xiang, who was eating dinner, also saw Wuye's figure, and then the scars and wounds on his body began to throb subconsciously. Daiichi Ishizaki, who was sitting next to Ryuan Shou, looked puzzled at Ryuan Shou, who suddenly stopped eating. Boss Long Yuan, why don't you eat? I see assholes that affect appetite. Ishizaki Daiichi followed Long Yuanxiang's eyes curiously, and he saw Wuye's figure. Ishizaki Daiichi, who was startled, shrank his body and hid behind Ryu Unsho, so as to avoid Wuye's gaze. Ishizaki Daiichi couldn't help scolding himself for being an idiot. This is the only way for first-year students to go from the dormitory building to the student cafeteria. The chance of meeting Wuye is extremely high. He actually chose to have dinner at this place. Although Wuye hates bad gangsters, he doesn't have a bad personality that likes to provoke others randomly, so Wuye walked past Ryu Unsho and Ishizaki Daiichi blankly. Sakura Airi, who had been following Wuye, glanced at Ryu Unsho, who was wearing a bandage and a band-aid, and walked in front of them with his head down. After Wuye and Sakura Airi walked over one after the other, Ishizaki Daiichi immediately let out a sigh of relief. Boss Long Yuan, are you really going to fight that guy? Of course, all my injuries were left by that guy. Long Yuan Xiang said darkly. Then what are you going to do? I don't know, I plan to rule the entire C class first, and then I will find a way to get rid of him. Long Yuan Xiang really didn't know how to teach Wuye a lesson. Fight? Looking at the unscathed Sikong Wuye and himself covered in bruises is enough to prove that the method of fighting is not feasible. Ruined Sikong Wuye's desk and shoe cabinet? Although you can vent your anger, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and you may even be beaten up again by Sikong Wuye. Long Yuan Xiang recalled Wuye's fierce and ferocious eyes, and he had an unprecedented strange feeling in his heart. A feeling called fear. In fact, when he was in elementary school, Long Yuan Xiang realized that he was a different kind. When he was violently beaten by others, he didn't feel the slightest fear. Long Yuan Xiang will only focus on how to take revenge and turn the situation around. Under his will and violence, all the bad gangsters who RD him bowed their heads to him. After that, Long Yuan Xiang didn't know what fear was. And now, Long Yuan Xiang felt the fear from Wuye, because his experience in fighting people told him that this guy named Sikong Wuye wanted to kill him. If it didn't kill him, it would completely destroy him. Ryu Engxiang couldn't help but recall what Ishizaki Daiichi said. That devil who hates delinquents so much, he has the experience of sending several delinquents to the hospital, and the two most serious delinquents, their lumbar vertebrae seem to have been broken. And because those unscrupulous gangsters have committed many cases, they were turned into demons who were paralyzed. Instead of being punished, they were even rewarded. When that guy stepped on my back, he was also planning to break my lumbar spine. Long Yuan Xiang recalled the incident when he was stepped on by Wuye this morning. Boss Long Yuan, what are you shaking? It's nothing, it's just a little cold at night. Ishizaki Daiichi looked blankly at Ryu Unsho, who was trembling slightly. It was already April, how could it be so cold at night in this month? If Boss Long Yuan wasn't shivering because of the cold, then why was he shivering? The student cafeteria was extremely lively during dinner time. Sakura Airi, who was following Wuye, secretly tugged on his sleeve, and then pointed to the signature dishes hanging in the student cafeteria with her pale fingers. Eel cuisine set 13,000 points. Wuye, do you want to eat eel dishes? I invite you. Will it be too expensive? It's not expensive at all. Then love is up to you to decide. Okay. The meal tonight cost Sakura Airi a total of 26,000 points. Sakura Airi didn't care about her points at all. After all, the points were spent on herself and her childhood sweetheart. And now Sakura Airi has the guts to sit at the same table with Wuye, although she is sitting several seats away from Wuye. In the eyes of other students, Wuye and Sakura Airi are strangers who don't know each other. So, the shy Sakura Airi has improved, but not much. Although not much, Wuye at least saw her progress. Maybe it's because you get what you pay for, or maybe this meal is a treat from Sakura Airi. Wuye thinks this eel dish is quite delicious. Wuye hadn't even finished his dinner when his mobile phone on campus rang. Wuye subconsciously looked at Sakura Airi, who was sitting not far away, and this childhood sweetheart was eating and peeking at him. Sakura Airi was peeking at him, which means she wasn't the one contacting him. Wuye took out the mobile phone in the school to check, and found that the person who contacted him was Sae Chabashita, and she sent a document. This document should be the renting information compiled by Chazu Sae for Wuye. Wuye was not in a hurry to check the contents of the file. He replied thank you to Chazu Sae's line and continued to eat dinner. Since Wuye's eating speed was much faster than Sakura Airi's, she was still eating in small bites after he finished eating, so Wuye sat where he was and clicked on the information file sent by Chabashita Sae. Sae Chabashita was very attentive. The content of the document she sent not only included the direction and location of the rental house, but also the required points, the size of the indoor area, the condition of the decoration, the condition of furniture and appliances, and so on. Wuye is satisfied with many rental rooms in this document, and his favorite is the single-family apartment. The single-family apartment on campus is not only large in size, but also has 2 floors. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. It also has a small courtyard and even pets are allowed. But this single-family apartment is good everywhere, but it is too expensive. It needs 200,000 points a month. 2.4 million points in a year. Not to mention the students, even the general teaching staff of the school don't have so many points to spend on it, so this apartment has been vacant and has not been rented out. Let it be. Wuye silently decided in his heart that if Sakura Airi liked this single-family apartment, then he would rent it. After that, Wuye looked at the specific situation of the single-family apartment in detail. No matter it was furniture and home appliances, they could move in with their bags at any time, and it was closer to the teaching building from this apartment than from the student dormitory to the teaching building. Wuye, who was very satisfied with the apartment, clicked on the school map attached to his mobile phone and began to check the specific situation around the apartment. Although there are no large shopping malls near the single-family apartment, there are many convenience stores, so you don't need to go far to buy snacks and drinks in the future. What surprised Wuye the most was that there was a vegetable market nearby. It seemed that if he and Sakura Airi went to buy vegetables and cook in the future, they would not waste a lot of time. 10 minutes later, Sakura Airi, who was sipping dinner, finally finished her portion of food, and then her mobile phone on campus rang. Wuye forwarded the file sent by Chabashita Sae to Sakura Airi, and marked the single-family apartment he liked. Sakura Airi took out her mobile phone to check the message sent by Wuye. According to the information Wuye marked, she went directly to the file to look for the single-family apartment he was looking for. Wuye, your vision is really good. I also like this kind of house, but is 200,000 points a month too expensive? Wuye looked at the response message sent by Sakura Airi. He smiled and responded with a word to Sakura Airi. Let's go out and talk. Okay. Wuye walked past Sakura Airi with a cooking tray, and she quickly picked up her own tray to follow Wuye. After returning the tray to the student cafeteria, Wuye and Sakura Airi left the student cafeteria one after the other, and they walked towards the location of the single-family apartment. Sakura Airi observed the surrounding situation through plain glasses, and after realizing that there were not many students nearby, she stepped away from her legs wrapped in black silk. Sakura Airi, who quickened her pace, came to Wuye's side, and she whispered, Wuye, that house needs 200,000 points a month, and the two of us add up to exactly 200,000 points a month. Sakura Airi felt that the school gave the students 100,000 points every month, but she didn't know that the students' personal points every month were linked to the class points. So it's not a fixed number of 100,000 points every month. Wuye heard that Sakura Airi wanted to help pay the rental points, and he said with a smile, Don't worry, Airi, because I have no intention of asking you to help pay the points. That's not okay. I want to live with you, so of course the points for renting a house will be shared equally. Sakura Airi replied seriously. Obedient. Don't want. Hey. It didn't work anymore. His childhood sweetheart had grown up, and she knew how to reject him. How about this? Let me handle the points needed for renting a house, and Airi, you will be responsible for laundry, cleaning, grocery shopping and cooking. How about that? Wuye put forward his own suggestion. It's not that good, because I've always been in charge of laundry, cleaning, grocery shopping and cooking. Sakura Airi's rebuttal is very reasonable. In the end, Wuye threatened Sakura Airi with if you refuse me, then I won't let you come and live here, and she reluctantly agreed to Wuye's proposal under her grievance. Wuye is responsible for the points for renting a house, and she is responsible for laundry, cooking, grocery shopping, and cooking. Since both Wuye and Sakura Airi were interested in that single-family apartment, Wuye began to contact Sae Chabashita and asked her to help with the formalities. You made up your mind so quickly, you really acted swiftly and resolutely. Sae Chabashita, who was holding a mobile phone, said in surprise. Well, after all, I have already set my sights on this house, and I want to live in it tonight, so hurry up. Wuye responded with a smile. So, Mr. Chazu, are you free now? Help me with the rental procedures. Okay, where are you? I'll go find you. Chazura Sae replied crisply. I'm walking towards that single-family apartment now. Well, I'll find you over there. Okay, Chabashita-sensei, I'll wait for you. After finishing speaking, Wuye hung up the call with Chazu Sae. Sae Chabashita rubbed his hair. This bad boy actually wants to rent a house with 200,000 points for a month. I really don't feel sorry for the points. But Sikong's points are all won from others, so it's normal not to feel bad. Now Chabashita Sae is a little envious of Wuye. Although the teacher's dormitory is good, she also wants to live in a better place. Sae Chabashita, who envied Wuye, left her teacher's dormitory. Because the teacher's dormitory was not far from the single-family apartment, Sae Chabashita went there earlier than Wuye and Airi Sakura. Wuye and Sakura Airi who came to the single-family apartment have already seen the figure of Sae Chabashita. At night, Chabashita Sae was wearing casual clothes, which made people think that she was the big sister of the neighbor's family. She was a little easygoing and easy to get along with. Wuye felt it was a bit of a pity, because Chabashita Sae would look dignified if she wore an OL lady's suit, which made people have a little urge to stop. Here we come, oh. Sae Chabashita glanced at Ai Sakura who was timidly hiding behind Wuye, and then she gave a meaningful O to Wuye. After seeing the figure of Sakura Airi, Chazuru Sae felt that Wuye had some ulterior motives for renting this apartment. Don't be weird. Wuye gave Chazu Sae an angry look. Humph. Chabashita Sae snorted, raising his eyebrows. This bad boy is asking her to help rent a house, and he dares to be so rude to her. For the relationship between Wuye and Sakura Airi, Chabashita Sae didn't care. Anyway, there are many couples in this school. Come with me, I have already applied to the school's housing rental system for inspection procedures. Sae Chabera said to Wuye and Airi Sakura. Okay. Since Chabashita Sae had already applied for house viewing procedures, she could use her teacher ID to open the door of this single-family apartment, allowing Wuye and Sakura Airi to enter inside. Although it is night now, as long as you turn on the lights, you can still inspect the house very carefully. This apartment is fully equipped and you can move in with your bags. However, because it has been vacant for too long, the floor and furniture in the house are covered with a thin layer of dust, and they need to be cleaned before they can live in peace of mind. Wuye came down from the second floor of the apartment, and he asked Sakura Airi on the first floor, "Airi, how do you feel?" "I like it very much." Sakura Airi replied happily. Then Chabashira-sensei, "We have decided to rent this apartment." "Okay." Under the guidance of Chazu Sae, Wuye filled in irrelevant information on the campus rental system through the campus mobile phone, and paid the rent points for 3 years in one go. In other words, Wuye directly spent 7.2 million points. The apartment will belong to Wuye for the next 3 years. "Sikong, you are really willing to part with it." Chibaru Sae clucked her tongue, nodding her head repeatedly at Sakura Ai who was beside Wuye. She was also frightened by Wuye's generosity. "Anyway, my points are not hard-earned, and I don't feel bad about spending them," Wuye said indifferently. Although the 7.2 million points he spent was not his own, Chabashira Sae still felt heartache. On the contrary, Wuye, who actually spent 7.2 million points, had an indifferent expression on his face, and he didn't show any expression of heartache because he spent so many points. Originally, Chabashira Sae and Sakura Airi thought that Wuye planned to pay rent points month after month, but he didn't expect him to rent for 3 years. After renting the apartment, Wuye's points dropped instantly, and now he has 899,600 points left. Even so, Wuye now has several times more points than a first-year freshman. Now the rental contract has been signed, and the school system has also updated the information. Sae Chabashira said to Wuye, "So all the doors of this apartment are locked. Sikong, you can now use your student ID to open them. What if I plan to let Airi also have the authority to open the door?" Wuye asked. Sae Chabashira glanced at Airi Sakura, who had a happy face, and she replied, "The rental system has a shared door lock function. You only need to enter Sakura's student number into it, and her student ID can also be used. Open the door of this apartment. Sikong, just to be on the safe side, it's best to activate the face recognition on the door lock, otherwise, as long as someone finds your student ID card, they can directly open the door lock of this building." "Well, I see, thank you, Teacher Chazu, for your reminder," Wuye said with a smile. "The matter has been settled, I won't bother you couples to inspect the new home, see you tomorrow." Chazu Sae waved his jade hand, and left the apartment neatly. "Wuye, did you hear? The teacher said we are a couple." Sakura Airi who was pulling Wuye's sleeve said happily. "Isn't this the truth? You don't need to be so happy in Airi," Wuye said with a dumbfounded smile. "Hey." Sakura Airi showed a shy yet delighted smile. Although Wuye and Sakura Airi have always regarded each other as their lovers, but due to Sakura Airi's shyness, other people don't know their relationship. Chabashira Sae was the first to know that they were a couple, which made Sakura Airi feel that her relationship with Wuye was recognized, so she was naturally happy. Although the apartment is rented, it needs to be cleaned before we can live in it. Let's clean the bathroom and the room first. The remaining rooms and halls will be discussed tomorrow. Aha. Wuye and Sakura Airi took the towels stored in the bathroom cabinet, used them as rags, and wiped the dust with them. I don't know how long these towels have been stored. Wuye doesn't plan to use them to wipe his face, it's fine as a rag. Since this apartment will be her and Wuye's home for the next 3 years, Sakura Airi took extra care when cleaning it. After wringing out a clean towel, Wuye said to the busy Sakura Airi, "Airi, take a rest, I'll go to the mall to buy toothbrushes, towels, shower gel, shampoo, and other daily necessities." "Well, I see, but Wuye, you can just buy it for yourself. I already bought toothbrushes this afternoon. It is good. By the way, Wuye, please give me your dormitory room card. I plan to go back to the dormitory room and bring the quilt from the room." Sakura Airi said to Wuye. "Farewell, it's troublesome to carry around, and Aili, are you not worried that you will be asked around if you hold the quilt? I'll buy the quilt in the mall by the way." Sakura Airi thought about it, and felt that it would be conspicuous to walk on the road with 2 quilts in her arms, so she gave up the idea of carrying the quilts from the student dormitory because she was afraid of strangers. Wuye thinks it's good to leave the quilts and other things in the student dormitory. Although the 2 of them moved to the apartment, the student dormitory still belongs to them. If they get tired sometimes, they can go back to the student dormitory to rest. Sakura Airi stayed in the apartment and continued to clean, while Wuye left the apartment and set off for a large shopping mall. After working for nearly 2 hours, Wuye and Sakura Airi managed to tidy up the 2 rooms and the bathroom of the apartment at around 10 o'clock in the evening. "Let's do this for today, and we'll do the rest of the work tomorrow. We're going back to the student dormitory to take a shower and sleep," Wuye said to Sakura Airi who was slumped on the sofa. "Yeah." Sakura Airi who felt a little tired responded softly to Wuye. Because Sakura Airi didn't exercise regularly, her physical strength was not very good. After 2 hours of busy work, she was almost exhausted. Although Wuye and Sakura Airi had already cleaned the room, they didn't bring the change of clothes and school uniform to the apartment, so they still had to spend the night in the student dormitory tonight. For this situation, although Sakura Airi felt regretful, she didn't regret too much. Anyway, the future is still very long, and she has plenty of time to live with Wuye. Wuye brought a set of daily necessities such as towels and toothbrushes, and prepared to take them back to his student dormitory. When he was buying daily necessities, he realized that he would rest in the student dormitory tonight, so Wuye always bought 2 sets of daily necessities. One is kept in the apartment, and the other is taken to the student dormitory. Wuye left the single-family apartment with Sakura Airi, whose footsteps were a little erratic, and they returned to the student dormitory building. The first night of school passed peacefully like this. When the morning came, Wuye got up early. After washing up, he changed into sportswear and sneakers, and left room 402 with his school mobile phone and student ID. Wuye has always had the habit of running in the morning, and even after entering school, he plans to continue to run in the morning to exercise his body. Due to his morning jog, Wuye didn't plan to take the elevator downstairs. He trotted towards the stairs and accidentally ran into a girl walking down the stairs. This girl is like a cold snow fox. Her eyes are seductive but cold. Her slender body is wearing a sportswear, which outlines a graceful waist, and the legs below are straight and slender. The black back-length hair is tied into a single ponytail for easy movement. Horikita Suzune, who also came down the stairs, looked at Wuye who was wearing sportswear. She raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, and her fox-like eyes showed a little surprise. Horikita Suzune didn't expect to meet Wuye here, and judging from his current clothes, she seemed to be planning to go for a morning run. Horikita, good morning. Wuye greeted casually. You're pretty early too, do you run in the morning? Yes, you too. Okay. Wuye's tone was casual, Horikita Suzune's tone was flat. The two walked down the stairs one after the other, and then walked towards the school playground not far from the student dormitory together. Kushida Kikyo looked down from the dormitory corridor, and she saw Wuye and Horikita Suzune. They seem familiar. Wuye's senses are very keen, and while walking, he noticed the staring gaze from the student dormitory upstairs. Wuye turned his head and saw the figure of Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo noticed Wuye and looked over. She waved her arms towards him energetically and enthusiastically, as if greeting him. Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye who had stopped. She followed his gaze and saw Kushida Kikyo as well. You guys know each other well? Horikita Suzune asked subconsciously. Are you talking about me and her? In fact, we don't know each other well. We just met twice in class and in the student dormitory building. Wuye replied. Yes. Well, Kushida-san seems to have the idea of becoming friends with everyone. She asked for my contact information in the dormitory. Did she also contact you? Yes, but I declined. Horikita Suzune replied flatly. Wuye glanced sideways at Horikita Suzune. He smiled. Why? Because I didn't intend to make friends. Horikita Suzune said without hesitation. Wuye showed a surprised expression. Although he knew from Horikita Suzune's cool demeanor that she was a difficult character to get along with, he never thought that Horikita Suzune didn't plan to make friends. If you don't have a friend for 3 years in high school, it will be very hard. I don't care, because I came here alone in the 3rd year of my country. It turns out that I'm used to being alone. It's really amazing, Horikita-san. Horikita Suzune seemed to have no intention of continuing the conversation with Wuye, so she quickened her pace. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune's slender figure running, and he saw his former figure from this classmate. Same arrogance. But life alone is really wonderful? Since it was only 7:10 at this time, even the clubs that practiced in the morning did not come to the school playground, so there were not many students on the playground now, only 5 or 6 students. Horikita Suzune, who came to the playground, has already started to run in the morning. After doing a few warm-up exercises, Wuye also joined the track to start the day's morning run. As time went by, more people came to the playground for morning exercises. Horikita Suzune is a rare beautiful girl. Her slender waist, straight legs, and snow-white neck skin are all things that attract men. So the boy who came for the morning exercise had a different intention and started to run in front of Horikita Suzune, trying to attract her attention. But they are wasting their minds in vain, because Horikita Suzune is a lonely personality who does not intend to make friends. So instead of attracting Horikita Suzune's attention, what these boys did would be disgusted by her. An excellent face will always attract the eyes and attention of the opposite S*X, so apart from Horikita Suzune, Wuye is also missed by some girls. I've never seen you before, you must be the freshman who entered yesterday, right? The woman in a simple vest with a sultry vestline spoke to Wuye. Yes, hello. Hi, I'm Ling Longyu from Class B of the 2nd year, what do you call my junior? Sikong Wuye. Horikita Suzune, who maintained a constant speed, glanced at Wuye and the senior not far behind. Dare to talk while running, are you really not afraid that your breathing will be disrupted? Running is skillful, and you must keep breathing at a constant speed in order to be able to run farther and longer. If you talk while running, your breathing will be disturbed, and you will be out of breath after a short run. When Wuye was out of breath, Horikita Suzune planned to give him a look of contempt when she ran past him. No, why would I care about him? Horikita Suzune put aside the strange thoughts that came up in vain, and concentrated on her morning run. After a morning jog that lasted for 10 minutes, crystal clear sweat slid down Horikita Suzune's cheeks, and her slightly parted lips revealed a faint breath of steam. Those boys who tried to attract Horikita Suzune's attention left the runway in shame because of lack of energy. Originally, they wanted to show this strange beautiful girl their physical strength, but they didn't expect that their physical strength was not as good as hers. There was no second-year senior by Wuye's side, and she also left the stage due to exhaustion. Because of being tired, Horikita Suzune slowed down at a constant speed, and was chased by Wuye from behind. Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye who ran to her side. She couldn't help but praised, "Sikong, your physical strength is really good. Do you exercise often? Don't talk to me, it will interrupt your breathing." Horikita Suzune gritted her silver teeth secretly. Did she lose her mind, and even took the initiative to talk to him? And this guy is so annoying? I don't know if it's because of tiredness or embarrassment. Horikita Suzune finished her morning run. She returned to the dormitory building. Wuye jogged again, and then he returned to the dormitory building. After returning to the student dormitory, Wuye took a bath in 840. After becoming refreshed, he changed into the school uniform, and then walked to the student cafeteria. According to past experience, Wuye felt that Sakura Airi should still be sleeping at this time, so he didn't send her a message, so as not to disturb her rest. After having a good breakfast in the student cafeteria, Wuye came to the classroom of Class D, and it was already 8 o'clock sharp. Although the school's class time is 8:45, but because Chazu Sae sent a group message to the students of Class D yesterday, everyone should arrive at the classroom before 8:10. Therefore, there are quite a lot of students in the classroom of Class D now. Kushida Kikyo with a cheerful expression saw Wuye's figure. She hurriedly said something to the female classmate she was talking with, and then hurriedly walked towards Wuye. Student Sikong. Wuye looked sideways at Kushida Kikyo, who was too mature and rich in heart, and said in surprise, "What's the matter?" "Actually, I have something to ask you. I saw Sikong and Horikita walking together this morning." Kikyo Kushida blinked her watery eyes at Wuye. "So Sikong-san and Horikita-san have a good relationship?" "It's not good, we just happened to be together because we were both going to do morning exercises," Wuye explained casually. "That's it." Kushida Kikyo's smile widened, and Wuye glanced at her. Was she happy that his relationship with Horikita Suzune wasn't good? "Well, didn't I want to get better with my classmates as soon as possible, so I was exchanging contact information with everyone, but Horikita-san rejected me." "Well, so what? Sikong seems to be able to talk to Horikita, so I want to ask you what kind of person Horikita is. Is she a person who can speak various languages in front of friends?" The latter sentence of Kushida Kikyo carried a little urgency. Wuye thinks that Kushida Kikyo seems to be very concerned about whether Horikita Suzune will speak ill of others behind their backs. At this time, Wuye's eyes flashed with beautiful colors, and his mind-reading ability was activated passively. Did that woman in Horikita tell Sikong Wuye about me? The ability to read minds is fleeting, but it gives Wuye great news. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo with a sweet and cheerful smile in front of him. His intuition was right. This girl named Kushida Kikyo has an unknown side. She is not as enthusiastic and cheerful as she appears on the surface. And according to Kushida Kikyo's inner thoughts, Wuye can deduce that she actually knows Horikita Suzune. Otherwise, why would Kushida Kikyo be worried that Horikita Suzune would tell him about her? But Wuye was a little curious about what Kushida Kikyo didn't want others to know. Under Kushida Kikyo's staring gaze, Wuye said casually, "I'm not familiar with Horikita, and I haven't spoken a few words to her, so I don't know what kind of person she is." "That's it. Horikita has come in, Kushida. If you have any questions, you can ask her directly." Wuye pointed to Horikita Suzune who just stepped into the classroom. Kushida Kikyo looked over, and she really walked towards Horikita in a hurrying tone. "Horikita-san. What's the matter?" Horikita Suzune looked coldly at Kushida Kikyo who was smiling enthusiastically. "I want to exchange contacts with you." "I reject." Before Kushida Kikyo finished speaking, Horikita Suzune refused without hesitation, and walked past Kushida Kikyo. Wuye saw the conversation between these two beautiful girls, and he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What a crisp, unreasonable character. Horikita Suzune came to her seat with her school bag in her hand. She also took a shower after her morning jog, so Horikita Suzune had a fresh scent of shampoo on her body. Sitting on the seat, Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo who kept a forced smile. She seemed to be hit hard by Horikita Suzune's flat refusal. Now many girls are comforting Kushida Kikyo, and they still want Horikita Suzune stared dissatisfiedly. This situation surprised Wuye. Kushida Kikyo's communication skills are really good. In just one day, she has established friendly relationships with many girls. Otherwise, those girls would not be dissatisfied with Horikita Suzune because of Kushida Kikyo's grievance. "Horikita, if you continue to reject Kushida-san's wishes, you may soon be excluded from the class," Wuye said, holding his chin. Horikita Suzune, who took out crime and punishment, responded coldly and said, "It's just what I want." "By the way, Horikita, did you know Kushida-san before?" "Do not know." "Really?" Wuye nodded. The aloof Horikita Suzune will not lie, so she really doesn't know Kushida Kikyo. So what's going on with Kushida Kikyo's inner voice? How could she think that Horikita Suzune knew her? At this time, Sakura Airi, who was wearing a school uniform, also stepped into the classroom. She first showed a shy smile to Wuye who looked over, and then threw it to her seat at regular intervals without saying a word. Since Sakura Airi took the initiative to lower her own existence, the students in the class didn't pay much attention to her. After taking her seat, Sakura Airi immediately took out her school phone and started to contact Wuye. Bad. Sakura Airi had a beautiful dream last night. She dreamed that she married Wuye and had 2 children, and the home they lived in was that single-family apartment. So the message Sakura Airi sent to Wuye is, Wuye, what name should our child choose? What? Wuye looked at this letter full of information in astonishment. Although he hugged Sakura Airi, he didn't eat her, right? Why did Sakura Airi send such an inexplicable message? After some questioning, Wuye finally understood why Sakura Airi asked him what the child's name was, so she had a dream. Dumbfounded, Wuye didn't know how to reply to Sakura Airi's letter next. At this moment, Wuye's black and white pupils flashed a beautiful color again, and it is unknown who touched his mind-reading ability. In order to prevent those things from happening in middle school again, I need to find a reliable boy to be my boyfriend, so that I won't be bullied by others. He is so handsome. How about choosing him? This heartfelt voice diverted Wuye's attention from the mobile phone in the school, and he raised his head to look in the direction of the owner of the heartfelt voice. Wuye saw the owner of the voice on the podium in the classroom. She is a young girl. The girl's facial features are exquisite and beautiful, and her long hair, which is as lustrous as royal honey, is tied into a ponytail behind her head. She wasn't wearing a school uniform jacket. Due to the girl's good development, the sky blue underwear she was wearing was slightly supported by her chest, and the red school uniform jacket was tied around her waist, which outlined her slender and delicate waist. Such a different dressing style from ordinary people made this girl reveal a little bit of a hot girl temperament. And this beautiful girl from the Spice Girl series seems to have the idea of finding a boyfriend as a backer, and Wuye can see from the way she looks at him, the boyfriend and backer she is looking for, it's him. Through his photographic memory, Wuye recalled the girl's seat and the nameplate on her desk. The name on the brand name is Karuizawa Megumi. Megumi Karuizawa noticed that Wuye was looking at her, and she subconsciously averted her gaze. But Megumi Karuizawa felt that her actions would appear weak, so she immediately looked at her eyes, and showed a charming smile with Wuye. Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth, and he responded to Karuizawa Megumi with an awkward yet polite smile. Megumi Karuizawa, who was shaken by Wuye's smile, mustered up her courage and walked down from the podium. Now she decided to ask for the contact information of this handsome boy and see if he can be her boyfriend. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was walking towards him, and he couldn't help but get a headache. Is she coming for real? Through Karuizawa Megumi's voice just now, Wuye probably guessed her past experiences. In order to prevent those things from happening again in middle school, I need to find a reliable boy to be my boyfriend, so that I won't be bullied by others. Judging from Karuizawa Megumi's aspirations, she was once bullied in middle school, so after entering this school, she decided to find a reliable boy to be her boyfriend and backer, so as to avoid being bullied by others again. Wuye didn't quite know how Karuizawa Megumi had been bullied by others, but he felt that she must have been bullied very badly. It is estimated that the bullying she has suffered is at the level of bullying, otherwise she would not have found someone else. The idea of being a backer, Wuye thought to himself. While Wuye was thinking, Megumi Karuizawa came in front of him. She opened her lips slightly while holding her palm nervously, and at this moment, Chabashita Sae stepped into the classroom with awe-inspiring steps, wearing a suit of Ms. Oles, showing a dignified and awe-inspiring temperament. Everyone go back to their seats, I have something to announce. The reason why the students in Class D entered the classroom ahead of time was entirely because of the group message sent by the class teacher Chazu Sae yesterday. But now that Sae Chabashita had entered the classroom, Megumi Karuizawa had no choice but to interrupt her idea of exchanging contact information with Wuye. I have something to ask you, I'll talk about it later. The discouraged Karuizawa Megumi left Wuye this endless sentence, and then returned to his seat. Wuye rubbed his brows, thinking about how he would refuse later. Absolutely, this girl named Karuizawa Megumi. Although Megumi Karuizawa looks very cute and has a good figure, but it's not like Wuye doesn't have a girlfriend. How could he become Megumi Karuizawa's boyfriend? And this boyfriend is still the kind who pretends. Who wants to? Sae Chabashita leaned on the podium with one hand, and she scanned the entire class under the curious eyes of the students. Gradually, Sae Chabashita frowned, because there were still 5 vacant seats in the classroom, which meant that the 5 students didn't take the message she sent yesterday to heart. Obviously I had already sternly reminded them to come to the classroom to assemble in advance yesterday, but I didn't expect that there were still students absent, and there were as many as 5 absent students. Chabashita Sae thought silently. In yesterday's group message, Sae Chabashita's words were harsher, so everyone paid attention. Even so, some were late and absent. If Sae Chabashita remembers correctly, the names of these 5 students are Kojinjiro Kusuk, Satsumura Hideo, Ike Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, Sudo Takeru. Although Chazu Sae didn't know why these 5 students were absent, she could see the general character of these 5 students from this situation. They either do their own thing and don't take other people's orders and instructions to heart. Either you didn't manage your time well, and you couldn't come to the classroom in time. These 5 people, no matter their situation is the former or the latter, in the collective and cooperation, they are like black sheep. Chabashita Sae can also understand, after all, this is Class D? Except for the first-year freshmen, everyone in the school knows that the students in Class D have the worst overall quality, so it's quite normal to have such students who don't abide by the rules. Chabashita Sae took a deep breath, and she said slowly, since everyone has come, I will. At this moment, several hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the classroom. Chazu Sae and Wuye all looked towards the door of the classroom, and soon they saw 4 figures. Their hair was messy, and the school uniforms they were wearing were wrinkled, and it was obvious that they had overslept. Finally caught up, the teacher is here, we are really late. The boy with a flirtatious tone and expression, his name is Kwanji. It's not that you dragged us to play games all night, that's why we overslept. The fat man with glasses complaining in a low voice, his name is Hideo Satsumura. Wuye-kun, you are also guilty, you brought the laptop over, so we can play games. A mediocre man who complains about others, his name is Haruki Yamauchi. It's so noisy, isn't it just late? There's no need to be so afraid, I don't know how many people have arrived in our country. A bad-tempered gangster, his name is Sudo Takero. Except for Gao Yuanji Liasuk, the 4 who were late all came to the door of Class D classroom. Chazu Sae watched the 4 students silently, and she said slowly, you are not late, because the class starts at 8:45, so come in. That's right. Although Sudo Takero and the others missed the meeting time set by Sakura Sae, it is not yet time for class, so they cannot be said to be late. I told you I wasn't late, so what are you afraid of? The 4 of Chi Kwanzi entered the classroom noisily, and they didn't notice that the students in the classroom were casting disgusting eyes at them. Although Sakura Sae said that they were not late, but in everyone's heart, they were late. Coupled with their attitude, messy clothes, and appearance, everyone hated them even more. Now that the 4 latecomers have come, there is only the last Kojinji Liasuk left. Sakura Sae glanced at the only vacant seat. She thought that this student named Ninja Yuanji Rokusuk would not come. Because the student profile of Kojinji Rokusuk says that he is a character who does his own thing, it is estimated that he did not take the information sent by Sakura Sae seriously. Since it was determined that Kojinji Liasuk would not come, Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye who was by the window in the back row, and she said, Sikong, it's your turn. Yes. Wuye sat up from his seat, and then walked towards the podium under the eyes of the students who were surprised, puzzled, and fearful. The students who looked at Wuye with apprehension and fear were probably Sudo Takero who bumped into Wuye at the convenience store, or the students who knew that Wuye beat Ryuan Shou violently in Class C. Wuye's violent beating of Long Yuan Xiang happened yesterday morning, and now a day has passed. A small group of students happened to hear the rumor that Class D student Sikong Wuye violently beat Long Yuan Xiang in Class C. Some students even heard rumors that Wuye challenged the chess club and won millions of points from the president of the chess club. Wuye stepped onto the podium, and Sae Chabashita took 2 steps to the left and handed over the right to speak to him. She wanted to see how Wuye planned to remind the students of Class D next. Facing the gazes of the 38 students, Wuye, who was standing behind the podium, showed no signs of timidity, and spoke with a natural and calm expression. Everyone, the reason why teacher Chazo called everyone to come to the classroom in advance is for me to explain some important matters to you. Sakura Airi looked curiously at Wuye on the podium, and then she pursed her lips. Although Sakura Airi didn't know what Wuye planned to write, but she knew that her childhood sweetheart would become more eye-catching because of this speech. If Wuye was more conspicuous, the shy Sakura Airi would be even more afraid to stay by his side. But, on the one hand, Sakura Airi didn't want Wuye to attract attention, but on the other hand, she wanted him to be everyone's focus. Because Sikong Wuye is her proud childhood sweetheart. Following Wuye's speech, the students in Class D probably knew why Mr. Chabashita asked everyone to arrive in the classroom early, so they started to make noise. Sikong, what do you want to explain to everyone? Kushida Kikyo asked curiously. Why do you explain it? Teacher Chabashita should explain it. This is Chi Kwanzi who is jealous of Wuye's handsome appearance and showing off. That's it. Haruki Yamauchi who was also unhappy with Wuye's show. Horikita Suzune and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka silently stared at Wuye on the podium. Although Sudoken was afraid of Wuye, he couldn't afford to provoke him, so he just lay down on his desk and closed his eyes. Sleep. Facing the noise, inquiries, and dissatisfaction of the students in Class D, Wuye showed a refreshing smile, and he slammed the solid wood podium. There was a loud bang, which startled all the staff including Sae Chabashita, and they all looked at the smiling Wuye in astonishment. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Be quiet, I'll be done soon. Chazu Sae, who was also taken aback, looked at Wuye with admiring eyes. She wanted to see how Wuye calmed everyone down just now. Soothing? Take it coldly? Neither? Wuye's solution was a loud bang. As long as these noisy guys are frightened, they will stop making trouble in a short time. Standing on the podium, Wuye proudly looked down at the group of students below. The tall and handsome young man revealed an illusion that made people admire him, as if he was being dominated. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye on the podium. She subconsciously folded her legs together, and sneakily looked at Wuye with somewhat scared and joyful eyes. Megumi Karuizawa was moved. Before Sakura Sae stepped into the classroom, Karuizawa Megumi had the idea of looking for Wuye's contact information, and then asking him to be her boyfriend and backer. Now Megumi Karuizawa finds that the Wuye she has a crush on has no fear at all in the face of so many people's gazes. She is so powerful, her aura is so powerful, and, still so handsome, so if he agrees to pretend to be her boyfriend, then he will definitely become her reliable backer. Megumi Karuizawa suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She felt something was wrong. Why is she obsessed with pretending? Can't she make him her real boyfriend? As for the 100,000 points on the student ID card yesterday, I don't know if you have any doubts about it. Wuye said to the students in Class D. Chabashita Sae on the side crossed his arms, the corners of his lips raised slightly. Are you about to start? Let me see how you plan to remind everyone. As if to show her sense of existence, Kushida Kikyo raised her arms high, and she asked Wuye curiously, Student Sikong, what do you mean by doubt? It's very simple. According to the admission guide, we can know that this school admits 160 students each time. Wuye took the chalk on the podium and wrote the number 160 on the blackboard behind. There are 3 grades in the school, so the number of students is multiplied by 3, which means there are 480 students in the whole school. If the school will give 480 students a fixed 100,000 points every month, then every month will be 48 million points and a year will be 560 million points. Teacher Chezo said that points are equivalent to money in the school, so do you think the school will spend 560 million equally on the students for no reason or reason? The words Wuye said slowly pulled the students' minds up and made them realize that there is something wrong with sending 100,000 points every month. Student Sikong, I disagree with what you said. The boy with glasses expressed his thoughts. Sae Chabashita looked over, and she remembered that this boy was Yukimura Terahiko who was good at studying. You say. Wuye signaled Yukimura Terahiko to speak. 0 for flowers 00. Teacher Chabashita said before that this school measures students based on strength, and those of us who are able to enroll have the corresponding value and possibility. In this regard, the fixed 100,000 points per month represent the school's evaluation of us. Is that so, Chabashita-sensei? Yukimura Terahiko asked for confirmation to Chabashita Sae, who was holding his arms across his chest. That's right. Sae Chabashita answered vaguely with a smile on her lips. Although Mr. Chazo said this, but if you think about it carefully, Mr. Chazo never said something like a fixed 100,000 points per month. Wuye said with a smile. That is to say, the number of points our students can get every month is not a fixed 100,000. Wuye asserted. Hey, is that really the case, Chabashita-sensei? No way, Sikong must have guessed wrong. The students looked at Sae Chabashita in disbelief. They only got a huge sum of 10 points yesterday. If they don't have so many points next month, they will not be able to accept it. It is related to their future nourishing life. The students in Class D all looked at Chabashita Sae with urgent eyes. They hoped to hear Chabashita Sae refute Wuye's guess. However, what Wuye said was the truth. Besides, Chabashita Sae couldn't answer them either. Because the school has issued a 1-month ban on passwords, prohibiting everyone from disclosing information about the 5 system, class points, etc. to the first-year freshmen within 1 month. So facing the urgent eyes of the students in Class D, Chazu Sae just kept a smile. She didn't answer, but pointed to Wuye with her jade finger. Don't ask me, Xian Kong should answer everything you want to know now. Actually, you don't need to ask me. Judging from the fact that Mr. Chazu didn't choose to answer directly, you should be able to draw a conclusion. If you still don't believe it, Wuye showed a refreshing smile. You can ask the seniors and sisters. They who have spent a year or 2 in this school can definitely tell you clearly. Will the school give us 100,000 points every month? That's right. Let's go, let's ask the seniors. 11. By the way, I happen to have a cousin in the 2nd grade, I can ask him. 11. Wuye's words made Chazu Sae's smile even bigger. Because there is a 1-month ban on passwords, neither students nor teachers will take the risk of being expelled from school and tell them information related to points. But everyone's ambiguous avoidance is enough to prove Wuye's speculation from the side. That is, the school does not give students 100,000 points every month? Wuye looked at the students whose emotions were mobilized, and with a refreshing smile, he said to Kushida Kikyo, Kushida-san, can I ask you to ask the seniors about this matter? The reason why Wuye asked Kushida Kikyo is because she is very good at communication, and the students in the class trust her, and even go to the seniors with her to confirm the information. Wuye's request made Kushida Kikyo show an extremely bright and sweet smile on her face, and she lifted her overly plump and mature heart. Student Sikong, please leave this matter to me. I happened to ask for the contact information of several seniors yesterday. I'll call my sister right now. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo in great surprise. This girl wearing a mask, her communication skills are really exaggerated. Even the seniors have exchanged contact information with her. Since Kushida Kikyo has the contact information of seniors, the students in Class D don't need to go outside to find someone to ask. Kushida Kikyo took out her on-campus mobile phone and began to search for her senior's phone number, while the students in Class D held their breath, looking at Kushida Kikyo expectantly and anxiously. Kushida Kikyo noticed that everyone was looking at her nervously, so she blinked immediately. Thinking of a good way, Kushida Kikyo sat up and walked towards Wuye, who was standing on the podium. Under the puzzled eyes of the students, Kikyo Kushida stood beside Wuye, and she spoke to the students below in a cheerful manner. Everyone, please listen to me say 0. I know that everyone is eager to confirm what Sikong said from the seniors, so when I contact the seniors, I will make the mobile phone hands-free, so that everyone can hear me and the students directly. Sisters talking. But I hope everyone can keep quiet, can you? Good. We must keep quiet. Yes, we will definitely not cause trouble for Kushida-san. Because of Kushida Kikyo's thoughtfulness, she has won the praise of countless students. Both Wuye and Chabashita Sae looked at the blooming Kushida Kikyo in amazement. Kushida Kikyo, what an incredible student. Chabashita Sae, who whispered to herself, showed a hint of a smile. She recalled Kushida Kikyo's student information and the interviewer's comments on Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo's academic ability, intelligence, judgment, and physical ability are all at the middle level, but her teamwork ability is extremely excellent. And the interviewer's comment on Kushida Kikyo is a kind and friendly little angel. That is to say, when Kushida Kikyo was interviewing, the extremely high affinity she showed convinced the interviewer. And judging from the current class situation, Sae Chabashita felt that the interviewer's comment on Kikyo Kushida was very pertinent and accurate. Now, Sae Chabashita believes that Kushida Kikyo, who has a strong affinity, can become Wuye's assistant and an indispensable member of Class D's promotion to Class A. Wuye looked sideways at Kushida Kikyo standing beside her. This mature girl smiled brightly and beautifully, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Is she enjoying it? That's right. Kushida Kikyo is indeed enjoying it. Kushida 103 Kikyo has an unknown past. She especially likes the look that everyone expects and trusts her. The feeling of being watched made Kushida Kikyo's emotions extraordinarily high, and she made a cute gesture of silencing everyone. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm going to start contacting my sister. Class D's classroom began to become quiet. Kushida Kikyo tapped someone's phone number recorded on the phone, and tapped the hands-free function. While waiting for the call to connect, Kushida Kikyo showed a bright smile to Wuye beside him. A beautiful girl with a mature heart, her bright smile is enough to make people dizzy, but instead of being fascinated by Kushida Kikyo's smile, Wuye even showed a half-smile look. Kushida Kikyo's actions are showing his existence and charm to the students of Class D through his stage. Although Kushida Kikyo is suspected of using Wuye, Wuye doesn't hate it. Because it was Wuye who first asked Kushida Kikyo to check the situation with the seniors. So Wuye and Kushida Kikyo can be said to use each other. No, it's a bit harsh to describe it that way. The two of them should help each other. After about 5 seconds, Kushida Kikyo's call was connected, and then a slightly lazy and suspicious female voice rang from her mobile phone on campus. Tank and Sauce. It's me, Asahina-senpai. Hello, are you awake? Kushida Kikyo replied energetically. Why did you contact me so early? I just woke up. The senior named Asahina Shiba made a small complaint. Sorry, because I have something on my side that I want to confirm with you, senior. What's the matter? Asahina Suzuki asked with a little sleepiness in her eyes. All the students in Class D held their breath and listened intently to the next conversation. Because the next conversation is about whether they can really get 100,000 points a month in the future. Senior, I want to ask you, does the school give our students 100,000 points every month? Kushida Kikyo's question made Asahina Haruka wake up in an instant, and she frowned and asked back, why do you ask me this question? Because the students in our class said that the school does not give us 10 points every month, so I want to check with my seniors. Kushida Kikyo quickly explained. Oh, it's really incredible. I remember that today is the second day of your freshman's enrollment. Kikyo-chan, some students in your class actually noticed. Asahina, who was talking, suddenly stopped, and she suddenly realized that if she continued to speak, she would risk violating the school's 1-month password ban. The sudden interruption made the students in Class D feel uneasy. Although the senior didn't admit it directly, she was obviously expressing to them that Sikong Wuye's guess just now was correct. The school will not give students 100,000 points on the first of every month? Senior, can you explain in detail? Kushida Kikyo asked hastily. No, anyway, Kikyo-chan, you just listen to your classmates. Asahina Azusa replied vaguely. Hey, that means, my classmate's guess is correct. Oh, I don't know, don't ask me, hang up. Azusa Asahina-senpai interrupted the call with Kikyo Kushida. At this moment, the students in the class fell into silence, and their dreams seemed to be shattered. It's over? I spent 80,000 points to buy a laptop. If I don't get that many points in a month, how can I survive in this school? Hideo Satsumura, the fat man wearing glasses, groaned. Me too, I almost used up my points. I bought a lot of game consoles and snacks. Haruki Yamauchi also joined UN House team. The expressions of the students in Class D changed one after another. Although they didn't spend all 100,000 points, they still spent a lot. Especially girls, they spent 100,000 points on nice clothes and expensive cosmetics. Horikita Suzune looked at her student ID card. Due to Horikita Suzune's habit of saving, she just used points to buy some cheap daily necessities, and then ate 4 meals in the student cafeteria with cheap points. So the remaining points on Horikita Suzune's student ID card are now 91,250. Sakura Airi is as frugal as Horikita Suzune. She doesn't buy beautiful clothes, and she doesn't buy cosmetics, but Sakura Airi's points are more than 20,000 less than Horikita Suzune. Because Sakura Airi invited Wuye to a dinner worth 13,000 points, and she ordered one herself, spending a total of more than 26,000 points. Wuye looked down at the students below who had changed expressions. He turned his head to Kushida Kikyo. Kushida-san, do you have the contact information of other seniors? Yes, I still have the contact information of the 2 seniors. Then contact them and ask. It is good. Kushida Kikyo continued to contact, but neither of the two seniors answered Kushida Kikyo's inquiry directly, and ended the call with her in a hurry. If it was a senior who was vague, it would not be very convincing. But the three seniors are so ambiguous that they are not sure that the school will give students 100,000 points every month. Then it is enough to prove that the conjecture proposed by Wuye is correct. Student Sikong, are we sure we won't get points next month? Kikyo Kushida looked at Wuye with watery eyes. I don't know, I'm not a senior. Wuye shrugged, and he said, but I don't think the school will give up points at all. Mr. Sikong, what do you mean? Hirata Yasuk asked hastily. Didn't Chibashira-sensei say that? Wuye pointed to Chibashira Sae, who was crossing his arms. This school measures students by their strengths, and the points represent the school's evaluation of our students. That is to say, the points we can get each month are linked to our strength, class points. Wuye's handsome face revealed a handsome smile that made Kushida Kikyo and the girls in a daze. As long as we perform well enough this month, the school will think highly of us. The school thinks highly of us, so we should still get 100,000 points next month, right? Standing up, Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye with piercing eyes, and she asked, Student Sikong, what does the school's evaluation of us refer to? Megumi Karuizawa spent a lot of points to buy clothes and cosmetics yesterday, so she really wants to know how to keep the point income for the next month. Wuye smiled, we are all students, and the school's good evaluation of students is nothing more than whether the students will obey the discipline, and whether the test results are good or not, things like that. So as long as we abide by the duty of the students, then the school's evaluation of us should be very good. There is no basis or evidence for what Wuye said, but the students in Class D all chose to believe it, so they all showed expressions of relief and joy. So that's how it is. Abiding by discipline, this is simple, and observing discipline is something that our students take for granted. Student Sikong, that means as long as we abide by the discipline, we will still get 100,000 points next month, right? Don't ask me, I'm a freshman just like you, not a senior, so I'm not sure. Wuye waved his hand, but we have to wait until the first of the next month to find out whether it is true or not. That's right. Well, the bad boy? Chibashira Sae looked at Wuye, who was full of presence on the podium with splendor. She didn't expect Wuye to use this method to remind the students in Class D to keep their class points. Since Wuye has already signed a contract with Class B, he cannot disclose the class points to others, and only students who graduated from Class A can enjoy the privileges of the school. But now, Wuye didn't mention any information related to class points. Wuye started with 100,000 points, making the students in Class D realize that the school will not give them a fixed 100,000 points every month, thereby inducing them to observe discipline. As long as all the students obey the discipline, all 1,000 class points will be reserved. If Class D can retain all 1,000 class points in the first month of enrollment, then the chances of Class D being promoted to Class A will be much higher. After all, the 4 classes of freshmen enrolled all have 1,000 class points. There is no difference, and they are all on the same starting line. Now Sae Chabashita is looking at Wuye, full of appreciation and excitement. This bad boy is really her treasure? Sakura Airi, who was sitting below, looked at Wuye behind the podium, and her eyes were full of joy and affection for her childhood sweetheart. Afterwards, Sakura Airi let out a faint sigh, because after what happened this morning, the girls in the class will miss her childhood sweetheart. The handsome Wuye was enough to attract the girls' attention, but now he is so dazzling. Hey, too good childhood sweetheart, really. Let her love and helpless. All I have to say has been said, so that's it. Wuye left the podium calmly and naturally under the eyes of all the students in Class D. Kushida Kikyo also walked down with Wuye. Sae Chabashita, who was at the side of the podium, smiled slightly, and she left the classroom contentedly, seeing everything in her eyes. Although the first class of the freshmen belongs to the homeroom teacher, there are still 20 minutes before the first class, so Chibashira Sae will not stay here forever. After Sae Chabashita, the homeroom teacher, left the classroom, Dan Karuizawa walked towards Wuye, who was by the window in the back row, in an instant. Not only Megumi Karuizawa, but even Kushida Kikyo 2.0 and a group of other girls surrounded Wuye in a hurry. Student Sikong, how did you find out that the school won't give us 100,000 points? Student Sikong, let's exchange contact information. Student Sikong, because the girls who squeezed over were too enthusiastic, Horikita Suzune, who was Wuye's desk mate, was pushed aside, and Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, who was sitting in front of Wuye. He gave way with a wink to make it easier for the girls to surround Wuye. Sakura Airi looked at Wuye, who was surrounded by the girls. Her face showed an expression of as expected. Although Xian Nianyan's childhood sweetheart was surrounded by girls, Sakura Airi was not jealous, because she had long been used to Wuye's excellence, and was used to where he went. Will be approached by girls. Damn it, I seem to be surrounded by girls like this. The boys looked enviously at Wuye surrounded by girls, especially Ike Kwanji. Chi Kwanzi has a strong desire for girls, even in his dreams, he longs to be surrounded by fragrant and soft girls. Damn it, if I have a chance to show off in the future, I will definitely be more popular than this guy, Chi Kwanzi muttered jealously. Horikita Suzune, who was pushed outside by the girls, had a delicate face, and she actually wanted to talk to Wuye. But what Horikita Suzune wanted to talk to Wuye was not about these girls. Sikong classmate, do you have a girlfriend? The meaningless topic of what color do you like? Horikita Suzune wants to know more about 100,000 points. At this time, Wuye, who was surrounded by the girls, twitched the corners of his mouth. The breath he breathed in his nose was the breath from these girls. How long has it been? Since Wuye's notoriety, no one would approach him so enthusiastically. Wuye is not used to it now. Since Wuye has experience of being surrounded by girls, even though he was surrounded by them, he didn't feel uncomfortable or nervous, and he could respond to the girls calmly and naturally. 20 minutes later, the class preparation bell rang, and the girls surrounding Wuye dispersed one after another and returned to their seats. And Wuye's school mobile phone has the contact information of 13 girls. The girls who came together exchanged contact information with Wuye and added line friends to each other. But quite unexpectedly, the students who asked Wuye to add their contact information were not all girls, but also that Yasuk Hirata. Hirata Yasuk is different from other boys. He is not envious of Wuye who is surrounded by girls, and he also exchanged contact information with Wuye very enthusiastically. Maybe Hirata Yasuk has a big heart. He is not as jealous of others as other boys. After the group of troublesome girls left, Horikita Suzune, exuding a cold aura, straightened her crooked desk and sat down. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka also returned to his seat. He said to Wuye behind him, "I really envy you. You are so popular with everyone. Are you really envious of me?" Wuye raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Certainly. But your plain expression tells me that you don't envy me. It's because I'm actually facial paralyzed, so I don't have much expression," Ayanakaji Kiyotaka explained seriously. Although Wuye didn't believe it, but Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said so let's just believe him. "Sikong, how does it feel to be surrounded by so many girls?" Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was not really curious about gossip. He was born in the White Room. He just wanted to know what it was like to be surrounded by so many girls. Because Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, lacks emotion, lacks common sense, and is learning how to be a normal high school student. So Ayanakaji asked Wuye how it felt to be surrounded by girls. "Although it's a bit rude, I feel like I'm surrounded by a group of ducks, which is very noisy," Wuye complained. "It's really rude of you to think so." Horikita Suzune, who was sitting beside her, curled her lips. She also felt that the group of girls just now were like a group of noisy ducks, quacking and calling, which was really too noisy. Just because of Wuye's words, Horikita Suzuki's bad mood of being pushed aside by the girls improved a lot. "Is this the opinion you mentioned earlier, Sikong?" Wuye looked sideways at Horikita Suzune who was looking at her with a pair of pretty fox eyes. Horikita Suzune explained, "When I was at the mall yesterday, you mentioned to me your opinion about 100,000 points. What you just said above is the opinion you wanted to tell me yesterday." "Yes." Wuye nodded. Yesterday, Wuye and Horikita Suzune ran into each other in the free goods area of a large shopping mall, and then mentioned the idea of 100,000 points. At that time, Wuye did not explain in detail to Horikita Suzune, and said to leave it until tomorrow morning. Horikita Suzune silently stared at her table-mate with a handsome face and a lazy expression. Although she also felt something was wrong from the 100,000 points, she just felt something was wrong and did not go further to verify it. Obviously, after asking a few questions from seniors, you can confirm whether there is any abnormality in the 100,000 points. But Horikita Suzune didn't go, and her deskmate Sikong Wuye not only figured out the anomaly of 100,000 points, but also seemed to earn a lot of points from the second-year vice president. When Horikita Suzune was having dinner in the student cafeteria last night, she happened to overhear the conversation of two second-year students sitting at the table behind. They were talking in astonishment. Sikong Wuye, a student of Class D in the first year, and the vice president of the second grade, Nan, played a double basketball duel. Horikita Suzune wasn't the kind of cold personality who would eavesdrop on other people's conversations, but the word Sikong Wuye, a first-year Class D student, aroused her rare curiosity. Just a little curiosity. After all, Sikong Wuye is in her class. Afterwards, Horikita Suzune stopped eating and listened intently to the conversation of the two second-year seniors behind. Those two seniors were also hearsay, so they didn't know much about the situation. They only knew that the vice chairman, Nan, got a zero seal from Sikong Wuye and twisted his ankle. After hearing the rumors about Sikong Wuye, Horikita Suzune continued to eat dinner in silence. When having dinner last night, Horikita Suzune was a little puzzled why Wuye had a conflict with the vice president. But after knowing that there might not be 100,000 points coming in next month, Horikita Suzune can understand. Sikong Wuye probably wants to earn points, right? Now Horikita Suzune has to admire the courage of her deskmate, who dared to bet against the second-year senior, and the points of the bet were as high as 1.15 million. Sikong, do you have any idea about the fact that the seniors are vaguely covering up the 100,000 points? Horikita Suzune asked Wuye. I don't know, Horikita, what do you think? Wuye replied casually. In fact, he knew a lot of inside information, but he couldn't tell Horikita Suzune. I think it's incredible. Horikita Suzune narrowed her pretty fox eyes slightly. Neither Chabashita-sensei nor the three seniors kept silent. So I think the school should be restraining them. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with a bit of surprise. His deskmate seemed to be quite smart, and he realized that all of this was because the school was secretly restraining everyone. Coincidentally, I also recruited a daughter-in-law in the same way. Horikita Suzune stared at Wuye with cold eyes. This guy just said he didn't know? The teacher would follow the school's instructions and conceal the fact of the 100,000 points. I can understand, but the students should not follow the school's instructions. Horikita Suzune said in a low voice. Horikita Suzune can understand Chabashira Sae's ambiguity. After all, she is the teacher of this school and must obey the school's arrangements and instructions. And although the students will obey the arrangement of the school, it is impossible to obey them completely, unless, where is the school strongly restraining everyone, that's why everyone never mentions the 100,000 points. Horikita Suzune expressed her guess. It should be dropping out of school. Wuye said casually. How could it be possible to drop out of school? This is too exaggerated, it's impossible. Horikita Suzune shook her head, expressing her disagreement with Wuye's guess. Wuye smiled without saying a word. Nothing is impossible in this school. Moreover, Sae Chabashita mentioned the word dropping out to Wuye several times. Since Horikita Suzune's impression of this school was still that of a normal and ordinary school, she didn't think that the school would use unreasonable things like dropping out to restrain the students. At this moment, Chabashira Sae stepped into the classroom dignifiedly, and Wuye and Horikita Suzune ended their conversation at the same time, because the first class is about to officially start. At the same time, it also means that the school's class point assessment for first-year freshmen will begin. Standing proudly on the podium, Sae Chabashita is full of confidence, because after being reminded by the bad boy Sikong Wuye, she believes that the students in Class D will definitely abide by discipline and will keep all 1,000 class points. However, the truth is cruel. The discipline in the class is completely different from Chabashira Sae's imagination and expectations. Since today is the first day of class for the freshmen, according to the school's regulations, the teachers only explained the learning policy and other explanations today, and then let the students learn by themselves. According to the school's regulations, Sae Chabashita talked about the future learning policy, and then let the students in Class D study by themselves. In the first 10 minutes of class, the classroom discipline was not bad, and no students violated the discipline. But with the passage of time, the situation that Sae Chabashita was satisfied with gradually changed. The students who didn't pay attention to familiarizing themselves with the textbooks secretly took out their mobile phones and began to browse the web and comics. Especially Hideo Satsumura, Kanji Ike, Haruki Yamauchi, Takara Shudo, and Rokusuk Kojinji. Because of staying up late last night playing games, Hideo Satsumura, Kanji Ike, Haruki Yamauchi, and Takara Shudo lay down on their desks and fell asleep. And Yuanji Lyasuk played with his mobile phone openly. Gao Yuanji Lyasuk entered the classroom after Wuye's narration was over. He didn't hear what Wuye said, so he didn't have the idea of observing discipline at all. Wrong? Even if Gao Yuanji's sixth assistant listened to Wuye's story from beginning to end, he probably wouldn't abide by the discipline. Because Lyasuk of Jyuan Temple is a bad character who goes his own way. Many students frowned when they saw Gao Yuanji Lyasuk take out his mobile phone to play with. A small number of people also thought, why don't I play with my mobile phone? Anyway, teacher Cha Wang doesn't care about it. Gao Yuanji Lyasuk was playing with his mobile phone, but Chabashira Sae sitting on the podium did not respond, so some students' minds became wild. Doesn't Chabashira Sae care? No. She can't control it. Because not reminding students to observe discipline is also one of the school's regulations for teachers. So, even if the students grow up below, the teacher has to pretend not to see and continue the class. Chabashira Sae, who was sitting on the podium, was numb. Because of her height, she could see the situation of the students in the whole class. Play cell phone. Sleep well. Pass notes to others. What are you all doing? What's going on? Except for Kojinji Lyasuk, other students should have heard what Sikong said. Why didn't they follow the discipline? Chabashira Sae thought with a headache. So disappointed I knock. Chabashira Sae's hope gradually tilted towards despair. Because Wuye's 310 words clearly and intuitively told everyone that if you want points, you must obey the discipline, but some students don't seem to take it to heart, and they still violate classroom discipline. Chabashira Sae was numb. She finally saw the hope of Class D being promoted to Class A from Wuye, but some students in Class D were holding back. If the students were not reminded by Wuye, Chabashira Sae could accept their violation of discipline. But they were all reminded by Wuye. Suziyu, who was sitting on the podium, put her hands on her forehead, and she murmured, Sikong might as well not be in Class D. If Sikong Wuye, who is so good as a monstrosity, is not in Class D, Chazu Sae, there will be no hope of Class D being promoted to Class A. If he hadn't seen such hope, then Sae Chabashira wouldn't be as he is now, with intense despair. Wuye, who was flipping through the textbook, looked up, and he glanced at Chi Kwanzi, who was sleeping on the desk not far in front of him. To be honest, is this guy's snoring sound a bit loud? After Wuye glanced at Chi Kwanzi, he looked at Chazu Sae on the podium. This mature and beautiful class teacher has a numb expression on her face, as if her inner hope was smashed by others, and then stepped on several times. Now Wuye looked at Chazu Sae with a little pity in Shenju's eyes. Because of yesterday's heart-to-heart talk, Wuye knew that Chabashira Sae had an unparalleled dedication to promoting Class D to Class A, and now the situation of some students in Class D must make her feel disappointed. Not only disappointment, but despair. The numb Chazu Sae seemed to notice Wuye's gaze, and she looked at Wuye. Wuye's pitiful eyes made Chazo Sae twitch her lips, as if she was being pitied by this bad boy. Humph. She doesn't need this bad boy to pity her. Wuye's sympathetic eyes made Sae Chabashita feel like he understands my suffering. For this reason, Sae Chabashita felt a little warm in his heart, and no longer had a numb expression. Cheering up, Sae Chabashita slightly raised her pointed chin towards the bad boy as a way of saying hello to him, then Sae Chabashita lowered her head and thought to herself. The future of class, and the success rate of Class D being promoted to Class A. Before, when Wuye was beating around the bush to get the students in Class D to observe discipline and maintain class points, Sae Chabashita felt that the probability of Class D being promoted to Class A was as high as 70%. Superior. Now Chazo Sae has seen the class situation of the students in Class D. She thinks the success rate of Class D being promoted to Class A is 10%, which is considered an overestimate. After Wuye finished staring at Chazo Sae, he glanced at the students in the classroom. Since his seat is in the back row by the window, Wuye in this position can almost see the situation of the students in the whole class. Seeing that there were almost a dozen students who did not obey the discipline, Wuye slightly raised his eyebrows, and now he felt more and more that his action of earning points yesterday was extremely correct. Those guys who violate the discipline will definitely have their class points deducted, right? Therefore, my own personal points really cannot be relied on by others, Class D students. The time for the first class passed in this way, and when the bell rang, Sae Chabashita directly took her handouts, said get out of class is over, and left the Class D classroom, which made her feel desperate. The moment Chabashita Sae stepped out of the classroom door, a person sat up instantly, and he shouted angrily to his desk mate. Ichinose, what? The voice full of anger and dissatisfaction instantly attracted Wuye's attention, and Ichinose, who was sleeping on his stomach, was also woken up by the voice. Sleepy-eyed Ichinose stared blankly at his desk mate with an angry expression on his face. Yukimura, you called me? What are you doing? You're sleepy. Yukimura Terahiko, who has excellent academic performance, said loudly, what the hell are you doing? You are sleeping in class, isn't this a violation of discipline? If it's just sleeping in class, Yukimura Terahiko doesn't bother to take care of it. But Ichinose, who was sleeping in class, is snoring? Since Yukimura Terahiko and Ichinose are at the same table, his snoring has seriously affected Yukimura Terahiko's study and concentration. How can he not be angry and dissatisfied? What's wrong with violating discipline? It's none of your business. Ichinose retorted dissatisfiedly, even if I violate discipline, it will only affect my personal points for the next month, and it has nothing to do with you. And Ichinose words made many students nod subconsciously, and they felt that what Ichinose said made sense. However, Wuye pouted. But in fact, it's not. Ichinose felt that his violation of discipline only affected his personal points for the next month. But in fact, if a student violates discipline, what is deducted is the class point of the class. The individual points of the students in the class are obtained by multiplying the class points by 100. Therefore, students who violate discipline will not be deducted their own personal points, but the class points of the whole class. But except for Wuye, the students in Class D didn't know about this situation, so they didn't take Ichinose and his students' violation of discipline to heart. Since Wuye signed a contract with Class B, he cannot mention the class points. Even if Wuye could mention the class points, he would not bother to mention the class points to the students of Class D. Because Wuye is not a nice person, nor is he the nanny of the students in Class D, so why does he remind them to take care of them everywhere? If it wasn't for Chabashita Sae's kindness, and Wuye's desire to get some personal points from the school every month, he wouldn't even stand on the podium, obliquely reminding the students of Class D to abide by discipline. Because Yukimura Terahiko also felt that Ichinose violated the discipline and only affected his own personal points, so he was also speechless for a while. No, you snored while sleeping, it's already seriously disturbing me to study. It's really long-winded, Yukimura. Ichinose became annoyed. Okay, stop arguing, you two, everyone is watching you. The good old Yasuke Hirata hurriedly persuaded the little angel Kushida Kikyo in everyone's eyes to follow suit. Under the persuasion of Hirata Yasuke and Kushida Kikyo, the quarrel between Yukimura Terahiko and Ichinose ended, but judging from the way they stared at each other, they already felt dissatisfied with each other. After ending the quarrel between Yukimura Terahiko and Ichinose, the little angel Kushida Kikyo came to Wuye's side. Student Sikong. Wuye glanced at Kikyo Kushida, who was smiling brightly and cheerfully. Kushida-san, do you have something to do with me? There's nothing wrong with it, I just think Sikong, you are so amazing, you can find out that everyone doesn't have 100,000 points every month. Yeah, I also think Sikong is amazing. Megumi Karuizawa, who has beautiful honey-colored hair, also came over. Wuye's tablemate Horikita Suzune's face darkened. Will all the girls surround her again later, and then push her out again? Facing the compliments from the two beautiful girls, Wuye showed a polite smile. I am suspicious, so I noticed something was wrong with the points. Ahaha, no one would say that I'm suspicious, Sikong, you should say that you have a cautious personality. The smiling Kushida Kikyo looked at Horikita Suzune. And Horikita Suzune seemed to realize the danger. She stood up directly, and then left the classroom. She didn't have a chance to talk to Kushida Kikyo at all. After realizing that Horikita Suzune had left, Kushida Kikyo turned her head back, and Wuye found that her smile was a little stiff. Was she shocked by Horikita Suzune's reaction? The quarrel between those two just now really scared me. They were sitting right in front of me. Karuizawa Megumi complained softly to Wuye and Kushida Kikyo. Since Karuizawa Megumi was sitting behind Yukimura Terahiko, the quarrel between him and Ichinose just now aroused the bullying that Karuizawa Megumi was afraid of, so she could hide in an instant. Then change the seat. Wuye said casually. Hey, Mr. Sikong, you mean to let me sit by your side? Megumi Karuizawa asked in surprise. No, I mean I want Ichinose to sit in another place. After all, he and Yukimura had conflicts. If they are still at the same table, conflicts will still occur in the future. Wuye waved his hands and said. Kushida Kikyo pointed her cheek with a light white finger, but changing seats should not work. Will the teacher allow it? Chi-san won't be willing either. I don't think the teacher will care. As for Ichinose, he should not be able to move to the front seat far away from the teacher. After all, Ichinose is a poor student who hates studying, and this kind of students don't like to sit under the teacher's nose the most. Then I'll ask. Kushida Kikyo really went to look for Ichinose. After hearing the suggestion of changing seats, Ichinose accepted it instantly. He planned to move to sit next to his good friend Haruki Yamauchi. Under the smiling face of the little angel Kushida Kikyo, Haruki Yamauchi's deskmate accepted Ichinose seat change. Terahiko Yukimura is thanking Kushida Kikyo, because he is so devoted to studying this that he hates the type of deskmate like Koji Ike. Karuizawa Megumi looked away from Kushida Kikyo. She patted Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's desk, and said imposingly, Student, let's change seats too. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka let out an ah, and then he nodded readily. Fine. It is also good to change seats with Megumi Karuizawa, because Sikong Wuye's eyes will always give Ayanakaji Kiyotaka a weird feeling of being seen through. Hey, then student Sikong, we will be the front and rear seats from now on. Please give me your advice. Megumi Karuizawa with a dazzling smile stretched out her white and tender palm to Wuye. Please give me more advice. Wuye gently shook Karuizawa's palm. It's a bit softer than Kushida Kikyo's palm. When Karuizawa Megumi and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka changed seats, Wuye took out the school phone and sent a line message to Sakura Airi who had been watching this side. Airi, I seem to be being targeted by a girl with malicious intentions now. Isn't this a matter of course? After all, Wuye, you are so good. There was no trace of jealousy in Sakura Airi's response. Wuye immediately became helpless. Other people's girlfriends would be sourly jealous when they saw their boyfriend chatting with girls. And Sakura Airi didn't mean to be jealous at all. Didn't Sakura Airi see her as his girlfriend? Impossible. Wuye has already touched Sakura Airi all over her body. She should have regarded herself as his girlfriend long ago. While chatting with Sakura Airi on the phone, Karuizawa Megumi moved to the seat in front of Wuye. This situation of her changing seats seemed to be following the girls in the class to express the meaning that she had taken a fancy to Wuye, the main space. Many girls who have different thoughts about Wuye are dissatisfied with Karuizawa Megumi, but they are a little afraid of Karuizawa Megumi who is dressed as a hot girl, so they dare not say anything. At this time, the bell for the second class rang. However, the classroom discipline in the second class was much worse than the first class. The number of people who do not concentrate in class and engage in small movements has increased. There are 3 reasons. First, because the teacher of the second class is not the class teacher Sae Chabashita, everyone is not so afraid. Second, this teacher, like Sae Chabashita, only explained the learning policy of the course, and then asked everyone to study by themselves, and then the teacher left directly. Third, because what Sikong Wuye said each month's individual points are based on the performance of the students is just his guess. Even though the responses of the 3 seniors were ambiguous, they did not directly indicate that observing discipline is related to 100,000 points. Therefore, some students don't take discipline into their hearts at all, and they can do whatever they want in class. At the same time, the words of Ichinose and Yukimura Terahiko's quarrel made them feel at ease, because they feel that if they do not abide by discipline, it will only affect their own personal points, and will not affect other people's personal points next month. In this way, this kind of situation where they are only responsible for themselves allows them to ignore the disgusting eyes of other students and violate classroom discipline with peace of mind. Wuye looked at the podium where the teacher had already left, and then at Kanji Ike, Shido Takura, and others sleeping on their stomachs. Wuye murmured, how about I mess it up too? Anyway, Wuye has quite a lot of personal points, and he doesn't care if his class points are all deducted. At this moment, Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting in front of Wuye, sent a piece of paper to his desk. Good guy, it's a pass note. Girl, you are corrupting my firm will. How can you test the cotters like this, the good students? Dumbfounded, Wuye didn't pick it up to read it. He pressed the note down with a textbook, and Karuizawa Megumi waited expectantly for Wuye's reply. Wait. Hey. Get out of class is almost over. Why didn't he send her a note back? Karuizawa Megumi, who stumped her feet secretly, couldn't help turning around. She opened those smart eyes, and looked at Wuye sitting behind with resentment. Student Sikong. Wuye rolled her eyes at Karuizawa Megumi, who was full of resentment. Why did this girl have such an expression, as if he was a heartbreaker who had failed her? It's class, observe the discipline. Oh. Karuizawa Megumi turned around sullenly. The boy she had a crush on, the long. He is handsome, imposing, and has a good figure. At the same time, he seems, Wang's, to be a good student who abides by discipline. As far as Sikong Wuye is concerned, he can be regarded as a good student. Except for people like bad gangsters, he has a good temper with everyone and is easy to communicate with. At the same time, because Wuye's grades are too good, the teachers like him very much. After the bell rang for the second class, Megumi Karuizawa turned around immediately, and she looked at Wuye with round eyes. Mr. Sikong, where is the note I gave you? Here it is. Wuye picked up his textbook, and picked up the note that was pressed underneath. Then what about your answer? Megumi Karuizawa's cheeks flushed a little, and the girl's shyness made her eyes tinge with a pretty look. What answer? You didn't read the note. I didn't read it. 11 Megumi Karuizawa felt that she was expecting and shy in vain. Because Sikong Wuye hadn't read what was written on her note. Megumi Karuizawa's cheeks turned even redder. Well, it was the bunch of Wuye ped off. Before, because of the girl's anticipation and shyness, Megumi Karuizawa's face was stained with a blush. Now, because of her anger, the blush on Karuizawa Megumi's cheeks became even stronger. Wuye waved the note between his fingers. Then should I read it now? Forget it. Karuizawa angrily took the unread note from between Wuye's fingers. She put the note in her pocket, and then walked towards the small group of girls. Being bullied once made Megumi Karuizawa feel that she needs support and friends, so after stepping into this school, Megumi Karuizawa decided to make friends. At the beginning of school, making friends is the most important thing, so there is no rush to find a boyfriend, and make female friends first. After the second class, the fat otaku Hideo Soimura and the bad boy Pseudo Takero moved their desks to the side of Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki. Their seats are located in the lower left corner of the classroom. This is a good place to avoid the teacher's eyes. It is a good place for displaying and sleeping. Other students are naturally happy to hear and have no opinion. They are happy to see these undisciplined heterogeneous get together, save them sleep in class, and affect their study. Something is wrong, Sikong. What? Wuye, who was chatting with Sakura Airi on the line, looked puzzled at Horikita Suzune, who suddenly mentioned herself. Something's wrong. The attitude of the teachers in class is too wrong. Horikita Suzune said slowly, whether it's Chibashira-sensei or Narita-sensei who was in class just now, their attitude towards us is too loose. Isn't this normal? Wuye replied casually. Normal? Where is it normal? We are no longer elementary school students or middle school students who need teachers to remind us to observe discipline, so teachers will not remind us to observe discipline. So in my opinion, the attitude of the teachers is quite normal. Although Horikita Suzune felt that Wuye's answer was indeed reasonable, after all, everyone is not a child anymore, and the teacher doesn't care too much. If you want to learn, you can learn, and if you don't want to learn, it's fine, as long as it doesn't affect other students. Horikita Suzune's fox eyes glanced at Ichinose group who were chatting wantonly. These guys have completely recovered after sleeping for 2 classes. Because he was too energetic, Ichinose voice was a bit loud, and he didn't need to concentrate on listening to Horikita Suzune to hear him telling Pseudo-ken and the others whether they should go back to the student dormitory to play games. Anyway, this school is very relaxed, so it doesn't matter if you go back to the dormitory. I'll forget it. I only have more than 10,000 points left. I have to study hard and try to get a little more points next month. Fat otaku Hideo Satsumura said, shaking his head. Speaking of which, I have spent a lot of points, but to be honest, I can't do things like go to class. Why don't you lend me points to live, and I will lend you the game console. Beautiful thinking, Yamauchi. Fortunately, Chazu Sae didn't hear the conversation of these people, otherwise I don't know if 927 would be completely desperate. The 3rd and 4th classes are over, and now it's lunch break. The students in Class D leave their seats, walk with acquaintances, and walk towards the student restaurant or convenience store together. Due to Sakura Airi's shyness, she didn't make an appointment with Wuye to have lunch together. At the same time, Sakura Airi also told Wuye that she would go to the single-family apartment to clean up during her lunch break. So after the lunch break, Sakura Airi winked goodbye to Wuye, and then she hurriedly left the classroom and headed for the single-family apartment. As for Sakura Airi's lunch, she planned to buy some bread at the convenience store. Because Wuye is handsome and shows his sense of presence, he was invited by many girls to have dinner together. But Wuye rejected them one by one, and among the rejected girls was Megumi Karuizawa, a very cute girl. After being rejected, Karuizawa Megumi's resentful gaze made Wuye feel helpless. Couldn't she find another boy to pretend to be her boyfriend? She had to find him. However, Megumi Karuizawa is serious now. She doesn't want Wuye pretending to be her boyfriend anymore. She wants him to be her real boyfriend. Wuye went to the student cafeteria alone, and while walking on the road, he received a line message from Sae Chabashita. Sikong, after you finish your lunch, come to the teacher's office. I'll wait for you here. Wuye looked at the message from Chibashira Sae in surprise. Teacher Chibashira, what do you need from me? Yes, let's talk about it when we meet. Okay. Although Wuye knew that Chazu Sae, the head teacher, was waiting for him in the teacher's office, he didn't rush to settle his lunch, but still walked slowly to the student cafeteria. Wuye ordered a tempura set meal worth 2,000 points in the student cafeteria, and then he sat down at an empty 4-person table with a tray. With a click, Wuye took a bite of fried shrimp tempura. The batter was burnt and crispy, and the fresh shrimp was refreshing and sweet. Even Wuye, who is picky about cooking, was slightly satisfied. When Wuye was eating lunch with satisfaction, a figure came to his side, and then a familiar, bobbed, melodious voice entered Wuye's ears. Student Sikong, shall I sit down here? Wuye stopped chewing food for a moment, and he looked sideways at Ichinose Hoonami who was holding a tray beside him. Wuye's handsome face showed a little helplessness. Ichinose-san, there are empty tables everywhere right now, so you don't need to share the table with me, do you? Because I have something to talk to Sikong, so will you allow me to sit down? Ichinose Hoonami with golden pink hair showed a bright smile to Wuye. Allowed, you can sit down if you want. Wuye said helplessly. Ichinose Hoonami is also a top-notch beautiful girl. If she sits beside her, the lunch will be delicious. This is the so-called beautiful and delicious, right? Shiraba Chihiro, who was walking with Ichinose Hoonami, saw her and sat down in the empty seat opposite Wuye, and she sat down next to Ichinose Hoonami with a timid face. Very scary? I really want to stay away from this bad guy? Wuye glanced at the trembling Babo King-sun. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Why is this girl like a rabbit that has encountered a natural enemy? She trembled so obviously. Seemingly aware of Wuye's gaze, Babo King-sun's trembling became more obvious, which really made people worry about whether she could hold the chopsticks steadily. Thanks to the cunning and kind student Sikong. Wuye looked away from Chihiro Shiraba. He looked at Hoonami Ichinose with a bright smile on his face, and said in surprise, cunning, let me admit it, but what is the evaluation of being kind? You planned to return us more than 700,000 points, and this morning you reminded everyone in Class D to observe discipline, and then keep the class points. These two things prove that you are a good person, Sikong. Ichinose H with a bright smile Bo replied. Wuye, who was sent a good friend card by Ichinose Hoonami, frowned slightly. Ichinose, do you know what happened in our classroom this morning? I didn't see it with my own eyes, I just heard it. Ichinose Hoonami showed a slightly embarrassed look on his face, because a student in our class happened to pass by Class D this morning, and accidentally overheard the reminder from you and everyone in Class D. Is that so? Wuye nodded. The reminder this morning was heard by the students of Class B? Then Wuye's reaction was, no reaction. Wuye didn't think that the reminder this morning would not be passed on, so he was already mentally prepared to be listened to by other classes and students. Bad guy, he said he would not reveal the information, and he took a lot of points from us. Babo King-sun complained timidly in a low voice. She thought her complaints would not be heard by Wuye, but unfortunately, Wuye's hearing is quite sharp of. Wuye took out his on-campus mobile phone, clicked on the contract signed with Class B before, and then pushed the on-campus mobile phone to the two beautiful girls sitting opposite. I didn't violate the contract, I just reminded everyone in Class D to observe discipline. And reminding everyone in Class D to observe discipline is not part of the contract signed with Class B. We know, so you don't have to wake us up, Sikong. Still smiling brightly, Jusai Sito pushed back Wuye's school phone. It is because we know that Sikong did not violate the contract, so we have a deeper understanding of Sikong's cunning, and our class's teacher Hoshinomiya also said that Sikong, you are a cunning fox. Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth. Speaking of foxes, he immediately thought of his desk mate. Horikita Suzune is like a snow fox. On the contrary, we can understand your reminder this morning, Mr. Sikong. After all, you also want to be promoted to Class A, don't you? So we can completely understand. Ichinose Hoonami said seriously. Long live understanding. In fact, Wuye's desire to be promoted to Class A is not strong. But if Wuye tells Ichinose Hoonami that she has no intention of being promoted to Class A, then she will definitely ask. It would be a waste of time and experience to explain to Ichinose Hoonami. So, sister, you have a big heart, you can do whatever you say? After perfunctory Ichinose Hoonami, Wuye looked at Shiraba Chihiro who was still muttering something in a low voice, raised his eyebrows and said, your name is Shiraba, right? Babo King-sun shuddered violently, and she responded timidly with a yes. Your cooking doesn't look wrong, let me try it. Please use. With tears in his eyes, Shirakawa Chihiro tremblingly pushed the lunch he bought towards Wuye. Pfft, ha 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 ha, she's so timid. Wuye couldn't help laughing. Ichinose Hoonami rolled his eyes at the smiling Wuye, and then she pulled back the cooking tray that Shiraba Chihiro pushed over. Student Sikong, stop bullying Babo, hurry up and sit somewhere else with your tray. Ichinose. Chihiro Shirami looked at Ichinose Hoonami with tears in his eyes. As expected of Ichinose-san, she is simply an angel, who has the guts to confront this hateful demon? Babo King-sun glanced at Wuye timidly, and Wuye raised his eyebrows with a restrained smile. Look at what I'm doing. If you don't want to be bullied by me, hurry up and go with your lunch. Alas, shocked, Chihiro Shirami hurriedly carried the tray, and Toko left the table where Wuye and Hoonami Ichinose were sitting in a panic. Ichinose Hoonami looked away from Shiraba Chihiro. She looked at the smiling Wuye, and said angrily, Shiraba is very timid, Sikong, can you stop scaring her? Who made her keep muttering about me being a bad guy and being broken just now? Since she thinks I'm a bad guy, of course I have to do something that fits the status of a bad guy. Wuye replied with a smile. Ichinose Hoonami doesn't think Sikong Wuye is a bad guy, she just thinks that he is a little bad-hearted. After scaring off the timid Chihiro Shirami, the atmosphere between Wuye and Hoonami Ichinose became much more relaxed, and the conversation became more casual. After all, whether it's Wuye or Ichinose Hoonami, when they talk, they have to take Shiraba Rangzi into consideration. Ichinose Hoonami licked her lips with her tender tongue to lick off the remaining sauce, and then she asked Wuye curiously, "Student Sikong, what are your plans next?" "What plan? You should be an amazing person, and you should have better plans for your future, such as joining clubs and student unions to experience yourself." Ichinose Hoonami replied, "Aren't you right? What misunderstanding did I have? I am just an ordinary person, and I have no intention of joining clubs or student unions to practice." Ordinary people. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye strangely, and she said, "We know that you, Sikong, earned more than 700,000 points from our Class B, and then you beat up Class C. Classmate Long Yuanxiang made a meal and earned 750,000 points from him." Wuye wasn't very surprised either. After all, the school building is only that big for 1 year. The windows of Class C's classroom were smashed, and the students were beaten to the point of injury. It's a big event, so it will spread. It's also normal. In addition, Wuye had cheated the students of Class B before. They were very impressed with him, so they should specially inquire about things related to him. "Since Ichi knows, you know that I will beat people, and you still talk to me, you are not afraid that I will beat you?" Wuye raised his eyebrows and looked at the beautiful girl with golden pink hair opposite. "I'm not afraid, because Long Yuanxiang is not using violence against everyone in Class C, so Sikong, are you acting bravely?" "What happened?" Hearing Ichinose Hoonami's words, Wuye also felt that he was acting bravely. It wasn't because he hated bad gangsters, so he took the opportunity to teach Long Yuanxiang a bad gangster, and cheated him of more than 700,000 points by the way. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye who was in a strange contemplation, and she said with a bright smile, "Student Sikong, you are courageous and resourceful, and you are not an ordinary person at all, so you have joined the student union." "Plan? What?" "I plan to join the student union, so Sikong, do you want to join me?" "I'll just forget about it." Wuye shook his head. His refusal made Ichinose Hoonami feel regretful. If Sikong joined the student union with her, they would. The two are together. After all, the student council is full of seniors. "Ichinose, I wish you success in joining the student council." "Well, I will accept your good words." Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami were chatting while eating lunch. Before Wuye left the student cafeteria, Ichinose Hoonami also exchanged contact information with him and added a line friend. Wuye, who bid farewell to Ichinose Hoonami, began to walk towards the teacher's office. Since school has officially started now, there are quite a lot of teachers in the teacher's office. Wuye took his gaze back from looking around the teacher's office, and he knocked lightly on the open door of the office. The knock on the door made the teacher in the office raise his head. Chazu Sae stood up immediately after seeing Wuye's figure. "Sikong is here." "Oh." Under the leadership of Sae Chabashita, Wuye entered the relatively small counseling room. Although the space in the counseling room is small, there are no other teachers, and Sae Chabashita can talk to Wuye with confidence. "Sit down." Sae Chabashita stretched out her pale jade finger, pointing to the stool placed in the counseling room. Wuye, who sat down on the stool, rested his chin, looked at the mature and beautiful teacher Chabashita Sae, and said lazily, "The afternoon class is about to start, so please hurry up if you want to say something to me, Chabashita-sensei." "This morning, how is the discipline in the class?" Chayuzuoji asked straight to the point. Wuye's expression paused slightly. "Teacher Chazu, please wait a moment, let me come up with words." "Why do you need to come up with words for Sikong?" "Because I was thinking what should I say so as not to shock you, Chabashita-sensei." Wuye replied with a smile. Sae Chabashita gave Wuye an annoyed look, and she rubbed the center of her brow. "Sikong, what do you mean? Their discipline is bad enough to blow me a big blow, it's this do you mean?" "Yes." Wuye replied straightforwardly. Chabashita Sae fell silent completely, and she said with a wry smile, "Sikong, do you know that the reminder you gave to the students of Class D this morning has already spread to other classes?" "Yes." Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye. Why did this bad boy still have that casual and calm expression? Originally, Wuye was already mentally prepared for the news to spread out, and Ichinose Hoonami had mentioned it to him just now, so Wuye's expression would not change. "Teacher Chabashita, are you here to inquire specifically?" Chabashita Sae shook her head, and she explained, "No, it's Hui who is complaining to me. Your reminder to everyone in Class D, I don't know why it spread to Class B, but Hui is not the head teacher of Class B. She also knows your reminder to everyone. Afterwards, Hui came to me and complained, saying that you reminded the students in Class D to observe discipline, which has violated the contract signed with Class B. But Sikong, don't worry, your reminder didn't violate the contract at all." After talking to Wuye, Sae Chabashita showed a melancholy look on her pretty face. Now the students in other classes have heard that the personal points used next are related to discipline. It's troublesome. "So what if you know?" Wuye said casually. "They shouldn't be like me. They should just announce it to everyone, so most of the students in other classes don't know about personal points and discipline." Chazu Sae nodded her head lightly, and she didn't hear the rumors that other students in other classes followed Wuye. Although Wuye's reminder to the students of Class D has been spread, not many students know about it. In addition, it is a rumor, the credibility is not high, so the students who heard this kind of rumor did not pay too much attention. "Okay, I'm mentally prepared now. Sikong, please tell me about the situation in class." Sae Chazura said to Wuye. "Fine. Although Sae Chabashita was already mentally prepared, she fell silent after listening to Wuye's story. Big hit? But also because of the psychological preparation, Chazu's skills recovered quickly due to the blow. The students in Class D obviously didn't take my reminder seriously, so Mr. Chabashita, what are you going to do? Wuye asked. What can I do? The school stipulates that freshmen must not be reminded or interfered in the first month of enrollment, so I can only stand by and watch, but Sikong is different. Facing Chazu Sae's staring eyes, Wuye waved his hands angrily. I'm not a nanny, so I don't bother to take care of them. Besides, because of my showing off in class this morning, the boys in the class are already jealous, and they won't obey my management. But girls will follow your advice. Sae Chabashita licked her lips towards Wuye. She saw Wuye on the podium this morning. She was so energetic, even an adult she was a little bit tempted, so let alone those girls in Class D who are just beginning to love. So what? Wuye rolled his eyes. It's not girls who violate discipline, almost all boys. Yes? The girls in Class D don't need Wuye to remind them to obey the discipline, they will obey the discipline themselves. Well, except for Karuizawa Megumi who passed the note to Wuye. Chabashita Sae stared straight at the handsome young man sitting across from her, and she said, Sikong, are you really not going to make a move to change those students in the class who don't value discipline? Of course. Wuye responded to Chabashita Sae with a hearty tone. Wuye's tone made Chabashita Sae's teeth itch. It was agreed yesterday that we will lead Class D to Class A together. You boy want to go back on your word now. What is repentance? Wuye showed a helpless and innocent expression. I probably didn't promise you teacher before. I just said. Let's take a look at the situation of the students in Class D, right? Chazu Sae is silent. This bad boy is right. He did not directly promise her to lead Class D to Class A yesterday. Wuye looked at the mature head teacher who was silent, and he said in a slow tone, some students in Class D, even if someone reminded them, they didn't take it seriously. It's like mud that can't support the wall. Teacher, you want me to help them? Don't be kidding. Sae Chabashita took a deep breath. Her plump heart under the lady's suit fluctuated slightly, and she said, Sikong, you should be very clear that if you ignore them, a lot of class points will be deducted. You use each personal points will also be affected. Is that all right? It doesn't matter. Wuye replied without hesitation, as a person, I never like to pin my hopes on others, and the same is true for my personal points, otherwise I would not work hard on the first day of school. Work hard to earn points. Chabashita Sae fell silent again. Although each student's personal points are linked to class points, every student will involuntarily keep class points because they want to get more personal points. But Sikong Wuye is an outlier? Wuye has an indifferent attitude towards class points, because the way he obtains points is not class points, but contract gambling with others. Judging from Wuye's exaggerated points yesterday, even if this bad boy doesn't need to rely on class points, he can still earn huge points. Sikong, you should know that only students graduating from Class A can enjoy the 100% employment rate and admission rate that this school claims. Chazu Sae said slowly. Yes. Wuye nodded. Facing Chazu Sae's relentless persuasion, he said with a smile, Teacher Chabashita, you once told me that you almost led the class to be promoted to Class A, but unfortunately you failed in the end and graduated from Class B. Is that so? Sae Chabashita looked deeply at Wuye who turned the topic to herself. Although she didn't know what the bad boy wanted to say, Sae Chabashita nodded her head. That's right. You who graduated from Class B will be admitted to this school as a teacher, and also serve as the head teacher, which means that this school, Wuye, who showed a smile, asserted, we will also give some preferential treatment to outstanding students, even if that student didn't graduate from Class A. Chazu Sae's expression froze for a moment, and she looked at the handsome young man sitting across from her in disbelief. This is something she didn't even realize? It is true that Sae Chabashita was given preferential treatment by this school because of her outstanding performance in high school for 3 years, otherwise she would not be qualified to be the class teacher in this school. This is a school where strength is paramount. A student with strength, even if he is not a student who graduated from Class A, will be given preferential treatment by the school. It's just that I learned from your table 1, Mr. Chabashita. 0 for flowers. 0. Smiling Wuye looked at Sae Chabashita who was showing disbelief. You don't seem to realize that you are being treated preferentially by the school. Chazu Sae took a deep breath, and was shocked by Wuye. She squeezed her jade legs wrapped in black silk. This is Chabashita Sae's habit, using pain to suppress inner emotions, so that he can calm down quickly. Chabashita Sae had forgotten how long it had been since he had done such a calm act, and today he used it again because of the 17-year-old boy in front of him. Sikong Wuye. Really a bad boy? Sae Chabashita calmed down from the pain in her legs, staring at Wuye. She said slowly, students who have performed well in high school for 3 years will also be treated preferentially by the school. This is Chairman Sakayanagi told you. No. Wuye shook his head. When I got along with the old man, we just played chess and didn't mention the school. After all, we are just chess friends. Really? Chazu Sae believed Wuye's answer, because she believed in such an evil and handsome young man, and she didn't bother to lie about such things. Sikong, I already understand what you mean. You are telling me that as long as you perform outstandingly in high school for 3 years, the school will also give preferential treatment, so you don't need to be promoted to Class A at all to enjoy the privileges of this school. You beat around the bush just now, you just wanted to tell me this information. That's right. Wuye nodded cheerfully. 0. Chabashira Sae looked at the handsome young man opposite him with splendor. His powers of observation were really too terrifying. From her, the head teacher, he could see that this school would give preferential treatment to outstanding students. Are the students graduated from Class A? Appreciation is appreciation. Chazu Sae still has to continue to persuade Wuye to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A, because being promoted to Class A is Chabashira Sae's long-cherished wish and obsession. But this bad boy is so good, even if he doesn't graduate from Class A, he doesn't have to worry about his future, so the school's privileges can't lure him. Chabashira Sae gritted her silver teeth and thought. At this moment, the privilege of graduating from Class A has already lost its effect on Wuye. What kind of bait can Chabashira Sae use to lure Wuye and make him decide to lead Class D to be promoted to D in Class A? With a click, a flash of light flashed in Chabashira Sae's mind. She thought of the most tempting bait for Sikong Wuye. Wuye glanced at Sae Chabashira, who suddenly showed a smile. The smile of this mature homeroom teacher was confident and beautiful, and her crystal-clear lips exuded the boundless charm of a mature woman. I want to try it a little. Sikong, you are excellent in academics, sports, observation, and wisdom. You are very outstanding. I have never met such an excellent person as you. Wuye looked delicately at Chabashira Sae, who praised him bluntly. Teacher Chabashira, thank you for your compliment, but even if you flatter me like this, I won't get overheated and decide to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A. Chazu Sae gave Wuye an angry look. Who is flattering? I'm just expressing my evaluation of you, a bad boy. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. He was called a bad boy by the mature head teacher, and he felt some subtle itching in his heart. After saying the words bad boy, Sae Chabashira also realized something was wrong. She seemed to be too close to this handsome student like Lang. Cough. Chabashira Sae coughed lightly, pressing his strange thoughts into the bottom of his heart. Then Sae Chabashira said to Wuye seriously, Sikong, you are indeed excellent. Even if you graduated from Class D, the school should not ignore you. But, what about your little girlfriend? According to the student information, Sakura Airi's personal data is mediocre, and she has a shy personality. If she graduated from Class D, the school should not pay much attention to her. The eloquent Chabashira Sae showed a confident smile. She felt that she had grasped Wuye and made him feel motivated to lead Class D to Class A. The bad boy Sikong Wuye is very powerful, he has almost no weaknesses, and he cannot be lured to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A. But, Chabashira Sae thought of Wuye's only weakness? That is his childhood sweetheart Sakura Airi. As long as the 3 years of high school are good enough, no matter if they graduate from Class D or other classes, they will be given preferential treatment by the school. So Wuye doesn't need to worry about her own future, but Sakura Airi, she is not good. Therefore, Sae Chabashira thought that this bad boy would promote Class D to Class A in order to help Sakura Airi. Wuye looked at Sae Chabashira, who was showing a confident expression with some surprise. He said slowly, Teacher Chabashira, I hate people threatening me with love. Sae Chabashira admired this bad boy, but she didn't want to be hated by him, so she quickly explained, threat refers to coercing others with force and power, so I'm not a threat, I'm just reminding you. After all, without a student like you, Sakura, you probably wouldn't get preferential treatment from the school. That's right. Wuye nodded. In Ailey, she is very clumsy, her physical strength is not good, and her personality is too shy. She is a fool who only has me in her eyes. Chabashira Sae twitched her lips. Did this bad boy stuff a handful of sweet dog food into her mouth? Wuye looked at Sae Chabashira, and said with a smile that was not a smile, but Mr. Chabashira, I don't need to lead Class D to Class A for the sake of Airi. What do you mean? Chabashira Sae had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that his childhood friend Sakura Airi couldn't handle this bad boy? Teacher Chazu, as far as I know, you only need to collect 20 million points to change a student's class. Wuye said with a smile. Chazu Sae's eyes trembled slightly, and she instantly understood what Wuye meant. Before April 13th is about to graduate, I only need to spend 20 million points to let Sakura Airi go to Class A, then she can enjoy the privileges of this school. Chabashira Sae fell silent. That's right. Although 20 million points seems like a lot, it is impossible to earn points, but I have the confidence to collect 20 million points. Wuye showed a confident smile on his handsome face. Chabashira Sae subconsciously nodded her head, she thought so too. 20 million points is a lot, almost no students can earn so many points through normal means. But Sikong Wuye is an outlier? This bad boy earned more than 8 million points from various places on the first day of school? However, last night, this bad boy spent 7.2 million points in one go and rented the 3-year residence right of a single-family apartment, and now he only has more than 890,000 points left. But so what? This bad boy was able to earn more than 8 million points in one day by virtue of his wisdom, scheming, strength, and courage. And the next 3 years of high school will have more than 1,000 days? This bad boy has plenty of time to earn the 20 million points for Sakura Airi's shift? Although it is unbelievable, Chazu Sae thinks that as long as Wuye thinks, he can easily earn 2,000 squares. At this time, Chabashira Sae, who was numb, had a flash of inspiration again, and she quickly said, Sikong, anything can happen in this school. If you can't collect 20 million points it will be troublesome. It would be more appropriate to lead Class D to Class A. With your wisdom and scheming, you will definitely be able to advance to Class A 3 years ago, and as long as you maintain the gap in class points, you will definitely be able to graduate from Class A. Sae Chabashita said very seriously. Teacher Chabashita, you are right. Accidents can happen at any time, but I still hate being a nanny, especially being a nanny for those who don't want to make progress. Wuye replied. Sae Chabashita smiled wryly. She graduated from this school and has led Class D several times, so Sae Chabashita knows better than anyone else that she is not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but teammates who are like pigs. So Chazu Sae can also understand why Wuye refused to lead Class D. When Chabashita Sae smiled wryly, Wuye showed a subtle expression. Actually, Chabashita-sensei, I forgot to tell you one thing. What's the matter? Chabashita Sae subconsciously asked. It's Airi. She told me before registering that she wants to be my housewife after graduation, so she actually doesn't need to be promoted to Class A. What? Chabashita Sae showed a dull expression. She recalled the situation in the office back then. Sakura Airi is extremely obedient and well-behaved to Sikong, a bad boy. She will give him as many points as he wants without hesitation. So Sakura Airi seems to really only want to be Wuye's wife and bear children for him. Sakura Airi, she is not at all concerned about whether she can have a bright future, because in the eyes of Sakura Airi, Wuye is her future. So Sakura Airi, who has already decided on her future, doesn't need to be promoted to Class A at all, and then enjoy the privileges of the school. Chabashita Sae was numb. She thought that Sakura Airi was the only weakness and motivation that could make Wuye take the initiative to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A. But not at all? Call. Wuye looked at Chazu Sae, who let out a sigh of relief. Her mature and pretty face showed a lot of decadence. It seemed that there was nothing she could do. Wuye felt that it would be embarrassing to stay here in the tutoring room, so he said, Teacher Chazu, the lunch break is over in more than 20 minutes, and I should go back to the classroom. What's the rush? Chabashita Sae gave Wuye a blank look. She gritted her silver teeth, and then went all out. Sikong, how can you be willing to lead the class? If I can meet your requirements, then I will definitely satisfy you. Chazu Sae's final persuasion method is since he can't handle Wuye, then give himself to this bad boy to handle. Sikong Wuye is the smartest, most cautious, and most powerful person Chabashita Sae has ever met. Even adults are not as powerful as him, so no matter what, Chabashita Sae cannot give up, because the hope of realizing her long-cherished wish and obsession is right in front of her eyes. Teacher Chazu, can I ask for any conditions? Wuye tilted his head slightly. Certainly. Chabashita Sae's spirit perked up. Did she convince this bad boy? Then Chabashita Sae noticed that the bad boy's eyes were looking up and down her body. The eyes that seemed to be looking at fat made Chabashita Sae tremble. Does this bad boy have weird thoughts about me? Such a thought flashed through Chabashita Sae's mind, and shyness and anger began to rise in her heart. Looking at Wuye's handsome face, Chabashita Sae's inner emotions subtly changed a little. Shyness increased. Annoyance is reduced. After seeing Wuye no longer as a student, but as a man, Sae Chabashita felt as if he was not at a loss. First of all, this bad boy is handsome, and she is outstanding in every aspect that she has never seen before. Secondly, she quite likes his personality and temper. In the end, she seems to be 10 years older than this bad boy. Is she eating young grass? The only bad thing is that this bad boy has a childhood sweetheart. Thinking of this, Sae Chabashita had the strange thought of I earned it for no reason. Just when Chabashita Sae was thinking wildly, Wuye said, Mr. Chabashita, how about your cooking skills and housework? Are you good at it? Confirm cooking skills and housework. This bad boy really wants to. It's okay. Chabashita Sae, whose pretty face flashed an abnormal blush, replied, after I got a job, I lived alone, so whether it was housework or meals, I took care of it myself. Really? Then my 3 meals in the school, as well as the cleaning and tidying of the apartment, are all up to you. Wuye showed a bright smile to Chazu Sae. Okay, huh. Chazu Sae stared blankly at Wuye, and she asked subconsciously, this is the condition for you. You promised me to lead Class D to Class A. Yes. Wuye nodded. Teacher Chibaro, would you like to? Now both Wuye and Sakura Airi have moved to live in a single-family apartment, and the apartment is quite large, and it takes a lot of time and energy to take care of it. Therefore, in order not to make Sakura Airi tired, Wuye thought of letting the teacher Chabashita Sae come over to share Sakura Airi's work. Chabashita Sae took a deep breath, and his heart was so ripe that the buttons of the lady's suit were almost torn off. So angry? But she can't be angry, because she finally convinced this bad boy to let him agree to lead Class D to Class A. Sikong, if you just wanted me to be your babysitter, you shouldn't have looked me up and down just now. 0. This bad boy definitely did it on purpose. If he just wants her to be his nanny, there's no need to look her up and down with that aggressive look. Wuye looked at Sabathuro Sae, who showed a little shame and anger on his pretty face. He smiled refreshingly. I did it on purpose. Sure enough, it was intentional. My old lady has already decided to dedicate her life to realizing her obsession, but you, a bad boy, actually told me that you don't have this idea? Mr. Chazura, you threatened me with love just now. Of course, I have to find a chance to get revenge. It's not a threat, it's just a reminder. Sae resisted the shyness and anger in her heart. She gave Wuye a hard look with a smile on her face. Isn't it just your 3 meals a day in high school and the housework in the apartment? I'll take it. Wuye smiled with satisfaction. The mature head teacher in front of him wants him to be a nanny for the students in Class D. Then, you can be my babysitter first. Sikong, since you agree, let's sign the contract. Sae Chabashita took out her school mobile phone from the pocket of the lady's suit. Is it necessary to sign a contract? Wuye said dumbfounded. Don't regret it. All right. Contents of the contract signed between teacher Chabashita Sae and student Sikong Wuye. 1. Teacher Chabashita Sae, who needs to do his best to take care of Sikong Wuye's 3-year meals and housework in the single-family apartment he rents. 2nd, the student Sikong Wuye needs to try his best to lead the students in the class, promote the class to Class A, and then let the students in the class graduate out of Class A. The contract was drafted by Sae Chabashita, and the content was very simple and clear. Wuye glanced at it twice, and said with a look of surprise on his handsome face, Teacher Chabashita, there is no punishment for failure. What if I fail to lead the class to be promoted to Class A? Sae looked at Wuye deeply, and she said, Sikong, you should know that this contract is not binding, so the penalty for failure is unnecessary. As expected of teacher Chabashita, Wuye showed a faint smile. Although the contract can bind both parties, it is also limited. Some fit. Covenant is an existence that the school will not recognize. Just like the contract between Wuye and Sae Chabashita, the school will not be responsible for binding it. Since there is no binding force, it is up to Wuye and Sae to abide by it consciously. So Sae Chabashita did not write down the punishment for failure or breach of contract. However, in this contract, Sae belongs to the party that suffers. 5.0 because she actually became Wuye's nanny, taking care of his meals and housework in the single-family apartment. These jobs can all be seen with the eyes. And Wuye, the concept of him leading the class to be promoted to Class A is really too vague. As long as Wuye said that he tried his best to lead the class, but failed, Sae had no way to refute. But Chabashita Sae is not worried that Wuye will perfunctory her, because this bad boy is very arrogant, and he will definitely fulfill what he promised, will he? Wuye felt that there was no problem with the contract drawn up by Sae Chabashita, so he signed his name. Looking at the contract Wuye signed, Sae Chabashita persuaded the bad boy to make the decision to lead the class. Obviously with Wuye's help, his obsession is very likely to be realized, but Sae's heart is not too happy, but full of complexity and embarrassment. She was completely manipulated by this bad boy. Chabashita Sae, who was in a complicated mood, took back her mobile phone, and she said to Wuye, the contract is signed, so Sikong, please tell me, what are you going to do next? I plan to do nothing in the first month of freshman's enrollment, and let everything go with the flow. Wuye replied frankly. Sae immediately frowned her slender eyebrows. 0. Although Wuye's words were negative, Sae did not retort or question dissatisfaction. She watched Wuye and said slowly, what is the reason? It's very simple. Wuye smiled. His current smile was full of contempt. Some people won't change until they see hell, so I want them to go through the first month with the flow and let them know the importance of class points. As long as they know the personal points they get every month and link them with class points, then for themselves, they should consciously observe discipline. I don't think so. Sae Chabashita crossed her arms and said, showing her plump heart, Sikong, you have clearly reminded them to observe discipline, otherwise it will affect their personal points next month. However, the students in Class D still violate discipline and play with their mobile phones while sleeping in class. Wuye had told Sae about the discipline situation of the students in Class D before, so Sae knew that some students in Class D did not take Wuye's reminder to heart. That's right. Wuye nodded. I reminded those poor students of Chi Kwanzi who moved to the corner seats, and they still didn't follow the discipline. That's because they haven't seen hell yet. Hell. Wuye's handsome face showed a smile that made Chabashita subconsciously close his jade legs, and he said, at the beginning of next month, the personal points will be added to the student ID cards of the students. At that time, the students in Class D will know that their personal points are linked to the class points. In this way, they will resent those poor students who violated classroom discipline. If it wasn't for the poor students who violated discipline, their personal points would not be so low. Afterwards, everyone will take the initiative to urge poor students to observe discipline for their own personal points. As for the poor students, because they have already spent all their personal points and are resented by everyone, they can only obey the discipline tremblingly. What Wuye said made Sae think about it. Sikong, I already understand the reason why you don't plan to intervene and let nature take its course, but after that, if the poor students still don't change, what are you going to do? 1-0. Facing Sae's question, Wuye did not answer directly, he just said nonchalantly, if there are hopelessly rotten branches on the tree, they must be cut off in advance. Otherwise it will affect the growth of trees. Wuye's words made Sae narrow her eyes slightly. She knew what this bad boy was expressing. You want them to drop out of school? No, I didn't say that. Wuye shook his head honestly. On the contrary, Mr. Chazu, you mentioned to me several times about dropping out of school, and now I want to ask you, under what circumstances would a student be dropped out of school? Chabashira Sae took a look at this handsome bad boy, and then she stretched out her white hand. Bring it. What? Student card. Why? It takes 200,000 points to purchase the information on the reasons for dropping out of school. Sae Chabashira replied. Wuye patted Chazu Sae's jade hand angrily. How could I waste my points on this kind of information? I'll find out if I ask a senior. The reason why I want to drop out of school should not be within the scope of the school's prohibition on disclosure. Oh, that's right. Chazu Sae, who had withdrawn her jade hand, raised her lips, and she looked at Wuye, a bad boy with an appreciative smile. After all, which abnormal freshman would be curious about how to be expelled? Therefore, the school did not list the information related to dropping out of school as a scope that is prohibited from being disclosed to freshmen within 1 month. Wuye only needs to find a senior and spend another 10,000 to 20,000 points to ask for information related to dropping out of school. If the senior Wuye is looking for is a senior, or a senior who likes good looks, he doesn't even need to spend points to buy it. He can ask directly from that senior. Chazu Sae already knew about Wuye's measures for the students in Class D. Since she had no objection, the discussion on how to lead the students in Class D was temporarily over. Speaking of Sikong, why did you suddenly agree to lead the class? Sae Chabashira asked Wuye, if you really need a nanny, you only need to spend a part of the points to solve the trouble of cleaning the single-family apartment directly. It's not wrong. Wuye nodded, and he smiled at Chabashira Sae, but I hate unfamiliar people entering my home. Chazu Sae pursed her lips. Wuye's words also had a potential meaning, that is, she was someone he was familiar with. And also, Teacher Chabashira, you also said that there will be accidents in everything. If the school doesn't think I'm outstanding and doesn't plan to give me preferential treatment for graduating from Class D, then leading Class D to Class A, splitting the class points with the other 3 classes, and then graduating from Class A to enjoy the privileges of the school, this is the safest way. Wuye explained slowly. You have decided like this, and you still trick me into being your nanny. Shibaru Sae said through gritted teeth. It's not a trick, we should help each other. Wuye showed an incomparably bright smile to Chazu Sae, her eyes froze slightly. Tisk, I was actually fascinated by this bad boy's smile. Chabashira Sae, who came back to her senses, smacked her lips secretly, and she changed the subject. Sikong, today is the official start of school, so after school in the afternoon, the school will broadcast to you freshmen the information about joining the club. Oh, so what? Sae Chabashira looked at Wuye, who reacted too flatly, and she continued, Sikong, if you join the school club and become an official member, you can apply for a lot of personal points from the student union every month. Aren't you interested? Well, is there 1 million personal points you have applied for? Wuye asked. If other students asked this question, Sae Chabashira would definitely feel that this student was looking for faults. Do you know how exaggerated 1 million points are? But the person who inquired was Sikong Wuye. Chazu Sae didn't think he was looking for faults. Because this bad boy had soared his points to more than 8 million points not long ago, there are not so many points. At most it is 50,000 or 60,000. Sae Chabashira replied. It's only 50,000 to 60,000 points, so little, I don't want to waste time on clubs. Wuye curled his lips in disgust. Sikong, joining the club is part of celebrating youth, Sae Chabashira said solemnly. My definition of youth is to be free and unconstrained, so not joining clubs that would be constrained is my youth. Wuye replied with a smile. Wuye showed a smile that was not a smile to the mature beautiful teacher in front of him. Teacher Chazu, tell me, is there any other benefit to joining the club? Otherwise you would not persuade me to join the club. Wuye's keenness made Chazu Sae show an appreciative smile, and she said frankly, it is indeed beneficial, and club members who perform well will earn class points for the class. Because it is related to class points, Sae will take the initiative to persuade Wuye to join the club. Sae Chabashira saw Wuye's basketball level with his own eyes. If he joined the basketball club, he would probably earn a lot of class points for Class D, right? So Sikong, I refuse. Wuye replied bluntly. Okay. Chazu Sae also simply gave up persuasion. The bad boy has a very righteous idea, but he is not the kind of soft-hearted person, so let it be if he doesn't want to. Since the lunch break was over in 10 minutes, Wuye bid farewell to Sae Chabashita, left the counseling room, and returned to the first-year teaching building. As soon as Wuye stepped into the classroom of Class D, Kushida Kikyo walked over, and she greeted her with a bright and cheerful smile. Student Sikong. Okay. Wuye casually responded to Kushida Kikyo's greeting, and then looked at Sakura Airi's seat. At this time, Sakura Airi has returned to the classroom. Judging from her lying on the desk, Sakura Airi should be tired. Sakura Airi must have been busy at the single-family apartment for a long time. Oops, Wuye shouldn't have asked Sakura Airi to clean the apartment. Because Sae Chabashita has already become Wuye's nanny, wouldn't it be nice to let her clean the single-family apartment? Student Sikong, let me tell you something. During the lunch break, the first-year Class C students were fighting in the classroom. It was so scary. Kikyo Kushida said to Wuye with a slightly timid expression on his face. Huh. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo with a mature heart in surprise. How did you know that Class C started fighting? I don't want to make friends with everyone, except for Horikita-san. I already have the contact information of everyone in the class, so I plan to make friends in Class C. Then I found out that the students in Class C were fighting in the classroom. Kushida Kikyo explained. Wuye twitched his mouth. How keen is this beautiful girl in front of him to make friends? The students in Class D have all exchanged contact information, and then went to Class C to make friends. In fact, a large part of the reason Kushida Kikyo was able to exchange contact information with everyone so smoothly is because of what happened this morning. In addition to Wuye this morning, Kikyo Kushida also stole the limelight. Therefore, when Kushida Kikyo exchanged contact with Class D student, one readily accepted. When some students exchanged contact information with Kushida Kikyo, they still had flattered expressions on their faces. The student who fought in Class C classroom, does he have purple shawl hair? Wuye asked Kushida Kikyo. That's right, it's a guy with purple shawl hair. He's fighting with a dark-skinned tall classmate, Albert Yamada. How did you know Sikong? Kikyo Kushida asked in surprise. Wuye pouted. Of course he knows. Because Long Yuan Xiang was beaten up by Wuye yesterday, he originally planned to use violence to rule and deter the students of Class C. So today Class C will fight again. It must be related to Long Yuan Xiang. He has not given up using violence to rule Class C. I'm just guessing. After that, how did they play? Wuye asked. I don't know, I left because I was too scared, and went to Class B to make friends. As expected of you, dating expert. The bell for the first class in the afternoon rang, and Wuye and Kikyo Kushida bid farewell to each other and returned to their respective seats in 320. After returning to his seat, Wuye took out his on-campus mobile phone, sent a condolence message to Sakura Airi, and then sent another message to Chazu Tizi. At this time, Chazu Sae was packing up his textbooks and preparing to return to his teacher's dormitory. Because of persuading Wuye, Chibaru Sae was in a good mood now. Okay. Sae Chabashita looked at her cell phone that was beeping in surprise, and when she picked up the cell phone to look at her pretty face immediately darkened. Come. Teacher Chabashita, you don't have class right now, you should be free. So please go and clean the apartment. Although teacher, you can't open the door of the apartment, so please deal with the weeds in the courtyard. Gritting her silver teeth, Sae Chabashita looked at the line message sent by Wuye. Her good mood just now was gone. This bad boy? If you fail to bring Class D to Class A, let's see how I deal with you in the future. Angrily, Chabashita Sae took her bag and walked over to the detached apartment that Wuye had rented for 3 years. The 2 classes in the afternoon passed quickly, and at 2:50, the school officially ended. After the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the radio in the first grade teaching building suddenly rang. For first-year freshmen, please note that starting at 5 p.m. today, there will be a club briefing session in the number 1 gymnasium. Students who are interested in clubs, please gather in the number 1 gymnasium. Repeat again, Tien. Sakura Airi listened to the message from the radio, took out her school phone and sent a message to Wuye. Wuye, what club do you plan to join? Wuye looked at the line message sent by Sakura Airi, and he responded. I don't plan to join the club, I love you. If Wuye you don't plan to join the club, I won't join the club either. The shy Sakura Airi doesn't plan to join the club, but if Wuye joins the club, she wants to join the club he joins too. Wuye watched Sakura Airi's response helplessly. Society is part of high school's celebration of youth, so if possible, it's better to join? Let's go and see the situation of the club first. Just apply. Okay. If Chabashita Sae saw the message Wuye sent to Sakura Airi, he would definitely give him a hard look. This bad boy is really double standard. When she persuaded him to join the club by praising her youth, Wuye rejected her with a look of disgust. Now, this bad boy is trying to persuade his childhood sweetheart by praising his youth. Wuye and Sakura Airi made an appointment to go to the gymnasium to see the situation of the club. However, since the club briefing session starts at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's only less than 3 o'clock now, and there are still 2 hours left, so Wuye and the others don't need to rush there. When Wuye was packing up his textbooks, Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida, and some girls gathered around. Student Sikong, do you have any ideas about clubs? Which club do you plan to join? Student Sikong. Sakura Airi, who had already packed her textbooks, glanced at Wuye who was once again surrounded by girls. She stood up with a slight smile, and left the classroom first to go to the single-family apartment to continue cleaning. Damn, what kind of eyes do these girls have? I'm obviously more handsome than Sikong, so why don't they come and ask me what club I plan to join? Chi Kwanzi looked enviously at Wuye who was surrounded by girls. Jealousy made him unrecognizable. TCH. The bad boy Suda let out a sneer. Because of the collision in the convenience store, Suda-ken was very upset with Sikong Wuye, but his eyes are not blind, and he can still tell who is handsome. Chi Kwanzi is not even qualified to be compared with that guy. Whoever you are going to the gymnasium, follow me? Suda stood up. He is not only a bad gangster, but also the kind of person who doesn't like to study. The only thing he is passionate about is basketball. So Ken Sudo couldn't sit still when he heard the content of the radio. Go to the gym now? Doesn't the club briefing start at 5 o'clock? So what? I want to join the basketball club, so why not inquire about the situation of the basketball club in advance? Suda, who has a bad temper and can't stand other people's questions, said fiercely. Okay, of course, but we plan to go there later. Cut. After Sudoken left the classroom carelessly, Ike Kwanji immediately complained dissatisfiedly, "What is this guy Shudo looking like? He played games in my room all night last night, and he didn't know how to treat me. Be respectful." I curse his club application to be rejected by the seniors of the basketball club. That's it. In the face of curious inquiries from girls of all kinds, Wuye dismissed the group of girls with the idea of not joining the club, and then he left the classroom alone. The enthusiasm of those girls will probably subside in a few days. Wuye in the corridor murmured softly. Any heat will wear off with time, and so will the group of girls' enthusiasm for Wuye. As long as Wuye waits a few more days, those girls in the class should not be pestering him like they were just now. Wuye, who left the first grade teaching building, passed by the stairs leading to the second floor, and the person who staggered down the stairs stopped subconsciously because he saw Wuye. Wuye glanced towards the stairs, then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Because Wuye saw Long Yuan Xiang. Through Kushida Kikyo's narration, Wuye knew that Ryuan Shou had a fight with the students of Class C during the lunch break, so now he looks very embarrassed with a bruised nose and swollen face. But Long Yuanxiang's aura is not in a panic, he has a feeling of high spirits. Wuye guessed that he should have successfully used violence to dominate the students of Class C, right? Otherwise, how could he have such an expression after being beaten so badly? Wuye's guess was correct. Ryuan Shou provoked Albert Yamada fiercely during his lunch break. Although Ryuan Shou couldn't beat Yamada Albert was not as fierce as Wuye. He was scared by Ryuan Shou, so he surrendered to Ryuan Shou. After subduing Ishizaki Daichi and Yamada Albert, Ryuan Shou successfully ruled the entire Class C students by means of violence. The students in Class C dared not speak out. At this time, Ryuan Shou standing on the stairs looked gloomily at Wuye below. Yamada Albert and Ishizaki Daichi stood behind Ryuan Shou like younger brothers. Wuye glanced at Ryuan Shou and Ishizaki Daichi, who looked at him fearfully. He did not stop his pace, and left the one-year teaching building. Seeing Wuye's leaving figure, Ishizaki Daichi breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of Sikong Wuye, who was suspected to be a demon. "Ishizaki, if the three of us go up together, can you push that BD to the ground and beat him?" Long Yuanxiang said. Ishizaki shuddered suddenly, and he said tremblingly, "Absolutely not. I've heard other bad guys say that demon once had an exaggerated experience of one person singled out 10 people. Tisk." Long Yuanxiang clicked his tongue. He looked at the trembling Ishizaki Daichi unhappily. "What are you shaking? Are you so afraid of Sikong Wuye?" Ishizaki Daichi didn't answer, he just pouted secretly. Yes, he is afraid. If he wasn't afraid, how could he have taken the initiative to find Long Yuanxiang yesterday, and then hugged him? Sakura Airi, who was the first to go to the single-family apartment, saw a female figure in the courtyard of the apartment. The woman was facing Sakura Airi with her back, and because she bent her waist, Sakura Airi couldn't see her face, all she could see was the woman's peach-like buttocks. Sakura Airi looked at the woman strangely and suspiciously, and she asked uncertainly, "Is it the T-Pillar Master?" Although Sakura Airi couldn't see the woman's front face, she recognized the identity of Chabashira Sae from the lady's suit she was wearing and her long black hair. Chabashira Sae, who bent her waist, straightened up, she turned around, and naturally greeted Sakura Airi with a puzzled expression. "Sakura-san." "Hey." Sakura Airi looked delicately at the weeds in Chabashira Sae's hands. "Are you helping to pull out the weeds in the garden?" Chabashira Sae twitched her lips. "Help? No, 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 she was tricked by that bad boy. That's right." Because it was a bit embarrassing, Chabashira Sae was a little ashamed and couldn't tell the truth to Sakura Airi. "Teacher, you are a good person? I will change my school uniform right now, and then I will deal with the weeds in the garden with you," Sakura Airi said with a happy expression. Where's Sikong? Wuye should still be in class, because there are many girls surrounding him after school, and he is still popular with girls as always. Chabashira Sae glanced at Sakura Airi, who had said these words. When the girl said such words, there was no hint of jealousy on her face, only sighs. "Lamented the charm of my childhood sweetheart. Sakura, Sikong is so popular, don't you care? If I'm not wrong, you should be a couple." Sakura Airi showed a shy expression. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Wuye and I are not a couple, we are just ordinary friends. So no matter how popular Wuye is, I don't care." Chabashira Sae twitched the corners of his mouth. "The two of you plan to live together, and you are just friends. Ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, how can they live together?" Because of shyness, Sakura Airi bid farewell to Chabashira Sae in a panic. She opened the door of the single-family apartment with her student ID and went to change the school uniform she was wearing. Afterwards, Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae, who put on casual clothes, dealt with the weeds growing in the garden. Half an hour later, Wuye, who was carrying 2 big bags, returned to the single-family apartment. Wuye. After seeing Wuye's figure, Sakura Airi subconsciously put down the work at hand and walked towards him happily. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi, who had fiery red hair and face that was wet with fragrant sweat. He put down the plastic bag he was carrying, and wiped the sweat from Sakura Airi's face with his palm. "You sweat so much, you must be tired." Not tired. Sakura Airi, who narrowed her eyes slightly, was enjoying Wuye's intimacy and affection. She suddenly realized something, and a hot temperature rose on her cheeks. It was because of Sakura Airi that she recalled that Chabashira-sensei was right behind her. Chibashira Sae looked at Wuye and Sakura Airi from behind. Her pretty face dripping with a little sweat was full of disgust. This bad boy stuffed her with dog food again? Sakura Airi shyly pulled down the palm of Wuye's, caressing her cheek. She whispered, "Wuye, the teacher is really a kind person. She came to help us take care of the garden. Well, from now on Chibashira-sensei will be responsible for the hygiene and housework of the apartment, as well as my 3 meals a day." Sakura Airi showed doubts. What's going on? Didn't you say, Airi, that Chibashira-sensei is a good person, and she will be in charge of housework in our apartment in the future? Isn't that right, Chibashira-sensei? Wuye said with a smile to Chibashira Sae, who was staring at him from behind. That's right, replied Chibashira Sae, annoyed. Sakura Airi's face showed hesitation. Although Sakura Airi doesn't know why Chibashira Sae is responsible for the housework of the apartment and Wuye's 3 meals, but this is her job. If Chibashira Sae only came to help occasionally, then Sakura Airi would be very welcome, but if she takes over, then Sakura Airi is not willing? Wuye, why does the master teacher take care of the housework in the apartment and your 3 meals a day? Sakura Airi whispered to Wuye. Yes. Wuye nodded. He knew that Sakura Airi would be puzzled, so he was ready to explain. Wuye bent down and took out a bottle of drink from one of the plastic bags, and he threw the cold drink to the T-pillar Sae standing in the courtyard not far away. Go on, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Chazu Sae stretched out her jade hand, and firmly caught the drink thrown by Wuye. She took a closer look and found that it was a bottle of peach drink. Why is it a drink? I want beer. Chazu Sae's pretty face showed a little disgust, and Wuye said angrily, give me back beer. I wonder if students can't buy beer. I forgot. Because Wuye's demeanor and language were very mature and stable, even Chibashira subconsciously ignored that this bad boy was only 17 years old and still an underage boy. Then teacher, you can take a break first. I'll go with the messenger and put the drinks and ice cream we bought into the refrigerator. Wuye picked up the 2 plastic bags full of things. Sakura Airi stretched out her hands to help, but Wuye refused. There are quite a lot of things in the bag, and Sakura Airi probably couldn't lift them. Chibashira Sae glanced at Wuye and Sakura Airi, who entered the apartment together. She twisted open the peach drink bottle and took a sip. Pretty sweet. Drinking the ice-cold peach drink, more than half of Chibashira Sae's inner depression and fatigue from work dissipated. The moment she entered the apartment, Sakura Airi couldn't wait to ask Wuye, why is Chibashira-sensei responsible for the apartment's housework and your 3 meals a day? Well, it's actually like this. Miss Chibashira wanted me to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A, so I took the opportunity to propose. 17. Wuye unreservedly told Sakura Airi, knows, about the contract between himself and Chazu Sae. After listening to Wuye's narration, although Sakura Airi understood, her pretty fair and tender face revealed a look of resentment instead. Sakura Airi, who was pulling Wuye's sleeve, said aggrievedly, Wuye, that's my job. Isn't that good? Mr. Chibashira is sharing your work in AI. You won't need to be responsible for so many tasks in the future. Isn't that a good thing? Wuye said with a smile. It's not good at all. Sakura Airi shook her head. Doing laundry and cooking for others may be tedious and troublesome work. For Sakura Airi, being able to wash and cook for Wuye is her happiness. Sakura Airi will feel happiness and satisfaction from these jobs. Afterwards, under Sakura Airi's constant coquetry and persuasion, Wuye reluctantly let her take care of the housework, while Chibashira Sae was only responsible for his 3 meals. Hey dog. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi with a silly smile on his face. He shook his head helplessly. What a fool. Airi, Chibashira-sensei should be very happy to hand over the housework to you, but there are too many places in the apartment that need to be cleaned. After the apartment is completely cleaned, you will be responsible for the housework in the apartment. Okay. Wuye and the happy Sakura Airi put the 2 big bags of things in order. Desserts such as drinks and ice cream were put in the refrigerator, and daily necessities such as toothbrushes, towels, and indoor slippers were put in suitable places. After that, Wuye and Sakura Airi left the apartment. Pull out weeds in the garden together with the tea columnar branches. After more than an hour of busy work, the 3 of Wuye finally sorted out the courtyard of the apartment. After pulling out the messy weeds, the whole courtyard became much more pleasing to the eye. Sakura Airi and Chibashira Sae were both sitting on the wooden platform in the courtyard, rubbing their panting slender waists, while Wuye stood on the courtyard ground and looked at them with a smile. They were very tired after working for more than an hour, but Wuye, who was full of energy, was not tired at all. It's already 4:30, and Airi and I will go to the gymnasium to watch the club briefing. Mr. Chibashira, I'll ask you to buy the dishes for tonight. Please let me taste your cooking skills. Wuye said to Chibashira Sae said with a smile. Chibashira Sae gave Wuye a blank look without hesitation. My cooking skills will not disappoint you, and Sikong, call me the points for buying ingredients. Okay. Wuye readily handed his student ID card to Sae Chabashita. Teacher, please transfer the 100,000 points, and ask me for it when you run out of points. Okay. Sakura Airi blinked her eyes. She said to Wuye, I won't go to the gym with you, I'll go buy ingredients with Chibashira-sensei. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi, who was looking at her with her eyes open, and there was a pitiful plea in her clever eyes. Okay, well. Wuye knew that Sakura Airi didn't like to go to crowded places, and she had no interest in joining clubs. At the same time, Wuye also knew why Sakura Airi wanted to follow Chabashira Sae to buy ingredients. Sakura Airi was worried that Chabashira Sae would squander his 100,000 points. Teacher Chabashira, when you prepare 3 meals for me, prepare 3 meals, 1 for me, 1 for Airi, and 1 for yourself, teacher. Teacher's share should be regarded as my repayment to you, teacher, for coming to help. Sae Chabashira glanced at the smiling Wuye. All right. Anyway, Chazu Sae had to prepare 3 meals for Wuye, 1 serving of 3 meals, and 3 servings of 3 meals, the same. At the same time, Chazu Sae also saves the time and work of preparing 3 meals for himself, which is quite good. After that, Chabashira Sae and Sakura Airi walked towards the nearby vegetable market together, while Wuye went to the gymnasium alone. Wuye went to the gym, on the one hand to join in the fun, on the other hand, he wanted to see what clubs the school had, and then see which clubs were easy to blackmail, to earn points. At around 4:56, Wuye stepped into the gymnasium. There were quite a lot of students, about 120 people in the gymnasium. 893 the students who come to the gymnasium almost all come together, only Wuye is alone. No, there is another guy who is also alone. Wuye looked at the awe-inspiring figure standing in the corner of the gymnasium, and he walked over. Horikita, I didn't expect to see you here. You are actually interested in the club. Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye who was walking over. Her charming fox eyes revealed a cold look. I have no intention of joining the club. I just came here. None of your business. Huh. Wuye looked thoughtfully at Horikita Suzune who kept silent. Horikita Suzune has a cold personality, is unkind, and likes to be alone, so it is impossible for her to join the club like this. Then she is like him, coming to the gymnasium to watch the excitement? No, I'm not interested in clubs, but I still like the quiet Horikita Suzune. How can I join in the fun? At this moment, a sweet voice full of surprises entered the ears of Wuye and Horikita Suzune. Student Sikong, I didn't expect you to be here. Are you planning to join a club? Wuye looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and Horikita Suzune's gaze also moved there slightly. They saw Ichinose Hoonami with beautiful golden pink hair and an overly mature and attractive figure. And the Ichinose Hope seemed to have retreated from someone, showing a bright smile, and walked towards Wuye. Your friend? Horikita Suzune asked Wuye. We are not friends. My relationship with her can be regarded as a fraudster and a victim. Wuye replied subtly. Horikita Suzune frowned delicately. What kind of answer is this? No, when Wuye was in Class B, Ichinose Hoonami was not in the class, so she was not a victim. Horikita Suzune found Ichinose Hoonami coming to find Wuye. She was going to leave just like that and let them talk on their own. But Wuye said that this beautiful girl who was walking towards him was the victim. Horikita Suzune's heart aroused a little curiosity. She wanted to see if Wuye would be beaten by the victim next. But was she really tricked by Sikong? Horikita Suzune's fox eyes flashed a hint of doubt, because Ichinose Hoonami who walked over smiled so naturally and brightly. It's not like seeing the expression of a big liar. Ichinose Hoonami, who came in front of Wuye, smiled at him, and then she looked at Horikita Suzune, who was behind Wuye. Student, I'm Ichinose Hoonami from Class B of the first year. What's your name? The smile that Ichinose Hoonami showed to Horikita Suzune was the same as that of Kushida Kikyo in the class, a very bright and cheerful smile. But, different. Horikita Suzune felt a little sense of incongruity and falsehood from Kushida Kikyo's smile. And this girl named Ichinose Hoonami, her smile did not make Horikita Suzune feel a sense of disobedience and falsehood. After all, Ichinose Hoonami is a real little angel, and Kushida Kikyo is a fake little angel wearing a mask. I'm Horikita Suzune from Class D of the first year. Horikita Suzune responded to Ichinose Hoonami with her usual cool voice. Horikita-san, hello. Ichinose Hoonami, who greeted Horikita Suzune, looked at Wuye. Student Sikong, which club do you plan to join? Why don't you apply to join the student union with me? Ichinose Hoonami came to the gymnasium not to join the club, but to join the student union to practice. Didn't I say it before? I don't plan to join the club, let alone apply to join the student union. Wuye said helplessly. I came to the gym just to watch the excitement. That's a pity. Ichinose Hoonami's face showed a little regret. Ichinose Hoonami really wants Wuye to apply to join the student council with her. At this time, a cute purple-haired girl with a ball head appeared on the display stand of the gymnasium, turned on the microphone and began to speak. First graders, I have kept you waiting for so long. I am Ju Qian, the secretary of the student union, and I will be the host of this briefing session. Please give me your advice. Because of Ju Qian's voice and sweet appearance, the first-year freshmen below caused a lot of commotion, and Wuye even heard confession words like Sister Ju Qian, I like you? Under the slightly chaotic commotion, Ju Qian on the display stand continued. Next, the representatives of each club will start the introduction session. The opening remarks of the association briefing session ended. The student union secretary Ju Qian stepped back, and the representatives of the association began to step on the display stand one after another, telling about the enrollment and development of the association. There are various representatives of the club, including seniors who look strong in judo uniforms, and seniors in traditional kimonos. However, it was the swimming club that caused great confusion among the freshmen. He is a handsome senior. He is wearing swimming trunks, showing his upper body. Although the girls screamed again and again, the boys reacted with disgust. What they want to see is not a senior in swimming trunks, but a senior in a bikini? Wuye looked away from the representative of the society at the booth, and he looked at the back of the booth. There were several people standing there, and the secretary who was in charge of the host, Ju Qian, was also standing there. Nan Yunya, who was tricked by Wuye into signing a gambling contract with Wu Beek, was also among these people. I remember Nan Yunya is the vice president of the student union, that is to say, those people are all members of the student union. Wuye thought silently. What Wuye cares about the most is the man with glasses in the group. He is standing straight in his school uniform, his face has been kept expressionless, exuding an iceberg-like aura. It feels like an incredible guy, he shouldn't be the president of the student council. Wuye muttered. This person has a stronger aura than the vice president Nan Yunya, so there is a high probability that he will be the student council president. Representatives of each club gave some explanations to the freshmen below. After Honda Bin, the president of the chess club, left the display stand, the speeches of the representatives of the clubs were completely over. The seniors who had finished explaining the club sat down on the simple desks displayed on the left side of the gymnasium. After the briefing session was completely over, the freshmen probably applied for membership here. At this time, Wuye guessed that the man with glasses who was the president of the student council walked up to the display stand, and Horikita Suzune straightened her waist immediately behind Wuye. Her fox eyes widened slightly, and she stared straight at man in glasses on display stand. The current Horikita Suzune is very focused. It's as if this man with glasses is her long-lost biological big brother. Due to the activeness of the club representatives before, the freshmen in the gymnasium are quite noisy now. The man with glasses standing upright on the display stand did not speak directly, but looked down at the noisy freshman below with a calm and composed attitude. Hey, what happened to this senior? Why didn't he speak? Haha, probably because it's the first time I speak in front of so many people, so I'm too nervous. Come on. An unknown senior wearing glasses. All kinds of noisy voices came from the group of first-year freshmen, but the expression of the man with glasses standing on the display platform did not change a bit, and he was still calmly looking down at the noisy freshmen below. With the passage of time, the laughter gradually faded away, replaced by silence and restlessness. Under the gaze of the man with glasses, the freshmen gradually felt uneasy and apprehensive. The tension and silence lasted for about 20 seconds, and then the man with glasses on the display stand finally opened his mouth. I am Horikita Kikyo, who is the president of the student council. Horikita's surname. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune behind him in surprise. This senior has the same surname as Horikita Suzune. Is it a coincidence? Wrong. From Horikita Suzune's slightly complicated expression, Wuye could tell that the two should have some kind of relationship. You big brother. Horikita Suzune withdrew her complicated eyes from Horikita Kikyo. She glanced at Wuye, then nodded her head. Okay. Then do you have any grudge against him? Wuye asked curiously. Horikita Suzune immediately glared at Wuye angrily. I have enmity with you. If you have no hatred with your big brother, why doesn't your expression show any joy of reunion? Horikita Kikyo, he was either a second-year student or a third-year student, so Horikita Suzune hadn't seen this big brother for at least a year or two. After all, this school is fully enclosed. As long as you enter this school to study, you cannot meet and communicate with your family members outside. And reunited with my big brother. Horikita Suzune didn't have the joy of reunion on her face, only an indescribable complex expression. It has nothing to do with you. Horikita Suzune responded coldly to Wuye's doubts. At this time, the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, who was on the podium, spoke. With the graduation of the senior students, the Seniors Association will also recruit outstanding talents from the first-year students this year. Applicants do not need special conditions, but if you want to join the student union, please avoid joining other clubs. If you want to join the student union and other clubs at the same time, in principle, you will not be adopted. Also please pay attention. Nagamoya, whose feet were wrapped in bandages, curled her lips. This is a lie. Because the president of the student council, Horikita Kikyo, has clearly stated that there will be no new students joining the student council this year. Although there is no plan for new students to join the student union, students cannot be prohibited from submitting applications to the student union. Anyway, just find a reason to reject the freshman application. In other words, Ichinose Hoonami is destined not to be able to join the student council. In the end, we at the student union don't want people running with naive ideas. Gradually, Horikita Kikyo's tone became more and more calm, which made the freshmen feel great pressure. A person like that will not only be elected, but will also leave a stain on the school. The student union of our school is given the right and mission to change the rules by the school, so it is highly anticipated. We only welcome people who can understand this matter. Horikita Kikyo, who said these cold words, looked down at the group of freshmen below. Wherever his sharp and steady eyes went, the freshmen felt uneasy, and at the same time, many students also felt uneasy. This broke the idea of applying for the student union. If you become a member of the student council, you will have to work with such a terrible student council president. It is too scary to think of such a tragic future. Looking down at the freshman, Horikita Kikyo frowned slightly, because he actually saw his younger sister Horikita Suzune below. Although it has been 2 years since they met, Horikita Suzune has grown up a lot, but Horikita Kikyo can still recognize her at a glance. Because Horikita Kikyo was wearing glasses, his eyes and eyeshadow were covered, so Horikita Suzune didn't notice the big brother's gaze. Ringtone, she actually chose to attend this school. Horikita Kikyo, who was calm on the surface, thought silently. Since Horikita Kikyo had no intention of letting first-year freshmen join the student council, he did not look through the personal data of first-year freshmen. That's why Horikita learned that her younger sister, Horikita Suzune, has become a first-year freshman at this school. Soon, the calm Horikita looked away from Horikita Suzune, and he saw the handsome Wuye. He is Sikong Wuye, the freshman who almost made Nagamo's personal points 0. Even though Horikita was wearing glasses, Wuye still noticed his dazed gaze, and he smiled at Horikita on the display stand. Horikita pushed his glasses silently, and he said to the freshman below, as the president of the student council, I have finished my words, and left the display stand without stopping. The secretary of the student union, Ju Qian, followed her, and she said sweetly, this is the end of the association briefing session. Please feel free to apply to the seniors of the association. Sikong, I'm going to apply to join the student union, see you later. Ichinose Hoonami bid farewell to Wuye with some urgency. See you later, I wish you all the best. Wuye replied casually. Okay. Even though Ichinose Hoonami had seen the cold and majestic student council president, her decision to join the student council did not change at all, she was still so firm. Wuye looked sideways at Horikita Suzune, who hadn't moved. Your big brother is in the student union, don't you plan to join the student union? Not going to. Really? Then I'm leaving. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye in surprise. Are you planning to leave? Have you no intention of joining the club? Well, no. Wuye came to the gym not to join the club, but to see the general situation of the club, and then see if he could find an opportunity to earn points. Now all clubs are busy accepting applications from freshmen, so they probably won't accept his point bet. Then what is Wuye doing here? Go back to the apartment and find Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae. Horikita Suzune doesn't seem to have the idea of joining any clubs either. The purpose of her coming here seems to be to see the big brother Horikita Kikyo, who has become the student council president. So Suzune Horikita left the gym with Wuye. Yoshi, I'm going to apply to join the basketball club now. Pseudo Takuro walked towards the president of the basketball club, Oda Ishikai, aggressively. Pseudo Takuro came to the gymnasium in advance, looking for the basketball club he was thinking about, and wanted to apply to join the basketball club in advance, but the president of the basketball club and the representative of the briefing session, Fukai Oda, said that he would not accept the club's application until the briefing session was over. If Takuro Pseudo hadn't joined the basketball club he was passionate about, he would probably have quarreled with Oda Ishikai directly because of his bad temper. Student Pseudo, we have received your application intention for the club. Come to the basketball club tomorrow afternoon. We will personally assess your basketball level to see if you are qualified to join our basketball club. Oda Shihai had a businesslike tone. What? There is still an assessment required. Takuro Pseudo became dissatisfied. Because our basketball club is a popular club, it is different from other clubs, so the application requirements for joining are also much more stringent. Oda Ishihai replied patiently, even if they pass the test of strength, the freshmen are only reserve members and cannot participate in the basketball competition yet. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Takuro Pseudo clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Oda Ishikai's face darkened. Now he has decided not to let this arrogant and rude freshman join the basketball club. At this time, Oda Ishikai, who was dissatisfied with Pseudo-ken, his eyes lit up, he stood up quickly, and stopped someone who was walking towards the entrance and exit of the gymnasium. Oda Ishihai's abnormal behavior aroused Sudenken's doubts and confusion. He unexpectedly found that the person stopped by Oda Ishihai was actually Sikong Wuye. Student Sikong, do you have any idea of joining the basketball club? I can make you a full member of the basketball club. Oda Shihai said enthusiastically to Wuye. X2. Wuye and Sudenken both came out in surprise in unison. Wuye is completely confused. But Takuro Pseudo is out of dissatisfaction and confusion? Why do I need to apply and have an assessment to join the basketball club? And even if I pass the assessment, I am only a preliminary member, but you actually let him become a full member directly. Sudeng Takuro said loudly dissatisfied. Because he is Sikong Wuye, who used his ball skills to make Vice President Nagamo twist his feet, so he has the qualifications to directly become a full member of the basketball club. Do you have the strength and ball skills to make people twist their feet? Oda Ishikai retorted to Pseudo Takuro. Of course I have. Sikong Wuye, let's compete. Pseudo Takuro directly launched a basketball challenge to Wuye. Wait a minute. Wuye waved his hand and said with a helpless expression, I have no idea of joining the basketball club at all, so don't bring me into your quarrel. But Wuye showed a bright and refreshing smile to Oda Shihai. I do have the intention to compete with everyone in the basketball club. I don't know if you will accept the 750,000 basketball bet. Why is it 750,000 points to bet against? Because the points that Wuye can take out now are 750,000. After renting an apartment for 3 years, Wuye only had 899,600 points left, and he spent a lot of points on buying daily necessities, drinks, and snacks. Just now, he drew 100,000 points for Chazu Sae. Now Wuye can move 750,000 points, and the rest are worthless fractions. Well, everyone in the basketball club should be very confident in their basketball skills. Do you have any ideas about competing with me? Wuye urged. Oda Ishihai felt that Sikong Wuye, a freshman, was really obsessed with points. Before, he had a basketball duel because he bet 1.15 million points against Nan Yunya. We can accept 750,000 points for betting, but the conditions have to be changed. If you lose, then you have to join the basketball club. Oda Shiai said. This is another price. Wuye said. What's the meaning? That is to say, our gambling chips are not equal. If you win, I will join the basketball club. If you lose, then you have to give me 1.5 million points. Wuye's lion mouth made Oda Shiai twitch the corner of his mouth. Okay. Oda Ishikai agreed without hesitation. Takara Sudo, who was staying by the side, was numb. Oda Ishikai personally invited Sikong Wuye and allowed him to become a full member. Sikong Wuye refused, and proposed a huge 1.5 million point bet, and Oda Shiai accepted it without hesitation. He is willing to join the basketball club without points, why not choose him? Is this the difference between people? In fact, Oda Ishikai would actively invite Wuye to join the basketball club, not only because of his basketball skills, but also because of Wuye's relationship with Chairman Sakayanagi. Yesterday, Wuye had a two-player basketball match with Nan Yunya, and he called Chairman Sakayanagi with just one phone call. It also means that Wuye has a very deep relationship with Chairman Sakayanagi. If Wuye joins the basketball club, he will definitely win more benefits and class points for the basketball club as he has a relationship with Chairman Sakayanagi. This is the main reason why Wuye mentioned the 1.5 million point bet, and Oda Shiai agreed without hesitation. You have to recruit new ones, so let's start our bet at 9 o'clock in the evening. Wuye said. Okay, let's meet at the basketball court before at 9 o'clock in the evening, but let's sign the betting contract first. I'm afraid you will go back on your word. Oda Shiai said to Wuye. Fine. Wuye signed a betting contract with Oda Ishihai, the president of the basketball club, and Wuye continued to leave the gymnasium with a smile on his face. Wuye's task of coming to the gymnasium was successfully completed. He didn't come to the gymnasium to join the club, but to see if he could earn points. There should be 1.5 million points in the account tonight, right? Suzune Horikita at the side heard Wuye's words, and she said, Sikong, are you so confident? You must know that your opponent should be a powerful figure in the basketball club. Don't look at me like this. Actually, I'm quite good at playing basketball. In one-on-one double basketball, I have never lost. Wuye replied confidently. 0 for flowers. How many times have you played double basketball with others? Horikita Suzune asked. If you include the one tonight, it will be the third time. Dare to say that you are good at it just 3 times. Horikita Suzune resisted the urge to complain about Wuye, and left the gym with him. By the way, Horikita, since your big brother is a senior student in this school, did you need to ask me for information about 100,000 points before? Wouldn't it be better to just ask your big brother for information? Wuye said casually. The silent Horikita Suzune let out a breath, and she said, Actually, all I know is that big brother is studying here. I haven't had time to find him yet. I don't even know where big brother is. The class didn't find out. Although she didn't find out the class, Horikita Suzune found out that her big brother, Horikita Kikyo, is the student council president, so she came to the gymnasium. That's easy, you can go directly to the teaching building to find him. Anyway, it's not like you don't know which year your big brother is. I'm not ready to meet big brother yet. Wuye was dumbfounded by Horikita Suzune's answer immediately. Horikita, this is not like you. A person like you should be more capable of action. Worry. What Wuye said seemed to annoy Horikita Suzune. She glared at him. What do you mean by someone like me? You seem to understand me very well. Even if I don't understand you, I still understand normal people quite well. When normal people see family members they haven't seen for a year or two, they won't dawdle in the same place. At least they have to go and say hello, right? Now big brother seems to be in charge of the work of the student union. I can't bother him. I will go to him at night. Then please ask your big brother about the information related to 100,000 points. Wuye said bluntly. After all, if the question is from your own sister, the big brother should answer it readily. Horikita Suzune turned her head. She didn't have the courage to ask Horikita Kikyo. Don't look at Horikita Suzune as a high-cold snow fox. When she faces the big brother Kami Horikita, the bunny is even smaller. Goodbye. In order not to let Wuye see her unnatural expression, Horikita Suzune simply walked away. Wuye returns to the apartment. At this time, Sae Chabashita and Airi Sakura were both busy in the kitchen of the apartment. Their busy figures in aprons made Wuye feel a sense of homecoming. What's for dinner? Wuye stepped forward and asked with a smile. Eat stew, Chabashita-sensei said she is good at this kind of cuisine. Sakura Airi replied with a smile. Chabashita Sae, who was cutting the ingredients, looked sideways at Wuye, and she wore an apron, revealing the charm of a married woman. Sikong, how will the club explain? Do you have any ideas about joining the club? 17. Not at all. Then what are you going to do when you go to the gymnasium to listen to the club's explanation? Chabashita Sae said helplessly. Sae Chabashita thought that Wuye would join some club when he went to the gymnasium, and then fought for class points for Class D, but he did not choose to join the club when he went to the gymnasium. Of course I want to earn points. People from the basketball club bet against me with 1.5 million points. Wuye replied. Chabashita Sae twitched her lips. This bad boy bet against others again. No? Sikong, where do you get 1.5 million points to bet against others? Isn't your student ID card still has 750,000 points left? Sae Chabashita asked in surprise. Sae Chabashita had just withdrawn 100,000 points from Wuye's student ID card just now, so she was quite aware of how many points Wuye still had left. Could it be that this bad boy earned 1.5 million points before he bet against the basketball club? It's like this, people from the basketball club. Wuye told the story of the bet between himself and Oda Ishikai with a smile. Chabashita Sae couldn't laugh or cry, and Sakura Airi looked adoring. Someone is willing to spend 1.5 million to bet against her childhood sweetheart and invite him to join the basketball club. This guy has eyes. As long as you think Sikong Wuye is very powerful, then Sakura Airi will think you have a good eye. Chabashita Sae did not lie, she does have excellent cooking skills. Whether it is soup stew or miso soup, Wuye and Sakura Airi praised it unceasingly, and their taste and appetite were well satisfied. After formally tasting the dinner hosted by Chabashita Sae, Sakura Airi also dispelled the idea of competing with her for the right to use the kitchen. From now on, Chabashita Sae will be responsible for 3 meals a day, while Sakura Airi will only be responsible for the housework of the apartment. Sakura Airi has already decided that she must secretly learn the cooking skills of Mr. Chabashita, because after they graduated, Wuye's next meal will be served by her Zokang Airi herself. After eating a sumptuous and delicious dinner, Wuye and Chabashita Sae were pushed to the living room by Sakura Airi to rest, and she was responsible for cleaning the dishes by herself. Since she couldn't beat Sakura Airi, Wuye let her go. Chazu Sae didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she raised her seductive jade legs wrapped in black silk. Sikong, are you sure about your bet with the basketball club? Of course there is, otherwise I wouldn't make a bet with them. If I lose, it's my mistake to join the basketball club. Sae Chabashita glanced at this bad boy. The basketball club of this school is not something that ordinary students can join, and Wuye was directly invited by the president of the basketball club, but he was actually refusing to join. If the reserve members of the basketball club knew about it, they wouldn't know how envious and jealous this bad boy would be. Chazu Sae glanced at her lady's watch. It's half an hour before 9 o'clock. Wuye, go change into your sports clothes, and then we'll go to the basketball court. April 20th. Teacher Chazura, are you planning to go to the basketball court too? Well, anyway, I don't have anything to do tonight, and it's a good way to spend time watching you bet against others. Sae Chabashita said actually, she really wants to see Wuye's active and handsome figure on the basketball court again. Except for the rooms and halls of the apartment, the dust in other places has not been cleaned, so teacher, you have too much to do. Chabashita Sae glared dissatisfied at the bad boy who urged her to work. I'm exhausted today, can I save it for tomorrow? Okay, it's not in a hurry anyway. If Chazu Sae wasn't in charge of his 3 meals a day in the future, Wuye would send Chazu Sae to work for fear of her poisoning revenge. What's so interesting about basketball matchups? Cleaning the apartment is the most important thing. Wuye spoke to Sakura Airi, who was busy in the kitchen, and then he left the apartment with Sae Chabashita and started walking towards the basketball court. Although Wuye is a freshman in high school, he is taller than Chabashita Sae. Therefore, in the eyes of others, they would think that Wuye and Sae Chabashita, who accompanied them, should be a pair of good friends or a couple. However, the relationship between the two of them is only that of student and teacher. Chazu Sae, who was walking with Wuye, was so elegant that she revealed the smell of cigarettes in her mouth. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of a dignified figure on the street on the left. Sikong. Huh. Wuye looked at him in surprise and suddenly called himself Chazu Sae. Chabashita Sae looked at the street on the left and said, look at that person, is it Horikita Suzune from our class? The words of Sae Chabashita made Wuye look in the direction she was looking at, and he really saw Horikita Suzune there. It's really her. What is she doing here? This is not a student dormitory building. Wuye said puzzled. It's a date. Chazura Sae said slowly. Wuye, you are looking at Chazu Sae. Dating? A person as cold as Horikita will fall in love? Impossible. Humph, how naive. Sikong, as long as they are women, no matter what their personality is, as long as they meet someone they like, they will develop feelings for men and women. Sikong, look at Horikita's hesitant expression. It looks like she is waiting for her boyfriend. Yes. T. Wang Zuoji replied confidently. And Sikong, do you know where it is over there? Where? Wuye asked. If I remember correctly, it should be the dormitory building for third-year students. Horikita will be waiting there. She must be waiting for her boyfriend. Wait a minute, Horikita, like me, is a freshman who just enrolled 2 days ago, so how could she meet someone she likes in such a short period of time? Wuye said dumbfounded. Horikita is so decisive, she actually confirmed the relationship with the third-year senior within 2 days. Chabashita-sensei, don't hold back. Is it embarrassing to admit that you guessed wrong? I think Horikita is here waiting for my big brother. Big brother? Yes. Wuye nodded, and then told Chabashita Sae that the student council president was Horikita Suzune's big brother. Horikita Suzune, Horikita Gaku. I didn't expect her to be the younger sister of the student council president. I was quite surprised. Someone came over. Yes, he is indeed Hori Baigzhu, Chu Bei's chef Shang. Wuye saw the man walking up to Horikita Suzune. He was indeed the student council president Horikita Gaku. However, the next development of the siblings made both Wuye and Chazu Sae feel puzzled. Although Horikita Kikyo and Horikita Suzune met, the two brothers and sisters did not communicate with each other, and Horikita Kikyo even walked towards the dark side of the street without saying a word. Horikita Suzune followed her big brothers back in a panic. It feels a bit wrong, this is not a reunion of brothers and sisters. Wuye muttered to himself. It's not right. Sae Chabashita nodded. Teacher, let's go and have a look. Go and have a look. Well, because I'm a little curious. When Horikita mentioned big brother, her expression was very strange. The two siblings seem to have enmity. I'm worried that Horikita will be beaten by her big brother. Chabashita Sae shook his head at Wuye's guess. Impossible, don't make wild guesses. As far as I know, the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, has a very upright and fair character. Unlike you bad boy, he never bullied anyone. Wuye gave Chabashita Sae a blank look. You can just talk about Horikita Kikyo's character. Why do you say that he is a bully by the way? I'll go over and have a look. Teacher, if you don't want to go there, you can stay here. Sae Chabashita looked at the figure of Wuye walking towards the street over there. She hesitated for a moment, and then followed. She wasn't curious, but because the teacher cared about the students, that's why she went over to see the situation. But after Chazu Sae caught up with Wuye, she unexpectedly discovered that this bad boy had turned on the video recording function of the school mobile phone. Sikong, what are you doing? It's recording. Of course I know you are recording. I am asking why you are recording. Chabashita Sae asked in a low voice angrily. The situation between Horikita and her big brother is very strange. I don't know what will happen, so I want to record it. No matter what happens in the future, the video can also be used as evidence. Wuye replied solemnly. Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye. She felt that the reason why this bad boy chose to videotape was to see what happened next. Could he cheat the points of the student council president? Since Wuye and Chabashita Sae were under the shade of the trees on the street, Horikita Kikyo and Horikita Suzune in the street couldn't notice them, and the mobile phone with the video function turned on. Horikita Kikyo was standing in the shadow of the street, while Horikita Suzune was standing under the light of the street lamp. There was silence between the two siblings, and a breathless atmosphere of silence permeated between them. Horikita Kikyo looked at Horikita Suzune, who lowered his head and looked at his toes, and said slowly, Suzune, I never thought you would go to this school. Big brother, I am no longer the useless person you met back then. I just went to this school to prove this to my big brother. Wuye listened to Horikita Suzune's words. He showed a thoughtful look, so it was like this. Now Wuye roughly understands why Horikita Suzune has such a complicated expression after seeing her big brother. That's because Horikita Kikyo thinks Horikita Suzune is useless, or Horikita Suzune thinks Horikita Kikyo thinks she is useless. In order to prove to her big brother that she is not a useless person, Horikita Suzune entered the school Horikita attended. Obviously, Horikita Kikyo should be disappointed. Because Horikita Kikyo went to look through the freshmen's materials after the club briefing, and confirmed that Horikita Suzune was assigned to Class D. Except for Wuye, a first-year freshman, everyone knows that this school divides students into classes based on their overall quality. 0. Horikita Suzune was assigned to Class D, the worst class, which means she has a huge flaw in some aspect. Academic ability, social interaction, personal experience. Horikita Kikyo feels that the major flaw of Horikita Suzune should be her personality and personal experience. She is too stubborn. Horikita Suzune, she is stubborn, doesn't know how to be flexible, and even thinks that she is fine by herself, doesn't know how to cooperate, and doesn't want to cooperate with others. Such a character is destined to be difficult in this school. Loss. Thinking of the competition and particularity of this school, Horikita has a headache. He thinks that this stubborn sister is really not suitable for this school. Horikita took a deep breath, pushed his glasses, and said slowly, exit. What? Horikita Suzune stared in astonishment at Horikita Kikyo, who said these two words in a cold tone. This school is not as simple as you think, so Lingyan, you can't survive in this school at all, you will drop me out now. I do not. The inner courage and dissatisfaction made Horikita Suzune refute Horikita Kikyo. But when Horikita Suzune saw Horikita Kikyo's cold eyes, she immediately lost her breath and momentum like a balloon with a hole in it. Horikita Suzune lowered her head and said weakly, Big brother, there are indeed many things wrong with this school, including 100,000 points, and the teacher and some seniors are silent about 100,000 points attitude. But none of that is a reason for me to drop out. It was clearly a retort, but why did Horikita Suzune say it in a weak tone? Because Horikita Suzune doesn't have the guts to stiffen up in front of Horikita Kikyo. Horikita said with a little approval, you can realize this so quickly, and your observation skills are really good. I didn't realize it. It was discovered by a classmate named Sikong Wuye in our class, and he also told everyone in Class D. Horikita Suzune told all of Wuye's narration this morning. Horikita Kikyo's eyes became a bit deeper, and he now has a better understanding of Sikong Wuye, a freshman. Sikong Wuye, he not only cheated Nayun hard. Yeah, at the same time his observation skills are amazing. Even if the school prohibits everyone from telling the information, he can still prove his observations and guesses from the side by asking people to contact seniors. Measurement. What an incredible new student. After talking about Wuye's deeds, Horikita Suzune said weakly, although I also noticed something was wrong from the 100,000 points, but I didn't go to verify it. Sure enough, Suzune, you should drop out of school. This school has a special classification mechanism. Students who are excellent at 1.8 will be assigned to Class A, while the worst students will be assigned to Class D. Months of information. And because Horikita Suzune heard such information, the fox's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. No, impossible, I got excellent grades in both exams and interviews. Big brother, you must have lied to me. 17. Is there any need for me to lie to you? Horikita Kikyo looked coldly at Horikita Suzune, whose face turned pale. Lingyan, I can't change the fact that you are my younger sister. If people around me find out that the sister of the student council president is actually a student of Class D, then you will lose my face. Now, leave this school for me immediately. Horikita Suzune was terrified by Horikita Kikyo's words. She was stunned, and her originally bright fox eyes dimmed. Horikita looked at his sister, who was hit hard silently. He had to let his stubborn sister leave this school, because if she didn't drop out now, she didn't know how much she would suffer in the future. Big hit. Study. Huh. Horikita frowned slightly. As if a drowning person had grasped a life-saving straw, Horikita Suzune said in a panic, the school should allow students with excellent grades to apply for a change of class. Big brother, as long as I change to Class A, I won't ask. Enough of the bell, you don't have the ability to change from Class D to Class A. In order to make you die, let me tell you the necessary conditions for changing classes. As long as you earn 20 million points, then you can switch shifts. Horikita said mercilessly. What? 20 million points? Isn't this school changing classes based on the students' grades? Other schools may be able to change classes based on grades, but this school is very special, so you, Suzune. At this time, a pleasant mobile phone ringing came from outside the street. Horikita Kikyo's expression changed instantly. He realized that someone was eavesdropping not far from the street. Who's there? Wuye, who was holding the mobile phone in the school, looked at Sae Chabashita beside her speechlessly, and Sae Chabashita showed a little embarrassment on her pretty face, because the mobile phone that rang was hers. Sae Chabashita took out his mobile phone. Wuye glanced at it, and he found that the contact person on it was Hoshi. It is estimated that Tsui is contacting me for a drink. Chazura Sae explained to Wuye in a low voice. Now that we've been discovered, what do you say? Wuye said angrily. Sikong, go out by yourself, and help me keep it a secret. After all, as a teacher, you can't eavesdrop on the students' conversations. Chazura Sae said to Wuye solemnly. You are really a good teacher, let alone eavesdropping, and now you are planning to let the students take the blame. For the sake of helping you find rental information. Tisk, let's go, Wuye said with disgust. After that, Sae Chabashita really left? Moreover, Chazu Sae left a little too fast, as if she was afraid that Wuye would call her back. Horikita Kikyo's patience seemed to be exhausted. He began to walk towards the street where Wuye was, but at this time Wuye walked out first. It's you, X2. Horikita brother and sister said to Wuye in unison. Wuye looked at Horikita in surprise. It's normal for Horikita Suzune to know him. After all, they are classmates and have talked to him several times, but why does Horikita Suzune seem to know him? Horikita, who squinted his eyes, looked at the mobile phone in Wuye's palm, and with a sense of foreboding in his heart, he said 10 times, You don't, are you recording? You also know this. Wuye was completely surprised. Horikita Suzune's big brother actually knew that he was recording, which really made him unbelievable. At this time, Wuye's black and white eyes flashed beautifully, and he actively used his mind-reading ability. Of course I know, Nanyun was tricked by you with more than 3.58 million points in the video. Wuye, who heard Horikita's heart, suddenly realized. Horikita learned that Nagamo had been tricked by Wuye with more than 3.58 million points, so he subconsciously wondered if Wuye, who was holding a mobile phone, was videotaping. Wuye's reaction and rhetorical question made Horikita take a deep breath. This guy really recorded it. Student Sikong, when did you start recording? Horikita asked calmly. The video was recorded before the two started talking. Wuye replied truthfully. Horikita Suzune stared at the fox eyes. She said to Wuye in shame and anger, it turned out to be from the beginning. Sikong Wuye, what are you trying to do? Well, don't be angry. I was worried that Horikita-san would be beaten up by your big brother, so I recorded it, thinking that it will be used as evidence in the future. Wuye replied seriously. My big brother won't beat me up. No, if you are obsessed with Suzune and don't plan to drop out of school anyway, I plan to teach you a lesson. Horikita said coldly. Wuye glanced at Horikita Suzune, who was sluggish due to the big blow. Although he didn't know the situation of the two brothers and sisters, this guy was too much, right? Horikita looked at Wuye, and he said, Student Sikong, I will buy your video with points. I refuse. Wuye showed a refreshing smile. Senior, what you said is as if I plan to threaten you with a video, and then blackmail you for points. This guy talks like he's a badass. Is he such a badass? Horikita stared at Wuye, who was smiling refreshingly. What are the conditions for you to delete those videos? No conditions, I just want you senior to experience what it's like to be threatened by others to drop out of school. Horikita Shue's expression changed slightly. He realized what Wuye wanted to do. Sikong Wuye did not intend to exchange the video for points, but to hand the video directly to the school, and then ask the school to expel him from school. Horikita-senpai, you just revealed something that the school must never disclose, so the one who should drop out is not Horikita-san, but you? Hearing that Horikita Kikyo had the intention of dropping out of school, Horikita Suzune couldn't care less. She said to Wuye in astonishment, Sikong, what do you mean? Horikita, think about it now, what I told you before, and then think about it again, why the teacher and seniors keep silent about 100,000 points. Horikita said coldly. Horikita Suzune was slightly taken aback, as if her whole body had been struck by lightning. She said in disbelief, this school is really using dropouts to restrain everyone. That's right. Horikita showed a faintly invisible satisfied smile. His stupid sister is not very stupid. Later, in order to make Horikita Suzune more certain of her own conjecture, Horikita Kikyo continued, the class distribution system is within the scope of information that the school is prohibited from disclosing within the first month. So Horikita, don't worry, your big brother will drop out. Wuye said seriously. Who will rest assured, Sikong, quickly delete your video for me. Horikita Suzune said to Wuye in panic. What Horikita Suzune wants is not for her big brother to be dropped out of school because of herself. All she wants is to get the approval of her big brother. Shut up, Suzune. Horikita Suzune scolded Horikita Suzune coldly. Let me teach you one more thing. If the other party has something that is not good for you, then the last thing you should do is infuriate the other party without any certainty. Wuye looked at Horikita in surprise. This guy could be a sister-in-law, Sundara, right? Ming wanted to let her younger sister Horikita Suzune drop out of school, but she was here to teach her how to face the crisis. Looking straight at Wuye, Horikita said, Sikong classmate, Nagamo bought that video for 3,589,850 points, then I will give you 5 million points. You deleted the video just now. Horikita Suzune's face turned pale slightly. She never thought that what she said to the big brother would cause the big brother to lose so many points. If I don't want to, Wuye said with a smile. In fact, Wuye didn't intend to ask Horikita Kikyo's 5 million points. After all, it was Horikita Suzune who was being bullied by Horikita Kikyo, not him Sikong Wuye, nor his childhood sweetheart Sakura Airi. Therefore, Wuye just wanted to frighten this overly cruel big brother. But 5 million points is a lot. So tempting? Horikita pushed his glasses. He said calmly, if you, Sikong, don't agree to the deal, then we can only lose. Both are hurting, right? How are you going to hurt me, senior who is about to drop out? Wuye asked. You will not get a single benefit, and I will lose 20 million points. Wuye was taken aback by Horikita's answer, and then he suddenly realized, are you planning to use 20 million points to avoid being expelled from the school? Exactly. Horikita can spend 20 million points to avoid the penalty of expulsion, and Wuye can't get 5 million points from him. This is what Horikita said, both sides suffer. But the idiom that both lose and lose is not quite right. Horikita Kikyo, who spent 20 million points is quite hurt. But Wuye was completely unharmed. At most he couldn't get 5 million points. I can collect 20 million points, so even if I disclose information that the school cannot disclose, I will not be expelled. Horikita said calmly. Facing Horikita Suzune, who had a calm expression and glare at him secretly, Wuye smiled helplessly, and he sincerely praised, as expected of the student council president, even if he is forced to drop out of school, he can still be so calm. So Sikong, are you letting me go for 5 million points, or do you want to see me spend 20 million points? Wuye walked towards the Horikita brothers and sisters, and he handed his mobile phone to Horikita Shue. What do you mean? Horikita looked at Wuye, who handed over the phone with some doubts. I want you to see, I don't have a video at all. It's not right, I did a video, but I didn't save it. Horikita looked at Wuye with a little surprise in his eyes. He checked Wuye's cell phone and found that he really didn't save the video file. Why did you tell me this directly? According to your desire for points, you should do everything possible to conceal the fact that you didn't save the video, and then take 5 million points from me. Horikita asked. I hate arrogant villains. Although you are arrogant, senior, you don't seem to be a villain, so I don't plan to take 5 million points from you. Another reason is, Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune, who was behind Horikita-sensei. He teased and said, Horikita-san, if I blackmailed your big brother for 5 million points, then you should blame Maine for 3 years, right? I don't want to be stared at by Horikita-san with resentment for 3 years, and I always feel like I will have a nightmare. Horikita Suzune gritted her teeth. She wanted to hate Wuye very much, but she was also worried about what would happen to the expulsion incident that was about to end after she hated him, so Horikita Suzune endured it now. Bear with it. I'll beat this BD again. Horikita held Wuye's mobile phone in one hand, took out his own student ID card from his pocket with the other hand, and earned 5 million points for Wuye's mobile phone. Since the student's student ID card is bound to the student's mobile phone on campus, the personal points on Wuye's student ID card have soared by 5 million points. What are you doing? Both Wuye and Horikita Suzune looked at Horikita Kikyo, who had transferred 5 million points, in astonishment. You deserve it, Horikita said. But didn't I say that? I don't have a video. The 5 million points are not the fee for me to buy the video, but the fee for me to teach Lingyan a lesson. I hope she can remember what happened tonight in the future. This school is so dangerous. If I'm not careful, I will be expelled from school. So instead of being forcibly expelled by others, 597 should expel me now and go to a normal school. Horikita said slowly. Horikita Suzune bit her lips lightly. She whispered, I don't Speak up, I can't hear you. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye, who was smiling angrily. Can you hear what is wrong with me? I am not talking to you? Annoyed, Horikita Suzune took a deep breath and summoned up her courage to learn from Horikita. Said, Big brother, I will not quit school, and I will definitely enter class A for you to see. 11. Hey, it's up to you. Anyway, I've already reminded you enough. Horikita Suzune said with a sneer. Although this guy's response was harsh and sharp, his eyes revealed a little satisfaction, satisfied with Horikita Suzune's determination. Hope this stupid little sister won't regret attending this school. Horikita looked at Wuye, and he said in an unquestionable tone, Sikong, join the student union. What? Horikita Suzune looked at her big brother in surprise, and then looked at Wuye. This guy was personally invited by the representative of the basketball club in the afternoon, and now her big brother also wants to invite him to join the student union? What are the benefits of being a student? Wuye asked with interest. Although Wuye didn't intend to join any clubs, he really wanted to know what privileges the student union of this school had. Joining the student union will give you unprecedented experience. Apart from that, what I'm asking is if the student union has any privileges. Wuye asked straightforwardly. You can know some arrangement of the school in advance. The school will also give preferential treatment to members of the student union in some places. There are also powers that cannot be disclosed to non-so students. Probably that's all. Horikita said slowly, and the speechless Wuye said, You just said these words, which means you didn't say anything. After all, some things need to be kept secret, so I can't disclose them to you, but if you join the student union, Sikong, I can tell you everything. Horikita said, Let's not talk about this first, senior. Why do you want to invite me to join the student union? Just because I almost enrolled you against the school? Wuye asked curiously. Of course not. How could the reason why I invited you to join the student union be so superficial? Horikita looked at Horikita Suzune, and he said coldly, Suzune, next. The words coming are not something you can listen to, so leave first. Oh. Horikita Suzune distanced herself from Horikita Suzune and Wuye in a muffled voice. Now Horikita Suzune is envious of Wuye, to be valued so much by her big brother. After there was no third party, Horikita said to Wuye, After I entered the student union, I made a mistake. What mistake? That is the decision to select and cultivate the next student council president, which is too much of a failure. The next student council president you chose shouldn't be Nanyunya. Wuye asked delicately. After all, Nanyunya is the vice president, and it is very likely that after Horikita's abdication, he will take over the position of student president. That's right. Horikita Suzune readily admitted. I used to think that after the student council, Nagamo was the only talented person, so I regarded him as the next student council president and cultivated him. But I found that he and I have different policies from the school. The policy adopted by Nagamo is absolute domination. Absolute domination, it sounds like a tyrant's method. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said. Horikita pushed his glasses, and he calmly narrated, in order to control the entire second grade, Nagamo used the power of the student council to guide students who refused to be dominated by him to drop out of school. Now 17 second graders have dropped out of school gone. 17 students were expelled. Wuye was surprised, this number is really exaggerated. Yes. If it is a dropout that follows the school's regulations, I won't pay too much attention to it, but the dropout of those students is the way that Nanyun used the power of the vice president of the student union and guided him, so I don't think Nanyun is really suitable for him. Take over as student council president. Wuye understood Horikita's meaning. Nanyunya, who has not yet become the president of the student council, has already acted recklessly through the power of the student council, so if he becomes the president of the student council, he will definitely act even more recklessly. Nagamo Masato has already dominated the second grade, so after he becomes the student council president, it is very likely that he will extend his claws to other grades to dominate. Those who are dissatisfied and rebellious will all be expelled from school by Nanyunya. Horikita stared at Wuye. Sikong, you cheated Nagamo of more than 3.58 million points through the video yesterday, so he definitely regards you as a thorn in his side. If you don't join the student union, you can only be passively tricked by Nagamo and fall into danger. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue, but he refused to comment. Judging from the previous conversation, Nanyunya is indeed a small-hearted guy, and he will definitely take revenge on him. Even if Nanyunya is not small-minded, a normal person would definitely hate him if he got 3.58 million points cheated by Wuye. Although Wuye has the backing of Chairman Sakayanagi, if Nanyunya makes Wuye drop out of school through the means approved by the school, Chairman Sakayanagi will not be able to protect him. And Wuye also doesn't like to entrust his affairs on other people's body. Horikita looked at Wuye, who was still calm, and nodded in satisfaction. Even though he knew his danger, he still remained calm. This freshman has a good heart. How about Sikong? Why don't you join the student union? I'm still the president of the student union now. As long as you join the student union, I can protect you and fight for you to be the vice president. If you beat Nagamo, you will be the next student council president. Horikita's words are full of temptation, but Wuye is particularly disgusted, because he hates trouble, and hates being Horikita's weapon against Nagamoya. Does it need to be so troublesome? Wuye said angrily, you are the president of the student union, right? It should only take one sentence to make Nanyunya quit the student union. Nanyunya quit the student union, so he doesn't have the right to mess around. That's right. Horikita nodded approvingly, but this method won't work. Why? Because the members of the student council, except for me and the secretary, Ju Qian, are all sophomores. Sikong, you should understand what I mean. Wuye frowned slightly. Are they all Na Yunya's dog legs? Horikita Shuet twitched the corners of his mouth at the word dog leg, and he replied, almost. In the case that the members of the student union are almost all second-year students, it doesn't make much sense to kick Nan Yunya out of the student union. Because even if Horikita kicked Nagomoya out of the student council now, after he stepped down as the student council president, someone among those scoundrels would take over as the student council president, and then he let Nagomoya return to the student council. As the student council president of Nan Yunya's dog leg, either give way to Nan Yunya and let him become the student council president. Either become Nan Yunya's tool, whatever Nan Yunya says, the student council president will do. This is why Horikita has not kicked Nagamo Masa out of the student union. It's really a troublesome situation. Wuye complained. In this way, Nan Yunya and his dog legs can only be kicked out of the student union. It can't be done. Horikita Gakko shook his head. If the second-year student council members are kicked out of the student council, there will only be me and Akane Tachibana left in the student council, and the entire student council will not be able to function due to lack of manpower. Then recruit people? A little difficult. Because the third-year students are preparing to graduate, they have no intention of joining the student union, and the second-year students are dominated by Nagamo Masa. So if you want to recruit people, you can only choose from the first-year freshmen who have just entered school. And Sikong Wuye is the first-year student chosen by Horikita Gakko? Then just spend 20 million points to get Nan Yunya to drop out of school. Horikita shook his head again. Although points can be used to buy anything in this school, students cannot be expelled from school. Only students who violate the school's regulations will be punished for expulsion. Horikita looked at Wuye, who still did not agree to join the student union. He continued. Sikong, you offended Nagamo. If he succeeds in becoming the student council president, then he will definitely use the power of the student council president to prepare the first-grade students for an exam that is particularly unfavorable to Class D, thereby deducting class points. By the way, you should know the class points, right? Although the freshmen will not know the existence of class points in the first month of enrollment, but Horikita Gakko feels unbelievably that the first-year freshman in front of him will know what class points are. I know, the class points are linked to the monthly personal points, and it is also an important thing for the class to be promoted to Class A. Wuye replied casually. Oh, you really know? I really don't know where you got so much information that won't be announced until a month later. Horikita smiled, and Wuye shrugged. Horikita Suzune, who was watching this side not far away, showed an expression like seeing a ghost, and her big brother actually laughed. Sikong is so satisfying to big brother. Horikita Suzune thought dully. Horikita Suzune, who wants to be recognized by Horikita Gakko, hopes that Horikita Gakko will also smile at her, but unfortunately, she can only imagine. Sikong, what is your decision? Hey. Wuye sighed. I have one last question. What if I'm not Nagamo's opponent? Wuye's words already revealed his intention to agree to join the student union. Horikita said, my vision is pretty good, and I won't entrust important things to people who I think can't do it. Don't say it so nicely, you've misunderstood Nan Yunya. Wuye said angrily. That's why I said that my vision is not bad, not never missed it. Horikita Gakko replied calmly. What he meant was that he misread Nagamoya. Sikong, I can use the authority of my student council president to let you serve as the vice president. Vice president. Wuye's handsome face revealed a look of surprise. He thought that he had entered the student union and was just an ordinary member. He didn't expect Horikita to directly appoint him as the vice president. Senior, are you planning to pull Nan Yunya down and let me be the vice president? No. Horikita shook his head. You can't replace Nagamo rashly. The members of the student union will object. There can be 2 vice presidents in the student union. Although they were held by one person in previous years, if you want to squeeze in, it's not impossible. It's just a bit troublesome. What's the trouble? Wuye said casually, you tell Nan Yunya first that you want to withdraw his vice president to me, and he will definitely be dissatisfied and protest. Then you took the opportunity to propose me as the second vice president, and he would have a high chance of agreeing. A gleam flashed in Horikita Gakko's eyes. This freshman's mind was more flexible and intelligent than he imagined, and he had already figured out how to make Nagamoya and the others accept him as the vice president almost instantly. Sikong, what you're talking about is the house demolition effect, right? Horikita looked at Wuye with admiring eyes. That's right. Wuye nodded. The so-called house demolition effect is probably, you think this house is too dark, and if you want to open a skylight here, everyone must not allow it. But if you advocate removing the roof first, they will come to mediate, saying that removing the roof is too much. Why don't you open a skylight to the house? To put it simply, the house demolition effect is to make a big request first, and then make a smaller request after others cannot accept it. The other party thinks it is okay, so they accept this smaller request. This is known in psychology as the house demolition effect. If Horikita told Nagamoya and the others to make Wuye the second vice president, then Nagamoya and the others would definitely object loudly. However, Horikita told Nan Yunya that if you dismissed your vice president and let Wuye take over as vice president, he would also object loudly. Later, Horikita proposed that Wuye become the second vice president of the student union. In order to keep her position as the vice president, Nan Yunya could only accept Wuye becoming the vice president. Sikong, exchange contact information with me, and then I will send you an application form to apply for joining the student union. You fill it out and send it to me. I will take care of the rest of the things like joining the student union and becoming the vice president. You settle. In other words, I just have to wait to join the student union. Wuye asked. No, although you haven't joined the student union yet, you have to act in advance to fight against Nagamo. Horikita said slowly. Today's club briefing session, among the freshmen applying to join the student union, there are two outstanding students. They are Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year, and Hoonami Ichinose from Class B of the first year. Hearing the familiar name of the little angel, Wuye didn't show any surprise, because Ichinose Hoonami's desire to join the student union is very strong. Both of these freshmen are promising top students, but I'm going to put them on hold and not take admission. Senior, are you worried that after the two of them join the student union, they will become the lackeys of Nan Yunya ruling the first grade? Wuye said. Can you not mention the three words doglegs? Horikita nodded. I'm worried that if Nagamo tames these two outstanding freshmen, they will become Nagamo's subordinates who dominate the first grade. Sikong, after you successfully join the student union and become the vice president, you can use the vice president. The power of the president, let them be your subordinates. If you want to fight against Nagamo, it is too difficult to fight alone, you must need a companion. No-nos, so, Sikong, before you join the student union, get in touch with Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year and Onamai Ichinose from Class B of the first year, and establish a good relationship in advance. Relation. Let me see. Wuye replied with a smile. Wuye has never been in contact with Kahei Katsuragi from Class A, but he is quite familiar with the little angel Ichinose Hoonami from Class B. It should be quite easy to get along with Ichinose Hoonami. That little angel regards Wuye as a good guy. Afterwards, Horikita held out his school mobile phone to Wuye, and the two exchanged contact information and became friends with the line. Then Sikong, take your leave. Okay. Horikita walked towards Horikita Suzune, who was not far away, and seemed to sense that the big brother was coming. Horikita Suzune tightened her body, her expression became restless and guilty. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune's reaction with a smile. This girl was obviously afraid of her big brother, but she always leaned towards her. Did she really want Horikita's approval that much? While Horikita Suzune waited nervously, Horikita went directly past her. Horikita Suzune's expression suddenly became lost. Didn't she even think about talking to her big brother? Horikita who stopped in his tracks, said, Suzune. Yes? The frustrated Horikita Suzune cheered up instantly. If you want to be promoted to Class A, then you should struggle desperately. Other than that, there is no other way. I will. You will never be disappointed. Well, let me give you a suggestion. Follow Sikong Wuye, learn everything you lack from him, and stay by his side. Your knowledge and vision will be improved. Grows. Horikita said slowly. Understood. Horikita Suzune, who answered Horikita couldn't believe it. Her big brother actually admires and recognizes Sikong Wuye so much, thinking that he has abilities that she lacks. He is obviously her age. After leaving the last reminder, Horikita left the street here neatly. Horikita Suzune stared at those charming fox eyes, and stared at Wuye, who was not far away. Horikita Suzune's eyes were a little scary, which gave Wuye the illusion that he was being watched by the arrogant snow fox. He turned around and walked to another exit of the street. Looking at Wuye, who was leaving, Horikita Suzune quickly stepped on her slender legs and quickly caught up with Wuye. Where are you going? Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune, who came to him side by side. He said helplessly, It's almost 9 o'clock now, I have to go to the basketball court. It's not like you don't know that I made an appointment to gamble with someone. Horikita Suzune also had an impression of this bet, because she was watching when Wuye was talking with Ota Ishikai. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune, who followed him step by step. He said helplessly, Horikita, I will give you back the 5 million points that your big brother transferred to me. Why? Horikita Suzune subconsciously asked. Don't you just follow me because I got 5 million points from your big brother? Of course not. Horikita Suzune retorted sternly. Since Horikita left, she has returned to her usual stern and arrogant look. Then why are you following me? Because the big brother thinks you are very powerful, so I suggest that I follow you and learn from you. How could Horikita Suzune say such words? About the 5 million points, you don't have to return them, just take them. I will earn the points myself, and then return them to Shishi. Horikita Suzuki asked Wuye seriously and said, Really? Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with admiring eyes. The big brother is very good, and the younger sister is also good. At least Horikita Suzune is responsible. Then Horikita, you have to hurry up. After all, your big brother is about to graduate in a year. If he graduates out, it doesn't make sense for you to earn more points. Goo. I know, you don't need to remind me. Horikita Suzune gritted her silver teeth. 710. That's right, if Horikita Suzune wants to return Horikita 5 million points, it must be done before Horikita has graduated, otherwise her decision is meaningless. But how difficult it is to earn 5 million points. After all, if there is a way to easily earn points, then there will be no students in the school to eat the mountain vegetable set meal that does not require points. At this moment, Wuye's cell phone rang several times in a row. He took it out to look, and found that it was a message sent to him by Horikita Kikyo, and there were 2 documents. One document is an application to join the student union. The other document is the information about Nan Yunya's influence in the student union. Wuye raised his eyebrows and clicked on the power intelligence document. The document is a file similar to a resume, and it also has a facial photo attached. Such a document can let Wuye clearly know the membership of the entire student union. Since Horikita Kikyo came out with Peugeot, Wuye can use this document to know who is Naeunya's dog leg. There are 3 secretaries in the entire student union. They are Mizoaki, Dianhee, and Tachibana. Mizoaki and Dianhee, these 2 secretaries started to follow Nan Yunya when Nan Yunya was still a first-year Class B student, and they were his most trusted right-hand men. The remaining secretary, Tachibana Akane, is a companion of the student council president, Horikita Kikyo. In addition, other members of the student union either lean toward Nagamo or remain neutral. The reason why the neutral members remain neutral is probably because Horikita Kikyo is still the student council president. As long as Horikita abdicates, the neutral student union members should become Nagamo Masa's power. After reading this document, Wuye clicked his tongue. The whole student union is almost going to become Nagamoya's one talker. Then Wuye looked at Suzune Horikita, who had been peeking at her phone. You big brother really pulled me onto a wreck that was about to sink. Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye dissatisfied. She knew what Wuye meant. Her big brother dragged him into the student union, and dragged him onto a broken ship. I don't know how many people want to join the student union. Then Horikita, do you want to join the student union, Baba? Wuye said. What's the silence? Don't you want to be recognized by your big brother? Then join me in the student union, otherwise you won't be able to see your efforts and changes in everything. Wuye said very seriously. You are right, I will try to apply to join the student union. Wuye showed a satisfied smile. He thought that as long as Horikita Suzune joined the student union, he would be a good helper for him. After all, Horikita Suzune is Horikita Suzune's younger sister, and she longs for Horikita Suzune's approval, so Horikita Suzune who joined the student union will definitely not become Nagamo Masa's subordinate. Horikita and Ichinose will be my support for the time being. Let's find time to get in touch with Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year. Wuye thought silently. But before going to contact other people, Wuye had to convince Horikita Suzune first, so that she would not know anything after she joined the student union. Horikita, do you want to know what your big brother told me while avoiding you? Wuye said. Think. Then I'll tell you. If it's you, maybe it will help your big brother and become his support. Wuye said in a bewitching tone. I have to say that apart from being handsome, Wuye also has the ability to seduce people. Horikita Suzune's thoughts are now attracted by his words. Under Horikita Suzune's staring eyes, Wuye said all the things Horikita Kikyo said. Horikita Kikyo wanted Wuye to be a helper against Nagamo Masa, and Wuye is now planning to abduct his sister Horikita Suzune and let her be his helper. I don't know what kind of expression Horikita Kikyo will have after knowing this situation. I understand. I will definitely join the student union, and then fight with you against that vice president named Nagamo Masa. Horikita Suzune replied solemnly. That would be great. Wuye smiled. Wuye's handsome smile exudes a charming charm that makes women's heart beat under the illumination of street lamps. Even Horikita Suzune, who has a cold personality, can't help but lose his mind a little. Horikita Suzune, who came back to her senses, turned her head away, leaving Wuye with a fair-side face. She said awkwardly, Sikong, what are you laughing at? I'm helping big brother, not you. It's all the same. I'll send you the information document of Naeunya faction sent by your big brother later. Please take a closer look. Well, I will be ready to join the student union, just waiting for you to become the vice president of the student union. Horikita Suzune nodded her head slightly. Horikita Suzune, who already knew everything about the student council, was excited. If she and Wuye worked together to defeat Masa Nagamo, her big brother would probably change her opinion? No, I think Horikita, you should immediately apply to join the student council, and then do everything possible to become Nagamo Masa's subordinate. What are you talking about? Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye. She is Horikita Kikyo's younger sister. How could she join the big brother's enemy? Don't worry, Horikita, you have read Crime and Punishment, so I don't know if you have read a literary work called Berlin Spy. Horikita Suzune's expression was slightly paused, and she said with her eyes slightly bright, Sikong, you mean, let me be a spy to obtain information about Nagamoya and the others? Yes, it is like that. Horikita Suzune was silent. She only wanted to help Horikita Kikyo to deal with Nan Yunya, but she didn't want to be a spy. But if she can break into Nan Yunya's influence, then she can get information? No way, Masa Nagamo will definitely find out about my relationship with Big Brother, and he won't let me join his forces. Horikita Suzune replied. You can pretend to have a falling out with your big brother, so it might work. Wuye said with a smile. Because of dissatisfied with the dislike and cold treatment of the cruel big brother, the good-for-nothing sister decided to take revenge on the cruel big brother, so she resolutely joined the enemy forces of the big brother in an attempt to take revenge on the big brother. Who do you think is the good-for-nothing sister? Horikita Suzune wants to take out the compasses now and stab this guy hard? Facing Horikita Suzune's raised eyebrows, Wuye smiled and smoothed things over. I'm just a metaphor. Don't be angry, just let Nagamoya believe that you have a conflict with your big brother. He is very likely to win over you. Because you are Horikita younger sister, bringing you over will have an impact and a blow to Horikita reputation. I think Nagamo Masa will never let go of this good opportunity. Wuye's words reminded Horikita Suzune of something that Horikita had said to her before. Lingyan, I can't change the fact that you are my younger sister. If people around you find out that the student president's younger sister is actually a student in Class D, then you will lose my face, so now, get out of this room immediately. School. I do not want. Why not? I will find a way to defeat Masa Nagamo, absolutely not to damage the face and reputation of Big Brother. Horikita Suzune said while glaring at Wuye, so stop talking about spies. Okay. Facing Horikita Suzune's strong rejection, Wuye didn't feel helpless or disappointed, because it was pretty good. Judging from Horikita Suzune's speech just now, she will definitely not betray Horikita and Wuye. Afterwards, Bai Lingyan and Wuye exchanged contact information. Kushida Kikyo had a strong desire for Horikita Suzune's contact information, but Wuye got it easily. Afterwards, Wuye sent Horikita Suzune the power intelligence document sent to Nagamoya through the contact information. Horikita Suzune didn't check this document right away, because she has more things to ask Wuye now. Sikong, do you know that other than spending 20 million points there are other ways to change from Class D to Class A? Horikita Suzune asked in a low voice. After learning from Horikita that Class D is the worst class, Horikita Suzune has the idea of changing classes, and this idea is very strong, but she doesn't have 20 million points. Yep. What is the solution? Horikita Suzune immediately became more energetic. Tong Kong, please tell me. Obviously Horikita Suzune is a beautiful woman exuding a cold temperament, but her fox eyes revealed expectations and surprises to Wuye. Just let Class D become Class A. Wuye replied with a refreshing smile. Let Class D become Class A, what does this mean? Horikita Suzune's face showed a little doubt. Horikita Suzune has heard of such things as students changing classes, but she has never heard of such things as Class D becoming Class A. This school determines the class according to the class points. If our Class D's class points are higher than the other three classes, then our Class D will become Class A. In this way, you can become a student of Class A without spending any points. Wuye explained with a smile. I see, there is still this way, so what are the class points? Horikita Suzune asked quickly after seeing Hope. This class points, it is very troublesome to explain, I will explain it to you later. Horikita Suzune's expectant expression suddenly paused, she slightly narrowed her charming fox eyes. Sikong, you are here again, are you planning to explain to everyone in Class D tomorrow morning? When he was in the shopping mall before, Wuye was perfunctory about Horikita Suzune's 100,000 points, so now he's here again? No, it's a month later. A month. Yes, because the class points are the same as the class assignment that your big brother told you before, if you say it, you will be expelled from school, so Horikita, you should obediently wait for a month, and the school will officially announce it after a month. Announce the class points, Wuye said with a chuckle. Although Wuye can now directly tell Horikita Suzune the relationship between class points and promotion to Class A, but what about telling her, Horikita Suzune, who has a cold personality and is not good at communicating with others, can she manage the students in the whole class well? Unable. So let's continue to maintain the status quo. After 1 month, the students in Class D will realize the importance of class points, and then make plans. 1 month later, okay. Horikita Suzune reluctantly accepted the 1 month waiting time. Anyway, she has a year, so it shouldn't matter if you wait a month, right? Why 1 year and not 3 years? Doesn't it take 3 years to graduate from high school? Because Horikita Suzune wants to let Horikita know that she is already a student of Class A before she graduates. Therefore, Horikita Suzune wants to promote Class D to Class A within 1 year. P.S. Happy New Year everyone. Understood. Horikita Suzune, who answered Horikita, couldn't believe it. Her big brother actually admires and recognizes Sikong Wuye so much, thinking that he has abilities that she lacks. He is obviously her age. After leaving the last reminder, Horikita left the street here neatly. Horikita Suzune stared at those charming fox eyes, and stared at Wuye who was not far away. Horikita Suzune's eyes were a little scary, which gave Wuye the illusion that he was being watched by the arrogant snow fox. He turned around and walked to another exit of the street. Looking at Wuye who was leaving, Horikita Suzune quickly stepped on her slender legs and quickly caught up with Wuye. Where are you going? Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune who came to him side by side. He said helplessly, it's almost 9 o'clock now, I have to go to the basketball court. It's not like you don't know that I made an appointment to gamble with someone. Horikita Suzune also had an impression of this bet, because she was watching when Wuye was talking with Oda Ishikai. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune who followed him step by step. He said helplessly, Horikita, I will give you back the 5 million points that your big brother transferred to me. Why? Horikita Suzune subconsciously asked. Don't you just follow me because I got 5 million points from your big brother? Of course not. Horikita Suzune retorted sternly. Since Horikita left, she has returned to her usual stern and arrogant look. Then why are you following me? Because the big brother thinks you are very powerful, so I suggest that I follow you and learn from you. How could Horikita Suzune say such words? About the 5 million points you don't have to return them, just take them, I will earn the points myself, and then return them to Shishi. Horikita Suzuki asked Wuye seriously and said. Really? Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with admiring eyes. The big brother is very good, and the younger sister is also good. At least Horikita Suzune is responsible. Then Horikita, you have to hurry up. After all, your big brother is about to graduate in a year. If he graduates out, it doesn't make sense for you to earn more points. Gu. I know, you don't need to remind me. Horikita Suzune gritted her silver teeth. 710. That's right, if Horikita Suzune wants to return Horikitagaku's 5 million points, it must be done before Horikitagaku has graduated, otherwise her decision is meaningless. But how difficult it is to earn 5 million points. After all, if there is a way to easily earn points, then there will be no students in the school to eat the mountain vegetable set meal that does not require points. At this moment, Wuye's cell phone rang several times in a row. He took it out to look, and found that it was a message sent to him by Horikitagaku, and there were 2 documents. One document is an application to join the student union. The other document is the information about Nanyunya's influence in the student union. Wuye raised his eyebrows and clicked on the power intelligence document. The document is a file similar to a resume, and it also has a facial photo attached. Such a document can let Wuye clearly know the membership of the entire student union. Since Horikitagaku came out with Peugeot, Wuye can use this document to know who is Nanyunya's dog leg. There are 3 secretaries in the entire student union. They are Mizoaki, Dianhee, and Tachibana. Mizoaki and Dianhee, these 2 secretaries started to follow Nanyunya when Nanyunya was still a first-year Class B student, and they were his most trusted right-hand men. The remaining secretary, Tachibana Akane, is a companion of the student council president, Horikitagaku. In addition, other members of the student union either lean toward Nagamo, or remain neutral. The reason why the neutral members remain neutral is probably because Horikitagaku is still the student council president. As long as Horikita abdicates, the neutral student union members should become Nagamo Masa's power. After reading this document, Wuye clicked his tongue. The whole student union is almost going to become Nagamoya's one talker. Then Wuye looked at Suzune Horikita, who had been peeking at her phone. You big brother really pulled me onto a wreck that was about to sink. Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye dissatisfied. She knew what Wuye meant. Her big brother dragged him into the student union, and dragged him onto a broken ship. I don't know how many people want to join the student union. Then Horikita, do you want to join the student union, Baba? Wuye said. What's the silence? Don't you want to be recognized by your big brother? Then join me in the student union, otherwise you won't be able to see your efforts and changes in everything. Wuye said very seriously. You are right, I will try to apply to join the student union. Wuye showed a satisfied smile. He thought that as long as Horikita Suzune joined the student union, he would be a good helper for him. After all, Horikita Suzune is Horikita Suzune's younger sister, and she longs for Horikita Suzune's approval, so Horikita Suzune who joined the student union will definitely not become Nagamo Masa's subordinate. Horikita and Ichinose will be my support for the time being. Let's find time to get in touch with Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year. Wuye thought silently. But before going to contact other people, Wuye had to convince Horikita Suzune first, so that she would not know anything after she joined the student union. Horikita, do you want to know what your big brother told me while avoiding you? Wuye said. Think. Then I'll tell you, if it's you, maybe it will help your big brother and become his support. Wuye said in a bewitching tone. I have to say that apart from being handsome, Wuye also has the ability to seduce people. Horikita Suzune's thoughts are now attracted by his words. Under Horikita Suzune's staring eyes, Wuye said all the things Horikitagaku said. Horikitagaku wanted Wuye to be a helper against Nagamo Masa, and Wuye is now planning to abduct his sister Horikita Suzune and let her be his helper. I don't know what kind of expression Horikitagaku will have after knowing this situation. I understand, I will definitely join the student union, and then fight with you against that vice president named Nagamo Masa. Horikita Suzune replied solemnly. That would be great. Wuye smiled. Wuye's handsome smile exudes a charming charm that makes women's heart beat under the illumination of street lamps. Even Horikita Suzune, who has a cold personality, can't help but lose his mind a little. Horikita Suzune, who came back to her senses, turned her head away, leaving Wuye with a fair-side face. She said awkwardly, Sikong, what are you laughing at? I'm helping big brother, not you. It's all the same. I'll send you the information document of Nanyunya faction sent by your big brother later. Please take a closer look. Well, I will be ready to join the student union, just waiting for you to become the vice president of the student union. Horikita Suzune nodded her head slightly. Horikita Suzune, who already knew everything about the student council, was excited. If she and Wuye worked together to defeat Masa Nagamo, her big brother would probably change her opinion? No, I think Horikita, you should immediately apply to join the student council, and then do everything possible to become Nagamo Masa's subordinate. What are you talking about? Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye. She is Horikitagaku's younger sister. How could she join the big brother's enemy? Don't worry, Horikita, you have read Crime and Punishment, so I don't know if you have read a literary work called Berlin Spy. Horikita Suzune's expression was slightly paused, and she said with her eyes slightly bright, Sikong, you mean, let me be a spy to obtain information about Nagamoya and the others? Yes, it is like that. Horikita Suzune was silent. She only wanted to help Horikitagaku deal with Nanyunya, but she didn't want to be a spy. But if she can break into Nanyunya's influence, then she can get information? No way, Masa Nagamo will definitely find out about my relationship with Big Brother, and he won't let me join his forces. Horikita Suzune replied. You can pretend to have a falling out with your big brother, so it might work. Wuye said with a smile. Because of dissatisfied with the dislike and cold treatment of the cruel big brother, the good-for-nothing sister decided to take revenge on the cruel big brother, so she resolutely joined the enemy forces of the big brother in an attempt to take revenge on the big brother. Who do you think is the good-for-nothing sister? Horikita Suzune wants to take out the compasses now and stab this guy hard? Facing Horikita Suzune's raised eyebrows, Wuye smiled and smoothed things over. I'm just a metaphor. Don't be angry, just let Nagamoya believe that you have a conflict with your big brother. He is very likely to win over you. Because you are Horikitagaku's younger sister, bringing you over will have an impact and a blow to Horikitagaku's reputation. I think Nagamo Masa will never let go of this good opportunity. Wuye's words reminded Horikita Suzune of something that Horikitagaku had said to her before. Lingyan, I can't change the fact that you are my younger sister. If people around you find out that the student president's younger sister is actually a student in Class D, then you will lose my face, so now, get out of this room immediately. School. I do not want. Why not? I will find a way to defeat Masa Nagamo, absolutely not to damage the face and reputation of Big Brother. Horikita Suzune said while glaring at Wuye, so stop talking about spies. Okay. Facing Horikita Suzune's strong rejection, Wuye didn't feel helpless or disappointed, because it was pretty good. Judging from Horikita Suzune's speech just now, she will definitely not betray Horikitagaku and Wuye. Afterwards, Lingyan and Wuye exchanged contact information. Kushida Kikyo had a strong desire for Horikita Suzune's contact information, but Wuye got it easily. Afterwards, Wuye sent Horikita Suzune the power intelligence document sent to Nagamoya through the contact information. Horikita Suzune didn't check this document right away, because she has more things to ask Wuye now. Sikong, do you know that other than spending 20 million points there are other ways to change from Class D to Class A? Horikita Suzune asked in a low voice. After learning from Horikitagaku that Class D is the worst class, Horikita Suzune has the idea of changing classes, and this idea is very strong, but she doesn't have 20 million points. Yap. What is the solution? Horikita Suzune immediately became more energetic. Tong Kong, please tell me. Obviously Horikita Suzune is a beautiful woman exuding a cold temperament, but her fox eyes revealed expectations and surprises to Wuye. Just let Class D become Class A. Wuye replied with a refreshing smile. Let Class D become Class A, what does this mean? Horikita Suzune's face showed a little doubt. Horikita Suzune has heard of such things as students changing classes, but she has never heard of such things as Class D becoming Class A. This school determines the class according to the class points. If our Class D's class points are higher than the other three classes, then our Class D will become Class A. In this way, you can become a student of Class A without spending any points. Wuye explained with a smile. I see, there is still this way, so what are the class points? Horikita Suzune asked quickly after seeing Hope. This class points, it is very troublesome to explain, I will explain it to you later. Horikita Suzune's expectant expression suddenly paused, she slightly narrowed her charming fox eyes. Sikong, you are here again, are you planning to explain to everyone in Class D tomorrow morning? When he was in the shopping mall before, Wuye was perfunctory about Horikita Suzune's 100,000 points, so now he's here again? No, it's a month later. A month. Yes, because the class points are the same as the class assignment that your big brother told you before. If you say it, you will be expelled from school. So Horikita, you should obediently wait for a month, and the school will officially announce it after a month. Announce the class points. Wuye said with a chuckle. Although Wuye can now directly tell Horikita Suzune the relationship between class points and promotion to Class A. But what about telling her, Horikita Suzune, who has a cold personality and is not good at communicating with others, can she manage the students in the whole class well? Unable. So let's continue to maintain the status quo. After 1 month, the students in Class D will realize the importance of class points, and then make plans. 1 month later, okay. Horikita Suzune reluctantly accepted the 1 month waiting time. Anyway, she has a year, so it shouldn't matter if you wait a month, right? Why 1 year and not 3 years? Doesn't it take 3 years to graduate from high school? Because Horikita Suzune wants to let Horikita know that she is already a student of Class A before she graduates. Therefore, Horikita Suzune wants to promote Class D to Class A within 1 year. Wuye walked towards the basketball court showing a cheerful smile. He has gained too much tonight. Horikita has transferred 5 million points to Wuye, and Horikita Suzune has become Wuye's excellent tool man. Cough, he is an excellent helper? Horikita Suzune will not only become Wuye's helper in the student council, but also help Class D to be promoted to Class A. Horikita Suzune, who longs to be recognized by big brother Horikitagaku, will definitely work hard. So after Wuye has such an excellent helper as Horikita Suzune, he should be much more relaxed whether he is in the student union or Class D in the future. Thanks. Okay. Wuye turned his head in surprise and looked at Horikita Suzune, who whispered a thank you. What are you thanking? If you want to thank, Wuye should also thank Horikita Suzune, right? After all, she made him earn 5 million points and he will become the vice president of the student union later. You threatened my big brother with the video, you should be venting your anger on me. Horikita Suzune, who turned his head away from Wuye, said in a low voice. No, Horikita, you think too much. I'm just displeased with your big brother's attitude towards his relatives, and you want to extort 5 million points from him by the way. Wuye replied casually. Horikita Suzune, who pursed her thin lips, glanced at Wuye. She knew he was lying. If Sikong Wuye really planned to blackmail her big brother through the video, then he would not take the initiative to tell his big brother that he did not save the video. So blackmail points do not exist. Wuye just couldn't see it, and then wanted to help her out. As for the 5 million points, Wuye didn't intend to ask for it before, it was her big brother Horikita who transferred it to him. Thinking of these things, Horikita Suzune felt a warm feeling that she had never experienced before. Horikita Suzune felt that this should be the feeling of being protected by others. The warm feeling in her heart softened Horikita Suzune's cold temperament a bit, and she said with a sigh after letting go of her heart. Sikong, you are really amazing. Why did you suddenly praise me? Wuye asked strangely. Because my big brother, he has been extremely good since he was a child. No one has ever let him suffer, and you should be the first person to make him suffer. Horikita Suzune's answer made Wuye dumbfounded. Horikita, are you praising me, or are you praising your big brother? It depends on how you understand it. Horikita Suzune gently raised her lips, revealing an invisible smile. Horikita Suzune, who praised a man for the first time, felt a little embarrassed, and she changed the subject. There is a basketball court not far ahead, so I won't go in with you. After all, you will attract everyone's attention. I don't want to be watched by others. Okay, see you later. Wuye waved his hand casually, and then parted with Horikita Suzune. Horikita Suzune stood on the spot. She watched Wuye's leaving back. After the distance between him and her was more than 20 meters, Horikita Suzune stepped forward with her slender legs under the school uniform skirt, followed by Wuye. Horikita Suzune, who has a cold and arrogant personality, is completely uninterested in other people's affairs, especially the fierce battles between others, but the next bet on the basketball court is related to Sikong Wuye. She wants to go look. After all, the big brother asked me to learn from Sikong, so observation is an indispensable step. After finding an appropriate excuse for herself, the little embarrassment and unnatural emotions in Horikita Suzune's heart subsided a lot. Wuye, who has stepped into the basketball court, is sending a message to Horikita Kikyo about the information that he wants to pull Horikita Suzune into the student union to help. After all, Horikita Suzune is also Horikita Kikyo's younger sister. If you want someone else's sister to join the student union, you have to tell this big brother. Besides, Horikita Kikyo is the president of the student council, and Horikita Suzune needs to get his permission to join the student council. But I don't know what Horikita is doing. 10 seconds after Wuye sent the message, Horikita replied to him. Sikong, I have no objection to your plan to let Lingyan join the student union. Although she is difficult to get along with and communicate with, she is quite capable. Wuye looked at Horikita Shue's response, and he couldn't help complaining. Compared to my sister, your big brother is more difficult to get along with and communicate with. Horikita Suzune is cold, but that pretty face has some expression after all, and Horikita Kikyo, this guy has a completely ice face. Horikita Shue, whom Wuye called Ice Cube Face, was looking at the message sent by Wuye, asking Horikita Suzune to join the student union. Let Lingyan join the student union. Maybe this is a good way, at least it can make her grow up quickly. Horikita Academy can still serve as the student council president for 6 months. The student council president of this school will abdicate in October, so Wuye, Horikita Suzune, and the subordinates selected by Wuye have to be in the office within these 6 months. Stand firm in the student union. Otherwise, it would be difficult to confront Nanyunya. Horikita Kikyo recalled Wuye who threatened him to quit school. He muttered to himself, I always feel that Sikong Wuye doesn't need to spend 6 months to gain a firm foothold in the student union. After all, Wuye is extraordinarily courageous. Knowing that Horikita Kikyo is the president of the student council, he dared to use a video to threaten him to drop out of school. I'm not afraid to offend him. But that's fine too. After all, even the student council president is not afraid, so why would he be afraid of Nagomoya who is the vice president? But Horikita has a worry, that is, will Sikong Wuye become the second Nagomoya? According to Sikong Wuye's actions these days when he entered school, he is more capable than Nagumo. While his personality is wild, he is also more thoughtful than Neun. If he successfully defeats Neun, then he will become the student council president. What will you do next? What will Wuye do after becoming student council president? Probably the position of student council president was thrown to Horikita Suzune, or Ichinose Hoonami, because Wuye hates trouble and hates taking care of others. And the student council president needs to be responsible for many things in this school. Wuye will definitely put aside the position of student council president because of the trouble. Horikita is worried about whether Wuye will become the second Nagumo Masa. But Horikita could only suppress this worry in his heart, and he had to pull Wuye into the student union and make him the vice president. Because Wuye fits so well, fit like never before. Wuye not only has the ability to be admired by Horikita, but he also offended Nagumo Masa. If Wuye wants to spend the campus life in peace and stability, he must eradicate Nagumo Masa who had a bad relationship with him. At this time, Wuye, who was being missed by the Horikita brothers and sisters, had already started a bet against the club president Oda Ishikai. Half an hour after the two-person basketball duel, Wuye, whose hair was already wet with sweat, looked at Oda Shiai with a look of admiration and frustration with a smile. The scoreboard placed on the side of the basketball court is Sikong Wuye, 23. Oda Ishikai 7. No way, the leader actually lost to that first-year freshman. Not only did we lose, but the score was huge. It's just crushing. The onlookers and members of the basketball club looked at Wuye standing proudly in the basketball court with astonished eyes. They were actually watching how Oda Shiai crushed Sikong Wuye, but they didn't expect what they saw. It's the complete opposite. It was Sikong Wuye, a first-year freshman, who crushed the president of the basketball club, Oda Ishikai. Suda Takero, a first-year Class D student, was also among the onlookers. He had personally heard the bet between Wuye and Oda Ishikai, so he, who is keen on basketball, would naturally come to watch the matinee basketball bet. Although very upset, Shudo-ken had to admit that the basketball level of these two people was much better than him. Sikong, you are a complete monster, no matter in terms of dribbling offense or personal defense. I am so surprised that I have nothing to say. Oda Shiai gasped in admiration, said to Wuye. Thank you for the compliment. Senior is actually very good, at least much better than Nanyunya. Oda Ishihai twitched the corners of his mouth. Did this guy mean to say, at least he didn't get a zero seal from him? After all, Nanyunya was zero blocked by Wuye, and he twisted her ankle. Then I would like to bet and admit defeat. Senior, please transfer the points over here. Wuye smiled and handed his student ID to Oda Shiai. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Hey, Xiaoshan, bring me my mobile phone. Oda Shiai shouted to one of the members of the basketball club. Coming. Oda Ishihai used his mobile phone to transfer 1.5 million points to Wuye, and he warmly invited, Sikong, you are so good at basketball, why don't you join the basketball club? Here is where you can show your strength. 0 for flowers. 0. Even if he lost the bet, Oda Ishihai did not give up the idea of pulling Wuye into the basketball club. Let's forget it. Basketball is just a sport in my eyes. It's okay to play occasionally. It's fine if you become a member of the basketball club. Besides, just because you can play double basketball well doesn't mean I'm suitable for team basketball. Wuye replied casually. In a normal full-court basketball game, both sides will send 5 players to the court, which is a 5v5 situation. In a full-court basketball game, it doesn't make much sense to be good alone. It is very important to know how to cooperate with your teammates. After all, full-court basketball is different from double basketball. It is not a single player. Oda Shiai understands what Wuye means, but to cooperate with this kind of thing, as long as you practice more with everyone in the basketball club, the cooperation will come up. Oda Shiai invited Wuye again, but he declined again. In the end, Wuye left the basketball court with a smile on his student ID card, which had soared 1.5 million points. Horikita Suzune, who was standing alone in the corner, stared at Wuye's leaving back, and she let out a soft breath. Sikong Wuye on the basketball court is a little handsome. Although Horikita Suzune doesn't know much about basketball, she can feel Wuye's strong presence and momentum in the basketball club. Even as an audience member, she can feel the sense of presence and oppression, which makes people feel excited. 000. Horikita Suzune silently suppressed her surging inner emotions. She left the basketball court with the flow of people, and followed Wuye, who was leaving. Sikong. The loud and hasty yell made Wuye frown, and he turned around to see an orangutan. No, it was Suda Takeru. Suda-ken hurriedly ran to the front of Wuye, and he handed Wuye the energy drink he bought from the beverage vending machine. I invite you to drink. Wuye didn't reach out to take the drink that Suda-ken handed over. He said in distaste, just tell me if you have something to do. I'm going back to take a shower now. The grumpy Suda-ken was not at all annoyed by Wuye's bad tone. His face showed a shy, embarrassed expression, which made Wuye feel cold. This bad BD. What do you want to do? I really like basketball, so I want to join the basketball club, and I hope someone can train me. Sikong, you can beat the president of the basketball club, so I want to ask you. I refuse. Wuye said without hesitation. You haven't finished listening. Do you need to finish listening? Wuye looked at Suda Takeru angrily. You just want to ask me to teach you basketball, isn't that right? 17. Yes. Suda-ken nodded again and again. So, I said I refused. Why? 1. I hate bad gangsters, and 2. I hate taking care of others, so you understand. Wuye unreservedly stated the reason why he rejected Sudang Takeru. Gritting his teeth, Suda-ken tightly held the energy drink in his hand. Wuye looked at him coldly. If this bad BD dares to speak harshly to him later, Wuye would not mind teaching him a lesson. Let him know what it means misfortune comes from the mouth. But in this school full of surveillance cameras, Wuye can't take the initiative to teach bad gangsters, because he will be punished. You have to sign a contract first, or let the other party attack him first. After occupying the reason of justifiable self-defense, Wuye can fight back without any worries. However, the development of the matter was beyond Wuye's expectation. The bad gangster Suda-ken didn't say harsh words, nor did he beat Wuye, but bent down and bowed to him abruptly. Sikong, please teach me basketball. Wuye, whose mouth was twitching, looked at Takeru Sudo, who bent down and shouted loudly. This guy's behavior gave him a sense of déjà vu. Coach, I want to play basketball. Sikong, as long as you are willing to teach me basketball, no matter what you ask, I will do it. Pseudo Takeru's tone full of determination made Wuye ponder. Although this guy is a bad gangster, he seems to be able to become an excellent tool man. In order for Class D to be promoted to Class A, all the students in the class must be united, and Takeru Pseudo, like Ichinose and his group, are poor students who can't abide by discipline. Now, maybe Wuye can change Pseudo Kenkei. Although Wuye hates trouble and taking care of people, he is a character who walks the talk. Now that Wuye has promised Sae Chabashita and Suzune Horikita to promote Class D to Class A, he will work hard to achieve this agreement. So taming Pseudo Takeru and making him a good student is closely related to promoting Class D to Class A. Pseudo Takeru, no matter what request I make, you will do it and abide by it, is that so? Wuye asked. Hearing Wuye's tendency to agree, Pseudo-ken was overjoyed, straightened his waist and said quickly, that's right. Then you should be a good student to me, the kind of good student who abides by discipline in class and has excellent grades in subject tests. Wuye said, Sudang Takeru's expression froze in an instant. This kind of request, he can't do it at all. Pseudo-ken is a bad BD who acts recklessly. If you let him be your subordinate, he can do it. But you want him to study, observe discipline, and be a good student, he can't do it. Although there is a saying, people can do anything in a hurry. But you throw him a mathematical conjecture, see if he can figure it out. Wuye looked at Sudang Takeru's frozen expression, he raised his eyebrows, what about your response? I can't do it, I can't do it. Takeru Pseudo said discouragedly. Now he wondered if this guy Sikong Wuye was teasing him. Be a good student? This isn't what teasing is. Don't come to me if you can't do it, and you can do what you asked just now. It shouldn't be difficult for me to make you a good student, right? Wuye said angrily. In the end, Pseudo-ken, who had a bad temper and endured it for a long time, finally broke out. He said angrily, if you don't teach, you don't teach. Anyway, you are not one of the best in basketball. Oh, then why did you come to me? Wuye said with a sneer, bad gangsters are bad gangsters, and they like to turn their faces and deny people. That's because I thought you'd help me. Don't say it so confidently. I'm not your parents, I have no obligation to help you. Damn it. Takeru Pseudo smashed the energy drink in his hand on the ground angrily, and the broken energy drink sprayed all over the ground. Wuye frowned at this situation. Pick up the bottle for me. Hey, Sikong Wuye, what right do you have to order me? I won't pick it up. Pseudo-ken retorted to Wuye with a sneer, since this BD didn't intend to teach him basketball, then he didn't have to be respectful to him? You will regret it. Wuye said with a calm expression. Okay, I'd like to see how you want me to regret it. Pseudo Takeru, who has a bad temper, said provocatively. Wuye looked indifferently at Pseudo-taken whose expression became aggressive. Pseudo-taken, I think you should change your hobbies. What do you mean? Wuye's words made Pseudo Takeru feel an ominous feeling in his heart. Because before the basketball bet between me and the president of the basketball club, Oda Ishihai, he told me that 17 freshmen applied to join the basketball club, and the basketball club only had 3 places. Oda Ishihai said that he would specially reserve a spot for me, and when I change my mind, I can join the basketball club whenever I want. Takeru Pseudo gritted his teeth. It's like this again? Eager to join the basketball club, he has to apply and pass the assessment. After passing the assessment, he is still a probationary member, not a full member of the basketball club. But Sikong Wuye, he doesn't need to apply or take an assessment at all, he can directly become an official member of the basketball club. Now, the president of the basketball club even specially reserved a spot for this BD. Takeru Pseudo, who only likes basketball and doesn't care too much about girls, has finally tasted the envy and hatred that Guy Ichinose has towards Sikong Wuye. Are you telling me this to show off to me, BD? I didn't intend to show off to you. Later, out of curiosity, I asked Oda Ishihai who he admitted for the other 2 places. Oda Ishihai said. Wuye smiled towards Pseudo Takeru whose expression became tense. He said that anyone can do it except Pseudo Takeru. BD, what are you talking about? Wuye's words made Pseudo Takeru's heart collapse, and he stretched out his hand towards Wuye's collar furiously. Wuye, with slightly cold eyes, grabbed Pseudo-ken's outstretched arm with lightning speed, grabbed and pulled his foot, and directly tripped the enraged Pseudo-ken to the ground. Wuye's flowing behavior stopped Horikita Suzune who wanted to rush to help. In fact, Horikita Suzune has been following Wuye not far behind. She saw Pseudo-ken bending over Wuye, and heard the conversation between the 2 of them. I even saw Pseudo Takeru's action on Wuye. When she saw Pseudo Takeru attacking Wuye, Horikita Suzune subconsciously rushed to help, but when she saw Pseudo Takeru being quickly knocked to the ground by Wuye, she suddenly realized that Sikong doesn't seem to need my help at all. Pseudo-ken, who was knocked to the ground by Wuye, was not injured. He got up angrily, and prepared to teach this BD who made him extremely angry. Pseudo Takeru, if you want to know why Oda Ishihai rejected you so much, then stand where I am. Wuye said coldly. The power of this sentence is comparable to Monkey King's tight circle. Pseudo-ken became quiet when he heard Wuye's words. His nostrils were breathing heavily because of anger. Why would that BD refuse me to join the basketball club? Wuye looked at Takeru Pseudo who was glaring at him angrily. He pointed to the energy drink bottle on the ground. Pick it up and throw it into the trash can. Although he didn't want to obey Wuye's order, but in order to find out the truth, Sudoken could only suppress his anger and dissatisfaction, and aggrievedly picked up the energy drink bottle that had been smashed on the ground before. As if venting his inner anger, Sudotakuro ruthlessly smashed the energy drink bottle into a nearby trash can. Come on, tell me quickly. Wuye didn't care about Sudotakuro's dissatisfaction. He smiled. It's because of your attitude. Oda Ishikai said that your attitude is too violent. After you join the basketball club, you will definitely provoke other members of the National Basketball Club. That's why he said that anyone can join the basketball club, except for that freshman named Sudotakuro. That's the answer you want. The furious expression on Sudoken's face froze. He yelled impossible and then ran towards the basketball court. Probably asked Oda Ishikai to confirm the situation. Horikita Suzune glanced at Sudotakuro who was running wildly past her, and she stepped forward with her slender legs under the skirt, and came to Wuye's side. Sikong, is what you said to him just now true? Of course it's true. Although I'm a bad person, I don't like to lie. Wuye replied. Then Wuye asked this beautiful girl with a cold temperament, don't you think, Horikita, that such a violent student joining the club will not cause trouble to the club? Horikita Suzune didn't answer Wuye, she just nodded her head lightly, agreeing with Wuye's statement. Sikong, I'm quite surprised, I didn't expect you to be a good person. Where does your inexplicable evaluation come from? Wuye looked strangely at Horikita Suzune who was winking at the charming fox. Isn't it? Just now you were persuading Sudotakuro to abide by the discipline and study hard. Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it, and your kindness was wasted. Horikita Suzune replied. Wuye curled his lips. If he hadn't agreed to Chibashira Sae and Horikita Suzune, in order to promote Class D to Class A, he would not bother to talk to Sudotakuro. Goodbye Horikita, I'm sweating all over, I want to go back and take a shower. Let's go together, I'll go back to the dormitory too. Wuye walked with Horikita Suzune, and after walking through a street, Wuye said to Horikita Suzune, I'm going this way. Huh. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye who pointed to the street on the left in surprise. Sikong, the student dormitory is here. I know, because the student dormitory is not big, so I rented a single-family apartment here. The silent Horikita Suzune couldn't help but said, Sikong, you are not used to living in a small room. Don't talk nonsense, I'm from an ordinary family, I'm not a young master. The reason why I rented a single-family apartment is because I don't know how to spend my points, so I just want to live in a bigger place. 01 Wuye replied solemnly. Horikita Suzune didn't quite believe it. Because from the perspective of Wuye's temperament, courage, aura, and taking down Sudotakuro just now, these aspects are not what a child from an ordinary family would have. Horikita Suzune felt that Sikong Wuye, a classmate, was definitely a child raised by an elite family, but it was too impolite to inquire about other people's families, so Horikita Suzune didn't continue to ask. Then Horikita, Mingxian. Well, see you tomorrow. Wuye and Horikita Suzune separated. She stared at Wuye's leaving back, and subconsciously asked, Sikong, will you still go to the playground for a run tomorrow? Of course, Horikita, why are you asking this? Nothing, just asking. Yes. After Horikita Suzune could no longer see Wuye's back, she walked back towards the student dormitory with her slender legs. So Sikong, see you tomorrow on the playground. The living room of a single-family apartment. Wuye hasn't come back yet, it's a bit late. Sakura Airi, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the wall clock hanging on the wall, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. After Wuye and Sae Chabashita went to the basketball court, Airi Sakura had already cleaned all the dishes, chopsticks, and dishes. The delicate body was cleaned carefully. Because tonight is the first night that she and Wuye officially live together, she can't let Wuye smell the kitchen from her body. Sakura Airi, who left the bathroom, was wearing a loose pink night dress. Due to her well-developed body, the slightly loose top of the night dress was bulging. The smooth fiery red hair with fresh water vapor is scattered behind Sakura Airi, and the bare shoulders of the nightgown are glowing with a crystal-clear pink luster due to the hot water from the bath. After taking a shower, Sakura Airi returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she took a few photos of herself with a digital camera, and then happily selected the photos she wanted for collection. She left 3 photos that met her wishes, and Sakura Airi deleted the other photos. She wanted to send these 3 photos to Wuye for him to appreciate. But thinking that Wuye was playing basketball with others, Sakura Airi worried that the photos she sent would affect him, so she gave up the idea. Wait. King Aili was sleepy, and Wuye hadn't come back yet. Sakura Airi, who folded her crystal-clear legs and sat on the sofa, yawned coquettishly. Normally, she was already asleep at this time, but since Wuye hadn't come back, 5.1 she just don't want to go to sleep. At this time, there was a knocking sound from the door of the apartment, and the yawning Sakura Airi shivered. She poked her head out of the sofa and looked at the door of the apartment. After seeing Wuye's familiar figure, Sakura Airi's face suddenly burst into a joyful smile, and the sleepiness in her mind dissipated instantly. Wuye, who had returned to the apartment, saw Sakura Airi approaching with small steps. Due to the loose night dress Sakura Airi is wearing now, the soft night dress slightly outlines her mature figure as she walks. Wuye's eyes can't help but flash a little fire. The color of heat. You're back. Sakura Airi said to Wuye with a sweet smile. Well, I'm back. Wuye touched Sakura Airi's cheek affectionately. Her cheeks were smooth and warm, just like the top warm jade, very comfortable and beautiful to the touch. Under Wuye's intimate touch, Sakura Airi's cheeks rose with a delicate pink blush, and her eyes revealed joyful and shy love emotions. Sakura Airi gently rubbed her face against Wuye's palm, exuding soft and sweet emotion. She asked, Wuye, what happened to your bet with others? I won. Wuye, who answered Sakura Airi, withdrew his palm, and he took off the sneakers he was wearing. Like a newlywed wife, Sakura Airi meekly took out the indoor shoes from the shoe cabinet at the side and handed them to Wuye's feet, and neatly arranged the sneakers he took off. Aili, I'll take a shower first, I'm sweating, and my body is a little sticky. Well, Sakura Airi's dressing gown made Wuye's heart hot, but he was sweating all over. How could he hug Sakura Airi? So go take a shower first. Wuye took the pajamas that Sakura Airi had prepared, and started to walk to the bathroom of the apartment. When he was walking towards the bathroom, the mobile phone in Wuye's pocket rang. He took out his mobile phone in doubt, and found out that Sakura Airi had sent him several messages. How can Airi send me a message? Wuye glanced at the direction of the living room. The two of them are in the same apartment. Do they need to send messages? If there were outsiders in the apartment, Sakura Airi would indeed use his mobile phone to communicate with him, but there were only the two of them in the apartment. Was it sent to the wrong person? That's not right. The shy Sakura Airi would never send messages to others. Puzzled, Wuye clicked on the letter from Sakura Airi, and he looked at the 3 photos sent over strangely. In the photos, Sakura Airi was wearing a loose nightgown with a bright and sweet smile. The fragrant shoulders and white and tender feet exposed outside the nightdress are particularly alluring. Wuye, is it good looking? Wuye looked at the 3 attractive photos and the message from Sakura Airi. He smiled, and then replied a word to her. Quite good looking. Sakura Airi didn't respond to Wuye with text. She sent 2 emojis to Wuye with her hot face. One is a shy expression. The other one is the sleeping emoji. I want to sleep, right? Let's sleep together later. Sakura Airi heard the sound of the door closing from the bathroom of the apartment. Knowing that Wuye had started to take a shower, she touched her hot cheek, and then walked towards Wuye's room with a sweet feeling of shyness and joy. 10 years ago, Sakura Airi had the idea of being Wuye's bride, and today this idea is about to come true. After entering Wuye's room, Sakura Airi slipped into his bed, covered with a thin and soft quilt. She murmured in a low voice full of anticipation, Wuye, come back soon. Looking at you. After about 15 minutes, Wuye, who became refreshed, left the bathroom, wiped his hair with a towel, and came to the living room. Sakura Airi was no longer in the living room. Wuye raised her eyebrows and walked directly to her room. Sakura Airi, who is not staying in the living room, is really in his room, and she still fell asleep. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi who was lying on the bed. She closed her eyes now, her delicate cawing nose exhaled and breathed gently. She seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Sakura Airi, who was asleep, had a very sweet and peaceful expression. Wuye looked at her expression. His eyes softened. Wuye didn't wake up Sakura Airi. He turned around and turned off the light in the room, and under the moonlight from the window, Wuye also got into the bed and slept with Sakura Airi. Sakura Airi, who was asleep, seemed to notice something. She turned around and leaned directly on Wuye's body. Wuye looked sideways at Sakura Airi who was leaning over, and she had opened her eyes when she was asleep. Wuye stretched out his palm. He caressed Sakura Airi's tender cheek. Airi, did I wake you up? No. Sakura Airi shook her head slightly. The bright moonlight poured in from the windows of the room, casting a layer of white and beautiful moonlight on the 2 young lovers in the room. Morning came. Hoo-hoo. Sakura Airi lay on her side on the bed and fell asleep sweetly. The sudden ringtone of her cell phone made her body tremble. Although Wuye, who was sleeping next to Sakura Airi, had covered the ringing phone, she was still woken up by the ringing of the phone. Sakura Airi, who woke up with a start, opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of haze, and she could tell that she hadn't fully woke up from her hazy look. Wake up. The familiar male voice reached Sakura Airi's ears, and she looked at Wuye's handsome face in a daze. Immediately afterwards, the happy memories that happened last night emerged from Sakura Nuanari's mind. By the way, last night. Sakura Airi showed a happy smile. She moved slightly towards Wuye, and hugged him tightly. Wuye. Well, I'm here. One of Wuye's hands rested on Sakura Airi's slender waist, and the other hand held a mobile phone. The caller ID on it was Chabashira-sensei. Why did the teacher call him at this time? Airi, it's Chabashira-sensei calling me. I'll answer the phone first. Sakura Airi, breathing Wuye's breath, nodded her head. Wuye connected with Sae Chabashira, who was caressing Sakura Airi's waist, asked, Teacher Chabashira, what's wrong? I'll bring you breakfast, come down and open the door. Sae Chabashira's pleasant voice came from Wuye's cell phone. That's it, okay, just wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. After Wuye replied this sentence, he hung up the call, and he looked down at Sakura Airi who was in his arms. Airi, it's time to get up, Mr. Chabashira brought us breakfast. Yeah. Sakura reluctantly left Wuye's arms. She whispered to Wuye, Wuye, shouldn't you go for a morning jog at this time? As a childhood sweetheart who has been together for more than 10 years, Sakura Airi knows that Wuye will go for a morning jog every morning. It's usually like this, but it's different today. Why don't I stay with you? Wuye rubbed Sakura Airi's cheek affectionately. Sakura Airi is happy? Wuye broke the habit of running in the morning for her, which gave Sakura Airi a sense of happiness that he loved and valued him. Sakura Airi returns to her room to wash while Wuye opens the door for Chabashira Sae. Wuye, who opened the door of the apartment, saw Chazu Sae. The teacher's jade hand was holding 2 plastic bags, which contained 3 cooking boxes. It looks quite heavy. Good morning, Mr. Chabashira. Wuye greeted Chabashira Sae with a refreshing and handsome smile. Good morning, by the way, you are so slow to come down and open the door. Sae Chabashira complained with some dissatisfaction, but she had been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Ahaha, I was in the bathroom just now, so I couldn't come directly to open the door, sorry. Wuye said with a laugh. Then why don't you ask Sakura to open the door for me? Airi is probably sleeping, so it's inconvenient to wake her up, so don't say Teacher Chagan, come in quickly. Wuye took a plastic bag containing a cooking box from Sae Chabashira. Under Wuye's leadership, Chazu Sae entered the apartment, and she said casually, here are 6 cooking boxes, which I prepared for the 2 of you for breakfast and lunch, and I will come to the apartment to deal with dinner after school. Well, teacher, just sit down casually, I'll go wash up first. I see. Wuye let Chabashira Sae take care of himself. Then he placed the plastic bag he was carrying on the table in the dining room and living room of the apartment, and turned back to his room. Chabashira Sae was not polite either. She came to the dining room of the apartment with a plastic bag in her hand, took out the cooking box containing breakfast and ate slowly. Wuye, who took out his school uniform from the room, passed by the dining room of the apartment, and he saw the T-pillar Sae sitting on the dining stool with black silk feet upturned. Because the class teacher's black jade legs were so alluring, Wuye, who was no longer a boy, couldn't help but take a second look. Chazu Sae keenly sensed Wuye's scrutiny. She gave Wuye a blank look. Bad boy, what are you looking at? Although Chazu Sae noticed Wuye's eyes on her legs, she still didn't let go of her upturned jade legs. I'm looking at beautiful things. Wuye replied solemnly. This cheeky bad boy. Under Chabashira Sae's increasingly disgusted gaze, Wuye, who was holding a school uniform, walked towards the bathroom with a smile. Ordinary students would be somewhat afraid of the class teacher and the dean, but this student Wuye was completely different. Instead of being afraid of the class teacher Chazu Sae, he even teased her. Sae Chabashira looked back from Wuye's back, and her black silk jade legs slightly relaxed, no longer closed. It's just an underage brat, what am I nervous about? Chazura Sae murmured. Ever since the conversation in the counseling room, Sae Chabashira could no longer treat Wuye as an ordinary, underage male student, and subconsciously placed him in the position of an adult male. At this time, Sakura Airi also came out of her room. She was not seriously injured, she just needed to walk a little slower, so that she would not feel pain, and would not be noticed by others. Although the pace is normal, Sakura Airi's expression is very abnormal. Chabashira Sae looked at Sakura Airi in front of him strangely. Sakura Airi has already changed into her school uniform, her fair and tender face is glowing with a faint and charming blush, her eyes are sparkling, and there is a hazy feeling like smoke and mist. Sakura Airi, who was still immersed in happiness and joy, didn't notice Chabashira Sae's strange eyes. She said with some embarrassment, Chabashira-sensei, please prepare breakfast for us. This is my appointment with Sikong, let's have breakfast together. Okay. Although Sakura Airi is very afraid of strangers, she doesn't seem to be very afraid of King Sae. Perhaps it was because of this beautiful homeroom teacher who worked with her in the garden yesterday. Sakura Airi became familiar with Chabashira Sae. After about 20 minutes, Wuye put on her school uniform and came out of the bathroom. At this time, Chabashira Sae was no longer in the dining room, only Sakura Airi was eating breakfast here. Wuye Sakura Airi happily called Wuye. Wuye sat directly next to Sakura Airi, and he asked, Airi, where is teacher Shenzu? The teacher had already finished breakfast, and then she said she was going to the teacher's office first, and told us not to be late for class. Answering Wuye, Sakura Airi pulled the dining stool, shortened the distance between herself and Wuye, then meekly picked up the last breakfast box, and sent it to Wuye's front. Since handing over her precious purity to Wuye last night, Sakura Airi has become more and more like a caring and gentle wife. Sakura Airi, who was next to Wuye, had already finished her breakfast. She thought about going to Wuye's room to tidy up the bed sheets that were left with sweat and pure plum blossoms, and went to the bathroom to wash the clothes Wuye had changed. But Sakura Airi's waist was held by Wuye, so she had no choice but to give up happily, and it would not be too late to return to the apartment during the lunch break. Seeing that Wuye was about to finish his breakfast, Sakura Airi, who was snuggled up beside him, said, Wuye, you go to school first, and I'll go to the kitchen to clean Chabashira Sae's cooking box first. It doesn't matter if you leave it until the afternoon to wash it. Wuye said casually. Although it doesn't matter, but I mainly want to go to school with you Wuye. Sakura Airi replied weakly. There is another reason for Sakura Airi to clean the cooking box now, and that is she dare not walk with Wuye outside. 1. Her childhood sweetheart is very dazzling, and she attracts everyone's attention. Second, she is very afraid of strangers, afraid of being watched and looked at. Airi, didn't you agree with me before entering school that you want to change your overly shy personality? Wuye rubbed Sakura Airi's tender cheeks. Wu, I will work hard. Wuye, please give me a little more time. Sakura Airi, whose cheek was being rubbed, made a very cute voice. Wuye withdrew the hands that ravaged Sakura Airi's cheeks, and he looked at her pink cheeks with satisfaction. That's what you said. Yes, Wuye, go to school quickly. Wuye took her student bag and left the apartment. Sakura Airi with a happy face went into the kitchen with a cooking box. Wuye, who entered the one-year teaching building, frowned because he saw nasty guys at the shoe-changing place at the entrance. Sho Ryuun, a first-year Class C student, and his two younger brothers, Daiichi Ishizaki and Albert Yamada, happened to be changing school shoes at the shoe-changing place. Because of the direction, all three of them saw Wuye stepping into the teaching building. The next moment he saw Wuye, Ryuun Sho's face darkened instantly, and Ishizaki trembled, and he almost fell to the ground while changing his shoes. Yamada Albert didn't react at all. His skin was very dark because of his mixed race, and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses, so that people could not see his eyes and expressions. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue slightly, and walked towards his shoe cabinet. Long Yuanxiang snorted and said, Sikong Wuye, you stole 750,000 points from me, and I will definitely get them from you in the future. Got it back. Wuye glanced at Long Yuanxiang. I hear what you mean. Do you still want to be beaten up by me? It's not sure who beats whom. If you're not sure, don't say it. You pay off the 650,000 points you owe me first. Wuye said with disgust. I paid it off yesterday afternoon. The remaining 650,000 points have been deducted by the school. Long Yuanxiang said loudly. Long Yuanxiang, who was no longer in debt, was so confident that he dared to speak loudly to Wuye. Yeah, I didn't notice. Nonsense, such a large amount of points, how could you not notice? Wuye curled his lips. Is 650,000 points a lot? Others may think it is a lot, but for Wuye, it is not a lot. Last night, Wuye got 5 million points from Horikita Kikyo, and Yufukai got 1.5 million points from his basketball betting. Wuye now has 7.25 million points. 2 days ago, Wuye only spent 7.2 million points to rent an apartment for 3 years, but today his points soared to more than 7 million. What a tongue-in-cheek exaggerated speed. Wuye took out his school phone to check his personal points, 7.9 million. In other words, he did receive 650,000 points from Long Yuanxiang. Where did you get 650,000 points? Wuye asked Long Yuanxiang, who was surprised. Heh, why should I tell you? Ryuun Sho and Wuye sneered, and then he walked to the corridor of the teaching building, and the trembling Ishizaki Daiichi and Yamada Albert followed Ryuun Sho. I thought you guys were going to fight. A cold and familiar female voice came from behind Wuye. He turned around and saw Horikita Suzune's slender figure. Horikita Suzune, exuding a cool demeanor, was holding her school phone. Wuye looked delicately at Horikita Suzune, who pointed the phone at him. Horikita, what are you doing? Horikita Suzune walked towards Wuye and explained nonchalantly, I thought that person would fight with you, so I videotaped it like you, and see if I can earn 5 million points from that person. Horikita Suzune was really full of resentment towards her big brother's 5 million points. Do you think everyone has so many points? Wuye complained. I know he doesn't have it, but you have it. You might need the video, so you might buy it for me. Then give me the video, and I'll give you 5 million points. Wuye's words made Horikita Suzune, who was changing school shoes, pause slightly. She glared at Wuye, and said arrogantly, I don't need your charity. Horikita Suzune knew very well that the video just now was worthless at all, because nothing happened. And even if it is worth money, it is impossible to be worth 5 million points. Since you don't want it, don't mention the 5 million points in the future. I will think that I blackmailed you from your big brother for the 5 million points. Wuye said helplessly. Snow Fox snorted arrogantly, and she suddenly asked, Sikong, why didn't you go for a morning run this morning? Wuye looked away, because he was hugging the fragrant and soft Sakura Airi this morning with his soft childhood sweetheart sleeping in his arms. How could he have the heart to go for a morning jog? Cough, because I forgot to set the alarm clock tonight and missed my morning run. Yes. Horikita Suzune didn't pay too much attention. She had already changed into her school shoes and stepped into the teaching building. Student Sikong. Another one. Wuye turned around and looked at Kikyo Kushida, who was jogging towards him, and she greeted Wuye with a bright smile. Good morning. Good morning, Kushida. Kushida Kikyo approached Wuye, and she asked, who brought him a faint fragrance, Sikong, were you talking to Horikita just now? Yeah, what's the matter? Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo. Did she care too much about Horikita Suzune? I always feel that Sikong-san is very familiar with Horikita-san, because Horikita-san doesn't talk to everyone, said Kikyo Kushida, who tilted his head slightly. We don't know each other well, but we still have enmity. Hey, is there any grudge? Kushida Kikyo looked at Wuye with a change of eyes, surprised, puzzled, and seemed to see the joy of a like-minded person. Kindred spirits? Does she have a grudge against Horikita Suzune? If possible, can Sikong tell me, maybe I can intercede with Horikita for you? Kushida Kikyo said enthusiastically. Come on, Horikita Suzune doesn't talk to you at all, and intercedes. Wuye, who secretly complained about Kushida Kikyo, briefly said that he got a large amount of points from Horikita Suzune's big brother. Of course, Wuye didn't say how much the points were, nor did he say why Horikita Suzune's big brother gave him points. Kushida Kikyo wasn't curious about this either. All she cared about was the feud between Wuye and Horikita Suzune. I didn't expect Horikita-san's big brother to be in this school. Kikyo Kushida sighed and said. Then she patted her plump heart and assured Wuye, don't worry, Sikong, I'll go to Horikita to intercede now. Need. Seeing Kushida Kikyo's enthusiastic expression like a little angel, Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth cryptically, and he spoke. Kushida, I have one thing to ask you. What's the matter? Do you have the contact information of the students in Class C? Anyone can. Yes, I went to the classroom of Class C yesterday afternoon and exchanged contact information with many students. There are boys and girls. Why are you asking this, Sikong? Wuye exclaimed I'm a good friend and then said, I have something to ask from the students in Class C, please help me. No problem. Student Sikong, what do you want to know about Class C? Long Yuan Xiang. Wuye said, did Long's Hixiang force the students in Class C to hand in their points to him? Forcing someone to turn in the points, that's too much. Student Sikong, wait a moment, I'll ask everyone in Class C right now. Kushida Kikyo is a tool? No, a helper. Kushida Kikyo is a very powerful helper. Wuye just entered the classroom of Class D and sat on her seat, and she has already obtained the information Wuye wants to know from the students of Class C through the communication of the line software. It's too much. That person named Ryuan Shou threatened these methods by yelling and intimidating, and ordered everyone in Class C to transfer him 20,000 points. Kushida Kikyo said to Wuye. At the same time, Kushida Kikyo leaned closer to Wuye and asked him to look at the chat records between himself and the students of Class C. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Kushida Kikyo with dissatisfaction. Her breasts were about to press on Wuye's arms. Hey, what do you want to do with the boyfriend she identified? Horikita Suzune, who was reading a copy of Berlin Butterfly Shadow, glanced at Wuye and Kushida Kikyo. Her charming fox eyes revealed a look of disgust. I don't know whether it is because I dislike Wuye or Kushida Kikyo. Wuye did not respond to Kushida Kikyo's close approach. After all, he is not a young man who has never met a girl before. Compared with Kushida Kikyo's soft breasts and aroma, Wuye now cares more about her communication with Class C students. Kushida Kikyo handed over her school phone, and Wuye unceremoniously flipped through her communication with Class C students. Through this exchange, Wuye can confirm that the 650,000 points that Long Yuan Xiang was forced to deduct from him by the school yesterday afternoon were really squeezed from the students of Class C by him. Long Yuan Xiang ruled Class C by violent means, and ordered the students in Class C to hand in 20,000 points to him, otherwise he would beat them. People like Ishizaki Daichi, who are bad gangsters, have been subdued by Ryuan Shou. At the same time, Long Yuan Xiang also subdued the largest Yamada Albert, and now no one in the entire Class C dared to oppose Long Yuan Xiang. Therefore, the students in Class C can only dare not speak out about Long Yuan Xiang's oppression. At the same time, Long Yuan Xiang also said that he will only charge a protection fee once, and he will not touch them for a single point of the 100,000 points that will be scored in the next month. The students in Class C who dared not speak up felt that it was okay. After all, 20,000 points is not too much, so if you give it to him, you can give it to him. Anyway, there will be 100,000 points in the next month. With this in mind, the students in Class C reluctantly transferred 20,000 points to Long Yuan Xiang. Except for Ishizaki Daichi and Yamada Albert, the other 37 students transferred 20,000 points to Long Yuan Xiang, and he had 740,000 points in a blink of an eye. Because he owed Wuye 650,000 points, after being forced to repay the debt, Long Yuan Xiang still had 90,000 points left. Wuye finished reading the exchange records between Kushida Kikyo and students in Class C, and he showed a smile that was not a smile. It is true that you can get a lot of points by asking for points from your classmates, but the students in Class C should be very happy now. You hate Ryuan Shou. The students in Class C reluctantly transferred 20,000 points to Long Yuan Xiang because they were afraid of being praised by Long Yuan Xiang, and because they had the idea that there would be 100,000 points next month anyway. However, the personal points for the next month are linked to the class points. After Long Yuan Xiang officially started school, he fought with the students of Class C in the class, so the class points of Class C will definitely be deducted. Therefore, the personal points of the students in Class C in the next month will definitely not be 100,000. After not knowing this situation, the students in Class C were very interested in the dragon. Will Yuanxiang's resentment soar? Wuye is looking forward to it. To Zhao, many people in Class C are full of resentment towards Ryuan Shou. Sikong, look. Kikyo Kushida pointed to another student from Class C with her pale finger. Communication interface. The note of this Class C student is Manabi Shiho, which seems to be a girl's name. Student Manabi is very dissatisfied with Long Yuanxiang's threats, so she plans to report the situation to the head teacher of Class C, and ask the head teacher to come forward and ask everyone to return 20,000 points. Wuye raised his eyebrows. It's a good idea, but it probably won't work. On the contrary, this girl named Manabi Shiho will be missed by Ryuan Shou. Oh, because the head teacher of Class C, Suzuma Sakagami, was a bad boy before he became a teacher, so the bad boy head teacher will protect the bad boy Long Yuan Xiang. If Ryuan Shou found out from Susuma Sakagami that Manabi Shiho was making a small report, then she would probably be doomed and would be bullied to death by Ryuan Shou. Kushida, I'm a little curious about what will happen after she asks the head teacher for support. Can you help me keep in touch with her? Wuye turned to Kushida Tachibana who was close to him. Terrier said, No problem at all, but I have one condition. Kikyo Kushida blinked at Wuye halfway. What conditions? Student Sikong, we are so familiar, don't call me by my surname, just call me Kikyo, that's what everyone in the class calls me. Okay, Kikyo. Well then I will call you Wuye from now on? 17. Okay, Wuye said indifferently. Kushida Kikyo's face showed a bright smile. Karuizawa Megumi, who was sitting in the seat in front of Wuye, stomped her feet secretly. The two of them even called their names. What is the next step? It's becoming boyfriend and girlfriend? This is not okay. At this time, Sakura Airi stepped into the classroom of Class D. She had already put on plain glasses, and her sense of existence was very weak, and almost no one paid attention to her. Except Wuye. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi, who stepped into the classroom. Sakura Airi, who entered the classroom, also looked at Wuye's seat for the first time. Sakura Airi saw that Kushida Kikyo was almost leaning on Wuye's shoulder, and her alluring heart was on the side of his arm. Even so, Sakura Airi wasn't jealous, instead she winked at Wuye, who looked over secretly, and greeted him. Wuye nodded to Sakura Airi. His girlfriend seemed to be completely unjealous. There is a saying that girls can skip meals, but they will never stop being jealous. But this sentence is obviously completely inconsistent with Sakura Airi. The class preparation bell rang, and the cheerful Kushida Kikyo bid farewell to Wuye and returned to her seat. The moment Kushida Kikyo left, Megumi Karuizawa, who was seated in front of Wuye, turned around. Her honey-colored hair twitched slightly as she turned around. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye. She pointed at herself with her pale finger. Hui. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi suspiciously. Student Sikong, from now on you will call me Hui, and I will call you Wuye, said Karuizawa Hui, who plucked up his courage. All right, please give me your advice, Megumi. Well, please give me more advice, because Wuye? It seems that because this title is too intimate, Karuizawa Megumi felt shy. She turned around in a panic, and stopped talking to Wuye. Wuye smiled. Although this girl dressed as a hot girl is quite bold, she will feel shy because of her boldness afterwards. It's a completely young girl. Wuye smiled and looked at Horikita Suzune, who had been secretly paying attention to this side since just now. Ringtone. Don't call me by my name. I don't know you very well. Horikita Suzune retorted Wuye instantly. Now Horikita Suzune's cheeks were slightly flushed. I don't know if it was caused by anger or shyness. It should be the former. After all, Horikita Suzune is a proud snow fox. How can she be so shy? The teasing look in Wuye's eyes made Horikita Suzune grit her silver teeth secretly, but because Chabashita Sae, the head teacher, had already stepped into the classroom with awe, she couldn't continue to 880 refute Wuye. Annoyed, Horikita Suzune could only close the opened Berlin butterfly shadow fiercely, and then took out the history textbook from the drawer. The smiling Wuye looked away from Horikita Suzune, and he looked at Chabashita Sae standing solemnly on the podium. Wuye looked at the awe-inspiring homeroom teacher in front of him, and felt a little weird, a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Because who would have imagined that this head teacher was in the apartment where Wuye lived not long ago, with alluring black silk jade legs. That's why Wuye developed a sense of sight towards Chazu Sae that is majestic in front of others and attractive in front of himself. Chabashita Sae, who was on the podium, looked around the entire Class D classroom, and she frowned delicately on the 4 empty desks in the left corner. 4 students were late. Regarding the lateness of the 4 students, Chabashita Sae didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in his heart. If you are late, be late. Anyway, the bad boy Sikong has already made a contract with her, and he will lead Class D to Class A. So Sae Chabashita no longer feels anxious and hopeless for the students of Class D. Chazu Sae on the podium opened her crystal lips, and she said slowly, let's go to class now, open your textbooks. On the 3rd day of the official start of school, Chabashita Sae no longer explained the learning policy, and then let the students study by themselves, but went to class in a serious manner. About 10 minutes after the class, the 4 students who were late rushed to the door of the Class D classroom in a panic. Report teacher, we are late because we ran to the wrong teaching building. Chi Kwanzi outside the door said loudly. There was no sign of lying on his face, as if he was telling the truth. But everyone can see from Chi Kwanji's messy hair and clothes, as well as their darkened eye sockets, these guys must have stayed up late last night playing games again. Holding the foreshadowing, Sae Chabashita glanced at the 4 of Kanji Ike at the door. They were also late yesterday, right? However, Gao Yuanji Liasuk, who went his own way, was not late. Come in. Chazu Sae said lightly. She didn't bother to pursue Chi Kwanzi's explanation, and she couldn't do it if she wanted to. After all, it is the first month of freshman's enrollment. After receiving Chabashita Sae's permission, Kanji Ike, Haruki Yamauchi, Hideo Satsumura, and Takeru Suda stepped into the classroom with expressions of relief. They must be glad that they were not reprimanded by the head teacher, Chabashita Sae. Wuye glanced at Takeru Suda. The bad guy had a lot of bruises on his face, and he looked very embarrassing. This guy probably got into a fight with Oda Ishikai and the others, right? Wuye guessed. Last night, Suda-ken was sick. He wanted to ask Wuye to teach him how to play basketball, but after being rejected by Wuye, he became furious and made rude remarks. For this reason, in return, Wuye told him the news that Oda Ishikai did not intend to let Pseudo Takeru join the basketball club. Although Wuye didn't make a move to beat Sudoken, Oda Ishikai and the others seemed to beat him up for him, otherwise Sudoken would have a bruised nose and a swollen face. Although the four of Chi Kwanzi returned to their desks, they seemed to be concentrating on substituting for the class, but after a long time, the drowsiness of staying up late flooded in like a tide, directly submerging the four of them. Chi Kwanzi, who couldn't pretend anymore, lay down on the desk and fell asleep soundly. Chabashira Sae glanced at the four people who were already sleeping on the desks, and then just went to class on her own as if she didn't see it. The first class was over. Chabashira Sae left the classroom with the textbook and handouts in hand. The second class, Chi Kwanzi and the others are still sleeping. Although the teacher had noticed that they were sleeping, he didn't remind the four of them at all. Because the snoring of these four guys in class was very annoying, the students around them were not in the mood for class. They secretly took out their mobile phones and started reading light novels and manga. In a very relaxed atmosphere, the second class ended. After the third class, the four of Chi Kwanzi were full of sleep. They had a murmured discussion, and then made a big decision. Skip class? They haven't cleared the game they played last night. Anyway, the teacher doesn't care about them, so they don't need to stay in the classroom to waste time. Good guy. The job of a student is to study hard, but in the eyes of Chi Kwanji and the others, studying hard is actually a waste of time. Under Ikonji's instigation and persuasion, and the desire for games, Hideo Satsumura, Haruki Yamauchi, and Ken Sudo agreed to skip class and go back to the student dormitory to play games. So the third class D was absent for 4 students. Although 4 students were absent from Class D, the other students in Class D were indifferent and even happy about it. Because for outstanding students like Horikita Suzune and Yukimura Terahiko who want to concentrate on their studies, it would be better for this group of poor students who only have class time to leave the classroom, because without them, they can concentrate more on class. The students in Class D are really beyond my expectations, Wuye muttered to himself. At this time, Class D has fallen into the point of not obeying classroom discipline. The reason is that Chi Kwanzi and the others slept in class, and the impact of skipping classes. Most of the students in Class D, Beak, are not students who can honestly attend class. Their minds began to grow wild, sneaky, and no longer obeyed discipline. At this moment, only 1 day has passed since Wuye's reminder. The students in Class D seem to have forgotten what Wuye said about personal points are linked to discipline. I really shouldn't have signed a contract with teacher Chazu. Is it really possible for students in Class D to be promoted to Class A? It's better to earn 20 million points in advance to be safe, Wuye murmured with disgust. Although Wuye knew through mind-reading backtracking that the school assigns students according to their personal qualities, so most of the students in Class D are problem students. But Wuye didn't expect that the students in Class D would no longer obey the discipline in the past 10 days after getting his reminder. You guys hold on to me for at least a week or 2. Don't let my disappointment in you fall into despair. During the lunch break, Sakura Airi sent a message to Wuye, and then hurried back to the apartment. Wuye also didn't stop Sakura Airi from returning to the apartment. She was afraid of strangers anyway. She would never have the guts to have lunch with him. Besides, Sakura Airi, who decided to return to the apartment after a lunch break, she even prepared tea for her. The lunchbox was also left at the apartment. After replying a message of "Be careful on the road" to Sakura Airi, Wuye looked at the lunchbox that Sae Chabashita had prepared for him, fell into deep thought, and sent a line to Sae Chabashita with his mobile phone on campus. Teacher Chabashita, where are you now? In the teacher's office. Sikong, are you going to push me to work again? As expected of Mr. Chabashita, your intuition is accurate. Yes, Airi has returned to the apartment now. You can go to the apartment to clean up later. Wuye's unhesitating response made Sae Chabashita in the teacher's office twitch the corners of his mouth. Although Chabashita Sae is now asked to go to the apartment, she may find out that Wuye and Sakura Airi were in love with each other on the bed sheets for a night. But Chabashita Sae already knew the relationship between Wuye and Sakura Airi, so it doesn't matter if she sees Sakura Airi washing the sheets. Current Class D, due to the absenteeism of some students, the classroom discipline has almost collapsed. Now I regret signing the contract with Mr. Chabashita very much. I'll go to your apartment to clean up right away. In order not to let the bad boy Sikong go back on his word, Sae Chabashita could only obediently obey all his orders. Wow, I feel that Xiaozuoji is full of resentment now. Zhihui Hashinomiya at the desk next to him looked at Sae Chabashita, who exuded resentment with some trepidation. She didn't dare to tease Sae Chabashita casually now, for fear of being snapped by her. Chabashita Sae chewed the lunch dishes in the box. She gritted her teeth, as if she took the food in her mouth for some bad boy. Even though the discipline situation in Class D is getting worse and worse, Wuye has no intention to remind and change. He is waiting. Wait a month later. The students in Class D know the cruelty of this school. Only when the students in Class D see the cruelty of this school, Wuye will come forward to tame them and become the leader of the students in Class D. However, in order to lead the students in Class D better, more smoothly, and more easily, Wuye has to increase his learning ability during this month. Prestige and prestige among students. How to increase reputation and prestige. This is too simple. That is the constant challenge community. By challenging the community, Wuye can not only make a name for himself, but also meet Wuye's desire to earn points, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, in the next time, as long as the get out of class is over, Wuye will go to the club building, actively look for clubs, and then initiate challenges. No matter which club welcomes the new, fat, students, sheep, who come to bet on points, but to be honest, Wuye is quite disappointed. Because none of the seniors in the association had bet against him with more than 300,000 points. This situation makes Wuye very disappointed. You must know that the former president of the chess club, Ben Tianbin, wanted to use 550,000 points to bet against Wuye, but he was a little disgusted. 0. Wuye, who wandered around the club building for a while, found that the seniors in the 3rd grade were more likely to accept point betting than the seniors in the 2nd grade. Because the seniors in the 3rd grade will graduate and leave this school after 1 year, and the points in their student ID cards cannot be taken away. Although the points cannot be taken away, the things bought by spending points can be taken away, so the seniors in the 3rd grade are more willing to bet against Wuye points. Although the points of gambling with others are not many, but if the number of people increases, the points are still considerable. Wuye earned 45 points from the seniors of the club this week. 00,000 points. Adding the points Wuye had before, he now has 12.4 million personal points. It's only 12.4 million points. Wuye looked helplessly at the personal points displayed on his student ID card. 12.4 million points, although it is a huge sum of money, is still 7.6 million short of 20 million points. Kaya thought he could get it together from the students of these associations. 20 million points are coming. It was Wuye thinking too much. At this moment, Wuye is no longer able to earn points through associations and gambling. Because now Wuye's fame is too exuberant. Due to the 2-week-long club betting, now the whole school, whether it is teachers or students, they all know a first-year Class D freshman named Sikong Wuye. This freshman challenged nearly the entire school club. But this is not the most astonishing thing. The most astonishing thing is, Sikong Wuye has no defeat. This new student is simply not human. The seniors who had bet against Wuye said that Sikong Wuye is a devil. After being famous, as soon as the students in the club heard that Wuye revealed his name, they immediately strangled their desire to bet against Wuye. You can't win anyway, so why bet with him? Do you think you have too many points? Wuye's too brilliant gambling record has already been communicated to the classrooms of Class D from the outside world. Now, whenever the students of Class D hear the name of Sikong Wuye being mentioned, they will show a proud and honored expression. Although they are not that good, but such a good student is in their class, they are classmates with them, proud of them. Due to Wuye's prestige, students in Class D naturally regard Wuye as the backbone of the class. Under the initiative of Hirata Yasuk and Kushida Kikyo, Wuye successfully became the monitor of Class D. For this reason, Wuye's first step in dominating Class D, increasing fame and prestige, has been completely achieved. These days Wuye's campus life is very happy and beautiful. He would sweat and make love with Sakura Airi in the apartment room every night. Go for a morning jog with Horikita Suzune in the morning. After entering the classroom, I was surrounded by girls led by Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida, and had intimate exchanges and discussions. After school, go to the club building to see if you can earn points. Now Wuye enjoys this kind of campus life very much. One afternoon, in the student union office after school, the impetuous Nan Yunya said to Horikita Kikyo, who was handling the affairs, I wonder if you, President, have heard anything bad recently. What is it? Horikita Kikyo replied calmly. It seems that there is a freshman in the school recently. He has been looking for troubles in the club, using various methods to threaten and force everyone in the club to bet against him. Such behavior is too bad, and our student union should come forward to stop it. Although Nan Yunya did not mention the name of the freshman, everyone in the student union knew that Nan Yunya was talking about Sikong Wuye, a first-year Class D student. After all, Wuye's personal prestige has already spread throughout the school along with his exaggerated record of repeated victories. The students of this school may not have seen Sikong Wuye, but they have definitely heard the name of Sikong Wuye, not exaggerating at all. When Nan Yunya thought that Sikong Wuye, who cheated his huge points, was active outside and famous, his heart was full of dissatisfaction and anger, and even his healed ankle began to ache faintly. Horikita Kikyo took a look at Nagamo Masa, who had a slightly gloomy expression, and said, Nagamo, I have heard a little about that freshman, so let me tell you the reason why the student union stopped that freshman. It's not just a little bit of hearing. Horikita has been paying close attention to Wuye's movements, so he should be more aware of Wuye's affairs than Nankuya. There are too many reasons. Many club students lost their personal points because they accepted the bet with that freshman, and had to live a hard life. And also, Gara Nagamo listed many reasons, but none of them hold water. Horikita pushed his glasses, and he said, Non-Yun, these are not the reasons for our student union to come forward to stop that freshman. There is a contract between the two parties, so even if you lose all your points, it is reasonable. And Sikong Wuye did not have unreasonable conditions after the gambling contract with others, and the student union could not stop it. President, how did you make sure that there were no unreasonable conditions in their VAM contract? Nan Yunya asked. It's very simple. Horikita looked at Nan Yunya lightly. Up to now, the student union has not received any protest or dissatisfaction with Sikong Wuye from any student. Because they didn't receive a protest, it means they don't exist. Isn't this too one-sided? Couldn't it be that they didn't dare to come to the student union because they were afraid of Sikong Wuye's revenge? Nan Yunya retorted. Maybe so, since you are so concerned about this matter, Nan Yun, then please handle this matter, collect Sikong Wuye's unreasonable contracts with other students, and then the student union will come forward to sanction he. I understand, I will try my best to collect relevant information. After a moment of silence, Nan Kuya replied. In fact, Nan Yunya has already investigated it, but the gambling contract between Sikong Wuye and other people is completely compliant and reasonable, and there are no unreasonable conditions. Therefore, the student union actively failed to sanction Sikong Wuye, allowing him to earn other students' personal points through gambling. Afterwards, Nagamoya led his 2 secretaries and left the student union office. Now only Horikita Kikyo and the secretary Tachibana Akane were left in the office. President, Nan Yun's hostility towards Sikong Wuye is really undisguised. Ju Qian said softly. Horikita nodded. Nan Yunya and Sikong Wuye had already had conflicts, and it was reasonable for him to want to stop Wuye from showing off. Moreover, the conflict between Nan Yunya and Wuye should be further intensified after Wuye joined the student union. After Wuye became active in this school, Nan Yunya even reminded the second-grade students not to accept Wuye's point-to-point betting. But doing so will only make Wuye's reputation soar in an instant. It's like, the entire second-year seniors, as well as the vice-president of the student union, Nan Yunya, are afraid of the first-year freshman Sikong Wuye, and dare not bet against him. So no matter how much Nan Yunya tried to stop Wuye from earning points, he couldn't give the second-grade students the instruction not to bet against Kaya. I didn't expect Sikong to be so comprehensive. Horikita was silently thinking about Wuye. Others only think Sikong Wuye's record of repeated victories is terrible, but Horikita knows that Wuye is even more terrifying. You need to know that Sikong Wuye challenges the abilities that everyone in the club is good at, chess in the chess club, swimming in the swimming club, track and field in the track and field club. In what other people are good at, defeating the opponent rightly, Sikong Wuye can be described as comprehensive and omnipotent. Other students only think Wuye is an invincible demon, but in Horikita's eyes, Wuye is an exaggerated hexagonal warrior. President, is it time for us to let Sikong Wuye join the student union? Akane Tachibana asked Horikita Kikyo. As a supporter of Horikita, Tachibana already knew of Horikita's decision, and at the same time, she also wanted Wuye's family student association to check and balance Nagamoya. Now that Wuye's reputation is too strong, Tachibana feels that at this time, Horikita Kikyo, the student council president, has used his power to directly hire him as the vice president. The other students in the student council have no reason to object, they can only express their understanding and acceptance. Now is not the time. Horikita shook his head. Normal first-year freshmen join the student union after the first month of enrollment, so in order for Sikong to join the student union smoothly, we should wait until the next month. I've forgotten about this situation. Ju Qian showed an embarrassed expression. Because Masa Nagamo dominated the second grade, his arrogance after the student union became stronger and stronger. In order to let Wuye join the student union to compete with Masa Nagamo, Tachibana forgot that the freshmen had to wait a month before joining the student union. The purpose is to prevent the freshmen from knowing information such as the S system and class points through the student union. However, it is useless to Wuye, because he already knew this information. When Wuye handed over the student union application form to Horikita Kikyo via the line, Horikita Kikyo also mentioned to him that he would be able to join the student union in a month. Wuye has no objection to this, and he has no choice but to join the student union later by himself. When dusk fell, Wuye sat on the wooden platform of the apartment. In front of him was the well-arranged courtyard with many flowers planted in it. These flowers were purchased by Sakura Airi herself, and she has completely taken care of this apartment as her own and Wuye's home. Chazu Sae is right next to Wuye. She is lying on a clean and tidy wooden platform, stretching out her straight and attractive legs, her lazy and casual expression, as if she is staying in her own home. 0 for flowers. More than 2 weeks have passed. Sae Chabashita and Airi Sakura have thoroughly cleaned the apartment, and Airi Sakura has taken over Wuye's clothes. Sae Chabashita only needs to take care of their meals and cleaning. Box. Unknowingly, Sae Chabashita spent more time in Wuye's apartment than in his teacher's dormitory. Compared with the deserted teacher's dormitory, Sae Chabashita seems to prefer to stay in the apartment where Wuye and Airi Sakura live. Chatting with this bad boy will make her feel comfortable and peaceful. Sae Chabashita, who was lying on the wooden platform, opened her eyes. She glanced at Wuye's back, and then looked at the kitchen of the apartment. After making sure that Sakura Airi would not come out, Sae Chabashita spoke. Sikong, let me tell you some bad news. What bad news? According to my judgment, the 1000 class points in our class have probably been deducted by half. No way, there are only 500 class points left after 1000 class points. Wuye showed a surprised expression. It's only been 2 weeks now, and there are still 2 more weeks and only 1 month. If this continues, the class points in the class will not be deducted to 0. Yes. Chazu Sae showed a melancholy look on her pretty face, and then she patted Wuye's arm with her jade hand, and said angrily, I got it right, you bad boy. 0. What? Wuye looked at Chabashita Sae who patted himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you say before that Class D may become the first class in history with all 1,000 class points deducted within the first month? I was joking. Who would have thought that everyone in Class D is really so bad? Wuye said helplessly. Hey, the big amount of points deducted is absenteeism. If those students hadn't often skipped classes, the class points wouldn't be deducted so quickly. Chabashira Sae sighed. Chabashira Sae was talking about those poor students from Ichinose. They started to skip classes on the third day of school, and they were late, left early, slept in class, and played with mobile phones. Due to the situation of the four of Ichinose, they have been regarded as a group of idiots by everyone in Class D. Even Kushida Kikyo, who wears a mask of enthusiasm. Angel also deliberately avoided these four people, fearing that his reputation would be affected by these four people. Teacher Chabashira, among the students you have ever taught, are there any poor students like Ichinose? Wuye said. Yes, there are quite a few. What's the matter? Sae Chabashira glanced at Wuye's back. It's nothing, I just want to ask about their future. Later, they were deducted a lot of class points because they didn't obey the discipline, and they were isolated by the students in the class. Later, they were rejected because of failing exams and special exams. Eliminated, leading to dropout. Chazura Sae replied without reservation. The reason for the student's withdrawal from school must never be told to the student. But Sae Chabashira and Wuye are already close partners, and her hopes and obsessions are all placed on Wuye, so she can't tell everyone if she has any information. Night. Exit. Wuye thought for a while, and when the class points are 0, it should be the best time to expel poor students. Because for every student who drops out of the class, 300 class points will be deducted. However, when the class point is 0, the class point will not be deducted to minus 300 after the student withdraws from school. Teacher Chazu, how does the school arrange for dropout students? When Chazu Sae heard this, she straightened up her slender and powerful waist, and looked at Wuye's handsome face with great interest. Why do you care about this? 11. Just curious. Wuye said nonchalantly. Really? Sae Chabashira raised her eyebrows. She didn't believe that this bad boy was just curious about how the dropout students would be arranged. Can't you tell? Is there anything I can't say to you? Chazu Sae suddenly realized that her words were a bit ambiguous, and she added, after all, we are companions. Then let's talk about the situation after the students who dropped out of school. Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School, in order to keep confidential, will let the students who drop out sign the relevant confidentiality agreement, and it is forbidden to disclose all information about the school. Afterwards, the school will arrange the dropped out students to other ordinary high schools. After all, if you don't properly arrange the dropout students, news about this school will definitely spread. I see. Wuye nodded. Sikong, are you planning to let Chi Kwanji and the others drop out of school? That's why you specifically asked how the students will be arranged after dropping out. Chazu Sae asked. That's right. After knowing that this school will let students drop out, I feel that I will definitely cause students to drop out directly or indirectly in the future. Wuye Kunran said. Now Wuye already knows that the school will properly arrange for the students who drop out, so he doesn't feel so guilty about letting the students in his class and other classes drop out in the future. Chazu Sae looked at Wuye's handsome side face. She smiled wryly. Sikong, when I was a student in this school, I never thought about what would happen to the students who dropped out. I just wanted to keep myself in this school, then graduate from Class A and go out. You, a bad boy, have a kinder heart than mine. Wuye gave this beautiful class teacher a blank look, called himself a bad boy, and said he was kind. Isn't that contradictory? At this time, Sakura Airi came over with a tray, on which was placed a bright red watermelon. She greeted with a smile, Wuye, Chabashira-sensei, come and taste love watermelon. Okay. After eating the watermelon, Chabashira 120 branch and Sakura Airi went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for tonight. After eating dinner and cleaning up the dishes, Chabashira Sae bid farewell to Wuye and Sakura Airi with a wink, leaving the world of two to these two young lovers. The smiling Wuye hugged Sakura Airi, who was getting better and better. Then, under the joyful and shy anticipation eyes of Sakura Airi, Wuye hugged her and walked towards the bathroom of the apartment. The bathroom is about to become the battlefield of love between Wuye and Sakura Airi. The warm and sweet night passed again, and the morning came. Sakura Airi was lying on the bed. The loose nightgown she was wearing was a little messy. Her fiery red hair was loose behind her. A little hair fell on her slender neck, adding a touch of color to the skin on the neck that was whiter than milk. A little bit of charm. Who would have thought that such a beautiful and seductive person would be the inconspicuous Sakura Airi? And only her childhood sweetheart Sikong Wuye can see the charming scenery displayed by Sakura Airi. Well, after a slight whimper, Sakura Airi's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her closed eyes. Due to just waking up, and the love last night, Sakura Airi's eyes are full of bewilderment and haze. Seeing Wuye's handsome face so close at hand, Sakura Airi blinked her eyes. Her eyes were full of tenderness and love, her lips gradually raised to reveal inner happiness and satisfaction. But Sakura Airi was also a little disappointed, because her physical strength was too much. On this point, Sakura Airi felt very ashamed. It would be great if she could have more physical strength. While complaining about her physical strength, Sakura Airi admired Wuye's sleeping face. When it was 7 o'clock sharp, Sakura Airi woke Wuye up and reminded him to go for a morning run. After waking up, Wuye kissed Sakura Airi's blushing cheeks hard, got up, washed, changed into sports clothes and went for a morning run. Although Sakura Airi had the idea of going for a morning jog with Wuye to exercise her body, but her limp body told her, "You are overthinking it. Horikita, it's so early today." Wuye, who came to the playground, greeted Horikita Suzune, who was dressed in a sporty sportswear. "Well, Sikong, you are also quite early." After Wuye and the cold Horikita Suzune greeted each other, they started today's morning run together. The fact that these two people run together in the morning almost every day is seen by other people, and they are secretly discussing whether these two people are the same couple. After the morning run, Wuye bid farewell to Suzune Horikita and returned to the apartment where she lived. Horikita Suzune wiped off the sweat with the towel she brought, while watching Wuye's leaving back. After she couldn't see his figure, Horikita Suzune returned to the student dormitory. After returning to the apartment, Wuye found Sae Chabashita's high-heeled shoes in the shoe-changing place. When he entered the dining room, Wuye saw Sae Chabashita eating breakfast with his jade feet attached. Today's breakfast is noodles with beef sauce and candied eggs. Sae Chabashita said casually to Wuye. "It smells great," Wuye said with a smile. Of course. Sae Chabashita slightly raised her eyebrows. Cooking is one of her few outstanding abilities. "Sikong, go wash up." When Wuye went to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes, Sae Chabashita felt more and more that the way he got along with this bad boy was no different from that of the couple. Chabashita Sae shook his head, throwing his strange feeling out of his mind. When Wuye came out of the bathroom, Sae Chabashita was no longer in the dining room. Only Sakura Airi with fiery red hair was showing a sweet smile to Wuye. "Wuye, come here quickly, breakfast is getting cold." Coming. Under the warm atmosphere of relying on each other with Sakura Airi, Wuye ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Chabashita Sae, and then the two of them set off for the school together. Although the two kept a distance of about 2 meters, Sakura Airi had grown up, at least she dared to go to school with Wuye. Wuye and Sakura Airi stepped into the classroom of Class D one after another. At this time, half a month has passed since the start of school, and Class D has already formed various small circles. A small circle of boys headed by Sikong Wuye and Hirata Yasuk. A small circle of girls headed by Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi. The circle of boys, it is quite simple and easy to join and talk to them. The circle of girls is a bit difficult to join. Because the girls' rejection of people outside the small circle is extremely strong, without the guidance of an acquaintance, it is impossible to communicate with girls in other circles. But there are two exceptions, they are welcomed by all the students. The two are, Wuye and Kikyo Kushida. Wuye, naturally needless to say. The prestige he raised by challenging the club made the students in Class D feel proud and honored, so except for those poor students who only knew how to envy and hate Chi Kwanzi, the students in Class D welcomed Wuye very much. Kushida Kikyo, she has a lovely appearance, a seductive figure, and a warm and cheerful attitude towards everyone, so she is recognized as a little angel in Class D. Even a jealous girl doesn't dislike the enthusiastic and cheerful Kushida Kikyo. So Wuye and Kushida Kikyo are the most popular in the class. Wuye, good morning. As soon as Wuye stepped into the classroom of Class D, he was greeted warmly and cheerfully by the little angel Kikyo Kushida. "Good morning, Kikyo." Kushida Kikyo with a bright smile followed Wuye and walked to Wuye's place with him. After Wuye sat down in her seat, Megumi Karuizawa bid farewell to the friend who was talking, and walked towards Wuye. She moved her own stool and sat down next to Wuye. Now, Kushida Kikyo is standing next to Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi is sitting next to Wuye. These two most eye-catching girls in Class D are occupying Wuye from left to right, as if they are declaring sovereignty to the other girls in the class same. In fact, this is not the first time that Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi have done this. It lasted for about 10 days, so the students in Class D are already used to Wuye being surrounded by Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi up situation. Some girls are also curious about who Wuye will choose as his girlfriend. However, the girl who is really Wuye's girlfriend stepped into the classroom of Class D. Sakura Airi glanced at Wuye, who was protected by Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida on the left and right, and she wore plain glasses with a thoughtful look. "I don't have the physical strength to bear Wuye's pampering, so should I ask someone else to help me?" Not being able to make Wuye happy has become Sakura Airi's distress. Sakura Airi is different from ordinary girls, she only has Wuye in her heart, she will not be jealous, and as long as it is good for Wuye, she will accept anything. Otherwise, Sakura Airi would not silently watch Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi approaching Wuye. Wuye looked strangely at Sakura Airi, who was in deep thought. What was this girl thinking about? So attentive. Megumi Karuizawa noticed Wuye's distraction. She shook Wuye's arm. "Wuye, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Listen, hey, does the sun come out from the west today?" They came to the classroom so early. Wuye looked at the three people who stepped into the classroom door in surprise. Hideo Satsumura, Kanji Ike, and Haruki Yamauchi are the three members of the idiot group of 4. As for the absent Shuto Takero, he seems to have joined the basketball club, so he doesn't have much time to play with these idiots. After all, the basketball club gathers for running exercises every morning to exercise. If Shuto Takero stayed up late playing games with Ike Kanji and the others, he would definitely miss the morning assembly of the basketball club. Since Wuye and Horikita Suzune run in the morning on the playground every day, he naturally saw Pseudo Takara, one of the members of the basketball club, and learned about his joining the basketball club. Wuye was quite surprised to see Pseudo Takara among the members of the basketball club. He didn't know how Pseudo Takara, who had a fight with Oda Ishikai and the others, successfully joined the basketball club. Both Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi followed Wuye's gaze, and they all saw the figures of Chi Wanzi and the three of them. The three of Chi Kwanzi and the others are late almost every day. It is really a miracle that they came to the classroom so early today, and the smiles on their faces are a little disgusting. Karuizawa Megumi's exquisite face revealed a look of disgust. Wuye, I know why these guys came so early. You know. I also know. Kushida Kikyo interjected, it's because the first class today is swimming class, so they came so early. That's right. Wuye understood. It turned out that these guys were looking forward to swimming lessons, no wonder they came so early and laughed so disgustingly. In the swimming class, boys and girls will change into the swimsuits prepared by the school. Compared with the dense school uniforms, the swimsuits will expose a lot of body skin, and at the same time, the girls' figures can be seen. The average male high school student looks forward to swimming lessons and seeing the girls' bodies. Although Wuye is also a male high school student, he lacks interest in swimming lessons. After all, Wuye is not someone who has never seen the beautiful curves of girls. He makes out with Sakura Airi every night. Ha ha ha, Yamauchi, I'm really looking forward to swimming lessons, said Ichinose with a bright smile. Yeah, I'm from 2.2. I have been looking forward to this day since 2 days ago. Haruki Yamauchi replied with a bright smile on his face. Since these two guys usually don't care about other people's eyes, they often discuss in the class which girl has the best figure, so their conversation immediately makes the girls in the classroom. The students showed disgust and contempt in their eyes. However, Ichinose and Yamauchi Haruki, who were in high spirits, didn't notice the disdainful eyes of the girls at all, and they were discussing the next swimming lesson without restraint, and even started to bet against each other. Which girl has a bigger heart? Because this topic was so hot, the boys who had nothing to do at the side all joined in the discussion. What surprised Wuye the most was that Ayanokaji Kiyotaka also joined this strange topic. What a surprise, Wuye thought that Kiyotaka Ayanokaji, who had that kind of emotionless temperament, would not be interested in which girl's heart was bigger. At this time, Wuye's black and white eyes flashed a beautiful color. Because he was curious, he used the mind-reading ability on the expressionless Ayanokaji Kiyotaka. Regardless of the content of the discussion, I am very envious of this kind of conversation between friends. It's so good, friend, I really want friends too. Wuye looked at Ayanokaji Kiyotaka strangely. What this guy is thinking about now is not any girl who has a big heart, but envying the way Chi Kanji and Haruki Yamauchi talked. Since the topic aroused the interest of most boys, Chi Kwanzi and the others had a flash of inspiration, and started to bet on the points with great interest. And the content of the bet is naturally which girl's heart is bigger. Now the girls looked at the group of boys with contempt in their eyes, as if they were looking at something dirty. Wuye, you can't go over and bet against them. Karuizawa Megumi said to Wuye quietly. Isn't this nonsense? I like to bet against others, but how can I bet against a girl's privacy? It's too obscene for a girl. Wuye said angrily. After hearing Wuye's answer, Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi showed some satisfaction in their eyes, as expected of the boys they liked, not as vulgar and disgusting as those boys. Satisfied with her vision, Megumi Karuizawa gently leaned towards Wuye. She opened her exquisite lips covered with lip gloss, and said shyly, Wuye, do you think I and Kushida Kikyo are compatible? Whose one is bigger? Hui, what do you mean by that? Wuye looked delicately at Karuizawa Megumi whose cheeks were blushing shyly. It's here. Megumi Karuizawa pointed to her chest vaguely, and Wuye twitched the corners of her mouth. If you compare this with Kushida Kikyo, whose is bigger? Don't you have a little B number? Karuizawa Megumi's human heart seems to be a grasp at most, and Kushida Kikyo's human heart, no matter how you look at it, is difficult to grasp with one hand. If it is a comparison of size, Megumi Karuizawa is sure to lose, but if she bets on strength or other aspects, she has the possibility of winning. When Wuye was thinking about how to answer Karuizawa Megumi so as not to make her sad, Chi Kwanzi, who felt that he had become a man of the hour, walked towards Wuye. Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi immediately looked at Ichinose with disgust. Fortunately for Kushida Kikyo, in order to take into account her image as a little angel, her eyes are not too straightforward, but Karuizawa Megumi is different, her disgusted expression has already overflowed the surface. Ichinose ignored the gazes of Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi. He said to Wuye carelessly, Hey, Sikong, I heard that you earned a lot of points outside, you should also place a bet. I don't need it, I'm not a nasty guy who gambles with girls' privacy. Wuye's answer made all the girls very satisfied. What's obscene? What are you talking about? Chi Kwanzi retorted loudly, dissatisfied. Isn't your betting dirty? Wuye stood up, looked at the group of noisy boys and said slowly, Didn't your family teach you not to do anything that disturbs people? Don't you notice the way the girls are looking at you now? Wuye's words made the boys notice the disgusting and contemptuous eyes of the girls, and at the same time gave the girls the courage to express their dissatisfaction. That's right. Except for Sikong and Hirata, you boys are really annoying. Yes, you are too disgusting. The girls began to condemn the boys led by Chi Kwanzi because of Wuye's words. This is the leader, just a word, others will charge for him. Under the abuse and scolding of the girls, the boys looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally dispersed, not continuing to discuss which girl was more popular. What Wuye said just now won the favor and approval of all the girls in the class. The boys seemed to find that the topic just now was too much for the girls, so they only cared about shame and anxiety, and didn't bear any grudges against Wuye, except for Ichikanji and Yamauchi Haruki. The two of them felt that Wuye had messed up their game, so they didn't want to show off. Wuye glanced at Ichikanji and Yamauchi Haruki, who were looking at him with resentment. These two were the worst students in Class D. They were late and early and skipped classes all day long, and they were difficult to manage. If there is a chance in the future, Wuye will let these two guys drop out. Kushida Kikyo moved closer to Wuye's side, with a plump heart pressed against his arm. Kushida Kikyo, exuding a wonderful breath, said happily. Wuye, speaking of comparison, we girls also have various rankings here. What leaderboard? It seems that there are rankings for handsome guys, rankings for the most points, and rankings for the most disgusting guys. I will vote for you on the rankings for handsome guys. Me too. Karuizawa Megumi quickly echoed. Not only we voted for you, but other girls voted for you. You are always number one. Kushida Kikyo took out his school mobile phone, clicked on the ranking list of handsome guys. Wuye's name and profile picture were indeed listed. The first one. Sikong Wuye from Class D is the first, Satoshi from Class A is the second, Yasukirita from Class D is the third, and the fourth and fifth are the students of Class A. The gap between Wuye and the second place is as high as 73 votes, which is too big. Looking at the list of handsome guys on Kushida Kikyo's mobile phone, Wuye has a delicate expression on his face. He is now recognized as the number one handsome guy by girls, so should he be happy? It's not that happy. Wuye is not a superficial character who will be light when others praise him. The class bell rang, and the swimming lesson belonging to Class D of the first year was about to begin. The teacher, who was covered in muscles, stepped into the classroom of Class D and led the students of Class D to the indoor swimming pool. In the locker room, most of the boys took off their school uniforms very quickly, changed into swimming trunks, and then rushed out of the locker room and went to the indoor swimming pool. It's like worrying that if I go out a few seconds late, I won't see the girl in the swimsuit. Wuye and a small group of boys did not rush out, but slowly changed into swimsuits and swimming trunks. Wuye, who put on a coat at the same time, suddenly heard a flat voice. That's Sikong, may I bother you? Wuye turned his head to look at the boy who was talking to him. He was the Chingtaka Ayunokaji who Wuye thought was a bit weird. Of course, Ayunokaji, do you have any questions? Just want to ask, Sikong, you have been challenging the club these days, which is different from other people. I'm a little curious why you do this. Ayunokaji Kiyotaka said. Sikong Wuye, he is different from Chi Kwanzi and the others. He is a different kind of high school student, trying to figure out why he is keen on challenging the club. Hey, his eyes. I was noticed. Wuye blinked, and the beautiful look in his pupils faded immediately, and Chingtaka Ayunokaji felt that he had misjudged his vision. Although the mind-reading ability is very convenient, but because of the gorgeous color that shines when it is used, it will make people feel confused and attract attention. This is the only shortcoming of mind-reading ability. But Wuye only needs to be worthy of colored contact lenses, so no matter how much he uses his mind-reading ability, his eyes will not reveal their beautiful colors. Also, even if everyone finds that Wuye's eyes are beautiful, they won't think about Sikong Wuye is using mind-reading ability. After all, the strange ability to read minds only exists in novels and movies, not in the real world. You asked me why I am keen on challenging clubs. Naturally, it is for points. After all, points are equivalent to money in this school. Wuye responded to Ayunokaji Kiyotaka's doubts with a smile. I see, but Sikong, your record of victories is too exaggerated, and you still win in what others are good at. Wuye felt very awkward. Because Ayunokaji Kiyotaka was praising him, but his expression and tone were too flat, as if he was reading aloud, without any sense of praise. Feeling awkward, Wuye changed the subject. Ayunokaji, in fact, your physical fitness is also very good, and your muscle lines are clearly visible. Ayunokaji Kiyotaka's body shape is similar to that of Wuye. Both seem to be slender, but the actual muscle lines are very distinct. People with this type of body are called streamlined body. Am I in good physical condition? Ayunokaji Kiyotaka showed a puzzled expression, but when I was in middle school, I never participated in any club exercises. Wuye glanced at Ayunokaji Kiyotaka. This guy should be lying. His figure can't be obtained through club exercises. At least professional and harsh targeted exercises are required. Although Wuye was curious about Ayunokaji Kiyotaka, he was only curious, and didn't have the idea of breaking the casserole to ask the bottom line, so he didn't continue to discuss the topic of the body with Ayunokaji Kiyotaka. Let's go, Ayunokaji, it's time for us to go out and gather. Wuye said casually. Makes sense. Wuye and Ayunokaji Kiyotaka should be the latest to come out of the locker room, but the number of people in the indoor swimming pool is a lot short. The boys are all present, but the girls, the number is reduced by half. It seems that there are unexpectedly many trainees in the class. Ayunokaji Kiyotaka murmured to himself. It's not necessarily a trainee, maybe I don't want boys to see my figure, so I became a trainee. Wuye said. The so-called swimming class trainees are students who don't know how to swim, or students who don't want to swim. There is a third type of students who don't like others to see their bodies. For example, Wuye's childhood sweetheart Sakura Airi. Sakura Airi is so shy, how could she wear a swimsuit? Even if Sakura Airi knows how to wear a swimsuit, she will only wear it in front of Wuye. The above three types of students do not need to change into swimsuits or come to take swimming lessons, and can move freely. Almost half of the girls in Class D have become trainees, which disappointed the boys who thought they could appreciate the swimsuits of the girls. Especially Ike Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Satsumura Hideo, the expressions on the faces of the three of them were as if they had been abandoned by the gods. Damn it, I've been looking forward to swimming lessons since 2 days ago, but I didn't expect them to be trainees. This kind of thing is too cruel. Wuye glanced at Chi Kwanji and Yamauchi Haruki who were looking up to the sky in grief. If you weren't too explicit and wanted to see the girls' figures, there probably wouldn't be so many girls who would become trainees. At this moment, Chi Kwanzi and the others cheered suddenly, as if they saw some incredible scenery. It's Kushida-chan. 807. As expected of Bellflower Sauce, you have a great figure. Under the cheers and astonishing voices of the boys, the little angel Kushida Kikyo of Class D walked into the indoor swimming pool. She had already changed into a campus swimsuit. Her petite figure and overly plump and mature heart outlined the difference. The coquettish curves of the age group. Facing the astonishing gazes of the boys, Kushida Kikyo not only showed no timidity, but she also showed a sweet and bright smile towards the boys. Hey, did you see that? Kikyo Sauce is smiling at me. Don't be delusional, kid, Kikyo Sauce is obviously smiling at me. There was a chaotic voice among the boys. At this time, the generous Kushida Kikyo came in front of Wuye. With a sweet smile on her cute face, she said, Wuye, do I look good? Well, it's pretty. Wuye didn't hide. Kushida Kikyo's smile became a little sweeter as she praised him. Kushida Kikyo is petite and exquisite, but she also has an overly mature heart. This is the so-called juvenile face. The waist that is gracefully grasped is even more charming. Seeing Kushida Kikyo just talking to Wuye, the hearts of the boys are going to break. Okay. Now they all know who Kushida Kikyo was laughing at just now. Karuizawa Megumi, who was still wearing her school uniform, folded her arms, silently looking at Kushida Kikyo who was talking with Wuye. Goo, if it wasn't for that scar on my body. Because of the severe bullying during middle school, Megumi Karuizawa had a scar that was obviously caused by a sharp knife on the abdomen below the left chest. That scar is Megumi Karuizawa's secret, a secret that must not be known to others, that's why she didn't change her swimsuit. Although one-piece school swimsuits can hide scars, there is also the danger of being discovered by girls when changing clothes. So unless it is absolutely necessary, Karuizawa will never change clothes. Friends such as Matsushita Kayaki and Sen Ningning wondered why Karuizawa Megumi was still wearing school uniforms. Faced with friends' doubts and inquiries, Karuizawa Megumi's answer was I don't want those. Heart boys see their own body. This explanation is reasonable. After all, Chi Kwanzi and those boys are really disgusting. They even bet on the girls' figures openly and above board. What people hate the most is being compared by others, and girls are very concerned about their face and body, so if you compare their face with their body, do it. Get ready to be hated by them. Except for Megumi Karuizawa, many trainees did not change their swimsuits, so wearing school uniforms was not too rare, which made Sakura Airi feel comfortable. Because Sakura Airi is also wearing school uniform. Sakura Airi, who was standing on the second floor of the indoor swimming pool, looked at Wuye without blinking. Although she was more familiar with Wuye's figure than anyone else, she had never seen Wuye in swimming trunks and a jacket. Okay, everyone come and gather. The muscular uncle called the students of Class D. He counted the number of students in Class D, and then said with some distress, there are 16 trainees in your class, it seems that there are not many what. Although the teacher was dissatisfied with the large number of apprentices, he did not say anything. Everyone, let me get straight to the point. You follow me to do warm-up exercises, and then I will let you go swimming to see how good you are at swimming. That. Teacher, I'm not very good at swimming. Hideo Satsumura raised his hand weakly and said, he mainly wanted to see the girls in swimsuits who couldn't swim at all. Don't worry, since you are wearing a swimsuit, I will definitely let you learn to swim. The muscle teacher said confidently. It doesn't matter if you don't force me to learn to swim, anyway, I don't like swimming too much. Hideo Satsumura said quickly, if he was taught swimming by a beautiful teacher, he would be happy, but this teacher is a muscular man. This is not possible. You must learn to swim. After all, the sport of swimming will definitely come in handy in the future, absolutely. Wuye glanced at the muscle teacher, he was emphasizing the importance of swimming. Is it because the future exams will be related to swimming? Judging from this hint and emphasis, this muscle teacher should be a very responsible teacher. Unfortunately, except for Wuye, the other students probably didn't hear any information from his words. Under the signal of the muscle teacher, Wuye and a group of students began to do warm-up exercises, and then the muscle teacher asked everyone to enter the swimming pool and simply swim for about 50 meters. People who can't swim don't need to be afraid, because the indoor swimming pool is very shallow, only 1.5 meters high. Since the jacket Wuye was wearing was for swimming, he didn't take off his jacket and stepped directly into the swimming pool. The water temperature in the indoor swimming pool should be properly adjusted, so the water temperature is just right, and the students are not uncomfortable at all. After swimming 50 meters easily and casually, Wuye climbed ashore. After all the other students had swum 50 meters, the muscle teacher also understood everyone's situation. He said loudly, "Very good, next is the competition. For the 50-meter freestyle competition between men and women, I will give a special reward of 5,000 points to the first place student." 5,000 points. Really or not, teacher? Of course it's true. On the contrary, the guy who swims the slowest has to take makeup lessons, so be aware. The students who were confident in swimming cheered, while the students who were not confident were complaining. Wuye raised his eyebrows lightly, showing a surprised expression. This muscle teacher took care of the students unexpectedly, and used points to guide everyone. At this time, Horikita Suzune, who was wearing a swimsuit, approached Wuye and she said coldly, "Sikong, this teacher said that the first place can get 5,000 points. What do you think? Why do you ask me that way?" Wuye looked sideways at Horikita Suzune who came to her side. Horikita Suzune is the kind of strong person who turns a blind eye to other people's eyes, so no matter how boys discuss girls' bodies, she will not be affected in the slightest. Therefore, Horikita Suzune will still change into a swimsuit and take swimming lessons. Horikita Suzune was originally a cool and beautiful girl with good features. Although her figure was not as good as that of Kushida Kikyo and Sakura Airi, after wearing the school swimsuit, her slender figure was outlined. The delicate and pretty face, as well as the slightly impressive heart, made Horikita Suzune get the attention of many boys. It always feels a little deliberate. Horikita Suzune told Wuye how she felt about the muscle teacher. The teacher is motivating everyone through points, but it's actually not that simple, right? Wuye smiled. Horikita Suzune really noticed the hint and reminder from the muscle teacher. Looking at Wuye who smiled and said nothing, Horikita Suzune suddenly became energetic. "Sikong, did you notice it too? And do you know more reasons?" Although Horikita Suzune was asking questions, she used an affirmative tone, as if Wuye must know more information than her. Although there is a reason, it doesn't matter, so Horikita, don't think too much about it, just enjoy the swimming lessons for high school students. Wuye said with a smile. "I don't enjoy the mind of a high school student. I just want to be promoted to Class A and get the approval of Big Brother." Horikita Suzune said in a low voice. Wuye shook his head helplessly, and worked hard to get the approval of his family. This kind of life can be hard. At this time, a burly figure came in front of Wuye and Horikita Suzune. He had bright golden hair and was Kojinji's sixth assistant. "Sikong boy. Wuye looked suspiciously at Junji Liasuk who called out to him. He had nothing to do with this guy who did whatever he wanted. Why did he find him? Junji Liasuk is one of the most conspicuous students in Class D. He seems to be the only son of a big chaebol, so he is extraordinarily narcissistic and conceited, disobedient to others. Even if he is completely isolated by everyone in Class D, he doesn't care at all, and acts on his own." Wuye saw his former self from the behavior style of Liasuk of Juyun Temple. After being feared and alienated by others, Wuye also went about her own business without caring about others' eyes. Now, the more active Wuye is, the more he is respected and pursued by the students in Class D. The time when I was alone is gone forever. "Sikong boy, you are going around betting against other people's points. I don't know if you are interested in betting against me, Juyun Temple." Juyun Temple Liasuk showed a fearless smile at Wuye. Wuye, who had a little interest, said, "Oh, I don't know what Gaoyuansi you plan to bet against me, and what are the points of the bet? Just go swimming. I heard that you challenged the president of the swimming club, and beat him in beautiful swimming." Kojinji Rokusuk pointed to the indoor swimming pool. Wuye raised his eyebrows. This guy has heard that he has won in swimming. The president of the swimming club is still betting on swimming with him. It seems that Kojinji Liasuk is very confident in swimming. "Okay, but if the bet is less than 1 million points I won't accept it," Wuye said. 1 million points? Does Kojinji-san have so many points?" Horikita Suzune said to Wuye in surprise. As far as she knew, Kojinji Rokusuk's points should be below 100,000. After all, like them, Liuzu of Juyun Temple is a freshman with only 100,000 points. Student Juyun Temple is not an ordinary student. You should have gained a lot of points through your own means. Wuye said to Liasuk. Juyun Temple. "You actually found out?" Kojinji Liasuk showed a little surprise on his face. "I just happened to overhear your conversation with your senior a few days ago." Wuye shrugged and replied. "I see. It seems that if you want to compete with Sikong boy, you need to spend 1 million points." Gaoyunji Liasuk showed a fearless expression. "Then 1 million points. Okay," Wuye replied straightforwardly. Because of the 5 million points, Horikita Suzune was very concerned about how to get the points, so she asked Wuye, "Sikong, how did Kojinji earn 1 million points?" "Can I tell you?" Wuye asked Junji Liasuk. "Of course, agree. Kojinji Rokusuk said indifferently. "Simply put, it is in exchange for money. Exchanging money for money." Horikita Suzune murmured first, and she was smart and said to Kojinji Liasuk in surprise, "Kojinji, are you using real money to exchange points with senior sister?" "Correct." Wuye continued. "The third grade seniors are about to graduate, and the points cannot be taken out of the school, so they agreed to exchange the points with Gaoyunji for real money. Does the school allow this kind of thing?" Horikita Suzune said puzzledly. "Why do you need the school's permission?" Wuye smiled softly, although this kind of thing seems to violate the regulations, if both parties are voluntary, even if the school knows about it, it will not take action. Because Jiyuan Temple did not use threats to force the seniors to transfer points to him. That's right. Gao Yuanji's sixth assistant nodded approvingly. In fact, in the matter of exchanging money for money, the biggest problem is whether the seniors can successfully get their own money from the Jiyuan Temple family after graduation. But the big chaebol shouldn't renege on their debts. Sikong boy, I originally planned to learn from you, earn points by challenging others, and live freely in this school, but I found it too laborious, so I just gave up and adopted an easier way to make money. Horikita Suzune glanced at Kojinji Rokusuk. What kind of way to make money is this? It's obviously a waste of money. Horikita Suzune is not a child of a big chaebol, she has no money to exchange points. Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liuzu, who reached the intention of betting against each other, went to the muscle teacher and asked him to help witness the bet against each other. Muscle teacher heard that Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liusuk planned to bet against each other with up to 1 million points. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Wuye and Wuye with hesitant eyes. I can help to witness, but do you two really have 1 million points? Teacher, Wuye, but that Sikong Wuye. Kikyo Kushida, who was standing beside Wuye, said in a cheerful voice. The muscle teacher's expression changed slightly, he looked at Wuye now, as if he was looking at a monster. Sikong Wuye is the rumored first-year freshman, isn't he? You can indeed bet with 1 million points. Judging from the muscle teacher's reaction, he also heard the rumors that Wuye challenged the club, and knew that he had earned a lot of points from the club. Kushida Kikyo's smile became even brighter, and she felt happy because the muscle teacher knew about Wuye's deeds. After that, the muscle teacher confirmed the personal points owned by Gao Yuanji Liusuk, and agreed to take over the work of witnessing the betting and pressing the chronograph. Due to the bet between Wuye and Yuanji Liusuk, the muscle teacher postponed the students' 50-meter swimming competition, and let the two of them do the swimming competition first. All the students in Class D were looking forward to and curiously looking at Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liusuk standing on the swimming pool platform. Although they often heard about Wuye's repeated victories from others, they did not see it with their own eyes. Today we were lucky to meet you. Sikong and Gao Yuanji are betting on the 50-meter freestyle competition. Have both parties confirmed it? Muscle teacher asked Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liusuk on the diving platform to confirm. Verified. Of course. Answer, okay. Muscle teacher Wuye took off the swimming jacket he was wearing, revealing his body that has been hidden all the time. Kojinji Rokusuk seems to be a formidable guy. He also had to take it seriously, and he had to take off the swimming jacket that got in the way. In fact, the girls in Class D felt that Wuye's swimming jacket was in the way, because they couldn't see Wuye's figure anymore. In fact, girls, like boys, like to see the good figure of the opposite S**X, but girls are not as blatant and bold as boys. Wow, you're so handsome. Wuye, who took off his swimming jacket, exposed his upper body. There is no trace of fat on his abdomen, and the neatly arranged abdominal muscles are well defined, which outlines a very conspicuous muscle circle. Profile. Although Wuye's skin is like jade, white and lustrous, but his well-defined muscles make him completely without a sense of sissy weakness. Muscles carved like jade are exuding masculine strength and masculinity. The girls in Class D blushed and looked at Wuye's naked body. Even the cold Horikita Suzune couldn't help but take a look at Wuye, and then looked away again. Megumi Karuizawa, who was watching on the second floor, swallowed lightly. She really wanted to touch Wuye's abdominal muscles. Sakura Airi, with a little blush on her cheeks, looked at Wuye's figure without blinking. Although she had seen it before, when she saw Wuye's abdominal muscles, most of them would. It was a dark night and the light was not very good. How can it be like this now that you can clearly see every muscle and every inch of Wuye's body? The excited screams of the girls and cheers for Wuye made Chi Kwanzi so envious that his face was beyond recognition. He spat water on the ground in disgust to express his disdain and contempt. These girls are superficial. Chi Kwanzi said dissatisfied. Sudaken nodded repeatedly. He thought his figure was no worse than Wuye, but why didn't a single girl cheer for him? In fact, Gao Yuanji Liusuk, who stood on the diving platform with Wuye, has a good figure, but he is a burly and strong one. There are too many bulging muscles, so he doesn't have much beauty. Naturally, it can't compare to Wuye's streamlined figure that makes girls blush and heartbeat. Sikong boy, your undefeated legend will be ended by me. Gao Yuanji Liusuk seemed to be telling the truth. His expression was full of confidence and arrogance. Wuye just smiled and did not answer him. Because of this kind of talk, Wuye has heard too much. Every time the seniors of the club agreed to bet against Wuye on points, they would tell Wuye that he was doomed. Winning or losing is not something that is said, it depends on the actual actions that follow. The girls were cheering for Wuye enthusiastically. The muscle teacher raised his hand and said loudly, the 50-meter freestyle competition is ready to start. Both sides are on their positions. Standing on the diving platform, Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liusuk started to squat into the water. After the muscle teacher blew the whistle, Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liusuk took off suddenly. Yuanji Liusuk splashed a lot of water when he entered the water, which looked extraordinarily violent and scary, while Wuye's posture of entering the water can be described as graceful, without splashing too much water. Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk who entered the water were swimming at an incredible speed, and the students in Class D couldn't help but show their expressions of astonishment, because the freestyle swimming speed of these two is too fast. The muscle teacher in charge of swimming lessons was also surprised by their swimming speed. Fortunately, he recovered in time and focused on the chronograph in his hand. The muscle teacher looked at the two people who touched the edge of the swimming pool one after the other. He couldn't help but gasped, these two people were too fast. Sikong boy, you are really amazing. Wuye looked sideways at Gao Yuanji Liasuk on the number 1 track. You are not bad, no wonder you dare to bet against me on the swimming competition. Gao Yuanji Liasuk showed a proud expression, and then he said, so, who will reach the finish line first? I don't know. Wuye shook his head. Both Wuye and Yuanji Liasuk are concentrating on swimming, and the gap between the two is not that big, so it is not clear who is the number 1. Wuye put his hands on the swimming pool, and then gently supported it. The whole person left the swimming pool casually. The crystal clear water drops fell from the surface of Wuye's body. This plot made many girls blush and gulp saliva. Kushida Kikyo, who licked her lips, looked away from Wuye, and she quickly asked the muscle teacher, teacher, who will reach the finish line first? It's Gao Yuanzi, I think he's faster, one of the boys said loudly. He didn't know who was faster, but he just didn't want Sikong Wuye, who was popular with girls, to win. The girl who was greedy for Wuye's body immediately became unhappy. She retorted, nonsense, obviously Sikong is faster. Sikong is faster. The muscle teacher said loudly, Sikong's second is 23.01 seconds, and Gao Yuanji's second is 23.22 seconds. The announcement of the muscle teacher made the girls cheer, and then the girls gathered around, congratulating Wuye on his victory. To be honest, the feeling of being surrounded by a dozen girls in swimsuits is quite cool. But who is it that took advantage of me to touch my abdomen? The muscle teacher looked at Kojinji Rokusuk and Wuye, who was surrounded by girls with amazed eyes. These two are really amazing. You should know that the minimum score of the men's 50-meter freestyle is 24.50 seconds for the first-level athletes, and 27.50 seconds for the second-level athletes. The minimum score for the third-level athletes is 34.50 seconds. Whether it is Wuye or Yuanji Liasuk, their 50-meter freestyle seconds are all within 22 seconds, which means they already have the level of men's 50-meter freestyle first-level athletes. This is the swimming ability possessed by the freshmen in high school? It's too exaggerated. Wuye patted off a few palms that were touching his abs, and he said helplessly to the girls nearby, don't go too far, I'll get angry if you touch me again, let's all go, I need points when I go to the plateau. The girls left Wuye with a smile on their faces, satisfied with taking advantage of it, and regretful that they didn't take advantage of it. I knew she should be bolder to sneak. Wuye walked towards Yuanji Liasuk, who had his hair up. He said, Bobk, with a smile, it's really dangerous, I almost lost to you just now. Humph, Sikong boy, you look so capable, you probably haven't done your best yet, said Kojinji Rokusuk, whose eyes became sharper. No way, I've tried my best. Wuye changed the subject, so when are you going to pay 1 million points? Now, I, who is so beautiful, don't like to be in debt. Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk left the indoor swimming pool, took out their school mobile phones and student ID cards in the locker room, and began to transfer the 1 million points of the VAM. Wuye glanced at Gao Yuanji Liasuk's student ID card. The personal points displayed on it were 3,141,305. This guy actually has so many points. How many people did he exchange points with? Wuye received 1 million points from Gao Yuanji's 6 assistants exactly, and he said with a smile, do you want to bet on the second round? You still have more than 2 million points. Sikong boy, there will be no next time, I will never bet against you again. That's a pity. After the bet just now, Gao Yuanji Liasuk has been convinced that the rumors about Wuye are not false. This guy is almost an all-around monster, and he also likes to beat others in the field that others are good at. The seniors sometimes can't help but wonder if there is anything Sikong Wuye, a freshman, is not good at or doesn't know at all. Wuye, who had successfully obtained 1 million points, planned to return to the indoor swimming pool, but Gao Yuanji Rokusuk took out his school uniform and towel, and was about to dry himself and prepare to leave. Yuan Temple, are you planning to leave? That's right, Sikong boy. Yuanji Liasuk wiped his hair with a towel, and he said in a casual tone, there are too few things that interest me in this school. You are worthy of my praise circle. Now I want to find beautiful women, and then fall in various relationships with them and improve each other, constantly pursuing their own beauty. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. Gao Yuanji Liasuk, a guy who does his own way, actually talks about skipping school to find a girl date so fresh and refined. Sikong boy, do you want to be together too? Forget it, I already have a girl I like. Wuye said, waving his hands. Hey, is it Kushida Kikyo who has been persona, disguised, or that poor Karuizawa Megumi who is chasing flowers? Wuye glanced at Kojinji Rokusuk in surprise, and he discovered that Kikyo Kushida was pretending? His observation skills are really amazing. Unfortunately, neither. Is that so? Then Sikong boy, I'm leaving first. Gao Yuanji Liasuk, who had changed into his school uniform, left the locker room, and Wuye also returned to the indoor swimming pool. At this time, the muscle teacher has already started to organize his swimming competition. Since Wuye just won 1 million points from Gao Yuanji Liasuk, He doesn't like the 5,000 points of the muscle teacher, so Wuye didn't participate. However, everyone is glad that Wuye did not participate in the swimming competition held by the muscle teacher, because if he is there, no one can win. The final winner of the swimming competition was Hirata Yasuk, whose second was 26.13, equivalent to the level of a second-level athlete in the men's 50-meter freestyle. Although Yasuk Hirata's result is impressive enough, but with Wuye and Kojinji Rokasuk's 22 seconds, his 26 seconds result is not too outstanding. In fact, it is an exaggeration for the first-year senior high school students to achieve 26 seconds in the men's 50-meter freestyle. Unfortunately, most of the students in Class D do not have this cognition. Fast only. After that, it was time for the muscle teacher to train the slowest swimmers and everyone's free time. Karuizawa Megumi on the second floor looked at Wuye, who was once again surrounded by girls. She bit her lip lightly, and decided to give it a go. If you continue to delay, Wuye will become someone else's boyfriend. This is not acceptable. After school in the afternoon, as usual, Wuye went to the shoe cabinet to change his shoes, and then went to the club building. However, after he opened the shoe cabinet, he unexpectedly found that besides his shoes, there was a white envelope inside. What the hell? Wuye raised his eyebrows and picked up the white envelope. Since there were many students in the shoe-changing place, Wuye didn't open it directly to look at it. After putting on his shoes, he left the teaching building and took out the letter paper from it. This piece of letter paper is an extremely girly pink color, and the slender characters on the paper describe her nostalgia and appreciation for him, and she hopes that Wuye can come up to the roof of the one-year teaching building at 5 o'clock. Is this a confession letter? Wuye's expression became strange. It was the first time he had received such a letter. At this time, what Wuye was thinking about in his mind was not which girl wrote him this confession letter, but was wondering whether this letter was made by that guy Long Yuanxiang. Because during this time, the students in Class C were secretly following Wuye. He blocked the student in Class C who was following him, and found out from him that it was Long Yuanxiang who asked him to follow him. After Long Yuanxiang has dominated the students of Class C, it seems that he has started to take revenge on him. Therefore, now it is hard for Wuye not to suspect that this confession letter was forged by that fellow Long Yuanxiang, in order to lure him to the roof of the teaching building. Although this school is full of surveillance cameras, there are still some blind spots, such as the aisle on the side of the teaching building and the roof of the 10-year teaching building. If you want to fight and beat people, you will definitely choose a place where these surveillance cameras are not monitoring. Wait a minute, this smell is... Wuye gently sniffed the scent left on the pink letter paper, and Karuizawa Megumi's beautiful face flashed in his mind for an instant. Wuye's expression suddenly became weird, and now he felt that this anonymous confession letter was left by Megumi Karuizawa. Since Karuizawa Megumi and Kushida Kikyo stayed by Wuye's side every day, one on the left and one on the right, he was very familiar with the aura of these two girls. So, this letter wasn't made by Long Yuanxiang, but because she wanted to confess to me. Wuye rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't think Karuizawa Megumi liked him. After all, Wuye had heard Karuizawa Megumi's inner thoughts. Karuizawa Megumi seemed to have suffered terrible bullying in middle school, so after she enrolled in this school, she decided to find a reliable boy to be her boyfriend. Then, relying on that boy's status, others dare not bully her casually. There is a sense of sight of a fox pretending to be a tiger. Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi, Kushida Kikyo. The reason why the three of them get together is because they each get what they need. Both Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida want to show their presence in the class through Wuye, and Wuye needs the two of them to resist other girls who want to get close to him. With the two of them by his side, other girls will not take the initiative to get close to him. So Wuye and the three of them got what they needed. At least Wuye thinks so. Are you going to meet her? Wuye muttered to himself. After thinking about it, Wuye took a picture of the pink confession letter with his school phone, and sent it to Sakura Airi's line. Sakura Airi, who was returning to the apartment, quickly wrote back to Wuye. Wuye, could it be? That's right, it's the confession letter you were thinking of. You didn't tell everyone about your relationship with me and Aili, so I'm being targeted by girls now. Sakura Airi looked at Wuye's mocking response. She pursed her lips. She was afraid of being timid. So, Yunyi, what are you going to do? Of course I went to meet him and then refused. Do you still want me to accept this girl's confession? Sakura Airi's eyes wandered. She had such thoughts. Because of her poor physical strength, she told Sakura Airi that it is better to have other girls to share Wuye's favor, otherwise she would not be able to satisfy Wuye every night. Airi, I haven't replied for so long, are you jealous? No, because I believe in Wuye. Sakura Airi's trusting response made Wuye shake his head helplessly. This idiot was probably cheated by him, and he would be willing to count the money for him. Wuye, when you go to see this girl, can you keep talking to me? I want to hear how she confesses to you. Fine. Although Sakura Airi's request was very strange, it was one of the few requests she mentioned, and Wuye would not refuse. And Wuye felt that letting Sakura Airi hear his rejection of Karuizawa Megumi's confession could soothe her emotions and let Sakura Airi know his heart. Haha. Standing on the roof of the teaching building, Megumi Karuizawa kept breathing to calm down the tension and shyness in her heart. She was about to confess to the boy she liked here. At first, when Megumi Karuizawa met Wuye for the first time, she really had the idea of letting this boy pretend to be her boyfriend. But this idea, along with getting along with Wuye, has gradually undergone tremendous changes. It can be said that it is a qualitative change. Every time she finds Wuye's gaze, Karuizawa Megumi can't help but feel happy. When she pretends to be in casual contact with Wuye's body, her cheeks and body will feel hot and hot for no reason. Although Karuizawa Megumi has never been in love, she has never been tempted, but her girlish intuition told her that this is a symbol of being attracted to the opposite S**X. She has a first love. And whether her first love can be achieved smoothly depends on the confession this afternoon. I hope everything goes well. Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding her palm tightly, said in a low voice. Karuizawa Megumi glanced at her mobile phone, and she realized that it was 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, so she quickly took out the mirror in her bag to check whether her current hairstyle was messy. The current Karuizawa Megumi is completely a young girl who is about to confess to her crush. Her whole body exudes the shyness and apprehension of a girl. When Karuizawa Megumi was twirling the bangs on her forehead with her light white fingers, the top door was suddenly pushed open. Karuizawa Megumi, who was taken aback, yelled yeah. She turned around in a panic and looked towards the gate on the top of the building, and saw the figure that haunted her dreams. Wuye. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi, who opened his eyes slightly, and said softly, "It really is you, Megumi. You." Karuizawa Megumi hurriedly retracted the mirror, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were flickering. She whispered, "Wuye, have you already guessed it?" "Okay. How did you guess it?" "It's through the font on the letter. I recognize your handwriting." Wuye lied without changing his face. Of course Wuye had to lie. Could it be that Wuye told Megumi Karuizawa that he smelled her scent from the confession letter? This answer is a little perverted. Karuizawa Megumi was very happy, subconsciously showing a happy and shy smile on her exquisite and beautiful face. Because Wuye can identify himself through the handwriting of the confession letter, which means that he has him in his heart and has cared about her, otherwise Wuye would not be able to recognize her handwriting. And the most important thing is that after Wuye recognized the confession letter, she was willing to come to the roof of the teaching building. Does that mean that her confession has the hope of success? Now, Megumi Karuizawa, who was throbbing in her heart, began to walk towards Wuye in small steps. The delicate face under the honey-colored hair was like the sunset glow at this time, red and moving. Karuizawa Megumi walked up to Wuye in small steps, and now she could already hear the rapid heartbeat beating in her chest. The accelerated blood flow made Karuizawa Megumi's head feel a little dizzy. Wuye looked hesitantly at Karuizawa Megumi, who exudes shyness and nervousness all over his body. He now has some doubts whether the girl in front of him is really planning to confess to him, instead of thinking about letting him pretend to be her boyfriend. Because Karuizawa Megumi just wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend, so, does she need to be so shy? Wuye's EQ is not low, and his observation skills are also good, so he can tell from Karuizawa Megumi's expression now that she really intends to confess. Since Wuye is no longer sure whether Karuizawa Megumi really wants to confess to him, or wants him to pretend to be her boyfriend, so Wuye uses her mind-reading ability. So nervous, so nervous, so nervous. Don't be nervous. Isn't it just confessing to Wuye? Didn't I practice hundreds of times in front of the mirror in the dormitory? Just say it to Wuye. Karuizawa Megumi was full of tension and shyness at this time, causing Wuye to twitch the corners of his mouth. This girl's confession seems to be serious. What about pretending to be a boyfriend? Wuye, I like you. After mustering up all the courage to say these words, the girl's pure shyness made Karuizawa Megumi's hands suddenly cover her flushed cheeks. But because she wanted to see Wuye's expression at this time, the extremely shy Karuizawa Megumi moved her index finger secretly, revealing a small gap to look at Wuye. Through the small gap between Karuizawa Megumi's fingers, Wuye saw her eyes full of shyness and anticipation. Trouble. There are only these 3 words in Wuye's mind now. If Karuizawa Megumi only wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend, then Wuye could refuse without hesitation. But Megumi Karuizawa seems to be serious. Let him be her boyfriend. She is serious? In the evening wind blew Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi on the roof of the building. The subtle silence made Karuizawa Megumi's inner tension, shyness, and anticipation all quietly recede. As if getting his answer from Wuye's silence, Megumi Karuizawa gently lowered his hands covering his face, revealing that delicate and beautiful face. The shy blush on Megumi Karuizawa's face has receded, replaced by a distressed look of uneasiness and apprehension. Wuye. Under Karuizawa Huey's pitiful eyes, Wuye replied seriously, "Huey, sorry, I already have a girlfriend." "No, I don't believe it." Megumi Karuizawa shook her head fiercely, her honey-colored Shenshun's long hair fluttering in a mess. "Wuye, besides me and Kushida, there are no other girls around you, so you don't have a girlfriend at all." Indeed, if Wuye had a girlfriend, his girlfriend would definitely not let Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi approach him. But Sakura Airi is totally different from ordinary girls? Karuizawa Megumi blinked, trying not to let the tears flow out of her eyes. She whimpered and said, "Wuye, you said you have a girlfriend because you don't like me. Hey, this really isn't it." Wuye glanced at his pocket. His girlfriend was eavesdropping on his conversation with her. Although Karuizawa Megumi has tried very hard not to let the tears flow out of the eye sockets, but the gathered tears have flowed out unstoppably. Crystal tears slid down Karuizawa Megumi's cheeks, leaving a clear tear stain. Feeling aggrieved and sad, Karuizawa Megumi wiped away the tears and tear stains on her cheeks. "Then who is your girlfriend?" "My girlfriend is shy of strangers, so I can't tell you." Karuizawa Megumi stared at Wuye with reddish eyes. "Actually, it doesn't exist at all, right?" Wuye nodded helplessly, indicating that you guessed it right. Since Sakura Airi is shy and dare not expose, Wuye can only help her hide it. After seeing Wuye admit that he doesn't have a girlfriend and just doesn't want her to be his girlfriend, Megumi Karuizawa bit her lip. What's wrong with me? Wuye, do you like Kushida's big ones? No. Wuye retorted righteously, I like my girlfriend only because I like her, not because of her good figure, so I like her. Sakura Airi, who was eavesdropping on her mobile phone, felt sweet in her heart, which means that even if she has an ordinary figure, Wuye would still like her, right? Come on, Wuye, you don't have a girlfriend at all, you just like a good figure. Karuizawa Megumi gently pressed the heart in her grasp. She felt that she still had a chance to develop. After all, she was only 16 years old now. It is said in the book that girls will not stop developing until they are 18 or 19 years old. In short, Hui, I accept your wish, but I can't accept your confession, sorry. After leaving these words, Wuye turned around and left the roof of the teaching building. Megumi Karuizawa watched Wuye's leaving back, and the embers of courage in her heart rekindled. She stepped forward with her slender legs and rushed up. He hugged Wuye's waist directly. Karuizawa Megumi hugged Wuye very hard, as if she was hugging her first love. The soft and sweet impact came from behind. Wuye turned his head a little surprised. He saw Karuizawa Megumi's beautiful honey-colored hair. Wuye, although you rejected me, I will not give up. Wuye sighed helplessly. This girl didn't give up on him. Was it because he said he didn't have a girlfriend? Megumi Karuizawa breathed the breath of Wuye, and she bit her lips, feeling the warmth and reassurance in her heart, and then said in a low voice, Wuye, we are friends. That's right. Then I ask you one thing, please promise me. Megumi Karuizawa's tone was full of pleading, as if a drowning person grasped a life-saving straw in despair. Wuye raised his eyebrows. Even if he didn't use his mind-reading ability, he still knew what Megumi Karuizawa was going to ask him to do. If nothing else, it should be his daughter-in-law pretending to be her boyfriend. I don't even know what way you want to ask me. I can't promise you casually. In short, let me go now, otherwise our conversation will not continue. Wuye patted Karuizawa Hui and hugged her tightly, the slender hands around his waist. Karuizawa Hui reluctantly let go of Wuye. When she was leaning on his back just now, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart. It's as if as long as she hugs Wuye, no matter what disaster or bullying, she will not feel fear, just like embracing the whole world. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Wuye with red eyes, and the deer-like pupils were full of tenderness and pitifulness. Such eyes are enough to make any boy's heart soften, and Wuye is no exception. Since Wuye knew through Karuizawa Megumi's voice that she had suffered terrible bullying, she couldn't help but feel a little more sympathy for her. Because Sakura Airi has been frightened before. Tell me, what are you doing with me? Wuye said. Megumi Karuizawa clasped her hands together, exuding uneasiness and apprehension. She whispered, Wuye, don't think I'm so strong in class, in fact I'm very weak. 0. Well, then what? Wuye's gentle and steady tone, as if possessing some kind of strange magic power, gradually calmed down the uneasiness and fear in Megumi Karuizawa's heart, but not completely healed. Because the bullying in the past carved indelible despair in Karuizawa Megumi's soul, let alone mentioning the past, even if she recalled it, the anxiety, fear, and despair of the past would evoke in her heart. Karuizawa Megumi couldn't tell the bullying that happened to her at all. Wuye looked at the light girl whose pupils and delicate body were trembling slightly. Megumi Izawa, he sighed and stretched out his palm. If you are afraid, hold my hand. 17. Hey. Megumi Karuizawa, who was afraid of the past, opened her eyes slightly. She looked at Wuye's sincere and handsome face, and then grabbed his outstretched palm suddenly. Wuye's palm was wide and warm. Karuizawa Megumi, who was affected by fear and despair, felt warmth and support from his palm. Gradually, Karuizawa Megumi's delicate body no longer trembled because of fear. She raised her eyes to take a look at Wuye's handsome face, and then quietly held his hand tightly. Korea. It's so warm. It would be even better if he was willing to be his boyfriend. Unfortunately, he didn't know why he rejected her, and even lied that he already had a girlfriend. It's too much. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi, who was holding his palm tightly, and he asked, Hui, how do you feel now? I'm getting better. Karuizawa Megumi lowered her head and responded weakly and softly. If the girls in Class D saw her current appearance and heard her current tone, they would definitely have the expression of seeing a ghost. Is this really the hot girl Karuizawa Megumi with a strong personality? In fact, weakness is Karuizawa Megumi's actual character. She just pretended to be a strong character to prevent herself from being bullied again. Karuizawa Megumi quietly took steps, approaching Wuye, and then she hugged Wuye's arm tightly like a koala. Although Wuye refuses her to be his girlfriend, she has no intention of giving up. Feeling the softness of Megumi Karuizawa, Wuye said helplessly, Megumi, let's continue talking about what happened just now. Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding Wuye's arm, changed the subject, and she whispered, Wuye, actually I spent 9 years in elementary school and middle school. During this period, they have been suffering from severe bullying. Thumbtacks were thrown in indoor shoe cabinets. Frog carcasses thrown in desk drawers. After entering the toilet, I was splashed with dirty water. School uniforms and desks were written with words such as obscenity or watch. Getting your hair pulled, being punched, and kicked is more of a matter of course. There have been even more horrific bullying. Whispering, Megumi Karuizawa hugged Wuye's arm tightly. Under his arm was the scar that the bully had caused her. Karuizawa Megumi didn't dare to touch that scar even if she took a bath, because she would feel fear, but when Karuizawa Megumi found Wuye's arm pressing on the scar, she didn't feel fear or resistance, but instead had a kind of desire. Longing. Wuye's arm has been pressing on this scar, suppressing all her fear and despair. It's all over. Wuye stroked Megumi Karuizawa's honey-colored hair pityingly. Although Wuye saw in Karuizawa Megumi the past when Ijun Sakura was frightened by bad gangsters. At that time, Sakura Airi had Wuye by her side to support her and protect her. As for Megumi Karuizawa, who was being bullied, there was no one around her, only the perpetrator who bullied her. Under Wuye's touch, Megumi Karuizawa gently rubbed her head against his palm, and she seemed to have someone to act like a spoiled child, who had been standing alone all this time. Hui, you actually belong to Ditian. What do you mean? Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding Wuye's arm tightly, raised her head, her deer-like eyes revealing a look of incomprehension and doubt. Can she be called powerful? Facing Megumi Karuizawa's puzzled eyes, Wuye explained patiently, even though you have been bullied like this, you can still stand up again, enroll in this high school and walk into an unknown future. If it were someone else, she would have been hiding in the countryside long ago and would never be able to get out. Sakura Airi, who was holding the mobile phone, nodded her head lightly. She was the one Wuye mentioned. Afterwards, the corners of Sakura Airi's 363 lips turned up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Although she is not as powerful as Megumi Karuizawa, she has Sikong Wuye, a childhood sweetheart, by her side, and he took her well protected. I'm not strong at all. Megumi Karuizawa hugged Wuye's arm tightly. She said weakly, I'm afraid that others will know about my past, and I'm afraid of being bullied again. I am a parasite, a weak creature that cannot survive alone. In order not to be bullied by others in this school, I plan to pin my hope of survival on others. So Wuye, I want to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend, and want you to be the pillar of my life in this school. Karuizawa Megumi, who said these words, hugged Wuye's arm with all his strength, as if trying to incorporate his arm into his body. Karuizawa Megumi was afraid. She was afraid that Wuye would reject her humble request and entreaty. Wuye didn't break free from Karuizawa Megumi's tight hug. He gently stroked Karuizawa Megumi's honey-colored hair like comforting a frightened little rabbit. As if feeling Wuye's tenderness from Wuye's stroking, Megumi Karuizawa's delicate body no longer trembled slightly. Because I have a girlfriend, I can't pretend to be your boyfriend, but I can assure you that I will protect you from being bullied in the future. Guarantee that you don't need to live like a parasite. Wuye said seriously. Although Wuye's answer made Megumi Karuizawa feel warm and at ease, she was still disappointed because the boy she liked was still using the excuse of he has a girlfriend to reject STB. Then let this gentle boy see what kind of bullying she has suffered. As long as he sees it, he will feel more pity for her and be willing to pretend to be her boyfriend. Wuye, I want you to see what I fear the most. Megumi Karuizawa whispered. What? That's my despair, and every time I see it, the horror of the past pokes its head out, making me terrified to the point of throwing up, despair to the point of dizziness. Megumi Karuizawa murmured these words, and then she let go of the arms tightly holding Wuye, and untied the school uniform wrapped around her waist. With the fall of the school uniform, Megumi Karuizawa's face gradually turned pale, and she gently raised the shirt she was wearing, revealing her white and delicate abdominal skin. Wuye silently watched Megumi Karuizawa's actions, and she used her trembling fingers to pick up the blue shirt she was wearing. As the blue shirt was raised, Wuye saw an ugly scar on Karuizawa Megumi's left abdomen that didn't match her beautiful skin. Judging from the shape of the scar, it should be cut by some kind of sharp knife. Seeing the scar, Wuye couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Hui, is this also caused by bullying? Although Wuye knew that Megumi Karuizawa had been bullied through her mind-reading ability, she didn't expect it to be so serious and have such terrible scars on her body. Wu, yes. Karuizawa Megumi, who responded to Wuye, had already closed her eyes. She was very scared, afraid that Wuye would look at her with disgust after seeing the scar on her body. Thinking that Wuye would look at her with that kind of eyes, Megumi Karuizawa felt a fear stronger than the scar in her heart. She opened her eyes tremblingly, and took a peek at Wuye. Very, very happy. Wuye didn't look at her with that terrible look. The boy she admired was looking at her scar with tender eyes of pity. Karuizawa Hui said that this scar was her fear, but she was willing to lift up her shirt to let Wuye see this scar. Then it means that Karuizawa Megumi trusts Wuye from the bottom of his heart, so how could he dislike the scars on her body? Gradually, Karuizawa Megumi's breath became heavier, her pale face was stained with a moving blush, and she began to feel shy because the boy she admired saw her large skin. Obviously, Megumi Karuizawa would only feel fear, and despair when she saw this scar, but when Wuye looked at it, she felt shy. She seems to like the boy Sikong Wuye more than she imagined. Wuye grabbed the palm of Megumi Karuizawa's shirt, and let her lifted shirt hang down, covering the scar and her white and delicate abdominal skin. Hui, I've seen what you fear. Wuye let go of Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm. He bent down to pick up the school uniform that fell on the ground, and tied it around Karuizawa Megumi's slender waist himself. Don't worry, as long as I'm by your side, then I will protect you. Karuizawa Megumi raised her eyes to look at Wuye. Her eyes revealed attachment and nostalgia to Wuye. She said softly, that fake boyfriend. If you want to protect you, you can even be friends. You don't need a boyfriend. Goo. Karuizawa Megumi whimpered. Obviously seeing her most desperate scar, she still didn't plan to become her boyfriend. Cold. Who are you calling cruel? Wuye knocked Karuizawa Megumi on the head. She took the opportunity to come over, embraced Wuye's arm again, and leaned on him coquettishly. After showing all the despair in her heart to Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa has a strong sense of closeness to Wuye, and at the same time, she also wants to get in touch with boys who make her feel at ease and warm. The sweet breath like honey, as well as the firm and soft touch came from Wuye's arm, and he looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was going to let him go with some innocent eyes. Hui, I promise to protect you, but I don't promise to pretend to be your boyfriend. I know that. In the future, when people ask about our relationship, I will say that I am pursuing you with all my strength. That's fine. So what if you get rejected by Wuye twice? She, Karuizawa Megumi, doesn't intend to just give up on him. I want to pursue Wuye and become his girlfriend. Karuizawa Megumi, who put almost half of her delicate body into Wuye's arms, blinked, and she opened her lips covered with crystal lip gloss. As a friend, Wuye, I don't think you will refuse me to invite you to eat. Let's have dinner. I reject. Hey, Megumi Karuizawa suddenly showed pitiful eyes, and Wuye explained helplessly, someone is waiting for me to go back for dinner, so next time you invite me. Karuizawa Megumi pursed his lips. Why was there someone waiting for him to go back to have dinner, as if he didn't live in the student dormitory, but lived with others outside? But Megumi Karuizawa also knew that if she was too annoying, she would be hated by Wuye, so she said dejectedly, well, next time you are not allowed to refuse my invitation. Fine. Ever since Wuye and Sakura Airi moved to the apartment, the two of them haven't been to the student cafeteria. The 3 meals they eat every day are carefully prepared by the beautiful head teacher. Karuizawa Hui reluctantly let go of Wuye's arm, and said goodbye to him. Although she had told Wuye about the scar she tried to hide, Karuizawa Hui unexpectedly did not feel panic or uneasiness. She firmly believed in it for no reason. Wuye will keep a secret for her. 0. On the contrary, because she told Wuye about her tragic experience, Karuizawa Megumi is now in a particularly relaxed mood. This may be because she does not need to persevere alone. Megumi Karuizawa, who took a few steps forward, turned around, shaking her honey-colored hair. She showed a bright smile to Wuye behind, and Megumi Karuizawa waved to Wuye before continuing to leave. Wuye watched Karuizawa Megumi leave, and after she was no longer visible, Wuye took out the school phone that had been on the phone all the time from his pocket. Airi. Wuye Sakura Airi's soft and attached voice came from the phone. It's over, how do you feel about it? Well, I feel sympathy for Karuizawa's experience. I never thought that she, who is so strong in the class, would have such a tragic experience. Sakura Airi, who was curled up on the sofa, replied softly. I'm not asking you this, I'm asking you how you feel about Huey's confession. How do you feel? As expected of Wuye, she is so popular. Sakura Airi said sincerely. Aside from that, aren't you jealous? Wuye asked with a smile. No. Sakura Airi, who was curled up on the sofa, showed a sweet and soft smile, because I know that Kaya will never abandon me no matter what. Speaking of which, I'm more like a parasite than Karuizawa-san. Without Wuye by your side, I don't know how I would live. Sakura Airi whispered. After listening to Karuizawa Megumi's past, Sakura Airi felt that she was actually more like a parasite than Karuizawa Megumi, because she was always dependent on Wuye, wasn't she? Wuye returned to the single-family apartment, and he said, if you didn't have me by your side in Ailey, you wouldn't be frightened by bad guys at all, so I hurt you. No? Wuye, don't say that. Although Sakura Airi is denying it, this is the truth. If Sakura Airi wasn't Wuye's childhood sweetheart, and she didn't have him by her side, then the unscrupulous gangsters Wuye had taught wouldn't be eyeing Sakura Airi, her childhood sweetheart, because of him. Sakura Airi, who was not intimidated by bad gangsters, should not be as shy as she is now. Sakura Airi didn't want to continue this topic with Wuye. She quickly turned to changing the topic. Wuye, let's not talk about the things that have passed. Tell me how you feel about being confessed by Karuizawa. How do you feel? Wuye said dumbfounded. Karuizawa-san is very beautiful, and she is also very good at dressing up. She is completely different from me. You are not happy to be confessed by such an outstanding girl. 5.4. Wuye. Of course not. Wuye replied without hesitation. Wuye's EQ is not low. How could he answer Zokang Airi's words like I'm happy? But as a man, he is really happy to be pursued and confessed by a beautiful woman like this, just a little bit. Sakura Airi held the mobile phone in one hand, and touched her waist with the other hand. After thinking for a while, she said softly, Wuye, why don't you agree to Karuizawa-san and pretend to be her boy friend? Huh? Airi, you don't have a cold, right? Why are you talking nonsense? Because Karuizawa is very pitiful, you can help her, and if other girls know that you have a girlfriend, they won't bother you anymore. Sakura Airi replied seriously. Wuye understands Sakura Airi very well, and knows that what she said now is not trying to test him, she is serious. Sakura Airi loves Wuye very much. In the past 2 weeks, she often blames herself for not being able to satisfy Wuye. If Karuizawa Megumi becomes Wuye's girlfriend, then she should. Will you share the hard work of the night? Anyway, it's just pretending. As soon as you graduate, you will be separated. Because of Wuye's protection, Karuizawa can live with peace of mind, and Wuye, you also have Karuizawa. Classmates, this girlfriend, instead of being bothered by other girls. This should kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 17. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. This is indeed a win-win proposal, and he was indeed annoyed by the girls in the class. But this is unfair to Sakura Airi, after all she is his girlfriend. Aili, how can a girl push her boyfriend to someone else to be her boyfriend? So you don't worry that I will be snatched away by Hui, and I won't want you in the future. Wuye said threateningly. I'm not worried. Sakura Airi showed a sweet smile. If Wuye didn't want her, he wouldn't have done those sensational things for her a few years ago, and then was feared and resisted by everyone. So Sakura Airi is very aware of her weight in Wuye's heart. No matter how many girls are around Wuye, as long as Sakura Airi loves him as always, then he will never abandon her. The parasite Sakura Airi believed so firmly. So for the sake of Wuye, let alone Karuizawa Megumi, even if there are more girlfriends, Sakura Airi will never care, and will never be jealous. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to the end of April. Almost a month has passed since the start of school, and it will be May 1st in one day. More than 10 days have passed since Megumi Karuizawa's confession. She became more active, and even dared to hug Wuye intimately in the classroom and put his arm into the soft and firm heart. Because of Sakura Airi's earnest persuasion, Wuye did not refuse Karuizawa Megumi's intimacy, and he really felt the benefits. The first is Megumi Karuizawa's softness. Ahem, I don't need to mention this. The biggest benefit is that Wuye is no longer bothered by the girls. In the past, even if there were Karuizawa Megumi and Kushida Kikyo by Wuye's side, the girls would chat with him through the line and have mischief towards him. Ever since Kei Karuizawa blatantly hugged Wuye's arm, those girls gradually stopped chatting with him. After all, Wuye, a handsome schoolgirl, has already got her own name. Karuizawa Megumi and Wuye are so intimate that the students in Class D subconsciously think that these two are already in a formal relationship. Friends in Megumi Karuizawa's class curiously asked her if she had really confirmed her relationship with Wuye, and Megumi Karuizawa responded to them with a shy expression on her face. She is pursuing Wuye, and she will become his girlfriend when she is almost 10. Oh, who told Wuye not to agree to be her boyfriend, or to pretend to be her boyfriend? Karuizawa Megumi could only explain it to her friends in this way, but everyone has subconsciously regarded Karuizawa Megumi as Wuye's girlfriend. After all, the two are so close, aren't they? And Megumi Karuizawa really felt the change in everyone's attitude towards her in the class. Everyone became more friendly and kind to her, and they didn't even dare to say serious words. And all this is brought about by Wuye's power. The only thing that Megumi Karuizawa regrets is that Kikyo Kushida, everyone thinks that she and Wuye are in a relationship, and this guy is still by Wuye's side as always? How shameless? She is even more shameless than her. Really met an opponent? When the class bell rang, Kushida Kikyo bid farewell to Wuye full of energy and returned to her seat. Wuye was sideways with Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding her arm tightly. Hui, it's time for class, you should go back to your seat. Let me hug you for a while longer, the teacher doesn't care about us anyway. Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. She has been longing for the peace and warmth of embracing Wuye. How could she want to leave him? I kind of hate bad students who don't obey discipline. Wuye said nonchalantly. Damn it, I will study well in class and observe discipline well, so that's fine. Megumi Karuizawa puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. She finally hugged Wuye's arm tightly, and then sat down obediently back to his seat. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting in the seat, resisted the desire to turn around and talk to Wuye. She read a sentence from a book. No matter boys or girls, as long as they have someone they like, they will gradually change. Before meeting Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa felt that this sentence had no credibility at all. But Megumi Karuizawa thinks now, this sentence is really accurate? Before confessing to Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa often used the mobile phone line to chat with friends in class to pass the time during class. But now, Megumi Karuizawa never picks up her mobile phone during class. This made her friends feel incredible, and lamented how great the power of love is. Karuizawa Megumi also found it incredible. She obviously, like most of the students in Class D, hates studying, and doesn't want to obey the discipline in class honestly. Now she is guilty of going to class because of Wuye's words. It's incredible. Wuye likes good boys, and I will try to be the good boy he likes. Megumi Karuizawa thought silently while holding a ballpoint pen. Although Wuye made Megumi Karuizawa a good student through the girls' love affair, but Class D is hopeless. During the class, I was either whispering or playing with my mobile phone to read novels and comics, and now I'm lying on my stomach. The poor students who sleep can barely be called good students. After all, sleeping students can't disturb others, provided they don't snore. Tomorrow is the first month of the month. Time flies so fast, I don't know what kind of expression everyone will have after knowing the true face of this school. Wuye, who showed a smile that was not a smile, secretly looked forward to it. Although Wuye promised Chazu Sae that he would lead Class D to be promoted to Class A, he is not at all urgent about the current situation of Class D, and is completely interested in watching a good show. The time came to the 4th class, and Chabashita Sae, who was wearing a Ms. OL suit, stepped into the classroom awe-inspiringly with her slender legs wrapped in black silk. The students in Class D have been indulged for a month, so now they are no longer afraid even if it is the class taught by the class teacher Sae Chabashita, so the classroom is still noisy. Chazu Sae, who came to the podium, looked down at the group of students coldly, and she glanced at Wuye, who was looking at her with a smile on her cheek. Y'all be quiet, because I need you to take this class a little bit seriously today. What's the matter, Teacher Sae? Some students in Class D have already begun to call Chabashita Sae by that kind of affectionate name. This is because Hashinomi Yasuhui came to Class D before, and she called Chabashita Sae by Little Sae. Chazu Sae's face was still cold, and she didn't care about the students calling her Xiao Sae teacher. It should be ignored. However, Sae Chabashita still reacted to this title, because when Wuye was in the single-family apartment, she also used to call Chazu Sae as Xiao Sae sensei. At that time she kicked him with her long black silk legs angrily. She doesn't care about other people calling Chazu Sae that way, so why does she have such a big reaction when Wuye calls her that way? I really don't understand. The end of the month is here, and I plan to take a quiz. The students in the front row of each group will come up and pass the test papers to the back. Chazu Sae said coldly. Ah, there is an exam. Why didn't you remind us in advance, Mr. Chabashita? The students who lived a free life for a month felt nervous and uneasy because they saw the test papers. They seemed to have not attended the class very well this month. Most of the students in Class D not only forgot Wuye's reminder a month ago, but even forgot that students need to take exams. Facing the complaints and nervousness of the students, Sae Chabashita opened her crystal-clear lips. Do not worry. This quiz is only for future reference. It will not be recorded on your report card, so there will be no risk, so feel free to do the questions. Hearing that the results of this quiz will not be included in the students' transcripts, everyone is not so nervous. Although the transcripts will not be recorded, please do your best. After all, the results of the quiz are for future reference, and cheating is strictly prohibited. Horikita Suzune's expression became awe-inspiring, and she heard something unusual from Chabashita Sae's words. What is meant by for future reference? Does it have any special meaning? Ever since meeting big brother Horikita Suzune has become curious and inquiring about this school, so she analyzes every word of the teachers, and Horikita Suzune will take the initiative to ask reason. So Horikita Suzune stood up, and she asked Chabashita Sae, Chabashita-sensei, what do you mean by using it as a reference for the future? Huh. Chabashita Sae glanced at Horikita Suzune, her eyes showed a little appreciation. Horikita Suzune, this is a student with excellent grades, both civil and military skills, and a very good student. It's a pity that her character is troublesome, stubborn, and loner, and has no interest in dating. If you can change such a troublesome personality, then it will definitely become a powerful force for Class D to be promoted to Class A. At the same time, Chabashita Sae even saw the shadow of herself from Horikita Suzune. She was also so rebellious and cold in the past. Chabashita Sae ended her sighs and memories, and she said, what do you mean? I will explain it after the quiz results are out tomorrow. Horikita, you can sit down now. I see. Horikita Suzune sat down and glanced at her deskmate. Sikong told her before that he would explain class points to her at the beginning of May. Could it be that this quiz has something to do with the so-called class points? It doesn't matter, it's just Horikita Suzune thinking too much. The test paper for the quiz was sent to Wuye. There were 5 main subjects listed on the test paper. Each subject had several small questions. It was indeed just a quiz, not a formal test. Wuye quickly scanned the examination paper. There were 4 questions in each subject, a total of 20 questions, and each question was scored 5 points out of 100. However, both Wuye and Horikita Suzune were surprised that the topics of these subjects were very simple. But at the end of the examination paper, there are 3 super difficult questions for each subject. Wuye thinks that these are simply not something that a freshman in high school can solve. Wuye can assert that the last 3 test questions are all out of the high school textbook, because Wuye has already read the entire textbook for the first year of high school. What's the matter? There are questions in this quiz that don't belong to the first year of high school, and I've done this exam paper. Feeling speechless, Wuye raised his head and glanced at Chazu Sae on the podium. This glamorous head teacher is crossing his arms, scanning all the students in the classroom, as if monitoring the students for cheating. Sae Chabashita saw Wuye who raised her head, and she raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, showing a meaningful smile. Chazu Sae's smile seemed to be telling Wuye that if you are capable, you bad boy, you can answer all the quiz questions for me. Wuye rolled his eyes at Sae Chabashita who raised his eyebrows, and then began to concentrate on filling out the test paper. Since Sae Chabashita reminded everyone in Class D to go all out to answer the questions, then Wuye should go all out. Anyway, Sae Chabashita reminded him like this, so there will be absolutely no problem in going all out. Chabashita Sae looked at Wuye, continued to fill in the answers without hesitation and thought, and nodded his head gently. Although this bad boy is bad everywhere, he is definitely different from other students in terms of academic ability. He is very likely to answer all the exam papers and get full marks easily. 0. Wuye did not disappoint Chabashita Sae. He put down the ballpoint pen he was holding in just over 10 minutes. So fast? Does he not want to write, or has he finished? Chazu Sae, who had been watching Wuye, frowned slightly. Although she was very confident in Wuye and felt that he could finish this test paper, she put down the pen after more than 10 minutes. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Copying the answer is not so fast, is it? With doubts and incomprehensions, Chabashita Sae on the podium stepped forward and walked down. She passed by Wuye and glanced at his examination paper. The questions in the examination paper are all filled with words, and Sae Chabashita found that the answers to the questions are all correct. This bad boy really finished writing this test paper in more than 10 minutes. Feeling incredible in her heart, Sae Chabashita did not stay too long beside Wuye's seat. She turned around and returned to the podium. Wuye looked thoughtfully at the exam paper filled with answers, and he muttered to himself, this exam paper is exactly the same as that exam paper. It's a coincidence. No, it shouldn't be. It's a coincidence. Is this exam paper exactly the same as that exam paper? What does Wuye mean? Unknowingly, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Sae Chabashita, who folded his arms on his chest, spoke. Stop answering the papers, and the students in the last seat will pass the papers up. As Chabashita Sae's words fell, various voices rang out in the classroom of Class D, all complaining about why the time passed so fast, and they still had many questions that they hadn't answered. Wuye handed her test paper to Megumi Karuizawa, who was seated in front of her. Looking at Wuye's test paper filled with answers, her eyes widened immediately. They all wrote the answers, so amazing. Her future boyfriend. Horikita Suzune, who handed over her test paper, looked at Wuye, and she said, Sikong, do you feel something is wrong with this quiz? It's not right, it's easy and difficult. Wuye replied. Horikita Suzune nodded her head in agreement. The last 3 questions of each subject are too difficult, and they are not at the same level as other questions. Yeah, you solved a few. Let's talk about it, but I don't know if I got it right. Horikita Suzune said hesitantly. It's already very good. There are 5 subjects in the examination paper, and each subject has 3 extremely difficult questions, that is, 15 questions. Horikita, you have solved 7 or 8 difficult questions. Wuye praised. Horikita Suzune showed a proud expression on her delicate face. If it wasn't for the limited time, I would definitely be able to study other difficult problems. By the way, Sikong, how many difficult problems have you solved? Me, a little bit better than you. Wuye said casually. How much is a little more? Horikita Suzune eagerly wanted to know, because her deskmate was highly recognized by her big brother Horikita Kikyo. If she beat him in the exam, would the big brother be okay? Will you look at her differently? Although Horikita Suzune thinks that big brother Horikita Kikyo will not treat her differently like this, but she still wants to beat Wuye in this respect. 15. 15? Isn't that all? Horikita Suzune glared at the smiling Wuye. Because Horikita Suzune's eyes are coquettish fox eyes, when she stares, she has a beauty that is different from other girls. Now Horikita Suzune felt ashamed when she thought of herself, who had only answered 7 or 8 difficult questions, showing the proud expression just now in front of Wuye. How did Sikong solve those particularly difficult problems? Horikita Suzune asked. It's very simple, because I did this kind of test paper not long ago. Wuye replied with a smile. I did? What does this mean? Horikita Suzune's fox eyes showed surprise. Didn't I go to the club building to gamble with others these days? A senior once took out such a test paper to bet against me, betting that I couldn't finish it, and I couldn't do it, and then that senior lost. Wuye replied. It was because Wuye had the experience of doing it once that he could fill out the test paper in more than 10 minutes. At the same time, this is the main reason why Wuye was puzzled by the examination paper sent by Chabashita Sae before. Perplexed, Horikita Suzune said, Sikong, do you mean that the seniors have the exam papers sent by Chabashita sensei just now? Yes, I guess it should be that senior's quiz paper when he was in the 1st grade, otherwise the 2 exam papers would not be exactly the same. Wuye rubbed his chin and expressed his guess. Horikita Suzune frowned slightly. If Wuye's guess is correct, then it means that the school's quiz a few years ago is exactly the same as this year's quiz. So here comes the problem. Will the midterm exam and final exam papers of the 1st grade be the same as those of previous years? Horikita Suzune thought about it for a while, and she didn't think so. After all, midterm exams and final exams will be recorded in the students' transcripts, but the quiz just now will not. So how is it possible that the test papers for the midterm and final exams have remained the same? If the students in the 1st grade know this situation, they will definitely go to the seniors in the senior grade and buy the previous exam papers from them. So what's the point of this school's exams? Just when Horikita Suzune was about to tell Wuye the doubts, she realized, Megumi Karuizawa had already moved her stool, sat beside Wuye, and hugged his arm intimately. When Horikita Suzune saw this, her pretty face was slightly stiffened, and she stopped talking to Wuye. She took out the book The Born Shadow from the drawer and started to read it. Wuye, it's already lunch break. Sen Ningning said that the cream stew dishes in the student cafeteria are very good. 1. Wuye said helplessly to Karuizawa Megumi, who was smiling like a flower, Hui, it's not like you don't know that I always come here with lunch. Well, it was the lunch prepared by Chabashita Sae for him and Sakura Airi. I mean, I'll go to the student cafeteria to pack the cream stew and eat it with you, is that okay? Okay, I don't care. Great, just wait for me a moment, I'll be right back. The joyful Karuizawa Megumi let go of Wuye's arm, and went to join her friends Matsushita Kayaki, Sen Ningning and other girls. Horikita Suzune found out that Megumi Karuizawa had left, so she wanted to talk to Wuye about the doubts she realized just now, but Kushida Kikyo came over. Kushida Kikyo and Wuye shared a table with a bright and sweet smile, planning to have lunch together. Horikita-san, you. Kushida Kikyo spoke to Horikita Suzune. I don't need it. Horikita Suzune stood up suddenly, and she left the classroom with the book in hand, and went to the convenience store to buy a sandwich box. Wuye raised his eyes and glanced at Kushida Kikyo. He said casually, Kikyo, every time you strike up a conversation, you are rejected by Horikita. Why don't you give up? I won't give up. I will definitely become friends with Horikita-san. Because I also want to be like Wuye, and I can talk to Horikita-san intimately. Kushida Kikyo replied seriously with a full heart. If Wuye hadn't sensed the resentment and dissatisfaction from Kushida Kikyo, he probably would have taken her words seriously. Kikyo, which eye of yours saw me having an intimate conversation with Horikita? 2 eyes. Kushida Kikyo pointed at her eyes charmingly, except for Wuye. Horikita-san never talks to others, so Wuye, you really have a grudge against Horikita-san. There is really a grudge. Wuye replied solemnly. Then Horikita-san will still talk to you. It's probably through the way of talking, looking for my weaknesses, and then revenge back in one breath. Horikita-san is not such a person. Wuye, you think too much, but Wuye, your guess is not necessarily wrong, so you have to be careful of Horikita-san. You can't believe what she says. Kikyo Kushida warned. Yes. Wuye nodded with a smile. Oh, this little angel wearing a mask is really contradictory. On the one hand, he thinks too much. On the other hand, let him not believe what Horikita Suzune said. But Wuye can see from Kushida Kikyo's words that Horikita Suzune should know some of her dark history, so she specifically told him not to believe what Horikita Suzune said. Megumi Karuizawa happily returned from the student cafeteria to the classroom of Class D. Her slender and beautiful hands were still holding 2 cooking boxes, which were 2 cream stew dishes that Megumi Karuizawa bought from the student cafeteria. Karuizawa Megumi, who bought Wuye a cream stew dish, felt like helping Wuye spend money on lunch and running errands for him, but Karuizawa Megumi enjoyed it. Because Karuizawa Megumi has already identified Wuye as his future girlfriend, it's only natural for him to bring him lunch. Megumi Karuizawa, who returned to the classroom of Class D, had a dark face, because that Kushida Kikyo had doubled up with Wuye for lunch again. Really annoying? And Kushida Kikyo is too close to Wuye, it has already been pasted, so shameless? Although Karuizawa Megumi is closer to Wuye than Kushida Kikyo, and even holds Wuye's arm openly, but she, Karuizawa Megumi, is completely different from Kushida Kikyo. She and Wuye are in an unestablished couple relationship, so it's normal to be intimate no matter how close they are. Karuizawa Megumi with a pretty face came back to Wuye and Kushida Kikyo. She stared at Kushida Kikyo forcefully. Kushida, don't you go have lunch with your friends? What is Wuye doing? Well, it's because I saw Wuye eating lunch alone in the classroom, so I joined him. Kushida Kikyo replied with a sweet smile. The sweeter and cuter Kushida Kikyo's smile became, the more Megumi Karuizawa felt that this woman wanted to snatch her boyfriend away, so she staggered with anger. Wuye is not alone, I am with him. Okay, you two, don't make noise. I hate noise when I have lunch, it will affect my appetite. Wuye said. Wuye had already spoken, and Megumi Karuizawa reluctantly let out a goo, then moved her own stool, and sat down next to Wuye. Wuye, I didn't quarrel with Karuizawa-san, it's her voice that has always been loud. Kushida Kikyo corrected and said. Kushida Kikyo, a little angel wearing a mask, seems to have the attributes of white lotus and little green tea. You don't say a few words, Huishao won't provoke you. Wuye rolled her eyes at Kushida Kikyo, and Karuizawa Megumi's expression suddenly became happy, because Wuye was protecting her. Wuye, let's leave Kushida alone, let's try the cream stew. Okay. Wuye took a sip of the cream stew recommended by Megumi Karuizawa. The cream stew has a strong milk flavor, the aroma is rich, and the taste of the stew is more delicate and smooth. It is indeed a good dish. Unfortunately, one of Chabashira Sae's best dishes is stew, and Wuye has eaten milk stew before. The milk stew cooked by Chabashira Sae himself is better than the student restaurant. Wuye glanced at Megumi Karuizawa, whose eyes were full of his own face, and said after swallowing the stew, don't look at me, Megumi, you can eat too. Okay. The hungry Karuizawa Megumi also started, and for a while there was a slight sound of Wuye having lunch together in the classroom. Wuye also shared the meal that Sae Chabashita prepared for him with Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida, and the 2 beautiful girls readily accepted it. Wuye, who was chewing the food, looked at Sakura Airi's seat. She was eating lunch quietly, because Sakura Airi's attention was always on Wuye, so she noticed Wuye immediately looked over. Sakura Airi, who was wearing plain glasses, showed a peaceful and delighted smile to Wuye. 2 beautiful girls who are not Wuye's girlfriends are sitting on either side of him having lunch together, while Airi Sakura, who is a real girlfriend, is having lunch in her own seat. What is it all about? In fact, Wuye has been suggesting to Sakura Airi that she come over to have lunch with him, or join her by himself. But the shy Sakura Airi would not have the guts to accept this proposal. Even without Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi by Wuye's side, Sakura Airi would not dare to share a table with Wuye for lunch under everyone's noses. So the proposal to have lunch together just fell through. After eating a hearty, satisfying, sweet and soft lunch, Megumi Karuizawa took the cooking box to clean it contentedly, and Kikyo Kushida also went to say hello to her friends. After all the sweet and soft girls left, Wuye took out his mobile phone and chatted with Sakura Airi and Kamuro Mesumi. Chatting with Sakura Airi is true, what I said with Kamuro Mesumi. It should not be regarded as small talk, but ask for information. Kamuro Mesumi is a student of Class A for the first year, and Horikita Suzune's big brother Horikita Kikyo once said that Kahei Katsuragi, who was in Class A for the first year, applied to join the student union, and he is a good talent. So Wuye decided, Wang Qinhao, to confirm Katsuragi Kahei's situation through Kamuro Mesumi. After all, tomorrow is the beginning of May, and Wuye will soon join the student union. He needs to get to know Kahei Katsuragi from Class A of the first year, and Ichinose from Class B of the first year. Sail waves. Wuye is very familiar with Ichinose Hoonami. When that real little angel met Wuye by chance, she would greet him warmly and cheerfully, and then, like a curious little girl, would ask Wuye if the whole community has challenged it again, whether it can do anything or not. Ichinose Hoonami's eyes of curiosity and admiration made Wuye have the illusion that she had become his little fangirl. Sometimes Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye would chat casually on the line as if they were friends. So Wuye is very familiar with Ichinose Hoonami, and there is no need to go to pick her up. Kahei Katsuragi from Class A is different, not to mention his ability and personality. Wuye doesn't even know what he looks like. This is unfamiliar, really unfamiliar. Kamuro Mesumi, who was sitting on a stool outside the school and eating bread, opened her eyes slightly, and subconsciously closed her plump and attractive slender legs. Sikong is actually contacting me. Since Wuye exchanged line friends with Kamuro Mesumi, Wuye has never sent her a message. However, Kamuro Mesumi has been paying attention to Wuye, and even every afternoon when school is over, she will secretly follow Wuye to the club building. Because Kamuro Mesumi likes to see Wuye defeat the seniors in a crushing formation. Every time he hides secretly and sees Wuye winning the bet with others, Mesumi Kamuro will be excited. It seems that I get a stronger sense of excitement and satisfaction than stealing things. Mouth. Actually, it's not that Wuye didn't notice that Mesumi Kamuro was following him secretly, but Wuye felt that Kamuro Mesumi was very scared. Every time he found her and walked towards her, Kamuro Mesumi ran away like a frightened little rabbit, without any intention of having a proper conversation with Wuye. Wuye was left speechless by Mesumi Kamuro's reaction. He really wanted to ask this girl through the line why she followed him secretly. But Wuye always felt that Kamuro Mesumi would not answer through line inquiries, so he had no choice but to give up. After receiving Wuye's line message, Kamuro Mesumi's heart became joyful and excited, and she looked at the message from Wuye seriously. Katsuragi Kahei? Sikong asked what that big bald head was doing. Although Kamuro Mesumi was very puzzled, she didn't ask curiously, and honestly sent the information she knew to Wuye. Sikong, Katsuragi Kahei is a very good guy. I heard that both of his parents died, and he has a twin sister who has already served as the president of the student council when he was young. Wuye raised his eyebrows, because Katsuragi Kahei has been serving as the president of the student council. Did he apply to join the student council without hesitation after entering this school? It's a pity that although Horikita thinks Katsuragi Kahei is very good, he is completely different from the all-round strong Wuye. Horikita didn't think Katsuragi Kahei was strong enough to resist Nagamo Masa's domination, so he didn't agree with his application to join the student union. In the near future, the student union should reject all students' applications to join the student union. Well, all the students except Wuye. Through the line communication with Kamuro Mesumi, Wuye learned more about Katsuragi Kahei. Katsuragi Kahei is really outstanding. He is not only strict with himself, but also with the students in the class. Katsuragi Kahei would take the initiative to stop every time he saw his classmates arguing with other classes, or making actions that violated their student status. For this reason, under the influence of Katsuragi Kahei, the discipline of Class A is simply enviable. At least Wuye is envious. Why isn't such a person in Class D? By the way, if Katsuragi Kahei is in Class D, is he capable of managing Ichinose group of poor students who are like trash? Wuye muttered. Wuye thinks it should be impossible. The reason why Katsuragi Kahei was able to manage the discipline of Class A well was because he was indeed very good on the one hand, and on the other hand, 460 because the students in Class A were all the best and highest quality students. Katsuragi Kahei manages the students of Class A so well because he is obedient, listens to others, obeys management, and consciously abides by discipline. If you let Katsuragi Kahei come to Class D, he probably won't be able to manage black sheep like Ichinose. Sikong, the Class A I'm in now is divided into main factions. One is the Katsuragi faction of Katsuragi Kahei, the other is the Sakayanagi faction of Arisu Sakayanagi, and the other is the neutral faction that exists like weeds. Banryuki Wuye muttered to himself. He had no influence on the person with this name, but Wuye cared about the surname Sanryu. After all, the surname Sakayanagi is the surname of the chairman Sakayanagi who regrets playing chess. So Wuye wondered if this first-year Class A student named Sakayanagi Yuzo had any relationship with Chairman Banyanagi. In fact, Wuye and Sakayanagi had met once in the chess club, but Sakayanagi hadn't introduced himself to Wuye at that time, so Wuye didn't know that the delicate little girl with silver hair was Sakayanagi. That is to say, Class A hasn't been unified yet. Wuye mused to himself thoughtfully. It has been almost a month now, and the situation of the 4 classes a year has gradually become clear. Class A of the first year, Jukan Kongping and Shingliyuki lead Class A together. In the first year of Class B, the real little angel Ichinose Hoonami is leading Class B. In Class C of the first year, Ryuan Sho, a bad gangster, ruled Class C with violence. In Class D of the first year, Sikong Wuye became the uncrowned king of the students in Class D with his fearsome reputation and exaggerated record of repeated victories. Class B, Class C, and Class D, regardless of their different means, can be regarded as unified, but Class A is not completely unified, because Class A has 2 leaders. Kamuro, which faction are you in? Neutral faction. Wuye sent this message to Kamuro Mesumi. Wuye thinks that Mesumi Kamuro should be a neutral faction, because he feels that Mesumi Kamuro will get excited by stealing things, and will not join in boring faction battles. Let's say I belong to the Sakayanagi sect. Kamuro Mesumi's face was a little ugly. What a surprise, I thought you were not interested in faction fighting. That's right. I just don't have any interest in the fight between Katsuragi Kahei and Sakayanagi Yuzu. I just stole something and was accidentally seen by Sakayanagi Yuzu. Wuye raised his eyebrows, he understood. Mesumi Kamuro was discovered by Arisa Sakayanagi for stealing things, and she was caught and forced to join the Sakayanagi faction. Why are you still stealing things, Kamuro? Wuye's response made Kamuro Mesumi show a guilty expression, and she responded quickly. Only 2 times. Once discovered by you, Sikong, and the other time was discovered by Sakayanagi Arisa. After that I never stole anything again. Real. Certainly. Well, this is the truth. Because after Kamuro Mesumi was caught by Sakayanagi Yuzu, she found something more exciting and fulfilling than stealing things. That is to follow Wuye. After that, Wuye chatted with Kamuro Mesumi for a few words and ended the information exchange. Go to Class A and see Kahei Katsuragi. Wuye stood up and left the classroom of Class D. Originally, Wuye planned to ask Mesumi Kamuro from Class A to call her Katsuragi Kahei to meet and chat. But now Wuye finds that Kamuro Mesumi is a member of the Sakayanagi faction, and the Sakayanagi faction and the Katsuragi faction are competing for the right to speak in Class A. If Wuye asks Kamuro Mesumi to invite Katsuragi Kahei, the Sakayanagi faction will probably misunderstand Kamuro Mesumi. Wuye didn't want to trouble Mesumi Kamuro, so he went to Class A by himself. When Wuye walked to the 3rd floor where Class B was located, he accidentally ran into 2 acquaintances, Ichinose Hoonami with gold and pink beautiful hair, and the younger sister, weak and pitiful Shiraba Chihiro. Ah, it's Sikong, why are you here? As soon as Ichinose Hoonami saw Wuye's figure, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and she walked towards him naturally, the enthusiastic look of Ichinose Hoonami, just as if she and Wuye are heart-to-heart friends. Compared to Ichinose Hoonami's enthusiasm, Shiraba Chihiro is much more normal. She is looking at Wuye with fear and fear. Ever since Wuye's reputation spread throughout the school, Beibo Chihiro became more and more afraid of him. This villain not only bullies everyone in Class B, but even bullies the seniors. It's really scary. As Ichinose Hoonami approached, Wuye could smell the delicate fragrance from her delicate body and hair. He didn't know if it was the smell of shower gel, shampoo, or Ichinose Hoonami's natural beauty as a beautiful girl. It smells good. Good afternoon Ichinose, I'm going to find someone in Class A now. Wuye pointed to the 4th floor and said, Wuye, who are you going to find? I may or may not know who, and I can help you guide the way. Ichinose Hoonami asked curiously. Bafk, the timid Beibo Chihiro thinks that someone from Class A must have offended this villain, so this villain is now going up to Class A to find fault. Don't bother you, after all, if you are in Class A with me, this guy will probably cry out of fear, right? Wuye smiled and pointed at the trembling Beibo Chihiro. Ichinose Hoonami rolled her eyes at Wuye angrily, her white eyes were unique, with a hint of femininity in their bright eyes. Sikong, why do you always want to bully Beibo every time you see her? I'm not bullying, I won't tell you anymore, the lunch break will be over later. Okay, see you later. Ichinose Hoonami waved his white and tender slender palm to Wuye, saying goodbye to him, and Wuye continued to walk to Class A on the 4th floor. After Wuye left, Yuzumi pulled Ichinose Hoonami nervously towards Class B. Ichinose, let's go, don't be targeted by that villain. Alas. Ichinose Hoonami sighed helplessly. She felt that Wuye was not a villain, obviously he was a very good person. Why was Beibo so afraid of him and against him? Since it was almost the end of the lunch break, most of the students in Class A returned to the classroom. As good students, they almost all studied with their textbooks in their hands. The atmosphere of this class is really enviable to Wuye. Oh, people are more angry than people. Wuye said with a click of his tongue. One of the students in Class A caught a glimpse of Wuye standing at the door of the classroom, and he screamed as if he saw a ghost while walking at night. Sikong Wuye. Who? Sikong Wuye? Isn't that the scary guy from Class D? That's right, it's the scary guy who beat Ryuan Sho from Class C to the point where he was covered in bruises, challenged almost all clubs, and earned countless points. Wuye just came to the door of the classroom of Class A, and he has already disrupted the learning atmosphere of the entire Class A. Now, all the students in the Class A classroom are looking at Wuye with fear, curiosity, anxiety, etc., which makes Wuye very speechless. Tisk, I probably haven't been to Class A before, why do these guys have such a big reaction? Wuye said with a click of his tongue. If the students in Class C and Class B will be in chaos because of his arrival, Wuye can accept it. After all, Wuye beat up Long Yuanxiang in Class C, and beat up the Little Angels in Class B, but Wuye has no communication with the students in Class A. After the students in Class A went through a short period of chaos and commotion, one of the tall students with a bald head stood up, and he said in a deep voice to Wuye at the door of the classroom. I don't know why Sikong from Class D came to our class in the first year. After the bald student stood up, at least some of the students in Class A breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had a backbone. Wuye looked at the big bald head, and he said, You are Katsuragi Kahei. That's right. Katsuragi Kahei replied calmly. Kamuro Masumi mentioned in the line that Katsuragi Kahei suffers from alopecia, so he has no hair and is very easy to recognize. Not to mention the hair, Katsuragi Kahei doesn't even have eyebrows, eyelashes, or fine hair. Coupled with his tall body, he looks very scary. If you have time, come out and chat. Wuye said with a smile. It is good. Katsuragi Kahei was silent for a while before giving Wuye an answer. Although Katsuragi Kahei didn't know that the famous D class, the students asked him to chat, but he couldn't let Wuye stay at the door of the classroom. Because of Wuye alone, the atmosphere of the entire Class A has undergone a huge change, and it has become tense. The blonde boy in Class A watched Katsuragi Kahei and Wuye leave the classroom of Class A. He stood up immediately, sent a message to Sakayanagi Yuzo and then sneaked behind. He wanted to eavesdrop on the next conversation between the two. This blonde boy named Masayoshi Hashimoto, like Masumi Kamuro, is a member of the Sakayanagi faction, so Masayoshi Hashimoto wanted to find out that the famous Sikong Wuye was looking for Ji. What is Cheng Kongping talking about? Katsuragi Kahei followed Wuye to the corridor of the Class A classroom. Although his expression was still calm, he was a little apprehensive in his heart, because everyone knew that Class D was 10 years old. Sikong Wuye is a fanatic who likes to gamble with others. It's not the scariest thing to like to gamble, the scariest thing is that no matter what content he bets with, he wins. This is the scariest thing. Is there really someone who knows everything in this world? Now Katsuragi Kahei felt that Wuye had come to him specially to bet against him and squeeze out all the points on his student ID card. Because the seniors in the club dare not continue to bet against Sikong Wuye, so he is targeting the first-year students now. Katsuragi Kahei thought silently, but he was overthinking it. How many points can a one-year student have? At most, it will not exceed 100,000 points. How could Wuye waste his time and energy on a mere 100,000 points? Let's talk about it here. Wuye turned around and looked at Katsuragi Kahei. He was a little puzzled why this guy's face became so heavy, as if the same as people robbing themselves of their personal points. Wuye put his strange guesses aside. He said, Katsuragi-san, I heard that you have submitted an application to the student union. Are you planning to join the student union? That's right. Katsuragi Kahei nodded. This is something that all the students in Class A know, so he doesn't have to hide it. The reason why Katsuragi Kahei wanted to join the student union was because he wanted to join the student union to practice on the one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to strengthen his dominance in Class A by joining the student union, so that more students would obey his management. Personal fame and prestige will affect the rule of the class. Just like Wuye, he just challenged the clubs of the whole school. He didn't deliberately compete for the right to speak in Class D, but the students in Class D will involuntarily regard him as the backbone of Class D because of his personal reputation, ruler, leader. If your application to join the student union is rejected by the student union, what are your plans? Wuye asked. Katsuragi Kahei glanced at Wuye. If Katsuragi Koping didn't know that this guy had won the boxing club and Sanda club seniors, he would have thought of beating Wuye because of Wuye's words. What does it mean when an application is rejected by the student union? Talking like he can't join the student council. I haven't thought about what will happen after I lose the election. To be precise, I don't think I will lose the election. Katsuragi Kahei said confidently, I once investigated everyone who applied for the student union, and found that Ichinose Hoonami from Class B of the first year was a little other than competitiveness. Other students are not as good as me. In addition, after my investigation, I found that the student union in previous years admitted 2 to 3 first-year students every year, so I will definitely not lose the election. Katsuragi Kahei's meaning is simple and clear. On the one hand, he thinks that an excellent self will definitely be able to join the student union, and on the other hand, there are not many outstanding students who join the student union. Only she and Ichinose Hoonami from Class B of the first year are considered excellent? When answering Wuye's words, Katsuragi Kahei's expression was serious, and he was not showing off his excellence and strength. Wuye thinks that this guy has a pretty good personality. It would have been better that night if he had been able to become a subordinate. Gakeng, you are very capable. You are able to organize Class A neatly and orderly, and you have a high reputation among Class A. Wuye praised and said. From the moment Katsuragi Kahei stood up just now, the students in Class A were relieved. It can be seen. You are too much, but actually I just reminded you a few words. It's all because everyone complied consciously, and thanks to classmate Sikong, you reminded me a month ago. My reminder. Wuye raised his eyebrows. Yes. Katsuragi Kahei nodded. I heard that you reminded all the students in Class D a month ago that the school would not give students 100,000 points every month. And guessing points are related to students' discipline. That's why everyone in our class will observe discipline more consciously. Hearing this, Wuye looked helpless. Both Class B and Class A benefited from his reminder to the students of Class D, but Class D didn't take his reminder to heart at all. Ah, good afternoon, both of you? At this moment, a sweet and clear girl's voice came from one side. Wuye looked sideways, and Katsuragi Kahei's expression sank slightly. Because the owner of this voice is Yuzo Sakayanagi, who has been fighting with Kahei Katsuragi for the right to speak in Class A. Wuye looked sideways and saw a doll-like silver-haired young girl. Her body in school uniform was extraordinarily petite and slender, and her legs were wearing pure white garter stockings. There was a slight whiteness between the skirt and garter stockings. Delicate white skin. Wuye looked at the silver-haired young girl wearing a beret in surprise. I love you. Hello, classmate Sikong, we meet again. Arisu Sakayanagi, who was leaning on a cane, showed Wuye a beautiful and illusory smile like a fairy. Sikong, do you know Sakayanagi? Katsuragi Kahei asked. It's just that I met once, but I don't know each other. Wuye replied casually, who was looking at Yuzo Sakayanagi. Wuye saw the shadow of Chairman Sakayanagi from this little lowly, so she should be with Chairman Sakayanaga's daughter, right? Yes, I haven't introduced myself to you the last time we met. Sakayanagi Yuzo smiled gracefully, and she opened her lips lightly with an aristocratic demeanor. My name is Sakayanagi Yuzo, a first-year Class A student. Sikong, please give me more advice. I am Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year. Please give me more advice. I don't know what the two of you are talking about. I'm a little curious. Aoki Sakayanagi shifted her eyes to the silent Katsuragi Kahei, and she said with great interest, could it be a gambling? No, Sikong is just asking me about my application for the student union. Katsuragi Kahei replied, and Masayoshi Hashimoto, who was not far away, nodded at Sakayanagi, indicating that the two of them were indeed talking about these things. Wuye said helplessly, why would you think of betting against each other, Sakayanagi? Because everyone in the school knows that Sikong likes to gamble with others the most, doesn't he? Arisu Sakayanagi replied with a chuckle. Katsuragi Kahei nodded silently in his heart. When he was called out of Class A classroom by Wuye just now, he thought that he was going to bet against him. I like betting, but I'm not interested in betting with less than 200,000 points. Wuye looked at Katsuragi Kahei. How many points do you have? Less than 200,000 points. Sakayanagi Yuzo showed a happy smile, and she said with a smile, Sikong, even if Katsuragi's points exceed 200,000, he will never bet against you. Because he has a conservative and stable personality, and will not accept risky bets and decisions, but I am different. Arisu Sakayanagi pulled out his student ID card from his pocket, and the personal points displayed in the lit student ID card were 1,345,960. Arisu Sakayanagi has 1.34 million points. These points should be regarded as a huge sum of money in the eyes of high school students. But in Wuye's eyes, it's not a lot. Because Wuye's current personal points are 17,401,605. Sakayanagi, where did you get so many points? Wuye asked with a surprised expression. Same as you, if you earn from gambling, if everyone in the chess club has more points, I should have more points. Arisu Sakayanagi replied with a smile. Wuye suddenly realized something, and he said dumbfoundedly, it turned out that you took away the points of those members of the chess club. I thought they didn't dare to bet against me, so they said that they had no points. After going to the club building to find someone to challenge these days, Wuye also visited the chess club again, wanting to see if the president Honda Bin, who only cares about chess skills, has points to continue betting against him. However, Honda Bin still has very few points. Moreover, the members of the chess club either said they had no points to bet against Wuye, or they did not dare to bet against Wuye. It turns out that the members of the chess club did not lie, their points were all won by the little girl in front of Wuye. Sakayanagi Yuzo maintained a smiling expression, and she said, Student Sikong, can my points bet against you now? 1.3 million points bet against each other, and the bet against is chess. That's right. Arisu Sakayanagi nodded his head. Wuye showed a refreshing smile, then make an appointment, but now the lunch break is coming to an end, we'll start betting against each other after school in the afternoon. It is good. Katsuragi Kahei stood aside. He had indeed heard the bet between Wuye and Sakayanagi Yuzo. His face was a little dignified. Because if Arisu Sakayanagi wins against Sikong Wuye, her reputation in Class A will soar and she will gain great prestige. After all, Sikong Wuye has never lost once. If Yuzo Sakayanagi loses, the students in Class A will feel, it's normal. After all, Yuzo Sakayanagi is betting against Sikong Wuye, the Sikong Wuye who has never lost. Therefore, if Sakayanagi lost, she only lost 1.34 million points, and her reputation in Class A would not be greatly damaged. Thinking of these situations, Katsuragi Kopping also moved to bet against Wuye, and he also wanted to increase his prestige by defeating Wuye. But Katsuragi Kahei thought about it carefully and decided to forget it. On the one hand, his points are not 200,000, Wuye will not accept such a small number of points bet. On the other hand, the risk of betting against Wuye is too great, and writing about Xiaocheng Kangping's conservative and steady personality is not in line with it. Wuye made a bet with Yuki Sakayanagi, and Yuki Sakayanagi thoughtfully arranged the venue for the bet in the classroom of Class A, and the time for the bet was after school this afternoon. Wuye has no objection to Banyunaga's arrangement. But Katsuragi Kahei was a little uneasy. He always felt that Itanaga Yuzo had some kind of conspiracy in arranging the gambling venue in the classroom of Class A. But the time to bet against each other was after school, and Katsuragi Kahei couldn't find any reason to object to Arisu Sakayanagi. Don't let her use the classroom as a place for betting against each other. 0 for flowers. Afterwards, Wuye bid farewell to Arisu Sakayanagi and Kahei Katsuragi began to return to Class D classroom. In fact, the conversation between Wuye and Katsuragi Kahei can be over. Because this person is very confident in his excellence and thinks that he can definitely join the student union. Then just wait until Katsuragi Kahei's application is rejected by the student union, and Wuye will find a chance to chat with him. But by then, Wuye should already be the vice president of the student union. Wuye will use the power of the vice president to introduce Katsuragi Kahei and Ichinose Hoonami, whose applications were rejected, into the student union, so that they will be stamped with his mark and become members of the Sikong Wuye faction in the student union member. It's really troublesome. If I can, I really don't want to join the student union. Wuye mumbled as he returned to the classroom of Class D. He took out his mobile phone in the school and called an old man who would regret chess. Oh, it really surprised me. Sikong, you contacted me on your own initiative. Are you planning to come over to play chess with me after school? Hearing Banyunaga's teasing words, Wuye said angrily, I don't have that idea. I just want to ask you if you know a silver-haired girl named Banyunagi Yuki. Is she related to you? Sakayanagi suddenly became nervous. Yuki is my daughter. Sikong, why did you ask this question on purpose? Are you right? As expected of a father, he really understands his daughter. Wuye praised. It turned out that Banyunagi Yuki was really the daughter of Banyunagi City, and his guess was indeed correct. 0. As soon as he heard that Wuye and Sakayanagi had met, Sakayanagi felt a headache. Sikong, tell me what happened to you. It's not a big deal. Wuye casually talked about the bet he had with Sakayanagi just now. Banyunagi was relieved, because his daughter, Banyunagi Yuki, used normal means to invite Wuye to make a bet, instead of threatening or forcing Wuye to make a bet through abnormal means. Banlieu City understands Banlieu Yuki and Wuye very well. Sakayanagi Yuzo has a different kind of attachment to the so-called genius, and wants to gain a sense of accomplishment through genius. Even if you use dishonorable means, you must force that genius to compete with her. Fan. In Wuye's words, although he seems gentle and easygoing, he is actually full of arrogance and hates threats from others. According to Banli Yukin's knowledge, the unscrupulous gangsters who once threatened Wuye were all sent to prison by him with one blow, without even a chance to resist. So Sakayanagi City is really worried that Sakayanagi Yuzo used disgraceful threats in order to challenge Wuye, the famous all-around genius. But it's just a normal point-to-point bet, then Banli Yukin will feel more at ease. Wuye will have a sense of proportion. So Sikong, you called me just to confirm my relationship with Yuki? Sakayanagi asked. By the way, ask about your daughter's chess level. After all, you should be prepared. Wuye replied with a smile. Hey, you actually want me to reveal my daughter's information to your opponent, don't you think too much? Ban Liukin said dumbfounded. After I finish the bet with her, I will come to the chairman's office and play chess with you. How about that? Make a deal. Sakayanagi quickly and decisively sold his daughter Sakayanagi Yuzo. Sakayanagi, who was sitting on the sofa, said in a proud tone, Sikong, Arisu, she is very good at chess, and her level of chess is much better than mine, so you just wait. Lose. Really? Wuye raised his eyebrows lightly, and he didn't suspect that Banyunagi was bragging about his daughter. Because Wuye did feel her extraordinary self-confidence from Sakayanagi Yuzo's petite and slender body. Arisu Sakayanagi is obviously a petite little Lolita, but she has the confidence of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which should not be underestimated. And judging from Sakayanagi Yuzo's ability to compete with Katsuragi Kahei for the right to rule and speak in Class A, it is clear that she is not an ordinary person. After all, Katsuragi Kahei, who is tall and calm, is more convincing than Arisu Sakayanagi, who is weak and leans on a cane. However, Arisu Sakayanagi, who is weak in stature, was able to win over some students in Class A and formed the Sakayanagi faction, which competed with Katsuragi Kahei's Katsuragi faction. People should not be underestimated. After getting the chess level information of Arisu Sakayanagi, Wuye ended his contact with Sakayanagi Castle, and he met Maisumi Kamuro who was returning to classroom on the stairs unexpectedly. Sikong. After seeing Wuye's figure, Kamuro Maisumi's eyes lit up immediately, and her plump legs drew closer to Wuye in 2 or 3 steps. Kamuro Maisumi would avoid Wuye when he was sneaking up on him, but he wouldn't avoid him if he came across him by chance. Kamuro, are you going back to the classroom? Wuye greeted Kamuro Maisumi with a smile. Well, how do you get down from it? Didn't I just ask you about Katsuragi Kahei, so I specifically talked to Class A with him? Wuye explained. Just ask me to call him down. Anyway, I'm going back to classroom. How can I bother you? You are a member of the Sakayanagi faction. Why don't you get in touch with Katsuragi Kahei? What's the inconvenience? I don't really want to join the Sakayanagi faction. Kamuro Maisumi's good face showed a very obvious expression of disgust. It's all because that BD loli caught me. BD loli. Wuye's expression became weird. That's right, Sakayanagi Yuzo is a BD loli. Because she caught me, she threatened me to run errands and ordered me mercilessly. She and an angry Kamuro Maisumi glanced at with one glance at Wuye, her expression softened. She's nothing like you. Yes, of course. Kamuro Maisumi replied without hesitation. Both Wuye and Sakayanagi have discovered her zero theft. But Sakayanagi Yuzo threatened her through this matter, let her be her errand girl, and ordered her around without any scruples. But Wuye was different. Not only did he not threaten her to do this or that, but he also persuaded her not to continue stealing. Back in the shopping mall, Maisumi Kamuro felt that Wuye was meddling in his own business. But after Kamuro Mesumi was caught by Sakayanagi Yuzo and was ordered by her at will, Kamuro Mesumi immediately felt that Wuye is a good person, and Sakayanagi Yuzo is a BD shorty flat-chested loli. I made an appointment with Sakayanagi Yuzo to bet against each other. Maybe I can help you get free, Wuye said to Kamuro Mesumi. Is this really okay? Kamuro Mesumi looked at Wuye with eyes full of hope and gratitude. If it was possible, who would want to be manipulated by that BD loli? Of course, after all, didn't you treat me to a meal before? But that meal was for me to repay you for not telling the truth. I'll treat you to another meal. Okay. Wuye nodded casually. Then I'm going back to the classroom. The break time is almost over. Okay. Standing on the stairs, Kamuro Mesumi watched Wuye walk down beside her, and then watched him leave. Her heart was warm at this moment. In this school where the jerk loli is at will, only Sikong Wuye can bring her some warmth. Obviously I'm not friends with Sikong. Why does he help me like this? Could it be that he's taken a fancy to me? No. Mesumi Kamuro shook her head violently. She touched her cheek that was inexplicably hot, and hurriedly walked to classroom. Unknowingly, the thought of will Sikong help me because he likes me has taken root in Kamuro Mesumi's heart. In fact, the reason why Wuye will help Kamuro Mesumi, not really because he likes her, it's because Kamuro Mesumi has a relationship with Wuye. In addition, helping her is just a matter of convenience. So I took advantage of the situation to help. Absolutely not because Mesumi Kamuro has a good figure and a pair of slender legs. Absolutely not. Mesumi Kamuro, who was full of confusion, returned to the classroom of Class A. When she returned to her seat, a slender cane blocked her way. Immediately, Mesumi Kamuro glared angrily at Arisu Sakayanagi who stretched out his cane. What are you doing? Although Kamuro Mesumi is a member of the Sakayanagi faction, she is not polite or respectful to the leader, Sakayanagi Yuzo. I'm curious about your relationship with Sikong. Ayusu Sakayanagi said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? He sent me a message just now, saying that after school in the afternoon, a chess game will be changed to 2 games. Sakayanagi Yuzo showed Kamuro Mesumi a look at his school mobile phone, which is exactly what she and Wuye line chat history. Kamuro Mesumi saw the chat history above. Wuye proposed to change 1 game to 2, and for the first time in the bet, if Arisu Sakayanagi lost, he could not continue to threaten Kamuro Mesumi, and had to hand over her handle. If Wuye loses, he will naturally give Sakayanagi Yuzo 1.34 million points. Seeing that Wuye planned to use 1.34 million to bet against Sakayanagi in order to get back her freedom and leverage, Kamuro Mesumi couldn't help showing a look of consternation. She didn't expect Wuye and Sakayanagi to bet against each other. So big. It's not that Mesumi Kamuro doesn't believe Wuye will win, it's that is she worth Wuye's 1.34 million bets? Aoki Sakayanagi took back his cell phone, and asked slowly, Kamuro, I'm curious about your relationship with Sikong. He is willing to bet 1.34 million points and wants to leave you with me. I don't know. Mesumi Kamuro, who was full of emotion and joy in his heart, said stubbornly, maybe Sikong lacks an errand runner by his side, so he plans to win me over, and maybe let me run errands for him. If it is to run errands for Wuye, Kamuro Mesumi is willing. Forget about this BD loli? Sakayanagi looked thoughtfully at Mesumi Kamuro with flushed cheeks and raised eyebrows. He likes you? No, you like him. What nonsense, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Embarrassed by what Sakayanagi said, Kamuro Mesumi turned a corner, avoided Sakayanagi, and returned to her seat. Kamuro Mesumi, who returned to her seat, was lying on the desk, her pretty face buried in her arms couldn't help showing a smile like a secret joy. The plump legs in the drawer are slightly closed. Sikong, did he really bet 1.34 million points because he likes me? Sakayanagi Yuzo looked sideways at Mesumi Kamuro who was lying on the desk secretly delighted, and she replied to Wuye with a smile that was not a smile. Student Sikong, I asked Kamuro just now, and she said that she very much hopes to continue to be my subordinate, so our bet this afternoon is still a game. Seeing Arisu Sakayanaga's response, Wuye frowned slightly, and he recalled Mesumi Kamuro's angry expression when he mentioned Arisu Sakayanagi just now. Kamuro Mesumi was cursing Sakayanagi Yuzo as a BD loli. How could she wish to continue to be her subordinate? She doesn't intend to let her go. Wuye murmured softly. He thought for a while and sent a line message to Kamuro Mesumi. When the phone rang, Mesumi Kamuro, who was lying on the desk, instantly thought that Wuye was contacting her. Because she has very few friends with Mesumi Kamuro, the only friends on the school phone line are Wuye and Isu Sakayanagi, who calls her to run errands at will. Sakayanagi Yuzo was in the classroom, so she probably wouldn't use the line to contact her, so it must be the boy who touched her and made her happy. Kamuro Mesumi, who was jumping in joy, took out her mobile phone from her pocket, and after realizing that the line message was really sent by Wuye, a smile appeared on her pretty face. However, the content of the message made Kamuro Mesumi's smile stop slightly. Kamuro, Arisu Sakayanagi said that you are very happy to be her subordinate, so she rejected my proposal. I can't help you win the game through this afternoon's game. Kamuro Mesumi bit her lip. She glared fiercely at the back of Sakayanagi Yuzuki, and Sakayanagi Yuzuki's senses seemed to be very sharp. She showed a smiling expression to Kamuro Mesumi, who was behind him with a fierce expression. Arisu Sakayanaga's smile seemed to be expressing Kamuro, you can't escape. Kamuro Mesumi stopped staring at Sakayanagi Yuzoshi responded to Wuye's line message. Forget it, anyway, I'm used to being manipulated by that BD loli. Sikong, thank you for your willingness to help me. After sending this message, Kamuro Mesumi lowered his eyes and let out a sigh of satisfaction. In fact, Kamuro Mesumi really didn't want Wuye to bet against Sakayanagi Yuzo with 1.34 million points for himself. Because they are just ordinary friends, not an intimate couple, right? With a ding, Wuye responded to Mesumi Kamuro. Kamuro, you gave up so quickly. I have a plan that will definitely make Sakayanagi Ozo agree. The only disadvantage of this plan is that your stealing behavior will be known by the director of the school. Sikong, please explain clearly. Kamuro Mesumi quickly responded. Actually, Arisa Sakayanaga's father is the chairman of the school, and I happen to know the chairman of the school, and we have a good relationship. I can tell the chairman of your theft, as well as his daughter Arisa Sakayanaga's threat to order you, and ask him to come forward. Let Arisa Sakayanagi agree to bet on you with me. Kamuro Masawa already knew about Wuye's plan, and Yennuan agreed to Wuye. No need Sikong, I don't want more people to know about my theft, let alone that person is the director of this school. Thank you, Sikong. Wuye looked at Kamuro Mesumi's sincere and grateful response, and he didn't show any surprise. After all, if you want to tell the director of this school about your theft, this kind of thing is too terrible, and Kamuro Mesumi is indeed unlikely to agree. Besides, Wuye is familiar with Sakayanagi Castle, but Mesumi Kamuro is not familiar with the director. Who knows if the chairman of the board will directly fire her after he finds out about her theft. If it was Mesumi Kamuro who had nothing to be concerned about before, she would not care whether she was expelled or dropped out of school. Because Kamuro Mesumi's parents were very busy with work, they didn't take care of her much since she was a child. As a child, she longed for her parents' attention. When Kamuro Mesumi was in junior high school, she accidentally found someone stealing things in a convenience store, and she suddenly had a bold and terrifying idea. If she is caught stealing things, will the parents put down their work and come to see her? With such terrible thoughts in mind, Mesumi Kamuro started stealing things. I don't know whether it's luck or misfortune, but Mesumi Kamuro who started stealing has never been discovered by others. At the same time, Kamuro Mesumi also liked the thrill of stealing. In this way, Kamuro Mesumi came to this school, and went to the shopping mall to steal things as usual, but if she was found out, she just dropped out of school. If she was dropped out of school, her parents might care about her. Then Mesumi Kamuro met Wuye at the mall, he noticed her and got her out of the crime of stealing. So, now Kamuro Mesumi doesn't want to leave this school, she wants to stay in this school, watching Wuye from a distance. Just look at Wuye from afar. Sikong, forget it like this, I'm already used to being used by that BD loli. Mesumi Kamuro lowered her eyes slightly and sent this message to Wuye. 3.5. Don't give up in a hurry, I will find a chance. Kamuro Mesumi smiled happily, it was the first time she was cared about by others. Could he be her angel? In the eyes of other students, Wuye may be an invincible demon. But in Kamuro Mesumi's eyes, Wuye should be an angel who reached out to her. Wuye never expected that a random and inadvertent decision of his own made him an angel in Kamuro Mesumi's heart. Sometimes it's like this, you never know how much your inadvertent words, details, and actions will affect others. The bell rang and the afternoon classes began. After the first get out of class in the afternoon was over, Megumi Karuizawa excitedly moved her stool and sat beside Wuye. Holding his arm, she handed Wuye her on-campus mobile phone. Wuye, are you really going to bet more than 1 million points against the people in Class A this afternoon? Hey, did the news spread so fast? Wuye glanced at the chat records of Megumi Karuizawa and other girls. The thing described above was indeed the afternoon bet between Wuye and Arisa Sakayanagi. But, Hui, judging from the chat time on the line, you were playing with your mobile phone during class just now. This, just once, it doesn't matter. Karuizawa Megumi's fair and beautiful cheeks showed a little guilt. She knew that Wuye didn't like girls who violated discipline. Wuye flicked her fingers, flicked between Karuizawa Megumi's eyebrows, and she let out an exclamation of "Yeah, what a lovely reaction." Just now Wuye didn't use any force to flick his eyebrows, so Megumi Karuizawa knew that he wasn't angry. This is not an example. Megumi Karuizawa happily embraced Wuye's arm, enjoying his breath and warmth happily. Now, the 1000 class points of Class D should have been deducted, so it doesn't matter if Megumi Karuizawa plays with her mobile phone in class. Anyway, there are no class points to deduct. Karuizawa Megumi raised her head slightly, she put her pointed chin on Wuye's arm, and asked curiously, Wuye, you haven't told me whether the bet you made with the students in Class A is true. It's true, I will go to Class A after school in the afternoon. Then I'll bring everyone along to cheer you on. Megumi Karuizawa happily proposed. Farewell. Wuye showed a dumbfounding expression. I didn't go to Class A to fight, but to play chess with others. Why should so many people follow suit? Playing chess requires quietness. You guys are noisy, so I can concentrate on playing chess. That's right, then I'll follow you. Yes. Wuye nodded, allowing Megumi Karuizawa to follow him to Class A. What are you two talking about? Let me hear it. Karuizawa Megumi glanced at Kushida Kikyo who came closer, and she said as if announcing her sovereignty, we are discussing where to go on a date after school. Kushida, do you have any recommended places? Hey, Wuye, are you really going on a date with Karuizawa-san? Kushida Kikyo blinked at Wuye with bright eyes, his face full of curiosity. It's not considered a date. I made a bet with people from Class A this afternoon and plan to lose Class A with me. It's not a date, but it's almost like a date. Megumi Karuizawa added. Then let me go too. I've always wanted to see the scene where you beat Wuye. Kikyo Kushida said expectantly with his hands clasped together. Let's go together, I can't stop you from failing. Goo. Karuizawa Megumi stared dissatisfiedly at Kushida Kikyo. This woman definitely has thoughts about Wuye. She is definitely her rival in love. How can a normal person disturb her date with Wuye by such a stalker? The bell for the last class in the afternoon rang. Kushida Kikyo returned to her seat, and Karuizawa Megumi immediately leaned close to Wuye's ear, and she said sweetly, Wuye, let's leave the classroom directly after class is over, don't let Kushida follow. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa's fair cheeks with a funny face. He could already smell the sour jealousy from her body. If Sakura Airi is also jealous, it should be a different style. However, if Sakura Airi would be jealous, Wuye would not let Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi stick to him. Wuye looked sideways at Sakura Airi. His real girlfriend was watching him quietly. No matter whether it was Kushida Kikyo's approach or Karuizawa Megumi's intimacy, she didn't mean to be jealous at all. In recent nights, when Sakura Airi was out of breath and her eyes were blurred, she also mentioned Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi strangely to Wuye, and asked him which girl he liked more. Good guy? What kind of death question is this? Although Wuye hadn't entered the sage's time at that time, he was not stupid, and naturally said without hesitation that he liked the girl under him now. Although Wuye's answer was not what Sakura Airi wanted to hear, but such an answer made her very sweet, so Sakura Airi used her last bit of energy to serve Wuye. The next morning, Sakura Airi almost didn't have the strength to get up. As the bell rang for the end of the last class in the afternoon, Megumi Karuizawa stood up immediately. She hurriedly helped Wuye pack up the textbooks, and then held his student bag in one hand and his palm in the other, go to the back door of Class D classroom. Although Karuizawa Megumi's hasty behavior made Wuye dumbfounded, but he didn't resist and let her pull him out of the classroom. Big victory. Megumi Karuizawa, who left the classroom of Class D, let out a triumphant cheer, as if she had won Kushida Kikyo too much, and Wuye smiled when she saw it. Let's go to Class A. Wuye stretched out his palm to Karuizawa Megumi's school bag, motioning for her to hand him his school bag. Karuizawa Megumi didn't hand Wuye's school bag to him, instead she put his school bag on her slender shoulders, and hugged Wuye's arm intimately. Let's go Wuye, let me hold your school bag. As long as you are happy. Since school is over in the afternoon at this time, the students in Class A, Class B, and Class C of the one-year teaching building are all walking down the stairs. Since there are too many people at this time, Wuye doesn't want to squeeze, so he and the Karuizawa Megumi waited on the side. Although Megumi Karuizawa really wanted to go to Class A with Wuye before Kushida Kikyo came, but she didn't want to squeeze the stairs with everyone, so she obediently stood by Wuye's side. Suddenly, Wuye frowned slightly, and he saw Long Yuanxiang and his two younger brothers on the stairs again. Ryuunsho with his hands in his pockets glanced at Wuye, then at Karuizawa Megumi who was holding his arms, and walked past them expressionlessly. The trembling Ishizaki Daichi and Yamada Albert followed closely behind. Long Yuanxiang didn't seem to have the idea of provoking Wuye, but Wuye knew he did, otherwise this bad guy wouldn't have sent students from Class C to follow him. By the way Hui, I seem to have forgotten to remind you of something. What's the matter? Megumi Karuizawa raised her head and looked at Wuye, her eyes were as lively and curious as a newborn deer. You should have heard of Ryuunsho, the bad BD from Class C. Okay, then I have a grudge against him, you should have heard of it too, right? Yes, I heard that at the beginning of school, Wuye, you went to Class C and gave him a hard lesson. Megumi Karuizawa replied. Long Yuanxiang is a troublesome guy. He has always hated me. He has no way or the ability to retaliate against me, so he may retaliate against the people around me. Aren't you afraid? Wuye said. I'm scared. Karuizawa Megumi tightened Wuye's arm. She whispered, but you will protect me. Meeting. It was just one word, but it made Megumi Karuizawa feel great warmth and courage, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. As long as Wuye is willing to protect me, then I won't be afraid. Megumi Karuizawa, the more she stays with Wuye, the more she cannot do without him, yearning for his breath, yearning for his warmth, he makes her feel sweet like honey. Now Megumi Karuizawa's whole heart belongs to Wuye, so no matter how dangerous it is to be with him, she will not be afraid and will not give up. Wuye glanced at Megumi Karuizawa's sweet smile, and then looked in the direction Ryuunsho left. Looks like I have to find a time to block Long Yuanxiang. Long Yuanxiang has endured for a month without taking revenge on Wuye, and Wuye doesn't even know how this guy plans to take revenge on him. So Wuye planned to block Long Yuanxiang and use his mind-reading backtracking ability on him to see how this bad gangster planned to retaliate against him. Others need to think hard about empathy, thinking about how the enemy will retaliate against him. But Wuye doesn't need it. He has an extremely convenient mind-reading ability, and can easily obtain information from other people's minds. 2 or 3 minutes later, the flow of people on the stairs thinned out, and Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi began to walk up to Class A. When she stepped onto the third floor, Chihiro Shirami just stepped out of the classroom of Class B, and she saw Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa walking together. Beibo Kingsun was taken aback for a moment, then she quickly retreated to the classroom door at the back and hid inside the classroom. Wuye couldn't help being amused by Babo Kingsun's behavior. This timid girl is really afraid of him. That's right, Babo Kingsun is really afraid of Wuye. She hid back in the classroom of Class B, and she was still praying that Wuye would never step into the classroom of Class B. Wuye, was the girl with the younger sister's head a little strange just now? Karuizawa Megumi pointed at the door of room B curiously. Who? Wuye blinked. Didn't you notice just now? A girl in Class B ran back like a little rabbit just now, as if she was frightened by us. I didn't notice it. Really? Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa, who were chatting with each other, came to Class A. He went to the toilet and put on the colored contact lenses in his pocket. In this way, when Wuye uses his mind-reading ability, the beauty of his black and white eyes will not be seen by others. Sakayanagi said that Sakayanagi is very good at chess, and if Wuye can't beat Sakayanagi in the next bet, he will use his mind-reading ability. Anyway, the ability to read minds also belongs to Wuye's ability, so using one's own ability to gamble against each other is not considered cheating. Wuye, who had put on colored contact lenses, came out of the toilet. Karuizawa Megumi was waiting for him not far away, and Kushida Kikyo was beside her. Jiangsu, you're still here. Of course, how can I miss the moment of Wuye's victory? Kikyo Kushida showed a bright and cheerful smile to Wuye. Then let's go. Okay. Wuye led Karuizawa Megumi and Kushida Kikyo, two beautiful girls, into the classroom of Class A together. The students in Class A seemed to value Wuye and Sakayanaga's bet against each other very much, so even after school, the students in the class were not in a hurry to leave, and there were about a dozen other students in the classroom. These students were probably either from the Katsuragi faction or the Sakayanagi faction, and those who left were all students from the neutral faction. Masumi Kamuro, who stayed in the classroom, saw Wuye's figure. Her attention was all on Wuye, and she didn't pay attention to Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi beside him at all. Everyone, how are you doing recently? The little angel Kushida Kikyo greeted A's students enthusiastically and cheerfully. Surprisingly, the students of Class A really responded to Kushida Kikyo's greeting one after another. As expected of you, dating expert. Wuye looked at Masumi Kamuro who was watching him silently. He smiled at her, and then looked at Arisu Sakayanagi who was sitting in the seat. A chess game and a timer had already been set up on the desk in front of her. Sakayanagi, is it 1 round or 2 rounds? 313 Wuye's words made Kamuro Masumi purse his lips, and Sakayanagi replied with a smile, 1 round. Tisk, all right, sign a VAM drug combination. It is good. Wuye and Arisu Sakayanagi signed a betting contract through the school mobile phone, and the betting points were as high as 1.34 million. The betting item is chess, and the winner will be determined in 1 game. Wuye sat on the opposite side of Arisu Sakayanagi, Kushida Kikyo, and Karuizawa Megumi stood beside him. By his side, as if protecting him. The other students in Class A kept quiet, silently watching the gamble between Wuye and Sakayanagi. The 1.34 million point bet is indeed a big gamble in their eyes. After all, none of their points exceeds 100,000. Sakayanagi Yuzo looked at the handsome young man sitting across from her with a smile, and she said, Student Sikong, before the game starts, I wonder if you can answer a question for me. Let's talk about your problem first. Wuye said casually. Well, you are very powerful, you almost challenged the entire school club, and you also defeated them in what they are good at. There is no doubt that you are an unprecedented all-round genius. Wuye glanced at Arisu Sakayanagi who sincerely praised him, and said with the same expression, So as a genius, you think whether genius is created through harsh education, or it is decided at the moment of birth. I don't quite agree with your sentence. Determined at the moment of birth should be replaced by determined according to the genes of the parents. Wuye said. You mean, children born to good parents must be good? Wuye shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. I just think that the genes of the parents are more convincing than what you said about being a genius at the moment of birth. Okay, so Sikong, how do you think geniuses are born like this? Sakayanagi Yuzo changed the topic back. It's very simple. Talent determines the upper limit, and hard work determines the lower limit. Wuye said casually. Some people are born with high talents, that is the so-called child prodigy geniuses, but if they don't work hard in the future, child prodigy geniuses will become ordinary people. Some people are not born with much talent, but with their own hard work and sweat, as well as complex things such as vision, opportunity, etc., they become geniuses admired by everyone. That's my answer. Sakayanagi Yuzo patted her palm, and said with a smile, It's a really good answer, it's comprehensive, and it's impossible to refute. But as far as I know, Sikong, you shouldn't have practiced very hard. How did you manage to defeat the seniors of the big club? Wuye rubbed his nose. It should be because my talent is a little bit higher than theirs, so I just need to work a little harder, and I will be better than them. All the students in Class A twitched their mouths at Wuye's words. They answered so arrogantly. Student Sikong, aren't you afraid of being beaten by those words? Sakayanagi Yuzo said with a smile. Don't be afraid, because they can't beat me. Well, it makes sense and is convincing. The chat is over, it's time to get down to business. I have an appointment with an old man, so let's make it quick, Sakayanagi. It is good. Sakayanagi Yuzo restrained her smile, and she became serious. Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi who were standing beside Wuye felt a sense of pressure inexplicably. And this pressure was brought to them by the petite and exquisite silver-haired loli in front of them. After that, only the melodious sound of Wuye and Sakayanagi playing chess and the click of pressing the calculator remained in the classroom of Class A. Obviously, everyone doesn't know chess very well, and they don't understand the chessboard game between Wuye and Arisu Sakayanagi, but they feel an unbelievable sense of depression in their hearts, an oppressive feeling that makes it difficult to breathe. At the same time, the sound of Wuye and Banryuyuki's chess falling seemed to affect their breathing and heartbeat. What an incredible situation. Katsuragi Kahei, who also stayed in the classroom of Class A, regretted it a little. He should have objected to Yuzo Sakayanagi setting the venue of the betting in the classroom of Class A. Sakayanagi intends to let the students in the class feel her aura through the bet with Sikong, so as to enhance her awe in everyone's heart. Katsuragi Kahei thought silently. Katsuragi Kahei knows very well that after the bet between Sakayanagi Yuzo and Wuye is over, no matter whether she wins or loses, Sakayanagi Yuzo's reputation will definitely go up to a higher level. 31 minutes later, Yuki Sakayanagi looked at the king's chess piece that he was encircled and suppressed expressionlessly. The timer was ticking, and in the end, the time that belonged to Yuki Sakayanagi to think was completely empty. I lost? Arisu Sakayanagi has never played against such a complex and powerful opponent. Sikong Wuye is not only able to handle her every move, but even responds more intelligently. I am convinced that I lost. Banryuyuki looked deeply at Wuye, who was sitting across from him. His eyes were piercing. There was no sense of loss of failure, and all of them were the joy and enthusiasm of meeting a powerful prey. An unfathomable genius, who justly encircled and suppressed her on the chessboard. Is it more interesting to challenge such a person, isn't it? If he wins Wuye, Sakayanagi feels that he will gain an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. All in all, Arisu Sakayanagi has his eyes on Wuye. The old man really didn't brag about his daughter. In the end, if she didn't have the ability to read minds, it would be hard to say whether I would win or lose with her. Wuye, who closed his eyes, rubbed the center of his brows to relieve a little fatigue caused by mind reading. Then he opened his eyes, looked at Arisu Sakayanagi, who was looking at him with piercing eyes, and said, "Give me a handle, or pay 1.34 million points. Of course it's 1.34 million points, isn't it already settled in our gambling contract?" Sakayanagi replied with a kind of smile. Mesumi Kamuro was very moved, and Wuye is still thinking about helping her take away her handle from that BD loli, Arisu Sakayanagi. Then transfer the money. Wuye handed her student ID card to Arisu Sakayanagi, who was sitting opposite, and she didn't cheat, very readily transferred 1.34 million points to Wuye's student ID card with her on-campus mobile phone. At this moment, Wuye's personal points are 18,701,605. It is only 1.3 million points away from Wuye's 20 million points. Satisfied, Wuye took back her student ID card. Sakayanagi, if you still want to bet against me, please contact me at any time. The chip is the handle, or 1.3 million points. Humph. Sakayanagi Yuzo snorted softly. She looked at Mesumi Kamuro, showing a half smile. Kamuro, help me send this winner off. Mesumi Kamuro stood up and walked towards Wuye with her plump and slender legs. If it was Arisu Sakayanaga's other orders, Kamuro Mesumi would definitely complain and be disgusted, but she would not complain about this order at all. Then see you later. Wuye bid farewell to Sakayanagi Yuzo, followed Kamuro Mesumi, led Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi to leave Class A classroom. After Wuye stepped out of the classroom door, Sakayanagi Yuzo rubbed the center of his brows with pale and slender fingers. Masayoshi Hashimoto said quickly, "Princess, are you alright?" "It's okay, I used my brain to love too much." After Banyanagi Yuki's voice fell, the students belonging to the Banyanagi faction gathered around one after another. Their care and concern made Banyanagi Yuki really look like a princess. Speaking of which, Masayoshi Hashimoto decided on the title princess arbitrarily, because with his frivolous personality, he felt that Arisu Sakayanagi was as beautiful as His Highness the Princess. After leaving Class A classroom, Mesumi Kamuro felt relaxed. She showed a sincere and beautiful smile to Wuye. "Sikong, thank you. You're welcome, I didn't help you after all." "No, it's enough." Mesumi Kamuro replied with a smile like a flower. What Kamuro Mesumi cares about is not whether Wuye can get back her handle from Sakayanagi Yuzo, but what she cares about is Wuye's affection for her. With that kind of heart, Kamuro Mesumi will feel that Wuye cares about her, and for her, this is enough. The conversation between Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi made Karuizawa Keiko's face look suspicious. "Wuye, do you know her?" "Well, we are friends." Wuye nodded. "That's right, we are friends," Mesumi Kamuro said with a smile like a flower. "Megumi, Kikyo, Kamuro, I still have an appointment with others, so I'm leaving first." Wuye said goodbye to the three daughters of Karuizawa Megumi. "Wuye, where are you going?" Karuizawa Hui asked quickly. "I'm going to the faculty building. Megumi, do you want to go with me?" In fact, Wuye didn't plan to go to the faculty building, but to the director building, but he felt that saying the word director would make Kamuro Mesumi think too much, so he concealed it for a while. I won't go with you." Karuizawa Megumi shrank her head slightly. Wuye knew that she was going to a place like this to do business, so what did she do with her? Besides, as a student, Megumi Karuizawa has a little awe of the teaching staff. Not everyone is like Wuye, who has the courage to have a casual conversation with Chabashira SAE's teachers. "Then I'll go first, see you later." "Slow down." Megumi Karuizawa watched Wuye leave. After Wuye was no longer visible, Kikyo Kushida looked at Mesumi Kamuro. I remember your name is Mesumi Kamuro, right? Kamuro-san. Ah yes, what's the matter? I don't seem to have exchanged contact information with you yet. I wonder if I can exchange contact information with you. Karuizawa Megumi glanced at Kushida Kikyo, who was exchanging contact information with Kamuro Mesumi, and she left them with a word of I'm leaving. Wuye is gone. Karuizawa Megumi didn't want to stay alone to face these two girls who suspected to be interested in her future boyfriend. Wuye came to the door of Chairman Banyunaga's office, and Banyunaga's secretary had already been informed that Wuye would come, so he naturally pushed open the door of the office. Sikong, please come in. The chairman has already set up the chessboard and is waiting for you to come. Really, this old man is really in a hurry. After Wuye directly entered the office, Sakayanagi, who was sitting in front of the desk, immediately stood up and walked over with a smile on his face. Sikong, you bet against Yuki. Whoever wins. I won, doctor. Wuye asked with a smile. There's nothing to be disappointed about. It's not that I don't know your level of chess skills. Sakayanagi replied indifferently. In fact, he also guessed that Wuye won. Because Banyunagi Castle has played chess with Banyunagi Yuki and Wuye, although he has never won against these two people. But Banyunagi Castle, who has lost a lot, is stronger than the two of them. There is still a certain amount of judgment. In fact, I used some abilities other than chess skills, that's why I won against your daughter. In a normal confrontation, who will win or lose may not be sure. Wuye said frankly. Banyunaga's expression froze immediately. Sikong, what do you mean? You used a beauty trick on Yuki, which affected her judgment of the chess game. The ability I'm talking about other than chess skills is not worth it. Wuye gave Banliu City angrily. It's the ability to read minds, not a beauty trick. No, classmate Sikong beat me upright, and didn't use any weird tricks or abilities. A pleasant voice came in from outside the chairman's office, and then Arisu Sakayanagi walked into the office slowly, leaning on a cane. Why are you here, Yuzo? Sakayanagi looked at Yuzo who stepped into the office in surprise. Because I found an incredible genius, I came here to find you to confirm his situation, but now it seems. Banyunagi Yuki's eyes flicked around Wuye and Banyunagi Chang, and she said in surprise, Father, you seem to have known this incredible genius a long time ago? I don't know how you two met. It was an unbearable relationship, and then we met. Wuye had a disgusted expression of unbearable past. Ban Liukan twitched his mouth. This sentence should be said by him? Arisu Sakayanagi looked at his father Sakayanagi who did not refute in surprise. Judging from the fact that his father Banyunagi was not angry and did not refute, the relationship between him and Sikong Wuye is really good. Otherwise, they will definitely refute the word Nai Yuan. Arisu Sakayanagi said to Wuye with deep meaning. It turns out that classmate Sikong said in the classroom that he had an appointment with an old man. Could it be my father? That's right. Wuye readily admitted, and he pointed to the chessboard that had been placed in Banliu Castle. Would you like to continue to bet against each other? Okay, but I don't have any chips to bet against. Who said you don't have it? Wuye said with a smile. I know that Sikong-san is talking about Kamuro-san, but I don't intend to use it as a bargaining chip, after all. Arisu Sakayanagi waved his stick with a smile on his face. After all, my legs and feet are inconvenient, and I need someone to help run errands. Anyone can help with errands, right? Does it have to be Kamuro? Although anyone can run errands, my favorite is Kamuro-san. When she faces the orders I give, she always looks disgusted and troublesome, but she has to carry out the orders. Such Kamuro-san is really interesting, deserved. Banyunagi Yuki's answer full of smiles made Wuye look sideways at Banyunagi City. Old man, your education is very problematic. How did you teach such a bad daughter? Cough, Yuki's character is just like her mother's, and has nothing to do with my education. Ban Liukan coughed lightly. Hey, this old man is still clearing away his responsibilities? Afterwards, Sakayanagi urged Wuye to play chess with him, and Sakayanagi sat beside the sofa, watching the chess match between Sakayanagi and Wuye with great interest. Arisu Sakayanagi who was staying quietly was really as reckless as a delicate and beautiful doll. But Banyunagi Yuki soon stopped keeping quiet. She began to dislike her father Banyunagi Chang's move, and then pointed aside. Wuye couldn't help but give her a blank look. Sakalayo, you should know the saying a true gentleman who watches chess without talking, a man who has no regrets when he plays a game. Why are you two father and daughter each taking one? A true gentleman who watches chess without talking, when pointing at others to play chess, don't talk, don't point. Sakayanagi Yuzo will point at the side. A man with no regrets means that when you play chess, you don't regret your moves, but Banliukan often regrets your moves. What is going on with this father and daughter? In the end, Sakayanagi kicked Sakayanagi Yuzo out of the chairman's office, and then continued to play chess with Wuye. Banyunagi Yuki silently looked at the closed door of the chairman's office. Is she really Banyunaga's biological daughter? He actually kicked her out to play chess quietly. Sikong Wuye, he and his father are too harmonious, how did they know each other? Muttering to herself, Aoki Sakayanagi turned and left. She had to find an appropriate time to follow up. Father Sakayanagi had a chat. The long-awaited May 1st has arrived. In the early morning, the sun was rising, and it shone with dazzling golden light. The pale golden sunlight illuminated the school where Wuye and the others attended like crystal pearls. The warm morning sunlight came in through the window of the apartment, shining on Wuye's handsome and calm face, as if plating him with a touch of gold, adding a bit of brilliance and dazzling to Wuye's handsome face. Under the action of the biological clock, Wuye's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he opened his sleepy eyes. Blinking his eyes, the remaining sleepiness in Wuye's black and white pupils disappeared, and he turned his head to look at Sakura Airi, who was lying on his right side. Sakura Airi was next to Wuye closely. The breaths of the two were blending with each other. Her pretty face remained with a faint charming blush, and the beauty of a woman's beauty was revealed between her eyebrows and eyes. Wuye admired Sakura Airi's sweet sleeping face for a while, then he gently took away her soft arm that was on his body, turned slightly sideways and stretched out his hand towards the bedside table. Brought my student ID card. Today is the beginning of the month, which is the day when personal points are entered. Wuye wants to see if his personal points have changed. The personal points shown on Wuye's student ID card are 18,701,605. There is no change at all. It seems that all the 1,000 class points of Class D have been deducted. Wuye murmured this sentence. A few days ago, Wuye specifically asked Sae Chabashita about the specific time when the school would credit her personal points. Sae Chabashita replied that if there were no accidents, each student's personal points would be entered at 1 o'clock in the morning. It is already morning, but Wuye's points have not changed at all, which means that their class points have indeed been deducted to 0. Because Chazu Sae had already revealed to Wuye that the class points might be deducted, so Wuye, who was mentally prepared, did not feel disappointed when he saw that his points had not changed. Besides, Wuye now has a lot of personal points, too many. Even if he doesn't earn personal points every month, he and Sakura Airi can live in this school nourishingly. Wuye's act of checking the points seems to have affected Sakura Airi. She opened her eyes vaguely, and Sakura Airi, who was half asleep and half awake, showed a bit of laziness on her charming flushed face. The color of lazy and charming. Sakura Airi looked at Wuye, who had already woken up. She moved her sore waist and lazily pressed against his shoulder. Wuye, you woke up so early today. Sakura Airi's voice was like a dream, soft and sweet, and the slightly hoarse voice added a bit of strange charm to her. Isn't today the day to earn personal points every month? I care a little bit. Wuye explained casually. That's right. Sakura Airi lifted her spirits. She pulled her fiery red hair that was hanging down her cheeks behind her ears, and rubbed her face against Wuye's arm coquettishly. Wuye, can you help me go to my room and bring me my student ID, please? I want to see if the points have increased. It is good. Although Sakura Airi's personal points would also be 0, but Wuye knew that she wanted to confirm it herself, so she agreed. Wuye intimately pinched Sakura Airi's smooth, blushing face, and then he lifted the quilt and got up. Sakura Airi, who was still lying on the bed, looked at Wuye's exposed upper body without blinking. The well-defined abdominal muscles made her heart beat endlessly. No matter how she looks at it, she never gets tired of it. What are you looking at, Airi? Wuye smiled and looked at Sakura Airi, who was looking straight at him. No, it's nothing. Sakura Airi replied shyly. Wuye, who only wore pajama pants, left his room. He went to Sakura Airi's room, and found her student ID card from this warm pink room. Ah, the points really haven't changed at all. Sakura Airi, who was lying softly on the bed, looked at her student ID card in distress. The number of students displayed on it was 2,620 per day. In fact, Sakura Airi still has more than 60,000 points left, which is already quite remarkable. If Sakura Airi hadn't invited Wuye to eat that eel dish, she would have more than 80,000 points left. In fact, there are not many places where Sakura Airi spends points. She is very frugal. She doesn't like makeup, and she doesn't like to buy beautiful, badge, clothes. But Sakura Airi's 3 meals a day are all in charge of Chabashita Sae, and the ingredients for the 3 meals are points given by Wuye, so that Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae can buy them together. Smiling, Wuye touched Sakura Airi's tender face. Are you worried about counting points? I'll transfer them to you as much as you want. No, I want points. I just want to save them, and when you need to use them in the future, I will use them all for you. Sakura Airi replied with a sweet smile. To put it bluntly, Sakura Airi had the idea of save points for Wuye and give them all to him in the future. If Wuye transfers his points to her, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? Wuye just loves this childhood sweetheart who only has him in his heart. If it wasn't for Sakura Airi, who is now limp and unable to bear it, he wouldn't plan to go for a morning run this morning. Still, Wuye gave Sakura Airi a loving kiss. Huh. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi, who exhaled a sweet breath. He smiled and said, Airi, it's not like you don't know how many points I have now, so why do you need to save points for me? You can buy whatever you want. Yeah. Sakura Airi nodded meekly. Wuye bid farewell to Sakura Airi, went to the bathroom to wash and change her sportswear, and went for her daily morning jog. After Wuye left the room, Sakura Airi couldn't help but yawn tenderly, then closed her hazy and charming eyes, and continued to sleep to recover her strength. It's only around 6:30, Sakura Airi can still sleep until 8 o'clock, because the first class is at 8:45. As for Chibaru Sae, who brings breakfast and lunch to Wuye and Sakura Airi, she will place the food box on the wooden platform in the courtyard, so Sakura Airi does not need to open the door. Breathing the lingering breath of Wuye, Sakura Airi once again fell into a sweet dreamland. Wuye, who was wearing a tracksuit, trotted to the school playground, and Horikita Suzune, who was also wearing a tracksuit, came out from the other side of the playground. After she saw Wuye's figure, she naturally ran towards him. Sikong, good morning. Good morning, Horikita. Wuye, who answered Horikita's bell tone casually, looked at her. Wuye's gaze made Horikita Suzune subconsciously touch her cheek. Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? No. Wuye was perfunctory. It's the beginning of the month, and Horikita Suzune didn't want to ask Wuye because she didn't receive her personal points. Did she not see the personal points on her student ID? Or do you think that the personal points of each month are scored after the class? Sikong, it's the beginning of the month now. The month you made an appointment with me should have passed. Shouldn't it be time to explain to me what class points are? Horikita Suzune asked impatiently. Remember this thing. About this, Mr. Chabashita should explain it at the class meeting this morning. If you have any doubts after listening to Mr. Chabashita's explanation, then you can ask me again. Okay. Horikita Suzune replied dully. I don't know why. Horikita Suzune wants Wuye to explain to her more than Chabashita Sai's explanation. I don't know why. Wuye and Horikita Suzune ran together in the morning, and an hour later Wuye returned to the single-family apartment. He accidentally saw the sultry and mature figure of Chabashita Sae on the wooden platform in the courtyard of the apartment. Mr. Chazura, why are you still here? Wuye asked Chabashita Sae in surprise. In the past, Sae Chabashita directly put down Wuye and Sakura Airi's breakfast and lunch boxes and left, but now she is still staying in the courtyard of the apartment. Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye, who looked more handsome and heroic in sportswear, and she took a puff of cigarette slowly, exuding a sultry breath. Confirm the situation with you, bad boy. Confirm what? Wuye tilted his head. Sikong, you made an appointment with me before, and you will do your best to lead Class D to Class A, right? That's right. It's been a month now, and it's time to announce the class points. I'm looking forward to your next actions. Then look forward to it. I won't let you down, Xiaoziuoji. Wuye said with a smile, but I need your help with some things. Chabashita Sae glared at her and called herself Xiao Sae's bad boy. She said angrily, what do you need me for? It's the beginning of the month. Don't you want a regular class meeting? I want to ask Xiaoziuoji to expose the news that only Class A has a 100% employment rate and admission rate and then severely belittle the students in Class D. I don't need you to tell me about this. I also have this plan. Chazura Sae said. Because of the order of the school, Sae Chabashita has endured some students in Class D for almost a month. So there is no need for Wuye to ask Chazu Sae to also decide to mock those students who have not figured out the status quo at the regular class meeting this morning. That's all. On this matter, Xiaoziuoji, you can belittle it, and I will take care of the rest. Wuye replied with a smile. Okay, I'm leaving, so don't be late. When have I been late? Xiaoziuoji, you just left, don't you plan to come in and sit down? Wuye pointed to the single-family apartment. I won't sit down. Chabashita Sae refused without hesitation. Last month, Chabashita Sae would send the cooking boxes of Wuye and Sakura Airi into the apartment, but gradually Chabashita Sae chose to place the cooking boxes on the wooden platform. Because every time Chabashita Sae stepped into the apartment, she would see Sakura Airi's blushing appearance. Sakura Airi's lazy and satisfied expression made Chabashita Sae feel uncomfortable. She is still a pure woman. She can't see Sakura Airi's satisfied appearance. So gradually, Chabashita Sae put the cooking box on the wooden platform, and no longer entered the single-family apartment where Wuye and Sakura Airi lived together. Out of sight, out of mind, Sae Chabashita left the single-family apartment in a heroic manner, and Wuye entered the apartment with 4 cooking boxes in his arms. He put the cooking boxes on the dining room table, then returned to his room, and woke up Sakura Ai who was still sleeping sweetly. Woo! The yawning Sakura Airi was in a daze. With the help of Wuye's smile, the shy and happy Sakura Airi put on her nightgown and left the room with him. Sakura Airi went to the bathroom to wash. Wuye went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into her school uniform. The two left the apartment together after breakfast. Walked towards the first-grade teaching building. Wuye and Sakura Airi stepped into the noisy Class D classroom one after the other. As soon as Karuizawa Megumi saw Wuye's figure, she walked over. Good morning, Wuye. Morning, Hui. Wuye, have your points changed? I asked everyone, and everyone's points haven't changed. Megumi Karuizawa, who walked to the seat with Wuye, hurriedly asked. My points haven't changed either. Wuye replied. Is that so? Do you get the points after class? Kaoru Karuizawa said puzzledly. Probably not. Kushida Kikyo came to Wuye's side, and she said seriously, I have already asked friends from other classes, and they all said that they have received personal points from the school. Karuizawa Megumi's friends are limited to Class D, but Kushida Kikyo, a friend who is a good friend, spreads all over the whole first grade. But the strange thing is, students in Class A they got 96,000 points. Students in Class B received 87,000 points. 11. Students in Class C get 43,000 points. Kushida Kikyo, who was almost next to Wuye, was talking about the point information she had inquired from friends in other classes. Wuye's desk mate, Horikita Suzune, had already heard what Kushida Kikyo said, and her pretty face became dignified. Horikita Suzune realized 2 things were wrong. First, why do other classes get points, but their Class D doesn't get points? Second, why do students in Class A, Class B, and Class C receive different points from the school? Sikong. Tisk. Horikita Suzune wanted to tell Wuye the two problems she was aware of, but she found that Wuye had been surrounded by the students of Class D, and both girls and boys were eagerly approaching the individual who said that she had not received the call from the school. Points. It's fine if poor students don't receive their personal points, after all, they arrive late and leave early all day long. But they are good students who abide by discipline, why haven't their personal points come in yet? Sikong. Student Sikong. Student Sikong. Wuye was dizzy from the urgent voices of these guys. He stood up helplessly and said loudly, I know you are in a hurry, so I will explain to you now, so don't make any noise. Jiangsu, come up to the stage with me, I need you. Wuye's words made Kushida Kikyo's eyes light up slightly, and with a beautiful smile on her face, she followed Wuye and stepped onto the classroom podium with him. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Wuye sadly, he even called her rival in love and didn't call her jealous. As Wuye got up to the podium, the noise in Class D's classroom gradually stopped. The students in Class D all cast their eyes on Wuye and Kikyo Kushida, waiting for him to answer their inner doubts and questions. Impatient. At this time, Wuye noticed Karuizawa Megumi's sad gaze, he smiled helplessly, and said, Hui, you also come up to help me. 11. Coming. Karuizawa Megumi's mournful look disappeared instantly, and she happily stepped onto the podium, occupying Wuye's vacant right side. Now Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi, one left and one right, sandwich Wuye in the middle, there is a sense of sight of enjoying the blessings of everyone. Wuye turned her head and said a few words to Karuizawa Megumi beside her. She nodded her head repeatedly, then took the chalk placed on the podium, and wrote on the blackboard behind. According to Wuye's instructions, Megumi Karuizawa wrote 4 paragraphs on the blackboard, which are, the students in Class A they got 96,000 points. Students in Class B get 87,000 points. Students in Class C get 43,000 points. The points obtained by the students of Class D are, because of Wuye's order, Megumi Karuizawa did not write numbers for the points of Class D. Wuye looked down at the Class D students below, and he said, I know you are all feeling uneasy and nervous because you haven't received the points from the school. Now if you have any questions, just raise your hands to me one by one. If I know, I will answer you, or tell you my own guess about your question. Because Chi Kwanzi was very jealous of Wuye's showing off again, he muttered in a low voice with envy and hatred, still raising your hand, treat us as primary school students. Although Chi Kwanzi was envious, jealous, and despised, but all the students in Class D did not listen to Wuye's words. Because of Sikong Wuye, he has conquered most of the students in Class D by virtue of his invincible reputation and existence, and he can be called the uncrowned king of Class D. Wuye looked at the students in Class D who almost raised their arms, and he looked at Yasuk Hirata. Hirata, please tell me your doubts first. Okay. The good old man Hirata Yasuk stood up, and he asked Wuye seriously, Sikong, can you explain the points you asked Karuizawa to write on the blackboard? Of course. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo beside him, Kikyo, you explain. Understood. Kushida Kikyo showed a sweet and bright smile to Wuye, and she explained to the students of Class D with joy in her heart. The above is the information I got from friends in other classes. They have all obtained personal points from the school. How is it possible for Kikyo-sauce? Chi Kwanzi stood up suddenly and said loudly, the guys in other classes have received points, so why didn't I receive any points? Wuye glanced at the past, and he said coldly, keep quiet for me, as I said just now, raise your hand if you have any questions. Chi Kwanzi, who was glanced at by Wuye, trembled in his heart, as if he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying demon. A chill ran down his spine. Chi Kwanzi, whose face suddenly turned pale, fell down on his seat, lowered his head deeply, and stopped making any sound. Wuye calmly withdrew his gaze from Chi Kwanzi, and he said to the students in Class D, I reminded you about it last month. The school doesn't make 100,000 points every month. The points earned each month are suspected related to the discipline of the class. The more disciplined students are, the more personal points they get scored. Wuye's words made the students in Class D sink in their hearts. They may have realized why students in other classes received points, but they did not receive points from the school. Because of their non-discipline, they are ineligible for points. But this is wrong. Yukimura Terahiko, a good student who is good at studying, couldn't help raising his hand. Yukimura told you about your doubts. Wuye said casually. Sikong, I agree with your guess, but I'm different from some poor students who come in late and leave early. Standing up, Sing and Yaemo glanced at Chizinz and the others with disgust. I can guarantee that I observe discipline every day and have never violated classroom discipline. Why didn't I receive points for being so disciplined? Terahiko Yukimura's doubts caused many students in Class D to nod in agreement. They didn't come in late and leave early like Ike Kanji, so they probably didn't have no personal points. At this moment, the class preparation bell rang, and Sae Chabashita, who was holding some scrolls, had already arrived at the door of Class D classroom. The heroic and beautiful head teacher saw Wuye, Kushida Kikyo, and Karuizawa Megumi standing on the podium. She was slightly taken aback. Then Chazu Sae realized that Wuye, a bad boy, was doing some work. With a slight smile on her pretty face, she didn't step into the classroom. Instead, she folded her arms outside the classroom door and let Wuye play. Wuye didn't answer Teruhiko Yukimura's question. He looked at Sae Chabashita at the door of the classroom. Sae Chabashita slightly raised her pointed chin towards Wuye, signaling him to continue. Wuye seemed to have a tacit understanding with Chazu Sae, and after understanding her meaning, he no longer paid attention to Chazu Sae outside the classroom door. Now Chabashita Sae is very pleased. The bad boy Sikong has finally started to act. She really made her wait so much? She worked hard as a babysitter for this bad boy last month, and it was rewarding. Yukimura, I already know about your question. You will know why you obey the discipline and won't get points, but before that, let me ask Kikyo a few questions. Wuye said. Okay. Yukimura Teruhiko sat down. Chazu Sae looked at Wuye now, full of admiration and relief. At this moment, Wuye is leading the entire middle shift. Wuye, what do you want to ask me? Kushida Kikyo asked. Kikyo, I would like to know whether the points of the students in other classes are exactly the same or different. It's exactly the same. Kushida Kikyo replied, my two friends in Class B, they both said that they were hit by the school with 87,000 points. In this way, you understand. Wuye said to the students in Class D below. Some of the students in Class D suddenly realized, then gritted their teeth and looked at Chi Kwanzi's poor students, while some were confused and didn't understand Wuye's potential meaning at all. Seeing that there were still so many students who didn't understand, Wuye sighed tiredly, and said to Horikita Suzune, who had a very bad face. Horikita, tell everyone about your understanding. Horikita Suzune, who was called by Wuye, stood up, and she spoke slowly with a cold breath. The points of the students in the class are all the same, so we can draw a conclusion, that is, the class is a collective. As a collective class, if a student in the class does not obey the discipline, then it will not only affect his own points, but the points of all students. That's right. Wuye said bluntly, collective is a situation where one person makes a mistake and all are punished. So no matter how you observe discipline, Yukimura, it doesn't make much sense, and it will still be affected by other people's situation. Now all the students in Class D understand. Mi confessed that he was very disciplined, but he didn't get any points. It turned out that those bastards and poor students of Chi Kwanzi were dragging them down. Wuye looked at the students in Class D who were suffocating anger and dissatisfaction. He said slowly, I have already explained to you why our Class D didn't get points, so now you don't need to keep quiet. I want to say whatever you want. As soon as Wuye finished speaking, the students in Class D who were no longer restrained by the uncrowned king roared angrily. Ichinose, Haruki Yamauchi, Hideo Satsumura, Pseudo Takara, you bastards, you are the ones who made us lose points. Facing the sea-like glaring and accusations from the students in Class D, the faces of Chi Kwanzi and the other three turned pale in an instant, and they dared not speak at all, trembling. 0 for flowers. Especially Chi Kwanzi. He vaguely remembered that he once said that no matter how much he violated discipline, it would only affect his own points. Especially the BD Kwanji. He said before that violating discipline only affects his own points, so I turned a blind eye to his actions of coming in late and leaving early, skipping classes and going to bed. Teruhiko Yukimura pointed angrily at the trembling Ichinose. It's over. Someone really remembers what he said? Chi Kwanzi and his group, who had gone their own way in the class last month, finally tasted the bitter fruit. They have been disgusted by all the students in Class D. Interest is what can most cause conflict and hostility between people. In the past, the students in Class D felt that others' violation of discipline will not affect the points they can get, so they turned a blind eye to the late arrival and early departure of poor students like Chi Kwanzi and the others. But now they know that as long as they violate discipline, it will affect the points that all students can get. So, the dissatisfaction with Wuye for their wanton behavior and the anger of not getting points, all vent on Chi Kwanzi and the others on poor students. Wuye, who was still standing on the podium, did not stop everyone from criticizing and cursing Chi Kwanzi and the others. On the one hand, it is because the students in Class D now need to vent their inner anger. On the other hand, Wuye wants to let the poor students like Chi Kwanzi know that they have offended the entire Class D students. 0. After that, presumably Chi Kwanzi and the others will obey the discipline tremblingly. If they don't comply, then they will be completely isolated by the entire Class D students. Faced with the responsibilities and anger of the students in Class D, Kanji Ike and the others trembled and dared not speak, but the bad boy Shudo Takaro is different. Even if the irritable Shudoken knew that he had provoked public anger, he didn't intend to be scolded and punished honestly, so he stood up abruptly with a blushing face, and said loudly, "Why are you arguing? Are we the only ones who arrive late and leave early? You guys also violated discipline, why are you putting the blame on us? That's it." Chi Kwanzi joined hands with Haruki Yamauchi and Hideo Satsumura. Hurry to go along with the only one who dared to resist, Pseudo Takaro. What are you talking about? Who doesn't know that there are only a few of you who violate discipline? That's right, you are the ones who made us lose any points this month. How do you want us to live in the future, BD? The students in Class D actually know that they have violated the discipline, but they want to distance themselves and cover up their innocence, so they will be punished for not getting points. Alright, push it all on Pseudo Takaro and his party. After all, who made them the most obvious violators of discipline? Wuye watched the students of Class D and Sudoken 4 getting more and more noisy, and he turned his head to look at Kushida Kikyo beside him. At this time, Kushida Kikyo is watching a good show. She is not the same as Hirata Yasuke. She did not smooth things over, and she did not appease the anger of the students in Class D. Don't let everyone blame Sudotakeru again. After all, Kushida Kikyo is a little angel wearing a mask, and she is not a real little angel. In addition, Kushida Kikyo is not stupid, so how could she help Sudoken and the others speak for the poor students when the students in Class D were all angry? Wuye touched Kushida Kikyo's arm. She raised her head and looked at Wuye. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What's wrong with Ki?" Now everyone's anger is almost vented. Kikyo, go help Hirata. Let everyone calm down. It's time to go to work. Understood. Kushida Kikyo showed a sweet smile to Wuye, and then she went down to find Hirata Yasuke, and together with him persuaded everyone to calm down. Because Hirata Yasuke is a handsome guy, his personality is still good, so he has a little prestige in Class D. Because of some things that happened, Hirata Yasuke was very afraid of hurting each other among his classmates, so after everyone quarreled with Sudotakeru and the others, he kept telling everyone to calm down. But the students in Class D were furious, and it was not so easy to calm down. At this time, the little angel Kushida Kikyo came. Everyone calm down first, the class meeting time is coming, let's go back to our seats first. Under Kushida Kikyo's sweet voice, the students in Class D who had vented most of their anger stopped arguing, but there were still some angry accusations. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo's lively and delicate figure with admiring eyes. Although Wuye knows that Kushida Kikyo is a little angel wearing a mask, but she has an unparalleled social network, which can come in handy in many cases. Just like just now, Kushida Kikyo easily inquired about the amount of points awarded by the school to other classes. And most importantly, Kushida Kikyo obeys Wuye's instructions very well, and is a rare and good helper for Wuye to lead Class D. Megumi Karuizawa pulled Wuye's palm, and she said sourly, "Why are you always asking Kushida? Wuye, I can also help you calm everyone down." Then Hui, can I ask you to help calm everyone down? Wuye said with a smile. Of course, look at me. Megumi Karuizawa responded with a bright smile to Wuye. She quickly left the podium and found friends like Satsuki Shinohara and Ning-Ning-sen to calm them down. With the persuasion of the two female leaders Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi, as well as Hirata Yasuke, the students in Class D sat back in their seats one after another, and stopped blaming Ike Kanji and his party. Chabashira Sae outside the classroom door almost finished the matter. She stepped into the classroom wearing a suit of Ms. Ole's seductive jade legs wrapped in black silk. Chazu Sae, who came to Wuye's side, whispered in an approving tone, "Good job. After all, I have already made an agreement with Xiao Zuoji to lead Class D." Wuye said with a smile, and Chibaru Sae gave him an angry look and called himself Xiao Zuoji's bad boy. "Okay, Sikong, go back to your seat. It's time for the work meeting." "Okay." Wu243 left the podium and walked to his seat. He glanced at Chi Kwanzi and the others on the way. They huddled in their seats and shivered, and the only courageous Sudokenman had an impatient expression, as if he was a beast driven to a dead end. It's normal. Since they were young, when have they been angrily criticized by so many people? Just now, the four of them were scolded by the students of Class D, so they were almost scared to death. Wuye had no sympathy for the four of Chi Kwanzi at all, instead he didn't want to shut them down. Deserve it? Sae Chabashita put the paper scroll in her hand on the podium, and she looked around the entire Class D with a cold expression, seeing the ugly expressions of all the students in her eyes. It seems that the fact that they didn't get any points made their emotions a little out of control, Chazura Sae thought silently. For such a situation, Chazu Sae is happy to hear and see. Because only students who have completely fallen into hell will desire, need, and cherish class points more. Everything is quiet, and then we will start a monthly regular meeting. Chibaru Sae, who looked down at the students in Class D coldly, said in a calm tone, "But before the class meeting starts, do you have any questions you want to ask? If you have any questions that you care about, so raise your hand and ask me now." As soon as Chabashira Sae finished speaking, Horikita Suzune, Hirata Yasuke, Kushida Kikyo, and Yukimura Terahiko all raised their hands. Chabashira Sae looked at the students who raised their hands, and her eyes finally settled on Horikita Suzune, a student who was excellent in all aspects but could not communicate with people at all. "Horikita, tell me your question first." Horikita Suzune stood up solemnly, exuding an aura similar to that of Sae Chabashira, and said, "Teacher Chabashira, you have been standing outside the door of the classroom just now. You must have heard our conversation." "That's right, and then what?" "Why, then I want to confirm, is it true that our Class D has no points this month? Or has it been pushed, or the school has forgotten to give us points?" Although Wuye had made it very clear on the podium just now, what he said was just a guess, and there was no real evidence to prove it. But Sae Chabashira is different. She is the head teacher of Class D and a faculty member of the school, so her answer is the most authoritative. The students in Class D all looked at the cold and awe-inspiring Chabashira Sae with expectant eyes. They were eager to hear that the points of everyone in Class D were delayed because of something, or the school had forgotten to give them points. However, Sae Chabashira slightly moved her lips and showed a cruel smile, revealing the cruel truth that the students in Class D could hardly accept. As I said on the first day of last month, each student's points will be automatically transferred on the first day of each month, so there is no doubt that the points belonging to you have been clearly transferred by the school gone. Now that the points have been imported, it means that the personal points that their Class D students can get this month is 0. After Chazu Sae, the homeroom teacher, got an accurate answer, the students in Class D immediately gritted their teeth, and they looked angrily at Ikonji and the 4 in the corner. Chi Kwanzi and the others shrank their heads, avoiding everyone's angry eyes. At the same time, they muttered in their hearts that they were not the only ones who violated the discipline, and other people also violated the discipline. Why do they only regard a few of them as the culprits? Although there is nothing wrong with this, the students in Class D have more or less violated discipline, but who made the 4 of them violate discipline most recklessly? So the students in Class D will naturally take the initiative to pin this blame on their heads. Horikita, do you have any questions to ask? Chabashira Sae said coldly. Yes, Chabashira-sensei, I want to know the exact reason why our class didn't get points. Horikita Suzune asked hastily. In fact, it's not that you don't have no personal points every month, it should be said that they have been deducted. Stopped, what does that mean? Is it related to a breach of discipline? That's right. Sae Chabashiro said calmly, class points, this is the system used by the school to calculate how many individual points students in each class can get each month. For each class point, it will be multiplied by 100, and the number obtained is the personal points that students in this class can obtain this month. And the class points of your Class D have been deducted by the school to 0. Chabashira Sae, who took the chalk, turned around and drew a circle behind the points she got for the students of Class D on the blackboard are dot. 0. 0 is the current class point of Class D elementary school students know it. Whether 0 is multiplied by 100 or 1000, the result will be 0. Horikita Suzune frowned instantly, she could know the class points of other classes through reverse reasoning from Chabashira Sae's words. The students in Class A get 96,000 points, divided by 100-960 class points. Students in Class B get 87,000 points, divided by 100-870 class points. Students in Class C get 43,000 points divided by 100 that's 430 class points. Chabashira Sae showed a mocking smile at the ugly-faced Class D students. In the last month, you were late or absent for 74 times. You talked privately in class or used your mobile phone 285 times. There are other behaviors that deduct class points. I won't explain them one by one. I have to say that you guys are really good. It's the first time I've seen a class deduct all class points in the first month. Even, Sikong has already reminded you so clearly to observe discipline. If you observe discipline, the class points will not be deducted to 0. The faces of the students in Class D showed shame and anxiety. That's right. On the second day of school, Sikong Wuye had already stated clearly on the podium that it is impossible for the school to give students 100,000 points every month, so everyone should observe discipline. If you obey the discipline, the class points will not be deducted to 0. It's a pity that Wuye's reminder, the students in Class D didn't pay too much attention to it and almost forgot it in a blink of an eye. On the contrary, Class B and Class A, they all heard Wuye's reminder to the students of Class D through hearsay, and then began to strictly observe discipline, resulting in the class points of these two classes as high as 960 and 870. Teacher Chabashira, why didn't you tell us the important class points? If we knew in advance, we wouldn't. Sae Chabashira did not go to see the complaining student. She said coldly, it's very simple, the school does not allow any information related to the system to be disclosed during the first month of freshman enrollment. So this is why when I contacted the seniors in the previous year, they never mentioned it. Kushida Kikyo suddenly realized, and the students in Class D also recalled the 3 seniors last month. Screaming, avoiding, and not answering. That is to say, the students in Class D can't blame Chabashira Sae for not reminding them of anything, they can only blame the school for not disclosing the news. 0. But, what's there to blame? What qualifications do students have to blame the school? Because of observing discipline and studying hard, isn't this the student's own job? If you can't even do something like obey the discipline, are you qualified to call yourself a student? Sae Chabashira spread out one of the paper rolls and pasted it on the blackboard. She said casually, the 4 classes in the first year of high school all have 1,000 class points at the beginning of enrollment. Now that 1 month has passed, the students in each class the class points are Class A 960 class points, B JE 870 class points, Class C 430 class points, Class D, 0 class points. The students in Class D were numb when they saw that their class points were so different from other classes. At this time, Megumi Karuizawa, who was looking at Sae Chabashira, suddenly looked to her left, holding a note between her fingers. What? Wuye, he was actually passing a note to me. Karuizawa Megumi's heart was instantly filled with joy. She first rubbed Wuye's palm with her tender face, and then took off the note he was holding. As Wuye's desk mate, Horikita Suzune saw Wuye's move to pass the note to Karuizawa K, she stared at her charming fox eyes, and said in a low voice, Sikong, you are violating discipline. It doesn't matter, anyway, our class has no class points to deduct. Wuye replied with a smile. Horikita Suzune twitched the corners of her mouth, she had no reason to refute this sentence. Feeling happy and sweet, Megumi Karuizawa looked at the note from Wuye, and then she raised her hand without hesitation. Teacher Chabashita, can I ask a question? Can. Now our class points are already 0, so the school will never give us points. Karuizawa asked. Correct it. Sae Chabashita said coldly, it's not I won't give you points all the time, but the points you are awarded are the class points multiplied by Ibo. No, enter points, and enter points according to class points. There is an essential difference between the two. But teacher, I don't have any points to use anymore, I've spent them all. Haruki Yamauchi said weakly. Don't worry. Sae Chabashita showed a cold smile. All the dormitory rooms in the school are free to use, and the student cafeteria also has food for free, and the shopping mall is also free. There are free daily necessities. Even if you don't have any points, you can still live in this school. Don't do this kind of thing, don't want to die. I tried the free wild vegetable set meal out of curiosity, and that thing 1.2 is boiled wild vegetables. The students who tasted the mountain vegetable set meal out of curiosity let out a groan, and the faces of many students in Class D changed slightly, because their points were running out. Teacher Chabashita, there are 3 years in high school. No matter how much we save, the saved points will be spent one day. Karuizawa Megumi said according to the contents of the note. Make an inquiry. If you spend all you have, you can spend all you have. Didn't I say that the school has free cooking and daily necessities, and you will always be able to survive? Chazu Sae replied coldly. The conversation between Megumi Karuizawa and Sae Chabashita instantly made the students of Class D realize the desperate situation they didn't realize. That's right. Even if they still save points on their current student ID cards, they will study in this school for 3 years in high school. If they have always received 0 points, then their points will run out one day. For 3 meals a day in the future, what kind of wild vegetables in the water garden will be eaten? Thinking of this, the faces of the students in Class D turned pale, and they began to have tragic thoughts about whether they were stepping into hell. Wuye, who was observing the students in Class D, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Very well, it seems that Megumi Karuizawa's question has made them all realize the importance of points. Megumi Karuizawa glanced at the note Wuye gave her, then forcefully continued to ask the cold Chabashita Sae. Teacher Chabashita, since the class points will be deducted, there should be a way to increase them. I don't believe that the class points will remain the same after being deducted. Karuizawa Megumi's words ignited hope and joy in the students of Class D. Yes indeed, class points will be deducted, so there should be ways to increase them. Chabashita Sae looked at Megumi Karuizawa with some surprise. According to her student information, she is not sharp, so she probably wouldn't notice this. There is indeed a way to increase class points. Chabashita Sae said slowly, parting her cherry lips. What is it? The students in Class D are all looking at Sae Chabashita with longing eyes. They spent 100,000 points comfortably last month. They really don't want to live a miserable life without spending points in the future? According to the school's regulations, I cannot tell you. Chabashita Sae replied coldly. It seems that when you step into the society and go to the company where you are applying for a job, the HR, personnel in charge of the interview will not tell you the detailed personnel review mechanism and conditions. Not being able to get an accurate response from Chabashita Sae, this situation discouraged the students of Class D. Chabashita Sae showed a mocking smile. By the way, let me tell you one of the few good things. Good thing? Anyway, your class points are already 0, so no matter how late you arrive early, leave early, or go to sleep, your class points will not be deducted, so no matter what you ask, it will not affect your class points. Horikita Suzune frowned immediately, because Chabashita Sae's words would only make the students in Class D worse off and less disciplined. But the class points are all 0 points, and it doesn't matter if the students in Class D obey the discipline. Wuye smiled softly. From the point of view of ordinary people, Chazu Sae's words were encouraging the students in Class D to do badly. But Wuye realized something else. That's those who are barefoot are not afraid to wear shoes. The situation where the class points are 0 is certainly disappointing, but as long as 10 is used properly, it will instead become a weapon for Class D. For example, Class D, who has no class points to deduct, goes to other classes to make trouble during the class, thereby threatening other classes to transfer class points to them, or personally. Number. As long as the school doesn't care about it, the students in Class D with 0 class points will definitely use this despicable method to benefit from students in other classes. But Wuye didn't intend to reveal his despicable method, because he's not that bad yet. And the students in Class D probably don't have the guts and shame to do such despicable things. If it were the bad BD of Class C, Long Yuan Xiang, he might do such a thing. After all, he is a rebellious bad BD. When the students in Class D were disappointed and discouraged by Chabashita Sae's answer, Karuizawa Megumi shook her shining honey-colored hair and said loudly, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Even if Mr. Chabashita can't tell us how to increase the class points, we can still ask the seniors in the senior grades." Yes indeed, you can go to the seniors and ask them. How could they forget this good idea mentioned by Wuye? The seniors in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school have spent 2 or 3 years in this school, and they must know a lot of information related to class points. So even if Chabashita Sae couldn't disclose it because of the school's regulations, they can still obtain information through their seniors. Kushida Kikyo really knew how to seize the opportunity to show her existence. She stood up and assured everyone with a plump and mature heart. Leave this job to me. Although I don't know many seniors, they are all easy to talk to, so I will definitely be able to get ways to increase class points from them. As expected of the bellflower sauce, it's really reliable. Then we'll take care of Kikyo. Well, everyone, please rest assured. Karuizawa Megumi looked dissatisfied at Kushida Kikyo, who was smiling cheerfully. She really hated this rival in love. This is Wuye's chance to let her show off. You don't need to go to the seniors. Wuye already said at the beginning of last month, this school judges students by strength, so we just need to observe discipline and be good at it. Studying and taking exams should increase class points. Wuye glanced helplessly at Karuizawa Megumi's back. He didn't mention the point of studying hard and taking exams will increase class points in the note he gave her. Now Megumi Karuizawa is temporarily offline because of her dissatisfaction and jealousy towards Kikyo Kushida, and because she wants to let everyone know how powerful Wuye is. Although Karuizawa Megumi's words were considered to be causing trouble for Wuye, Wuye also received her wish for him. Hui, what I said last month was just my own guesswork. I don't know the specific situation of the class points, so I have to ask Kikyo to find out. Wuye said. Gu. Karuizawa Megumi whimpered. Hey. Kushida Kikyo smiled brightly at Wuye, who was sitting in the back, and Wuye also responded to this reliable helper with a smile. Are you planning to earn class points through exams? Although there is indeed such a way to increase class points. Sae Chabashita said. Her words made good students like Yukimura Terahiko look happy. Isn't studying and taking exams exactly what they are good at? Chabashita Sae showed a look of contempt on her mature and pretty face. But, I have to pour cold water on you. Wuye has never seen Chabashita Sae's expression like this before, and her contemptuous expression full of shivering breath is quite touching. Many students inexplicably have the idea of wanting to be trampled under the feet of such a beautiful teacher. Sae Chabashita turned around, pasted the roll of paper she had brought on the blackboard, and then fixed it with a magnet. The names of all the students in Class D were listed on the top of the paper. Next to each student's name is a number. Chabashita Sae, who had pasted the paper, turned to face the students in Class D, and said with a contemptuous look, this is the result of the last quiz. Let's take a look, see if there are any students in this class. What a fool. Do you want to earn class points by passing the exam with such grades? The first place on the paper is Sikong Wuye with a full score of 100 points. The second place is Horikita Suzune. The third place is Terahiko Yukimura, and the most surprising thing for Wuye is the fourth place. Gao Yuanji Liasuk was actually fourth, and his quiz results were even better than Hirata Yasuk. Most of the students in the back only got a score of about 60, and then those poor students from Ikwanji. Hideo Satsumura, 32 points. Chi Kwanzi, Tian Saifen, Haruki Yamauchi, 21 points. In the end, Takeru Sudang scored an unbelievable 14 points. Although there were 15 extremely difficult questions on the quiz paper, the rest of the questions were very simple, and more than half of them were multiple-choice questions. The orangutan Takeru Shudo managed to score such a small number of points. Random filling and random selection are worth more than 14 points. Seeing such results, are you still aiming to earn class points by passing the exam? Chazu Sae looked down at the students below. You should be glad that this is just a quiz, not a midterm exam or a final exam, otherwise, 7 of you will be expelled from the school. Chazu Sae's words were like a bomb directly blowing the students of Class D into a daze. Exit? Exit? What's going on, Mr. Chabashita? Oh, because of the school's regulations and prohibitions, I couldn't tell you some things. Now it's the second month. I can tell you about the cruelty of this school. The rules of this school are as long as you fail one of the midterm and final exams, you will have to drop out of school. And the passing marks for each subject are different, because the passing mark is 50% of the average score of a single subject for the whole class. Chabashita Sae, who was explaining, added up all the students' scores in this quiz, averaged them and then divided them by 2 to get the number 32. As far as this exam is concerned, all students who score less than 32 points will be expelled from school. Even such a simple quiz is so bad, you are really stupid. Chabashita Sae, who was fully fired, taunted. Faced with Chabashita Sae's ridicule, Wuye and his students with good scores showed no expression, but the faces of students with scores below 32 turned pale. Karuizawa Megumi had a guilty conscience on her pretty face, because her grades were just above the passing line of 32 points, and she was almost like the group of idiots who failed the grade that Chabashita Sae said. Fortunately, I listened to Wuye's words and listened to the class for a few days, otherwise I would definitely fail the quiz. Karuizawa Megumi thought a little fortunately. Under the deadly silence, Chabashita Sae looked at Horikita Suzune, and she said, Horikita, before the quiz yesterday, didn't you ask me what I mean by for future reference? Yes. Horikita Suzune said slowly, now I know what you mean by using it as a reference for the future. It refers to the school regulations of this school. That's right. Sae Chabashita nodded her head approvingly, and said coldly with her arms crossed, judging from the results of this simple quiz, have you already understood why you were selected into Class D? Bar. The reason why we were selected into Class D? Isn't this randomly assigned? Yukimura Terahiko asked in surprise. That's right, usually points are randomly assigned, right? Those schools outside are divided into classes casually, but this school is divided into classes according to the order of excellence of the students. The best students go to Class A, and the useless students will be assigned to Class D. To put it simply, Sae Chabashita said mercilessly, Class D is a class with countless crane tails. You are the worst blemishes. Many students were stunned because they couldn't accept this fact. Horikita Suzune gritted her silver teeth tightly. She already knew the class classification from her big brother Horikita Kikyo last time. Classes are not random. Instead, it is very likely that the distribution is based on the situation of the students. At the same time, her big brother Horikita also transferred more than 5 million points to Wuye for revealing such news to her without authorization. Although Horikita Suzune has been thinking about collecting 5 million points and returning them to her big brother, she can't think of a way to earn points at all. Wuye subtly looked at Horikita Suzune, who glared at him fiercely. 363. For no reason, why did this snow fox stare at him? Allocating excellent students to Class A and all problem students to Class D, this is how this school divides classes. Kazuzuoji said coldly. Karuizawa Megumi couldn't help objecting and said, that's not right, Chabashita-sensei. Wuye is very good, no matter in terms of grades or other aspects, even the seniors in the club have never beat him. According to what you just said about class division, how could Wuye, who is better than anyone else, be assigned to Class D? Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. I thought Megumi Karuizawa would express her dissatisfaction for herself, but I didn't expect her to say such things. A little bit ashamed. Exactly, Karuizawa-san is right. So Class D is not the worst class. The students in Class D are not the worst students either. The students in Class D are all loudly echoing Karuizawa Megumi. On the one hand, they think that Wuye is indeed invincible, and on the other hand, they are unwilling to accept that they are flawed. Defective products are useless students and the tail of the crane. Under the noisy opposition from the students in Class D, Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye, who had a headache and helpless expression, and she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. That's right, why is such an excellent bad boy assigned to Class D by the school? Chabashita Sae couldn't figure it out now. Sikong, don't you say a few words, you should also be angry at the statement that Class D is the worst class. Terahiko Yukimura said loudly to Wuye, who was sitting quietly. Yukimura Terahiko, he is a good student who is good at studying, and he is also proud of his academic performance, so he can't accept the saying that Class D is the worst class. I can't accept the fact that I was assigned to the worst class. Oh, Wuye stood up helplessly. Perhaps it was because they realized that Wuye was going to speak. The students in Class D who were making a lot of noise immediately shut their mouths. In a blink of an eye, the entire noisy classroom became quiet. Chabashita Sae looked at Wuye with splendor. The prestige of this bad boy in the class is really terrifying. There is no need to speak, the students will involuntarily quiet down, waiting for him to speak. In fact, I am really dissatisfied with the school's evaluation of Class D, but no matter how dissatisfied we are, we can't change the school's evaluation of Class D. So I plan to make Class D become Class A, and let the school know that their evaluation of us is wrong, and none of us should be assigned to what they think is a bad class. Wuye asserted. Said. Sae Chabashita hooked the corners of his lips. This bad boy started to guide the students in Class D to think about Class A. Let Class D become Class A, what does this mean? The students in Class D looked at each other, they couldn't understand Wuye's words. Wuye looked at the Langyan homeroom teacher with his arms folded, and he said, Teacher Chazu, I have heard from outside that the order of classes is based on class points. If our Class D has 500 class points, it will become Class C, and Class C with 430 class points will become Class D. That's right. Sae Chabashita admitted bluntly, the class points of the 4 classes not only affect the individual points of each month, but also directly reflect the order of the classes. If you don't want to be despised by others as rubbish, then do your best to climb up, let your class points exceed Class C, Class B, and Class A, and finally become Class A. Although Sae Chabashita's tone was cold, it possessed a certain deceptive power. The students in Class D were all excited when they heard it, as if they had already seen that they had become the generals of Class A*. Let me add one more thing. Chabashita Sae chose to say the cruelest thing at this time. As we all know, this school has a 100% admission rate and employment rate as its selling point. The reason why you chose this school is because of this selling point. That's right. It is rumored that as long as you can graduate from this school, you can easily enter even places that are usually difficult to get into. Yes, I also heard that it seems that I can be recommended to Tokyo University, which is the top level of Neon. Staying quietly, Sakura Airi, who habitually reduces her sense of presence, blinked. She didn't choose to attend this school because of these things. It is because Wuye intends to come to this school to study, so Sakura Airi will come to study with him. It is not for a 100% enrollment rate, nor is it for a 100% employment rate. The 100% enrollment rate and employment rate do exist, but let me tell you a cruel fact. Masakabashita Sae showed a cold smile like a devil. Only students who graduated from Class A have this school. The school regards the preferential treatment as a selling point. Students in other classes, whether they are in Class B, Class C, or Class D, don't think about it. Chazu Sae's words swept through the entire Class D like a cold wind, and the students in Class D were completely stunned. Except Wuye and Sakura Airi. Wuye was yawning, and Sakura Airi was watching the yawning Wuye. Now the cruel news that Chabashira Sae uttered is worse than Class D, and it is even more difficult for them to accept it? How come? I have never heard of such a thing. Is this school making false propaganda? There is no false propaganda. Students graduating from Class A do have a 100% employment rate and admission rate. Sae Chabashita replied. Do you think that students who arrive late and leave early all day are entitled to such preferential treatment by this school? Be sober. Chi Kwanzi, who was used to arriving late and leaving early, and the poor students showed shame and embarrassment. They just hold the fantasy of as long as they graduate from this school, they can go wherever they want, and live a campus life recklessly. But now they find that this school is extraordinarily cruel. Not only will you be expelled if you fail the exam, but only those students who have graduated from Class A have a 100% employment rate and admission rate. So cruel? It's disgusting? So it is, so it is. Gao Yuanji Liasuk put his feet on the desk and sharpened his nails with nail clippers. He said with great interest, I thought this school was an idiot, and it would treat so many students preferentially. I didn't expect that only Class A graduated the guy will get preferential treatment. Besides Wuye and Sakura Airi, Gao Yuanji Liasuk should be the one who cares the least about whether Class D is a poor class, and only those who graduate from Class A will get preferential treatment. Because Kawenji Rokusuk is the child of Kawenji Zaibatsu, he will inherit Kawenji Zaibatsu one day. So the preferential treatment of this school, he can almost say that he doesn't pay attention to it at all. Sikong Wuye people who have confidence in themselves. Sakura Airi people who already have goals. Jyuan Temple 6 assistants a person with a secure future. These three people don't care about the preferential treatment of this school at all, so they will not be affected by the rules and treaties of this school. Sae Chabashira looked at the students in Class D with a bad face below, and she said, it seems that you have realized the cruelty of this school and your own extremely dangerous situation. Then let me remind you here, there are 3 weeks before the midterm exam, you should think carefully, and then avoid dropping out of school. The students who scored below 32 points in the quiz showed a little hopeless expression. They almost spent the last month as they wished, and they didn't study at all. There are still 3 weeks before the midterm exam, how can they improve their scores? And the subjects that need to be tested in the midterm exam are not one subject, but Chinese, mathematics, chemistry, society, English, a total of 5 subjects. I believe that you will find a way to avoid failing and pass the exam, so please work hard. Sae Chabashira gave a rare word of encouragement, but the students in Class D just took this sentence as yes, the sympathy and comfort of the head teacher. But there is an incredible message hidden in this sentence. Chabashira Sae's words are you will find your own way to avoid failing, not you have the ability to prevent yourself from failing. Therefore, the underlying meaning of Chabashira Sae is that, in this school, there is a way to avoid failing and pass the exam without studying. Chazu Sae sat down on the stool placed on the podium, and under the cover of the podium, she set up her seductive legs in black silk. The routine class meeting is over here, and now you can start self-study. Anyway, your class points are already 0, so there is no problem in talking freely. Chazu Sae's words are ridicule, but her purpose of saying this is to let the students in Class D discuss freely, and then take the opportunity to see what they will discuss. However, Chabashira Sae was destined to be disappointed, because the students in Class D kept dead silent after looking at each other, and had no intention of whispering during class time. Chabashira Sae with her jade legs clucked her tongue secretly, if you guys were so honest last month, how could the class points be deducted? Then Sae Chabashira continued, in fact, the monthly regular class meeting is a time for the school to let the class teacher and the students talk freely, and no matter what they do, it will not affect the class points. After these words, the students in Class D began to whisper, and most of the things they discussed were their despair and helplessness about their current situation, as well as their dissatisfaction and complaints about poor students like Chi Shuangzi and the others. Seeing that everyone started whispering, Karuizawa Megumi became more courageous. She wrote some words with a ballpoint pen, and then passed the note to Wuye who was sitting in the back. This time Wuye didn't press the note from Megumi Karuizawa with his textbook, he read it directly. Wuye, why did you give me a note just now, asking me to ask teacher T. Wang? Wuye wrote down a line casually, and then handed the note to Megumi Karuizawa who was sitting in front of her. It doesn't mean anything in particular, I just want to help you increase your reputation in the class. After all, people don't dare to bully you if you have reputation, don't you? Megumi Karuizawa looked at the words Wuye left on the note, she blinked, her smart eyes filled with mist and warmth, and joy quietly rose in her heart. That warmth, from head to slender toes, warmed Megumi Karuizawa's whole body. At this moment, just because of Wuye's words, Karuizawa Megumi felt the happiness of being cared for and protected. If it is not the time for class, Karuizawa will definitely throw himself into Wuye's arms. Megumi Karuizawa, who was touched, carefully folded this piece of paper. She wanted to hide this piece of paper and show it to her and Wuye's children later. Tell their kids this is your daddy's love letter to mommy? Wuye never thought that Megumi Karuizawa was going to classify that note as a love letter. He asked Megumi Karuizawa to stand up and ask Chabashira Sae a question, really just wanting Megumi Karuizawa to rise. It's just the reputation of the class. After all, Wuye is already well known now, and he is the uncrowned king of Class D. He can lead Class D very well without increasing his reputation, so let Megumi Karuizawa speak out. Horikita Suzune, who was waiting silently, was suddenly taken aback. She stared blankly at the slip of paper thrown on her desk, and then Horikita Suzune glared fiercely at the smiling Wuye with those charming fox eyes. What is this guy doing passing the note to him? If someone else threw a note to her, Horikita Suzune would ignore it, but the person who threw the note was Wuye. Horikita Suzune retracted her fox eyes staring at Wuye. She pursed her thin lips, and gently opened the note that Wuye threw over. Horikita, do you have anything else to think about regarding class points? Horikita Suzune was silent for a while. This guy Sikong threw her a note at this time. Is he asking about this matter? Regarding the class points, Chabashita Sae has already explained very clearly. Even if she didn't tell how the class points increase, Kushida Kikyo will go to the seniors to inquire about it next. So Horikita Suzune really doesn't have any doubts about class points. But now Horikita Suzune has another problem. She picked up the pen she bought, and left her own slender and delicate words on Wuye's note. After writing a paragraph, Horikita Suzune stretched out her trembling arm, and quickly threw the note onto Wuye's desk. Speaking of which, it's the first time I've passed notes with others during class. Horikita Suzune, who was thinking like this, looked at her fingers silently. She actually failed to learn. No, it was Sikong who led her into trouble. After putting the blame on Wuye, Horikita's guilt for uploading the note faded a lot. I don't have any problems with the class points anymore, but now I want to know, Sikong, if you already know the class points at the beginning of the school year, right? Then how did you know so much information related to class points when everyone kept silent? Spent 150,000 points and bought it from Mr. Chabashita. Seeing Wuye's response, Horikita Suzune's pretty face showed a little dull look. It actually cost so many points to buy it? Or should I be surprised why points can buy such news? On the first day of school, didn't Mr. Chabashita tell us that the points of this school can buy anything in this school, so the information about this school can also be purchased through points? Watching Wuye's response, Horikita Suzune began to recall what happened on the first day of school, and then, old Chabashita, has the teacher ever said something like this? Because a month has passed, and Horikita Suzune didn't seriously remember what Chabashita Sae said at that time, so she, Xiao, doesn't remember very clearly. But Horikita Suzune thinks that Wuye didn't deceive her, and the points seem to really be able to buy anything in this school. Horikita Suzune still clearly remembers that when her big brother Horikita was facing the threat of dropping out of school mentioned by Wuye, her big brother planned to collect 20 million points and then free, because of the crisis of being expelled from school. Hey, why did this arrogant snow fox stare at him again? Wuye looked suspiciously at Horikita Suzune, who gave him a strange look. Horikita Suzune withdrew her sharp eyes staring at Wuye. She planned to continue passing the note to Wuye, but she unexpectedly found that there was no more words on the note. Horikita Suzune had no choice but to spread out her notebook. She paused as she was about to tear off a piece of paper, and then she glanced at the notebook placed on Wuye's desk. After thinking about it, Horikita Suzune leaned towards Wuye without changing her expression, took his notebook from his desk, and tore off a piece of paper from the notebook. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune's move dumbfounded. No way, Horikita Suzune, you are not even willing to tear a piece of paper from your own notebook. That's not the case. Horikita Suzune just thought that tearing up Wuye's notebook paper could take revenge on him, who made Wuye bully her big brother before. But let alone, after tearing a piece of paper from Wuye's notebook, Sui Bailingian really felt a little bit emotional. Horikita Suzune, who raised her eyebrows slightly, wrote her own words on this piece of paper, and then naturally threw the note to Wuye. At the beginning, Horikita Suzune felt guilty about passing the note, but now she seems to have gotten used to it, and Horikita Suzune who passed the note to Wuye didn't feel guilty at all. Sikong, the class points of our class are 0 now, do you have any plans? Wait for Kikyo to get back the information about the increase in class points, and then discuss the situation with everyone, how to increase class points, then how to act. Sikong, I don't think the students in Class D will follow your arrangement, especially those poor students. You have to try. Ike Kwanji and those poor students have been frightened by everyone in Class D, so they should become obedient. Hope so. Horikita Suzune let out a faint sigh. If Class D didn't have someone as powerful as Wuye, Horikita Suzune wouldn't be able to see any hope in this class at all. Because Horikita Suzune clearly knows that Class D needs a strong leader to manage everyone in Class D. And Wuye, who is famous and has the title of winning many battles, is the best leader of Class D. He will definitely be able to lead everyone in Class D very well. At this moment, the other classes of the year also obtained the status of class points through the head teacher, and Class A was able to obtain such important information as preferential treatment. Class C. After getting a lot of news from the homeroom teacher, Suma Sakegami, the atmosphere in Class C is even quieter and more deadly than Class D. The students in Class C were all looking at Long Yuan Xiang standing on the podium with resentment, dissatisfaction, hostility, uneasiness, and apprehension. As for Ryuan Shou's lackeys, Ishizaki Daichi and Yamada Albert, they stood behind Ryuan Shou, one on the left and one on the right. The head teacher of Class C, Suzuma Sakegami, was no longer in the Class C classroom. Long Yuan Xiang said confidently to the students in Class C below, "Don't look at me like this. I don't know that the school has not scored 100,000 personal points this month." One of the boys who looked a bit gloomy and made people think he was a villain stood up angrily, and he said to Long Yuan Xiang in dissatisfaction, "Long Yuan, This is not a question that you can skip if you don't know a word. This boy's name was Renyuya and he was one of the few people in Class C who dared to yell at Long Yuan Xiang openly. Although Long Yuan Xiang ruled Class C forcefully by means of violence, there are serious hidden dangers. Almost 2/3 of the students in Class C disapprove of him and hate him 107. The remaining 1/3 are either the indifferent faction who don't care about being ruled, or students like Ishizaki Daichi who have become the subordinates of Ryuan Xiang's younger brother. Therefore, among the 4 classes a year, Class C has the greatest hidden danger. At that time, Ren Yu also continued to say loudly dissatisfied, "It is because Long Yuan said that we were still awarded 100,000 points by the school this month, and we were willing to lend 20,000 points to FR before. It's not borrowing, it's giving." Long Yuan Xiang with an unruly expression opened his mouth to correct Ren Yu's mistake. And Long Yuanxiang's words made the students in Class C even more unhappy. If they weren't threatened and persuaded by you, a bad BD, how could they transfer their 20,000 points to him? Now the class points of Class C are 430, so the personal points they received at the beginning of May are 43,000, which is 557,000 less than the 100,000 points promised by Long Yuan Xiang. Because of this situation, the students in Class C wanted to ask Long Yuan Xiang for the 2 city points that were transferred to him before. "Anyway, it's impossible for me to return the 20,000 points you gave me before, but..." Long Yuan Xiang said loudly with a face full of madness, "I will lead all of you guys to Class A. After all I don't want to stay in Class C forever." And didn't the teacher say that only those who graduated from Class A are eligible to receive preferential treatment from this school? Long Yuanxiang's words made the students in Class C show a little hesitation. There is indeed no one in Class C who is more suitable to rule Class C than Long Yuan Xiang. A slender girl stood up, she stared sharply at Long Yuan Xiang, and said bluntly, "Long Yuan, do you have the ability to bring everyone into Class A?" Her name is Ibiki Mio, and because of her cold expression and thorny speech, she doesn't have many friends in Class C, or no friends at all. "I don't have it, do you guys have it?" Long Yuan Xiang sneered mercilessly, "You can't even suppress me, so be obedient to me. I said I would bring you to Class A, and I would absolutely meeting." Ibiki Mio took a deep look at the rebellious Ryuan Sho, and she sat down without saying a word. Ibiki Mio is very disgusted with Ryuan Sho's dictatorship over Class C, but she tentatively recognizes Ryuan Sho's talent and temporarily agrees with him to rule and lead Class C. Long Yuan Xiang looked down at the students of Class C aggressively. Because of his fierce eyes, even Ren Yu didn't dare to look at the girl named Manabi Shiho with him, and even shivered. Half a month ago, Kushida Kikyo chatted with Manabi Shiho, and it was she who told Kushida Kikyo that Ryuan Sho blackmailed the students of Class C with 20,000 points. Afterwards, Manabi Shiho planned to report to the teacher. However, Susuma Sakegami, the head teacher of Class C, kindly told Manabi Shiho that there was no way for him to ask Ryuan Sho to return the points to everyone. At the same time, Susuma Sakegami also said that Ryuan Sho was also doing it for the good of the class. Manabi Shiho looked confused and forcibly took away 20,000 points from everyone for the good of the class. Good, what good? I'm afraid the head teacher is sick. Because she couldn't get help from the head teacher, Manabi Shiho had no choice but to leave. She thought the matter would end like this, but Ryuan Sho stopped her and laughed at her for making a small report to the head teacher. Long Yuan Xiang also said that if there is a next time, he will teach her a good lesson. Manabi Shiho, who was terrified, knew from then on that this guy Ryuan Sho couldn't resist, because the class teachers were all against him. Otherwise, how could Long Yuan Xiang know that she went to the head teacher Susuma Sakegami to make a small report? Next, you guys have to obey my orders. Because class points will be deducted for violating discipline, if any of you violate discipline and result in deducting class points, then I will use my fist to tell you what is the end. Long Yuan Xiang stretched out his fist, ruthlessly he slammed it hard on the podium. With a bang, the students in Class C were startled, and Long Yuan Xiang continued to say arrogantly, "The end of having the class points deducted is minor, and at least a few bones have to be broken." Long Yuanxiang's fierce tone made the students in Class C shiver. However, most of the students showed a little peace of mind on their faces. Because they are all good students who can abide by discipline, and the only ones who can violate discipline are unruly gangsters like Long Yuan Xiang. So the lesson Long Yuan Xiang said would never fall on them at all. "Long Yuan, do the rules you mentioned include you and the 2 guys behind you?" Ren Yu said loudly. At that time, Ren Yu also said the question that the students in Class C wanted to ask the most. Because they follow the discipline to attend class, and if you, Ryuan Sho and your younger brothers, are late for class as you please, that would be too much. Ryuan Sho glared at Shirenuya annoyedly, and said bluntly, "As the ruler of Class C, of course I will abide by the rules with you, so you can rest assured." "Humph, I hope you can remember what you said now. Don't be late for the next class." Ren Yu also said with a cold snort. "Heh." Long Yuan Xiang responded with a sneer. From now on, Long Yuan Xiang will completely rule Class C. Speaking of which, there is a student in Class C. She is Shiina Hiri, a beautiful girl with baka, light and soft temperament. When the whole class was paying attention to the quarrel between Ryuan Sho and Renyuya, Shiina Hiri was quietly flipping through the books he borrowed from the school library. She and Ahiri completely kept a deaf ear to the outside world and only read sage books with a quiet look, as if he didn't care who the ruler of Class C was. Ryu and Xiang said to Ishizaki Daiichi, "How long will it be before get out of class ends?" "There are still about 5 minutes, boss." Daiichi Ishizaki, who hastily took out his mobile phone in the school, replied. He has now completely become Long Yuanxiang's younger brother. Tisk, 5 minutes, it's really long. Ishizaki, will you have the guts to go to Class D with me later? What are you going to do in Class D? And why do you have to be brave? Daiichi Ishizaki asked in bewilderment. Long Yuanxiang showed a mocking smile. Of course I went to visit that BD with the most class points. Realizing that the BD Ryuan Shou referred to was Sikong Wuye, Ishizaki Daiichi shuddered immediately, and now he knew why Ryuan Shou asked him if he had the guts just now. It turned out that Long Yuanxiang planned to go to Class D to mock Sikong Wuye. The rebellious Long Yuanxiang was severely beaten by Wuye, and he was defrauded of 750,000 points. He has been looking for opportunities to get revenge. Now the class points of Class D are 0, Long Yuanxiang felt that he could mock Sikong Wuye to give himself an outlet. Cough, boss, my stomach hurts a little, I guess I ate something wrong this morning, so I plan to go to the bathroom after class. Ishizaki Daiichi said weakly. Tisk, trash. Long Yuanxiang said with his tongue out. If he ate something wrong, he obviously didn't dare to mock Sikong Wuye. Class B. Zhihui Hashinomiya sat on the stool, and then lay her seductive upper body on the podium. She now exudes a pungent alcohol smell all over her body. All the students in Class B looked at this beautiful and lovely girl with helpless eyes. Head teacher. The little angels in Class B never expected that the innocent teacher, Zhihui Hashinomiya, turned out to be an alcoholic. At the beginning of each month, not only is the time for the school to give the students personal points, but it is also the time for teachers like Hashinomiya Tomo to pay their salaries. So as soon as the salary was received, Zhihui Hashinomiya hurriedly contacted Shibashira Sae, a best friend, to let her drink. So, Hashinomiya Chie got drunk. Although the hangover made Hashinomiya's Hui's head hurt, she had already told the students in Class B about the class points. But about the class points, and the preferential treatment from the school only after graduating from Class A. These two things the students in Class B have already heard from Wuye. They were also paid 740,000 in cover-up fees by that villain. Babo Kingsun raised her head and looked at the class points of the 4 classes. She said regretfully, "Oh, I didn't expect the class points of Class A to be so high. I thought we could become Class A in one fell swoop." Other students also nodded. They thought they knew the importance of class points from Sikong Wuye in advance, and they would become Class A in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, 1 month later, Class A will have more class points than them. Should it be said that they are students of Class A? You don't need to sigh. Ichinose Hoonami showed an angelic cheerful smile. The gap between us and Class A is not that big. If we work harder, we can surpass Class A. Okay, Ichinose-san is right. As expected of Class B, where the whole class is full of little angels. The atmosphere in the class is too harmonious and warm, completely different from the atmosphere of Class C and Class D. F. Zhihui Hashinomiya, who had a headache because of a hangover, showed a weird smile, and she muttered in a low voice. Class D led by Xiaoxideo. The class points were deducted to 0 points. I thought that Class D would have a lot of class points. After all, Hashinomiya's Hui saw with her own eyes how Sikong Wuye from Class D cheated her little angel from Class B. There is such a strong student in Class D, and the class points of Class D are actually deducted to 0. Hashinomiya's Hui really wants to jump around in front of Sae Chabashita and smile and tease her. After all, the class points of Class D were deducted to 0 within a month. Such a situation has never happened before, and it also proves how bad the students in Class D are this year. The students in Class D are a bunch of trash, so no matter how good the leader Sikong Wuye is, it's useless. Zhihui Hashinomiya doesn't believe that Sikong Wuye from Class D has the ability to bring such a bad Class D into Class A. There are still 3 minutes before the get out of class ends. Hurry up and get out of class. I have to go and tease Xiaoxida well. Zhihui Hashinomiya murmured expectantly. Although she and Chazu Sae are best friends, they are the kind of best friends who love each other and kill each other. It can be seen that the class she leads cannot be promoted to Class A. Besides, she also wanted Class B to become Class A, Hashinomiya's Haibo. Because after becoming Class A, the head teacher's salary points will soar a lot. Class A. Class A is in a joyous atmosphere, because their class points are as many as 960. And the students of the Katsuragi faction were all loudly praising Katsuragi Kahei's leadership, otherwise they wouldn't have kept as many as 960 class points out of the 1000 class points. The students of the Sakayanagi faction were much more silent, because their leader, Arisu Sakayanagi, did not participate in the management of the class. Sakayanagi Yuzo didn't have a character that would take the initiative to manage class discipline, and Katsuragi Kahei wanted to be responsible, so she generously gave him full responsibility for managing class discipline. 0. Now, because there are still as many as 960 class points, Katsuragi Kahei has greatly increased his prestige. Many students of the Sakayanagi faction were a little shaken, and they began to wonder if Arisu Sakayanagi, who did nothing, could really lead everyone in class a better than Katsuragi Kahei. Katsuragi Kahei, who was praised by everyone in Class A, was not overly happy. He still maintained a calm and calm state. Everyone, don't be too happy. You have to continue to be vigilant, because the class points of Class B are 870 and the class points of our Class A are only 90 points different. Katsuragi Kahei said calmly to the students of Class A. Yahiko Tatsuka laughed and said, although this is the case, I don't think it's a big problem, because we have you, Katsuragi, leading us. It is absolutely impossible for those guys from Class B to catch up to our Class A. Yahiko Tatsuka, he is not outstanding in any ability, he is the bottom of Class A, but he has another identity. That is, he is Katsuragi Kahei's #1 follower. To put it simply, Yahiko Tatsuka is a dogleg who has no ability, only shouting and flattering. While the members of the Katsuragi faction were cheering and celebrating, Sakayanagi Yuzo was typing text into her mobile phone on campus, and the person she was chatting with was Mesumi Kamuro, who was looking at the scenery outside the window with her chin resting on her hands. After hearing his mobile phone beep, Mesumi Kamuro, who was looking at the scenery, picked up his mobile phone instantly. However, after seeing that it was Sakayanagi Yuzo who sent her a message, Kamuro Mesumi's face immediately became serious, and she thought it was Wuye who sent her a message. Although she didn't want to read the message from Arisu Sakayanagi, Mesumi Kamuro clicked the message impatiently. Kamuro, let me guess, the moment you picked up your phone, are you guessing that Sikong sent you a letter? This piece of information made Kamuro Mesumi twitch the corners of her mouth, that BD Loli not only likes to play with people's hearts, but is also good at reading people's hearts. It has nothing to do with you, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Sakayanagi Yuzo looked at the angry response, and she continued to respond with a smile on her face. Kamuro, what do you think if Sikong is transferred to Class A? What? Mesumi Kamuro opened her eyes slightly. She looked at Yuzo Sakayanagi in surprise. This BD Loli was showing her a smile that was not a smile, as if Sao had expected that Kamuro would really look at him in surprise. She does. Sakayanagi, do you really have a way to transfer Sikong to Class A? Mesumi Kamuro sent this message to Sakayanagi Yuzo. Mesumi Kamuro hopes that Wuye will be transferred to Class A, because as long as Wuye is in Class A, then she can see Wuye every day, and she doesn't need to sneak around to follow or peek. Of course there is a way. Arisu Sakayanaga's response made Kamuro Mesumi hopeful. She already knew that this BD Loli was the daughter of the director of the school. If she said there was a way, then there must be a way. What method? Only need 20 million points. Kamuro, if you collect 20 million points for main, I can transfer Sikong to Class A forcibly, so, it's a good way. This response from Arisu Sakayanagi made Kamuro Mesumi pout again, and she whispered disgustedly, BD Loli. What a good idea. 20 million points? How can she have so many points? If Class A gets 96,000 points every month, then even if Mesumi Kamuro doesn't spend a single point, if he accumulates all these points, he will only get 3,456,000 points in 3 years. It's too far away from 20 million points. So Kamuro Mesumi didn't save enough 20 million until graduation? In fact, even if Kamuro Mesumi has 20 million points, it is impossible for Sakayanagi Yuzo to transfer Wuye to Class A, no matter how good Wuye is. Or, because Wuye is too good, Sakayanagi Yuzo won't let him be transferred to Class A. Because the greatest joy of Arisu Sakayanagi is to defeat the so-called genius. If Wuye is transferred to Class A, how will Sakayanagi Nanan fight with him through their respective classes? Although the current class points in Class D are 0, Arisu Sakayanagi believes that Wuye, who is like an all-around genius, has the ability to lead Class D together. If Wuye does not have the ability to lead Class D, then, he is not qualified to compete and fight with her, Arisu Sakayanagi, in their respective classes. So, not to mention transferring Wuye to Class A, Sakayanagi Yuzo would even prevent Wuye from being transferred to Class A. With a ding, the regular class meeting of the first get out of class is over. Class D. After class, Sae Chabashita, who was sitting on the podium, put down her raised black silk jade legs. She glanced at a certain bad boy and left the classroom crisply. Wuye had already started to act before the regular class meeting, and started to have the intention of leading Class D, so Sae Chabashita could safely hand over Class D to him. This bad boy Sikong can handle even me as the class teacher to death, so he should have a way to handle the students in Class D too. After leaving the classroom, Chabashita Sae thought silently in her heart. Chazu Sae thought that she was manipulated by Wuye last month, ordered by him to clean up, prepare 3 meals, buy ingredients and seasonings, and take care of him like a wife or nanny. Her breathing subconsciously became rapid. Shortness of breath. Fortunately, Sakura Airi took over Wuye's laundry job. Otherwise, Sae Chabashita will have to help that bad boy wash his underwear. Kikyo Kushida trotted to Wuye's side, and with a bright and cheerful smile, she said as if she was asking for credit, Wuye, I have already learned from the senior girls how to increase class points. Kushida Kikyo's words diverted the attention of the students in Class D. They were eager to know how the class points increased. As expected of Kikyo, it's really reliable. It has already asked us the information we need to know so quickly. Wuye said with a smile. Hey, after all, I have a good relationship with everyone, so I asked right away. Kushida Kikyo replied with a bright smile. Can I see your chat messages with them? Wuye asked. Of course. Kushida Kikyo handed Wuye her on-campus mobile phone without hesitation. Wuye was quite surprised. because Wuye has already seen that Kushida Kikyo is a little angel wearing a mask, and she hides her true face under the warm and cheerful mask. Such Kushida Kikyo would hand Wuye her mobile phone without hesitation, and let him check her communication records with others. You must know that mobile phones store all kinds of information and privacy. No one wants others to see their mobile phones, nor do they want their chat records with others to be seen. But the little angel Kushida Kikyo, who was wearing a mask, handed Wuye her phone without any hesitation. Now Wuye can see a subtle shadow of Sakura Airi from Kushida Kikyo, obedient and well-behaved shadow. Since Kushida Kikyo handed over the phone to him so readily, Wuye was not polite anymore, and began to carry the messages she exchanged with her seniors behind her back. Kushida Kikyo first greeted them, and after a few words, the topic naturally turned to how to increase class points. The responses from the seniors were a little vague. They all said that as long as they pass the exams set by the school, they can increase the class points. There is also a senior named Asahina Azusa. She also clearly told Kushida Kikyo that the school actually stipulates that too much information related to the exam should not be disclosed. After reading the information, Wuye returned the phone to Kikyo Kushida, and at this time, she pulled Wuye's palm intimately. Wuye, have you finished reading it? Then let's go to the podium, and then I will tell you in detail. It is good. Wuye didn't resist either, and let Kushida Kikyo pull him towards the podium with soft palms. Karuizawa Megumi sat on the seat and looked at Kushida Kikyo and Wuye. Her cheeks puffed slightly, her pretty face was revealed dissatisfaction and jealousy. That woman blatantly robbed her future boyfriend again. Kushida Kikyo pulled Wuye up to the podium, and she said warmly and cheerfully, "Everyone, please take a look. I have already heard from the seniors how to increase the class points. Oh, it's indeed the bellflower sauce. Jiangsu is really reliable, no matter what news you can ask for quickly. That's right, bellflower sauce is really our angel. Ahaha, angels are too exaggerated. I just like to make friends with everyone and establish friendly relationships, so everyone will readily tell me the news I want to know." Kushida Kikyo shyly replied that his face was stained with a slight blush. Zero looking for flowers. The fact that Kushida Kikyo seemed to be shy made some boys in the class say so cute. Kushida Kikyo likes the feeling of being noticed and praised by everyone, because it will give her a sense of accomplishment and joy in her heart. However, if Wuye is also pulled onto the podium, some students in Class D will turn their attention to Wuye. This kind of thing is not allowed for Kushida Kikyo, who likes to be noticed by everyone. But Kikyo Kushida is used to standing on the podium with Wuye. She feels that without Wuye by her side, even if she is noticed by everyone, she will not have a great sense of accomplishment. Everyone. The seniors have already given me a clear answer. They all said that as long as we complete the exams set by the school perfectly and complete more and better than other classes, then our class will get class points. There are also club activities. Some specific club activities can also get class points, so please join the club to ask the club president. Kushida Kikyo told the information that the students of Class D want to know the most in just 2 sentences. Examinations and club activities can increase class points. It seems quite simple, right? That's right, as long as we work harder, we can still have class points in the future. The students in Class D all showed a relieved expression, and there is still a way to increase class points, so their campus life in the next 3 years will not be a miserable situation without points to spend. 0. At this time, Yasuke Hirata, who cared about the class and everyone, also walked up to the podium. Kikyo Kushida, who was almost next to Wuye's arm, glanced at him, revealing a little bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. It is the dissatisfaction that one's own territory is invaded by others. But isn't Wuye also on the podium? Why doesn't Kushida Kikyo have the idea of his own territory being invaded? There is a saying that does not mean that one mountain cannot contain 2 tigers, unless there are 10 males and 1 female. So Kushida Kikyo regards the podium as her common territory with Wuye. Hirata Yasuke smiled gently at Wuye and Kushida Kikyo. "Sikong, Kushida, let me tell you a few words." "Okay." Wuye didn't care. Nodded. Kushida Kikyo, who showed a bright smile, also happily replied, "Hirata-san, you can tell everyone what you want to say." "Okay." Yasuke Hirata faced the students in Class D, and said with a gentle temperament, "Everyone, because the class points of our class are 0, we didn't get any points this month. Points, which leads us to face a dilemma of not spending points. Presumably everyone doesn't want to live a life without spending points until graduation. I absolutely don't want to do that." Haruki Yamauchi screamed miserably. He spent 100,000 points in the middle of the month because he bought a game console and a cassette last month. Light up. In the second half of the month, Haruki Yamauchi relied entirely on the support of friends like Chi Daji and others. Because Haruki Yamauchi has a game console, Kanji Ike and the others think that there will be 100,000 points in next month, so they are willing to help Haruki Yamauchi. Now, it would be good if Chi Kwanzi and the others didn't ask Haruki Yamauchi for debts. How could they still help him? Hearing the voice of everyone unwilling to live a miserable life, Hirata Yasuke nodded gently. "Since everyone thinks that this predicament cannot continue, let's go down. And be sure to get points. In order to achieve this goal, I hope that all members of the class will work together from now on, not to be late or leave early, and not to talk in class, and to strictly observe discipline." Hirata Yasuke's words made Wuye smile faintly, and he had already said what he wanted to say to the students of Class D. If these words were spoken by Wuye, the uncrowned king of Class D, the students in Class D would have no objection, but his reputation is obviously not enough on weekdays to make some thorns. Be obedient. The bad boy Suda Takaro stood up, and he said disdainfully, I don't want to obey these things. Anyway, obeying the discipline won't increase the class points, right? Also, didn't the teacher just say that our class points can no longer be deducted, so no matter what we do, it will not affect the class points, so why am I still? Obey the discipline? Be a good student honestly. Suda Takaro's rebuttal is quite reasonable. Anyway, Class D has no class points to deduct now, why do they have to pretend to be good students? The worst thing is, Suda Takaro's words made many students show their approval expressions, especially poor students like Ichinose, who almost wanted to stand up and support Sudang Takaro. Teacher Chabashita, not only did you not help me manage Class D, you even said something that made them think that it doesn't matter if you violate discipline. Wuye slandered a certain glamorous and beautiful head teacher in his heart. Chibaru Sae, who had already returned to the teacher's office, suddenly trembled. She had an inexplicable feeling of being targeted by a bad boy. However, this unpleasant feeling was quickly covered up by the feeling of unhappiness, because Sae Chabashita saw Chia Hoshinomiya with a bright smile on his face. Xiaoxi Dai our Class B has 870 class points. How many class points do you have in D class? Ah, you hit me. Hoshinomiya's Hui, who was crying out in pain, clutched her forehead. Just now Chabashita Sajai gave her a sharp knife. I bought you a drink just last night. That's right. Chabashita Sae sneered, and when paying the bill, Zhui, you were already drunk, and in the end it led to your treat, and I paid for it. This. Zhui Hoshinomiya smiled smugly, and she showed a cute smile that didn't match her age group. It's not like you don't know that I get drunk easily. I didn't get drunk on purpose, and then asked you to pay for it. Oh, will I believe you? When Sae Chabashita and Tomo Hoshinomiya fell in love with each other in the teacher's office, Class D started to make noise again, and the reason was naturally what Suda Takaro said. Anyway, the class points are already 0, and you won't be deducted for anything you do, so we should wait until we have class points for observing discipline and so on. You have to start observing discipline now, Wuye said to Sudang Ken lightly. You guy. Suda Takaro glared at Wuye. He really hates Sikong Wuye, who is good at basketball but unwilling to teach him, and every time he meets this BD, he is always deflated. This time, Suda decided that no matter what Sikong Wuye said, he would do it against him. Although such a decision is childish and ridiculous, it is the only way for Suda to take revenge on Wuye. Under Sudang Takaro's glare, Wuye said calmly, everyone has habits. If you are used to being late and leaving early, it will be difficult to change, so we have to start observing discipline now. Otherwise, when the class points increase, some students who are used to violating discipline will still habitually violate discipline. That's right. Sikong is right. Suda-san really doesn't understand the situation. Don't you know that we have to change from now on? Facing the accusations from the students in Class D, the grumpy Suda Takaro slapped the desk hard. Shut up. You can do whatever you want, but leave me alone. Do you hear me? Suda Takaro's rebuttal caused even greater confusion and dissatisfaction. Knowing the regular class meeting this morning, the students in Class D have no complaints about poor students like Suda Takaro, Ike Yamauchi Haruki, and Satsumura Hideo, because their absenteeism will not affect them. But after the regular class meeting, everything changed. The class points are closely related to all the students, so everyone began to resent Chi Kwanji and his poor students. Some students are still complaining loudly, saying that Suda-ken is the most late and early leaver. If Suda-ken is not in Class D, their class points will never be deducted by the school to 0 points. Sudo, you said that we can do whatever we want. That's right. Wuye showed a refreshing smile with deep meaning to Suda Takaro. Sakura Airi, who has been watching Wuye, blinked her eyes. Her childhood sweetheart is about to start cheating again. Suda Takaro was disturbed by Wuye's smile. The main reason is that Wuye's reputation is too terrifying. Whether it is the same grade or a senior grade, as long as they face him, they will definitely be defeated by him. This is how Wuye's reputation of repeated victories was earned. The person Suda Takaro hates the most is Sikong Wuye, but the person he admires the most is also Sikong Wuye. Although feeling uneasy, Suda Takaro still said firmly, that's right, Sikong Wuye, you can do whatever you want, so you can do whatever you want. A few days ago, Oda Shiai from the basketball club was still inviting me to join the basketball club, but I asked him, didn't the basketball club already have freshmen joining, and there is still a shortage of people? Wuye smiled slightly at Suda Takaro. Oda Ishikai said that as long as I am willing to join the basketball club, he will kick a reserve member of the basketball club out of the basketball club. Sudang Takaro's heart suddenly jumped. He seemed to understand what Wuye was doing to him. Sikong Wuye accepted the invitation of the president of the basketball club, Oda Ishihai, to join the basketball club, and then asked Oda Ishihai to kick him out of the basketball club. Although Suda Takaro is not very smart, he also knows that Oda Ishikai will definitely kick Wuye out of the basketball club in order to let Wuye join the basketball club. Dir. Terrible, BD. Wuye looked at Suda-ken, who was trembling because of anger, and he said slowly with a refreshing smile, Suda, you seem to have guessed what I want to do to you, so do you think I should join the basketball club and kick you out? The basketball king. How dare you? Takeru Sudo looked at Wuye angrily. If someone else threatened Sudo Takeru like this, he would rush up and grab him by the collar in a bad temper, and then give him a punch. But the person who threatened him was Wuye. Sudo Takeru still clearly remembers the experience when Wuye grabbed his arm and fell to the ground. I have nothing to dare, and the basketball club is one of the 5 major clubs in this school, so there must be a chance to earn class points for the class. I am willing to join the basketball club for everyone in Class D to fight for class points, Wuye said with a smile. Wuye's words won the praise and support of all the students. Under the extra harsh voice, the angry Sudoken was like an angry orangutan slammed the table. You all shut up. The voices of the students in Class D gradually subsided, and they all looked at Sudo Takeru, whose face was black with anger, with fearful eyes. This guy wouldn't be so angry that he would hit someone, right? Sudeng Takeru stared at Wuye with eyes that were flushed with anger, and he said through gritted teeth, Sikong Wuye, you won, I will obey the discipline. So let me stay in the basketball club, and I'll earn class points for the class too. Under the astonished and surprised eyes of the students in Class D, the bad boy Takeru Sudo gave into Wuye and lowered his unruly head. There are too many things that Sudo Takeru doesn't care about, and the only thing he cares about is basketball. And basketball is Sudo Takeru's only thing, his soul, and his motivation. In order not to let himself be kicked out of the basketball club, no matter how angry or dissatisfied Sudo Takeru is, he will hold back for the sake of basketball, and then obey Wuye's orders and arrangements. Sudo Takeru, one of the biggest thorn in Class D and one of the biggest problem students, has been completely manipulated by Wuye. Wuye looked at Sudoken, who chose to obey with satisfaction. Remember what you said just now, obey the discipline honestly. Stop rambling, I will, but although I will obey the discipline, I will definitely not study hard. Sudeng Takeru said his last insistence. It doesn't matter, I don't want you to study hard anyway. Wuye shrugged. After all, those who fail the final exam will be directly expelled by the school, so don't think that you are studying for someone, or for the class, you are only studying for yourself not to be expelled by the school. Yes. Kikyo Kushida poked her head out from behind Wuye, and she reminded, if you are expelled by the school, Sudo-san, you will also be forced to quit the basketball club, right? That's right. Hirata Yasuke echoed, so Sudo, for yourself, you should study hard. Don't be so long-winded. Takeru Sudo replied annoyed, and he left the classroom with a gloomy expression as he could no longer stay in the classroom. Sudo, remember to come back before class, if you are late, I will go to the basketball club. Damn BD, I got it. Sudoken replied to Wuye aggrievedly, and he left just like that, full of anger. Wuye looked back from the door of the classroom. He looked at the 3 poor students of Chi Kwanzi. Wuye asked indifferently, you guys, Sudo has decided to be a good student and contribute to the class, so you also give me a say. Student Sikong, don't worry, we will definitely observe discipline. Yes, yes, yes. Even if I have a bad cold, I will come to class. Then even if I am paralyzed, I will crawl to the classroom to attend class. Chi Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Satsumura Hideo hurriedly assured Wuye. Joke? Even Sudo Takeru, the scariest in the class, was ruthlessly crushed to pieces by Sikong Wuye. How could the 3 of them have the guts to fight against Wuye? Besides, they also want to increase class points, because their personal points have almost been used up. On this day, Sikong Wuye, who became the uncrowned king of Class D with his frightening reputation, officially began his rule and leadership of Class D. The thorny student Sudo Takeru, the lazy and poor student Ike Kanji, all obey Wuye's management and dare not even have the slightest resistance. A small circle of boys headed by Yasuke Hirata. A small circle of girls headed by Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi. They were all overwhelmed by Wuye's reputation and actions. Hirata Yasuke looked at Wuye with admiration, and he sincerely praised, as expected of Sikong, it's fortunate that you are in Class D, otherwise students from Sulai will definitely do their own way. Don't talk about this, Hirata, let's lead everyone together, we must be promoted to Class A. Wuye patted Yasuke Hirata on the shoulder. Okay. Wuye has gained another good helper who can be called at will, and his name is Hirata Yasuke. Horikita Suzune stood at the side of the Class D classroom, with her arms crossed, she silently watched Wuye who was surrounded by the students of Class D. She looked at his calm and handsome face, and suddenly understood her big brother Hori Bikesyu. Why should she observe him and learn from him? Because Sikong Wuye's personality, charm and personal ability are too exaggerated. Sikong Wuye has easily become the leader of Class D without using any force. Megumi Karuizawa and Airi Sakura didn't think as much as Horikita Suzune thought. The 2 of them just think that Wuye deserves to be their man, so handsome. Sitting on the seat, Shintaka Ayunakaji watched Wuye silently. He didn't have any opinions or thoughts on Wuye becoming the leader of Class D. In other words, Ayunakaji Kiyotaka is happy to see such. 5.4 situations. Because Kiyotaka Ayunakaji, who attended this school, only had the idea of experience the life of an ordinary high school student, and enjoy campus life. Therefore, if you can keep a low profile, try to keep a low profile. This is Ayunakaji Kiyotaka's avoidance. With a bang, the door of Class D was knocked rudely. Long Yuan Xiang and Yamada Albert were standing at the door of the middle-class classroom. Many students in Class D seem to know that Long Yuan Xiang is a bad gangster in Class C, so they all showed a little uneasy look. But when the students in Class D thought that Sikong Wuye in their class beat up the bad guy Long Yuanxiang, their inner anxiety subsided. Seeing Long Yuanxiang's figure as a bad gangster, Wuye frowned immediately, and then he showed a smile that was not a smile. Long Yuan, you came to Class D specially now. Do you feel that the sky is sunny and the rain has stopped, and you think you can do it again? So you plan to bet against me again? I don't have that idea. Long Yuanxiang smiled mockingly at Wuye. Sikong Wuye, I came to Class D just to mock you. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said, what's the reason? Of course it's because the class points of your Class D are 0. Sikong Wuye, don't you think this class point is too funny? The personal points you received from the school this month. The number should be 0. Before Wuye answered Long Yuanxiang, Karuizawa Megumi couldn't help but refute him. Even if Wuye received 0 personal points, he still has more personal points than you.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.